Livingston County leaders are carefully managing resources amid a historic drought. What their warning is for the future.
Queen City News starts now.
Happy Monday morning. It is a Monday with a capital M. Good morning. Welcome into Queen City News here, coming up on our 6 o'clock hour. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Andy Satowski.
And I'm Julian Sidor. Guys, it's been about, what, two weeks?
It's been 2 weeks.
Since we've all been together?
We've been together.
It's
wow.
been a lot, but multiple hometowns. You had vacation.
Right.
We, of course,
Special
we had the
shoots.
Truist Championship golf tournament all last week, and you were out there a couple times. So it was great. I'm glad I know we had hundreds, maybe thousands probably of people that came to visit our area over the week. I'm glad the weather for the most part held up, that we could show off Queen City and just so much of our town all last week.
We had a few little rain chances, but I mean, for the most part, in Mother's Day.
Oh
was
my gosh.
man.
gorgeous.
We were told Friday was going to be good, but then Sunday said, I'm going to do you one better.
That's exactly what it
perfect.
was. All right,
For all the moms.
That's exactly right. So let's hope some of the weather trend continues this week, and we're going to talk about what we can expect for today.
That's right. Let's go ahead and get the graphics in order right now here. Trying to take a look real quick. Pinch hitting for meteorologist Brandon Lawson. Let's go ahead and take a look at what we have coming up. Brandon's been talking about the fact that we are going to be dealing with rain, and as we take a look right here, that's the story. Is a few showers start off the week. Not going to be too bad here as we take a look. Radar right now showing what we're dealing with. The cold front is moving in, according to the meteorologists here in the Pinpoint Weather Center. That's going to be kind of the story. We're going to have a cooler week on tap. As we take a look at the radar, rain chances are going to start off in our mountain counties, Boone, Bristol, and Johnson City, dealing with that as we take a look at the radar moving through your Monday morning. Futurecast kind of shows how that system is going to move in. Recommended to download the Pinpoint Weather app, because around lunchtime here is where this is going to move through the Charlotte area, Rock Hill, Monroe. But as it goes through the afternoon, those showers are going to move out pretty quickly. By evening time, they're not going to worry about those too much. Taking a look here as far as our temperatures on this Monday, going to be cooler again, starting off in about the 60s for your Charlotte area. Today, taking a look at 75 or 73 degrees is on your high. Tonight, getting down to about 49 degrees. As we take a look again, temperatures around 60. So a cooler week on tap for us here. Meteorologist Brandon Lawson saying by Sunday, we're going to get back up, warming up.
All right, 6:02, your top stories today, from your roads to your money to who could be the next face of the city of Charlotte. Charlotte City Council members have a packed Monday on tap. That's why they plan to start their meetings tonight 2.5 hours early. They'll be holding a special session at 4 p.m. today where they plan to discuss whether the city should have a moratorium on data centers. Then during their normal 6:30 session, they'll be discussing a resolution calling for a pause on the controversial I-77 South Express Lane project. They'll also be hearing the city manager's proposed budget for next year, which includes a property tax increase for public safety. It will also be the council's first meeting since Mayor Vi Lyles announced her resignation. No word yet on if the council plans to address that announcement.
More heated debate among Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board members Friday over the budget for the next school year. Discussions have spanned weeks, and now district leaders have less than a week to send their proposal to the county commission. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell shares the current obstacles for the $2.1 billion plan.
The board is not asking these questions to put the district in any situation that is not financially sound.
I know that you're
So that can't be the soundbite.
I know that
That cannot be the soundbite.
What I am trying to explain to you is there are choices to make. There's going to be trade-offs. There is no extra.
Another heated Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools Board meeting with board members apparently still not happy with the revised budget that Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill has presented to them.
I'm going to say this out loud. Absolutely, you know more than we do. Hopefully, internally and within us, can clearly see that none of us are stupid on this dais. We're saying that you're not changing your recommendation, then I don't know what we're doing here.
Crystal Hill will do anything that the board asked me to do.
Since rejecting Hill's first $2.1 billion budget for the next fiscal year, which includes 3% raises for most teachers, board members have concerns about potential cuts to positions like bus drivers, lunch monitors, and funding for mental health.
There are other areas that the board can cut. They're just as painful or more painful than this.
Another point made by Dr. Hill Friday is that if the North Carolina General Assembly approves teacher pay raises that are bigger than 3%, the district could find itself in a messy situation.
When we are tinkering with staffing and moving staff here and moving staff here, it might go smooth sailing today, but you're either going to pay now or we're going to pay later.
That was Matt Stell reporting. By the end of the meeting, that meeting was 4 hours long, and by the end of it, tempers had cooled, with the board asking Hill and her staff to work through the past weekend on their lingering concerns before the board has to vote on the budget tomorrow.
A man already serving a life sentence for a Charlotte murder is getting more prison time for 3 additional killings.
Due to the plea arrangement, a minimum term of 264, a maximum term of 329 months.
That Superior Court Judge William Bell sentencing Stephen Staples to more than 22 years in prison for 3 counts of second-degree murder, among other charges. He entered the guilty pleas to those counts Friday, all part of a month-and-a-half-long crime spree that started in late 2019. Staples is already serving a sentence of life without parole after his November conviction in the murder of Scott Brooks, the co-owner of Noda's Brooks Sandwich House. The brother of a victim in one of Friday's cases says he has mercy for Staples now, 7 years later.
It gave me closure because I literally got to physically see him, look into his eyes and tell him I love him and I forgive him. I don't know, some people may not be where I'm at spiritually, where they could do that.
Staples' new prison time will run concurrently with the life sentence in the Brooks case and another for the murder of a Hickory man.
A North Carolina appeals court is upholding the conviction of Madalena Kojikari's stepfather. Madalena is the Cornelius girl who hasn't been seen since November of 2022. A jury found Christopher Palmer guilty of failing to report the then 12-year-old's disappearance. Palmer and Madalena's mother, Diana Kojikari, didn't contact authorities about her disappearance until weeks later. Palmer's attorneys argued that the law is unconstitutional and certain evidence should not have been excluded from his trial. The appeals court rejected those arguments. Madalena's mother pleaded guilty in the case. She has since left the country. The woman arrested for a child's death at a Lenoir daycare is officially facing a second-degree murder charge. A Caldwell County grand jury handed up an indictment against Alexandra Lee Coffey last week. Coffey, a former employee of Creative Beginnings of Lenoir, was originally charged with involuntary manslaughter in the death of 16-month-old Maddie Mitchell. The child died at the daycare last May. Coffey is accused of covering Maddie's head with a blanket and laying across the child's body. The facility has since been shut down.
Later this week, water restriction enforcement will begin in parts of our area. But one utility says it's trying to avoid the chaos seen during the area's last major drought nearly 20 years ago. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone explains what to expect, from fines for violations to how enforcement will actually work.
Even with a good soaking rain these past few days, our historic drought isn't over yet. That's why mandatory water restrictions have taken effect in much of the Charlotte area. And starting May 15th, Gaston County will start enforcing the new rules.
The problem is it's been so long that there's only a few of us, veterans, if you will, that are still involved in it, that remember what it was like.
Ed Cross is the division manager of Two Rivers Utilities, which covers about 40% of the county, some unincorporated areas next to Gastonia and into Clover.
In a word, it was chaos. None of us had ever been here before.
Cross worked here in 2007, the last time water levels were this low, and hit stage 3, mandatory emergency restrictions. He says crews worked around the clock to bring levels back up, enforcing violations along the way. Usually neighbors called them in.
And I hate that it has to happen this way, but honestly, it's hard to get people's attention.
321 is being used as a dividing point. So if you live to the east, you can water your lawn on Wednesday and Sunday. If you live to the west, it's Tuesday and Saturday. Cross says he wishes these systems were in place last time so they would not have gotten to stage 3 of the drought.
It's a big ask for people. People don't think about it. It's such a convenience in our culture.
Now the utility can recycle 900,000 gallons a day using this membrane and has a call center to help cut usage by 5 to 10%. But fines for not cutting back can reach $500 per violation. Cross warns it can get worse.
If we don't, it'll be stage 3. Trust me when I tell you, you ain't gonna like it.
Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Now, in addition to Gaston County, mandatory water restrictions will also begin in several other areas this Friday. That includes Charlotte, the city of Kannapolis, and Concord. York County leaders also announced mandatory restrictions last week. Officials are asking residents in each area to limit their outdoor water use. 6:10, let's get a check. Up. Jason, how are we looking at this hour?
Well, surprisingly, Annie, thank you very much. As we take a look at pinpoint traffic, typically we don't have a lot of major issues till about 7 o'clock, till we officially hit rush hour. But we are actually starting this hour with a pretty serious accident on 85 southbound. This one now, it's going to cause some issues. 2 of the 4 lanes on 85 South, right near Beatties Ford Road, are causing backups all the way to I-77. Let's go ahead and take a look here as we zoom in. We can kind of show you where this is causing issues there. Right there near Brookshire Boulevard, again backed up. You're only going about 20 miles an hour that you can see all the way to the 77-85 interchange. So that's definitely going to be a headache throughout the morning. We'll continue to monitor that. Man, if they can get that cleaned up by 8 o'clock, or 7 o'clock, I should say, then that will definitely help the rush hour kicking off. Here's a good looking shot from NCDOT, I-77 at LaSalle Street. Southbound traffic's on the left-hand side, those headlights coming at us. You can see there's a state trooper off to the side there. There we go. Moving back into the toll lanes. Things look like they're moving and grooving on 77 southbound into the city. This is down near the South Carolina state line, 77 north and south near Carowinds. Let's go up to Cabarrus County. This is 85 southbound coming down near Concord Mills. Coming down from Cabarrus County, again, that stretch looking good. Here's 85 near our station in West Charlotte, Sam Wilson Road, right near the 485 split. Things are looking good. Let's take you quickly to the east side, Independence Boulevard. Also looking good. Going to be a busy day, busy week. We will keep you updated to get you where you're going safely on this Monday morning. Julian?
All right, Jason, thank you. President Trump finally making his way to China after the war in Iran put those plans on hold. What we can expect from the 2 world leaders' conversations, from war in the Middle East to global security. You're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. Welcome back. 6:15 the time. President Trump put a visit to China on hold when the war with Iran started.
Now he's preparing to head out there this week.
News Nation's Jackie Koppel reports on what the president will be focused on during his trip.
President Trump is expected to travel to China for a 2-day summit taking place Thursday and Friday of this coming week. Now, that trip was originally supposed to take place over a month ago, but it got postponed because of the conflict in Iran. That conflict is likely to be a topic of conversation. China has economic ties to Iran and reportedly offered support to them, supplying Iran with some weapons and weapons parts. The U.S. blockade of the Strait of Hormuz is preventing China from access to Iran's oil. Tariffs and trade are also expected to be on the agenda, with reports of a business delegation accompanying the president on the trip. Remember, the minimum tariff rate on Chinese goods is at least 20%, with that number being higher for specific goods. The Council on Foreign Relations expects the visit to result in some commercial deals, like a Chinese commitment to purchase U.S. soybeans, as well as the possibility of Boeing aircraft. And there's also been talk of creating a board of trade that would determine what products the two countries should buy from one another, tariff reductions, and a way to resolve disputes before they become real problems. Another topic likely to be discussed: China's concern over U.S. arms sales to Taiwan. That'll be of particular importance because, remember, China would like to absorb Taiwan, something the United States is opposed to. Then there's access to the U.S. market for Chinese car makers and rare earth minerals, which are used in everything from your smartphone to defense systems and artificial intelligence. These are of particular importance to the U.S. because China currently controls the majority of the manufacturing supply chain of these minerals. Now, as for the two men, they declared a 1-year trade truce back in November of 2025, and Trump has been pretty consistently maintaining that he has a good relationship with China's President Xi. Trump posting on social media recently, "President Xi will give me a big fat hug when I get there in a few weeks. We are working together smartly and very well. Doesn't that beat fighting?" So it'll be a high-stakes trip between the world's two largest economies, and it could have broad impacts, not just on global trade, but on geopolitics and warfare as well. This is Jackie Koppel for News Nation.
A new report shows the number of nonfiction books banned in U.S. schools doubled in the last academic year. PEN America, a nonprofit that advocates for the First Amendment, released this report last week. It found more than 3,700 different titles were removed from school libraries and classrooms between July of 2024 and June of 2025. That includes 1,100 nonfiction books. The topics included books focused on activism and social movements, which amounted to 52% of those books banned. PEN America's report comes after the American Library Association found 4,235 unique titles were challenged in 2025. That almost broke a 2023 record, missing only by 5 books. The ALA saw an increase from 72% to 92% of outside groups or officials challenging titles that primarily feature people of color or LGBTQ+ characters. Some libraries in the Carolinas are impacted by these numbers. In North Carolina, state lawmakers are pushing a bill that gives parents a bigger say on books, banned or otherwise, in schools. The bill would require a public school superintendent to create a community library advisory committee, which is made up of 5 parents and 5 school employees. In South Carolina, the state's Board of Education is one of the only to ban books statewide instead of leaving it to school districts. It currently bans more than 20 different titles.
Well, the last class of graduates from Queens University donned their caps and gowns this weekend. The school is merging with Elon. This year, 495 students, 304 undergrads, and 191 graduate students proudly received their diplomas. Shalikat Weston, who serves as president of business operations for Hornet Sports and Entertainment, served as a keynote speaker. Several other universities across Carolinas also held their graduations over the weekend, including UNC Charlotte.
From uptown Charlotte to the nation's capital, CMPD officers are riding with a purpose for the next couple of days. The officers from Charlotte and the surrounding area gathered in uptown at the law enforcement building. The 2026 Ride to Honor is now underway. It's a 500-mile journey where every mile represents a life lost in the line of duty.
Riding in the memory of our fallen brothers and sisters is really a tremendous thing. It is a treasured and momentous occasion for our great state. It really honors our fallen, but it also inspires those of us who are still standing.
The riders will represent their agencies at this week's events, beginning with the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Candlelight Vigil on Wednesday. 6:20, time for a check of our pinpoint weather. How are we shaping up today, Julian?
Not too bad. Getting the information here from our pinpoint weather team. We got good news, bad news in terms of the drought conditions that we're dealing with. The good news is the drought conditions aren't going to get any worse. The bad news is we're not going to get any better. We got a 40% chance on Monday and then a 30% chance there on Wednesday as we take a look at the rain chances over the next 7 days. This is also the story. We have a kind of a colder week that we're going to be dealing with here as a cold front is starting to move in. You can take a look at that low pressure front. This is what the radar looks like for your Monday. You can see the mountain counties are going to be dealing with the rain first. Boone, Jefferson getting that wave right about now, 6:20 in the morning. By 8 a.m., you're seeing how Futurecast is going to kind of put this in motion right here. The Charlotte area around lunchtime going to start to deal with a few of those raindrops. 3 p.m., 4 p.m., 6 p.m., you're going to see it kind of move out of the way. So not going to be a major concern as we head into your evening and overnight hours. Here's a rainfall forecast. Again, not going to do too much for the drought conditions in terms of getting things better. And as I mentioned, a cooler week on tap. You're going to kind of see 63 degrees is what we're sitting at right now at 6:21 in the morning. Highs today in the Charlotte area, 73, 58 in your mountain counties in Boone and in Jefferson. Morganton a little bit warmer at 72 degrees. The lows tonight going to get down into the 40s, 49 in Charlotte, 39 in Boone and Jefferson. Taking a look at tomorrow's forecast, again, a cooler week on tap. We're not going to see the 80s, 74 in Charlotte, 75 in Concord, Salisbury, Lancaster down there at 75 degrees. Mountain forecast for you. Again, rain in the forecast for the mountain area today and on Wednesday, dealing with the chance for a few chances of thunder and lightning. Taking a look at your 7-day there again. Highest we're going to get is about 78 midweek. And then Saturday and Sunday, the 80s return. 87 on Saturday, 89 on Sunday. Annie?
Here's a live look over New York City this morning. We'll have a check of those Wall Street futures just around the corner. Business correspondent Jane King joins us in about 3 minutes. Welcome back. Amazon will now deliver some weight loss pills, and President Trump rejected the new Iran peace offer. Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, good Monday morning.
Happy Monday to you too, Annie. And the markets are reacting, but slightly, to the latest Iran news. So stock futures are pointing a bit lower. Oil is higher by about $2 a barrel. But one trader saying this morning that the market's getting used to bad news on Monday and good news by the end of the week. So maybe we're not having a big reaction to the president calling the latest Iran counteroffer totally unacceptable. Now, we did have a higher day too on Friday. In fact, the job market doing better than expected, so that gave us a boost going into the weekend. Well, Chris Wright, the energy secretary, said the Trump administration would be open to pausing the federal gas tax to give Americans some relief at the pump. As of yesterday, the average national gas price was $4.52 a gallon, according to AAA. And the small price drop that would be a result of eliminating the gas tax temporarily would probably do little to alleviate the financial pain for lower income Americans. And Novo Nordisk oral versions of its blockbuster weight loss drugs, Ozempic and Wegovy, are now available for same-day delivery on Amazon. The Ozempic pill launched last week following the January debut of the pill from Wegovy, which has delivered strong sales results. And now the CEO says more than 1 million patients have tried the Wegovy pill since its launch in January. Annie, back to you.
Wow, Jane, this doesn't surprise me in the least. It's just getting easier and easier to get access to these GLP-1 medications.
That's right. I mean, now it's in pill form and you can get it delivered. So, yeah.
The market has certainly changed, and very quickly, too, I might add. So, yeah, we'll see how much farther it can go. Thanks, Jane. We'll see you in our 8 o'clock hour.
Okay.
Heading to a break. You're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte.
Taking a look right now, the story of the day, 73-year high, but a chance for showers. We'll have more in your pinpoint forecast coming up.
When Iran finally responds to the U.S. proposal for peace, what President Trump is threatening after his latest response.
Republicans in Raleigh are still working to agree on a spending plan for North Carolina. What's causing the holdup in each chamber?
6:30 on your Monday. Good morning. Hopefully everyone had a fantastic Mother's Day weekend. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Jason Harper. Nice to have you with us. Ted is off today. You had a good Mother's Day?
Yes, it was beautiful. The weather was great. Got to
Yes, it
relax. Some great gifts, spending time with the family and friends. So it was perfect.
Jason, you guys were out on the patio,
Yeah.
huh?
We did spend a lot of time with our girls and with Angie. And I mean, this time of year, she knows that patio weather lasts for about 3 weeks.
Yep.
Before we go from 60 to like 95.
Yes.
So it's
The
like
humidity.
anytime the weather's nice, we get out there. So
Perfect.
It was fantastic. So hopefully some more of that coming this week. By the way, I'm just going to say right out of the gate, Brandon Lawson, our meteorologist, is not feeling well. So Julian is going to take over.
That's right.
Bringing our weather
I don't know about
reports.
take
Like
over.
we're not going to act like Brandon just disappeared. And so he has given you the keys to drive the weather car, Julian.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I think he put it on cruise control here. So all I have to do is not turn off the roadway and we'll be okay. Taking a look outside right now. Brandon Lawson saying we're going to have kind of a cooler week on tap, but also the story of the week. A few showers as we start things off, but nothing that's going to ruin your Monday. Taking a look at radar right now. This is what we're dealing with here as that system moves through. The colder front going to bring in a cooler week. Taking a look at radar and futurecast here. This is the timing of it. It's going to start in Jefferson and Boone in the mountain counties. And as we kind of move through your Monday morning, it's going to make its way towards the Charlotte area. About lunchtime is when they're predicting to see a few showers. Download that Pinpoint weather app to let you know when those showers are going to pop up. But again, nothing that's going to cancel your Monday plans. By evening hours and nighttime, showers are going to move out of the region. Overnight, we're going to be A-OK. Taking a look at the temperatures for today. Again, starting off in the 60s in the Charlotte area, 50s in your mountain counties. A high today going to be 73 degrees. Again, a chance of showers. Tonight, we're going to get down around 49 degrees. So a little bit chilly here. And then again, temperatures for today in the 60s. And we're talking about coming up the timing of those Monday showers a little bit more. We'll have that in the main weather coming up in about 10 minutes. Annie? Jason?
All right, here we go. See, we're just passing from one key to another. You drove the weather. I'm going to drive traffic. So here we go. Things are looking pretty good. Here's the good news right now, right? So 30 minutes ago, we were here talking about that major accident on 85 south of Brookshire Boulevard. 2 lanes were closed. In a matter of 30 minutes, it's been moved off to the shoulder. All 4 lanes are open. That is great news. And so we're going to just kind of move through this quickly. There is still a little bit of slowdowns. Well, look at that. In the last 5 minutes, that went from 20 miles an hour to 65. So that's real time. Good news on your Monday morning. We will take that. It was backed up all the way to 77. Here's a look closer to town, 77 and LaSalle Street, courtesy of our NCDOT cameras. Both stretches north and south looking good, including toll lanes moving the way it should be. Here's I-77 up near Iredell County, coming down from Lake Norman in the Cornelius area. All 8 lanes across, including toll lanes, looking good this morning. The northeast part of the city coming down from Cabarrus County, Concord, and Kannapolis. You guys are looking good. All 10 lanes across. Out west Charlotte, outside our studios, here's the 485-77 split right at Sam Wilson. That stretch looking good on I-85. And here's Independence Boulevard. Quickly, let me give you some drive times from west to east. Gastonia, you're the only stretch this morning that's starting a little bit slow on 85 northbound, but coming down from Lake Norman up from Rock Hill. You guys are good. In from Albemarle, Monroe, everyone doing what they should be doing on a Monday morning. If you need to head to the airport, now's a good time to get there. Just don't speed on your Monday. We'll give you another update coming up at the top of the 7 o'clock hour.
Well, from your roads, excuse me, from the roads to your money to who could be the next face of the city of Charlotte. It's a very busy day for Charlotte City Council members. That's why they're planning to start today's planned meeting even earlier. Their session will now begin at 4 p.m., where they will discuss whether the city should have a moratorium on data centers. During their 6:30 session, the agenda includes a resolution calling for a pause on the controversial I-77 South Express Lane project. They'll also hear the city manager's proposed budget for next year, including a property tax increase for public safety. It'll be the council's first meeting since Mayor Via Lyles announced her resignation. No word yet if the council plans to address that announcement.
President Trump is entering a critical week on the world stage.
And it comes with high-stakes talks in China, just as efforts to ease tensions in the Middle East appear to be losing momentum.
News Nation Washington correspondent Rashad Hudson has more.
The White House says diplomacy is still the goal, but President Trump is making clear that military action is still on the table if Iran does not accept the U.S.-backed peace agreement. President Trump is signaling frustration with Iran's response to a U.S. peace deal, posting on Sunday he doesn't like it, calling it totally unacceptable, but not explaining why. The U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, Mike Waltz, spoke about the president's plans.
He is giving diplomacy every chance we possibly can before going back to hostilities, but he's absolutely prepared to do that.
The growing conflict is also having a direct impact here at home, pushing gas prices higher across the U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright was pressed about this.
Ending the Iran nuclear program is a tough challenge, as you're rightfully pointing out. Is there short-term dislocation from that? Absolutely. But we need to make that trade-off, or we have a long-term threat to peace in the region.
New Jersey Democratic Senator Cory Booker says President Trump doesn't have a clear end game.
This president has no way out. This is going to go on for months, and that pain is going to continue to be felt by people he promised to lower prices for and keep us out of foreign entanglements.
And some top Trump administration officials are now floating the idea of pausing the national gas tax. Rashad Hudson, News Nation, Washington.
Russian President Vladimir Putin says that the war between Russia and Ukraine is coming to an end after more than 4 years. He says that he's open to discussion about new European security agreements. On Friday, the president announced Russia and Ukraine agreed to a 3-day ceasefire to coincide with Russia's Victory Day celebrations. Both sides accused one another of breaking the U.S. brokered ceasefire yesterday. The remains of a U.S. Army soldier with ties here to North Carolina had been found. 2 soldiers were reported missing back on May 2nd after participating in military exercises in Morocco. 27-year-old First Lieutenant Kendrick Key was one of 2 soldiers who fell off a cliff during a hike while off duty. He graduated from Methodist University in Fayetteville. Military teams are still searching for the second soldier.
State lawmakers are 3 weeks into their short session in Raleigh, and they still have not reached a deal on a budget. Top Republicans say they do see a path towards a deal, but major disagreements are keeping them from crossing the finish line. State Capitol reporter Shabnam Dinesh explains.
Behind closed doors, House and Senate Republicans are still trying to hash out a state budget.
No agreement yet, but I'll say I think we've made substantial progress.
House Speaker Dustin Hall says disagreements over tax cuts and state employee pay are still holding up a final deal.
All of our proposals have given what we think are really high raises for all state employees and teachers, especially those critical areas like state troopers, where we've fallen behind compared to other states.
The House is also pushing a constitutional amendment to limit property tax increases after county reappraisals. Supporters say it would give homeowners relief from skyrocketing reappraisals, while critics say it could limit funding for schools and local services. Senate Leader Phil Berger says the Senate is reviewing the idea.
We are looking at it. I think there's support for that, or at least that concept.
Democrats say they've been left out of discussions altogether.
We all hear the rumors that come out from behind those closed doors once in a while about what's, there's progress and then there's not progress, and it kind of goes back and forth. But all of it's very much in the hands of very few people.
Berger says a joint agreement is still the goal, but with time running short, the Senate is prepared to move forward on its own.
Because if we don't go ahead and get started on that process and we wait until we get an agreement so that we can get started, there's no way you're going to meet a deadline of the end of June.
Hall says he still believes both chambers can reach a joint agreement.
I don't think it's really constructive for each side to fire off their own bills.
State Senator Lisa Grafstein says working families will pay the consequences if a deal can't be reached.
We don't have a budget. The food banks don't get money. So that kind of thing simply continues on. There's also, obviously in education, teachers are not getting raises, state employees are not getting raises.
And that was Shabnam Dinesh reporting. Lawmakers have less than 2 months before the new fiscal year begins on July 1st. If they can't come to an agreement, current spending levels will continue. Senator Grafstein says that Democrats have filed a bill that would strip lawmakers of pay if they cannot come up with an agreement by then. A new bill in the General Assembly would ask voters to decide whether to keep corporate donations out of North Carolina politics. It would put a constitutional amendment on the November ballot, aimed at banning corporations from spending money to influence state elections. Political groups would still be allowed to take money from individuals. The bill's sponsors say it's a response to a Supreme Court decision that expanded corporate political spending. The measure would also require more disclosure of political donors.
Well, another road course and another SVG win. We're breaking down the race at Watkins Glen and the path to victory. Shane Van Gisbergen is once again celebrating. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. Welcome back. The Hornets Lottery Sunday went as many expected.
And the Truist Championship ended with a new PGA Tour winner.
Carolina Sports Live's Gabe McDonald has those stories in your morning sports.
Well, the Hornet season has been over for a few weeks, so we now turn the page to the next season and who will be the newest to wear the purple and teal. Sunday in the Windy City as ping pong balls decided the future for many teams across the NBA. That, of course, includes the Hornets, who had last year's 4th overall pick, Con Knippel, in the building to represent the team. Charlotte, though, ultimately didn't move up in the lottery. The Hornets entered with a 98% chance to land the 14th pick, and that's where they ended up. Charlotte currently has 2 first-round picks in this year's draft, 14th and 18th. The team still doesn't have a second rounder. Now, if the Hornets stay put at 14, it will be their first time drafting in that spot in franchise history. Hornets president of basketball ops Jeff Peterson loves the amount of flexibility that the team has with the extra draft capital, not only this year, but in the coming years as well.
Allows us to be flexible. It adds some optionality in terms of being able to trade up, trade back, you can move out. So it's always good to have options in life. And again, even if we stay put, we're confident that we'll get 2 really good players there. I wouldn't necessarily focus on a position right at this point. I think it's more of just the traits that you just talked about that we saw, and the guys that we drafted last year with Liam, Ryan, Sion, Khan. They're all competitive. They all care deeply about basketball. Basketball's a priority for them. Every night they go to bed thinking, how can I get better? So those are the types of guys that we want to continue to bring into the Hornets organization.
Heading over to Quail Hollow now for round 4 of the 2026 Truist Championship from Sunday. Wake Forest grad Alex Fitzpatrick headed into the day at the top of the leaderboard, but after a bogey followed by a double bogey on holes 2 and 3 respectively, that quickly changed. He fell throughout the final round, but was able to get back on track on the back 9 and lead with 3 birdies in 4 holes. Ricky Fowler, the winner of the Truist Championship in 2012, held on to the top spot for a little bit, but it was Chris Radin who would emerge with a birdie on the 15th hole and hold on to that lead to secure his first win on the PGA Tour. Certainly a historic moment for him as he gets that first ever win, and definitely a special day for Chris Radin on Sunday at the course. And now the Cup Series in NASCAR heads it over for All-Star Weekend. Lots to look forward to with the biggest names at the track at the Monster Mile. And coming up on Carolina Sports Live tonight at 11, Charlotte FC haven't had a tally in the win column since mid-April. We'll see how they look to get back on track as we'll hear from head coach Dean Smith on the state of the team and all that and more coming up on CSL at 11 coming up tonight on CSL.
Well, it's a repeat at the Glen. 2025 Watkins Glen winner Shane Van Gisbergen started on the pole yesterday and ended the race in first place for the second straight year. A late race pit stop caused some concerns that he wouldn't be able to pull it off, but the New Zealander was able to move through the field after returning to the road course down 29 seconds. He moved back to the top spot within just 17 laps. SVG has now won 7 Cup Series races, all of them taking place on road courses.
The Panthers are hoping for an easier road to the playoffs this season with their schedule release this coming Thursday. We already know the Panthers will be playing the Arizona Cardinals in the 2026 Pro Football Hall of Fame game on Thursday, August 6th in Canton, Ohio. However, that game is really just a preseason matchup. Other highlights around the league include the San Francisco 49ers and Los Angeles Rams meeting in Melbourne, Australia in Week 1. Plus a game between the Baltimore Ravens and Dallas Cowboys in Rio de Janeiro in Week 3.
The future of the Hickory Crawdads is up in the air after a fire at their stadium over the weekend. The 2-alarm fire happened while several scout groups were sleeping on the field. Officials say they saw smoke coming from the visitors' clubhouse. The fire was contained and no one was hurt, but the clubhouse was heavily damaged. Games on Saturday and Sunday were canceled.
See what the damage is and kind of go from there. At the end of the day, there was no injuries, no one was involved, and everyone's safe, and that's the thing we rejoice. Things can be rebuilt or re-put back together, but lives can't. So just appreciative and look at the positives from that aspect.
Team officials say the fire was caused by an electrical issue. 6:47, getting another check of our pinpoint weather on this Monday. How are we shaping up today?
Not too bad, Annie, as I'm pinch hitting for meteorologist Brandon Lawson. Sitting at home was feeling a little bit under the weather. Take a look at the rain chances over the next 7 days. We have a slight chance for rain on this Monday and then again on Wednesday. Not going to do too much for our drought conditions, but not going to make them worse either. Taking a look here, story of the day, cold front moving in. That's going to set up for a cooler week as we take a look at radar right now. Dealing with this, the rain starting in our mountain counties as we give a look right here, 6:48 the time. You can see areas like Jefferson, Boone, Elk Knob already dealing with some rainfall as we put Futurecast in motion. The mountain county is going to get it first, and then around midday is when that's going to move through the Charlotte area. As you can see right there, areas like Rock Hill may see a stray clap of thunder and lightning, but by the time we get into our evening hours, things should be A-OK moving into your overnight. Taking a look at the rainfall forecast, not getting much over the next 5 days. Again, not helping with that drought situation. Temperatures here on your Monday morning starting off in the 60s if you're in Charlotte, Monroe, Lancaster dealing with 55 degrees, mountain counties 55 in Jefferson, 53 over there in Boone. Today's highs 73 in Charlotte, 76 in Rock Hill, getting a little warmer there, 81 in Chirac. Still a little bit cooler in the mountain counties. Lows tonight 49. 30s in the mountain counties in Boone and Jefferson. Tomorrow's highs taking a look, 74 degrees. Again, a kind of a milder week on tap for us. Mountain forecast there. Today, dealing with the chances for lightning and thunder, and then Wednesday again. Besides that, not going to be too bad. 7-day forecast showing those rain chances on Wednesday, and then the heat returns on the weekend. 87 on Saturday, 89 on Sunday. Watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte. I'll be right back after the break. Well, he might have some good moves, but he also caused a bit of a disturbance on his last flight. The dancing robot Bebop comes from Elite Event Robotics. He took a flight with one of the employees with the company on Southwest Airlines. That's what he envisioned he'd be doing. That employee bought a ticket for himself and won for the 4-foot-tall robot from Oakland, San Diego. But technically, Bebop was treated as a large carry-on, so Bebop couldn't sit in the aisle seat that he got booked for. Then Bebop's lithium battery had to be taken out since it violated the airline policy. Get this, the flight eventually left over an hour late.
Oh, poor Bebop.
Right?
Give him the seat that they paid for.
Let Bebop sit there.
I've been trying to feel sorry for him and everyone on this flight, but from the get-go, I just realized that this 4-foot robot dances so much better than I do.
So now you have anger towards Bebop?
Yeah, now you're
I do.
You don't get a seat because you're a better dancer.
Yeah, now I'm really jealous.
I'm just trying to think, what did the owner say to Bebop when he had to take out the battery? Like,
What do you say?
Hey, Bebop.
I'm going to have to.
You're just going to take a little nap.
Bebop dances.
Oh man.
Bebop dances so well.
Oh no, I can't.
Bebop, no sit in the aisle.
Somehow we are.
Sad. Bebop is sad.
I think
Bebop
we're out
go
of
home.
time. We're out of time.
Bebop go sleep.
We're out of time. Julian's in timeout. We'll be back in a couple minutes.
Bebop loves you.
Happy Monday, everyone. Psychologists are highlighting the challenges that parents face this Mental Health Month. Parenting can be a challenge, but those challenges can also be amplified if guardians aren't in a positive state of mind. Psychology experts say that a parent's well-being can influence their children's emotional regulation. They say when parents put their well-being on the back burner, it can negatively impact a child's development.
When parents are struggling with their mental health, we might see kids experience anxiety or mood disturbances or behavioral challenges, right? But what's really important is also on the flip side. When our caregivers are doing well, it's one of the strongest predictors of positive outcomes in children's lives.
Psychologists also encourage parents to seek help if they need it, whether that's day-to-day talks from family members or friends to professional help. If you or someone you know is facing a mental health crisis, there are always ways that you can get help. You can call or message the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline anytime, day or night, at 988. We are right around the corner from 7 o'clock. I can see it, I can smell it, and it's smelling like bacon and eggs on this Monday morning. Don't go anywhere as we kick off our 7 o'clock hour. Roads, money, and new leadership. Just some of the topics that we can expect to hear the Charlotte City Council discuss in Uptown today. We take a look at what those impacts could be.
A family split apart after choosing not to wait for federal agents to deport them. What the father is saying about the decision to instead self-deport.
Plus, a busy Truist Championship at Quail Hollow with plenty of leaderboard changes throughout the week and how a first-time winner ended up passing some of the favorites.
Queen City News starts now.
Good Monday morning, everyone. We are almost hitting 7 o'clock on the nose. Hope you had a great weekend. Happy post-Mother's Day if you had a chance to spend or at least talk to your mom. Hope it was a fantastic weekend. Thanks for joining us. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador, meteorologist. Ted Phaeton is off today, enjoying some vacation. Jason, I said a really great Mother's Day yesterday. Yeah. What I've been told from the Pinpoint Weather Team, meteorologist Brandon Lawson had to send him home today, not feeling too well. Things looking pretty good right now, but we're going to have a cooler week, and here is the main story of the week. A few showers to start off your Monday. Nothing that's going to cancel your Monday plans, so just want to have an umbrella handy as we take a look here. Radar, that cold front moving in, that's going to set the story for a colder week. Taking a look at radar right now and putting it into Futurecast. 6:59 the time right now. You can see the mountain areas already dealing with some of that rainfall there. As we move through your Monday morning, going to have some rainfall as we get towards about 11 noon. Going through the Charlotte, Rock Hill, Chester area, but that's going to move out pretty quickly. 2 p.m., some stray showers. By evening hours, you're looking A-OK. Monday night, no worries into the overnight hours. Taking a look at the current temperatures right now, 63 in Charlotte, 55 in Jefferson, 53 in Boone, 59 down there in Chester, 55 over there in Cheraw. Today's high, we're going to get to 73 degrees. Stray chance of showers through midday. Tonight's lows, 49 degrees, feeling a little bit chilly. Again, a colder week on tap compared to last week. We'll give you another look at your forecast coming up in about 13 minutes. Annie?
From the roads to your money to who could be the next face of the city of Charlotte, it is a very busy day on tap for Charlotte City Council members. That's why they're planning to start today's planned meetings earlier. Their session will now begin at 4 p.m., where they'll discuss whether the city should have a moratorium on data centers. Then during their 6:30 session, that agenda includes a resolution calling for a pause on the controversial I-77 South Express Lane project. They'll also hear the city manager's proposed budget for next year, including a property tax increase for public safety. It'll be the first council meeting since Mayor Vi Lyles announced her resignation last week. No word yet if the council plans to address that announcement.
Breaking this morning, fire crews in Rowan County are investigating a large overnight house fire.
This happened on Saw Road, that's up in China Grove, right near State Road 152. Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is on the way to that scene right now. As soon as she arrives and gets some information, we will bring that to you here on air.
Police say a suspect who was on the run from police was found hiding in the ceiling in a Gastonia hospital. Officials say 2 people had stolen 2 motorcycles, which triggered license plate readers. A short time later, they crashed at a dead end of Melvin Drive and they ran away, starting a chase. Gastonia police deployed K9 Bo to help find those suspects. They found Peyton Beatty in the bushes. Bo then tracked Christopher Hooper to Claremont Regional Medical Center. The hospital was put on lockdown during that search, and crews found Hooper in a drop-down ceiling of the hospital, and he was arrested. That lockdown was then lifted. Charlotte police are investigating a double homicide after 2 people were killed on Roswell's Ferry Road. Officers responded to a call about an assault with a deadly weapon, finding 1 person dead at the scene and another who later died at the hospital. Police have identified the victim as Tiante Morrison and Keith Wallace. No details on if there are any suspects in custody. Police are asking anyone with information to go ahead and call them or Crime Stoppers.
Iranian officials are rejecting the latest U.S. peace proposal, saying that they want full control over the Strait of Hormuz, an end to U.S. sanctions, and the release of seized Iranian assets. On social media, President Trump called Iran's response totally unacceptable, but didn't release any more information. He has said that any peace deal will have to include restrictions on Iran's nuclear program. President Trump has threatened to resume bombing in Iran if a peace deal isn't reached soon. For now, a ceasefire is still in place, but it was tested over the weekend when a drone ignited a small fire on a ship off Qatar. United Arab Emirates and Kuwait also reported drones entering their airspace. The UAE said that they shot down 2 that they believe Iran sent. No deaths were reported.
Dozens of passengers struck by a hantavirus outbreak are being flown back to their home countries or have already arrived. Americans on board the ship will soon arrive at a quarantine center in Nebraska. Planes have arrived in the Netherlands, France, and Spain, all carrying passengers exposed to the virus. More than a dozen Americans are headed to the National Quarantine Unit in Omaha, Nebraska. Nebraska Senator Pete Ricketts says the quarantine unit has dealt with COVID and Ebola and is fully equipped to deal with the hantavirus too. The World Health Organization is recommending people exposed get weeks of active medical follow-up.
Our recommendations are that everyone who goes back to their home country is followed up with active follow-up for 42 days. This would include checks, health checks by authorities, and either be quarantined at home or quarantined in a medical facility.
Flights are expected to continue through today for passengers and crew members still on board.
Immigrants in Charlotte say federal agents are still detaining people who are here illegally, but some families have chosen not to wait for that to happen. Queen City News reporter David Schumann sat down with a father and a husband who's decided to self-deport.
Andres is alone in Charlotte. His wife and 2 children, ages 9 and 15, self-deported to their home country, Colombia, in March.
It's a very difficult decision because we don't want to leave. We love this nation.
North Carolina has been the family's adopted home since 2015, when they arrived on tourist visas, then chose to stay. They pay taxes, and Andres has built a career as a photographer. He says they never felt unwelcome until President Donald Trump took office last year. It was the worst for his teenage daughter.
Knowing that maybe my dad or my mom, they're going to be detained, who is going to be taking care of that? So that was her panic attacks. It is very hard to know that your kids are under this pressure.
The Department of Homeland Security claims more than 2 million people self-deported in Trump's first year. DHS offers $2,600 to do so and a free flight out through their CBP Home app. A spokesperson said in a statement to Queen City News, "We encourage every person here illegally to take advantage of this offer and reserve the chance to come back to the U.S. the right legal way to live the American dream. If not, you will be arrested and deported without a chance to return."
A very strong message that this is a unwelcome time to be
non-citizen in the United States.
Emmanuel Gomez Gonzalez with Siembra NC, an organization supporting the state's immigrant community, says they know of about a dozen cases in the last couple months in which people who are detained sign away their right to a trial, choosing to leave the U.S. instead.
Because detention is really that much of a pressure on people to expedite their process.
Andres now faces a different kind of pressure. He says his daughter's having difficulty adjusting to life in Colombia, and they're all struggling being apart. Andres says he'll be joining his family by the end of the year.
This government is attacking us and separating families. Why they just give the promises of picking up the criminals? We are contributing to this country and we are doing very good things for this nation. It is very sad.
In Charlotte, David Schumann, Queen City News.
All right, it is 7:07. Let's take a look at our pinpoint traffic now that we are officially in rush hour. That started about 7 minutes ago. Not too many accidents, or I should say issues. Not all of these are accidents. Some is just volume picking up. Got a string of them along 85. At least it appears that it's on 85. You could zoom in there, and a lot of these are on some secondary roads and just some traffic issues, but not causing any really bad backups. The good news is that earlier one on 85 South near Brookshire Boulevard cleared about 30 minutes ago. Let's take a look at 77 at LaSalle Street. Traffic on the right-hand side. Those 4 lanes starting to slow down once you go under LaSalle Street and try to work your way into Uptown. A little bit slow unless you're in the toll lanes this morning. Let's go up coming down from Lake Norman this morning, coming down from Cornelius on the left-hand side, those 4 lanes. Coming down there on 77 southbound, looking good. Let's flip it on the other end of 77, right at the South Carolina state line. Here's the 485-77 split, 485 on the left-hand side, a little bit slow right there near Carowinds. Outside our studios in West Charlotte, here's 85 north and south at Sam Wilson, where it splits 485. Things are looking good so far. Here's your drive times. A little bit slow coming up 85. That is to be expected, but you're looking good coming down from Mooresville, up from South Carolina. You guys are all in good shape. Here's coming down 85 from Cabarrus County near Concord Mills exit. That stretch is looking good. Independence Boulevard, same can be said there. Here are your drive times, and from Albemarle, up 74 from Monroe and Union County. Everyone in good shape. Just don't speed. You don't want to start the week off with a speeding ticket. We'll give you another update around 7:30. Good morning, May Kay.
All right, Jason, I have a question for you. Have you seen them? The Trump administration released its first batch of declassified UFO files on war.gov/UFO. The website received 340 million hits within the first few hours. I'm May Kay Bueller. Coming up, a peek at some of the videos possibly related to unexplained sightings and encounters. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Stay with us.
Welcome back. Time is almost 7:12. Have you seen them? Last Friday, the Trump administration released its first batch of declassified UFO UAP files on war.gov/UFO.
The Pentagon says the website received 340 million hits in just the first 12 hours.
I know who one of those hits was. Chief Transportation Correspondent, pilot, host of the original program, We Are Not Alone, May K. Beeler, started talking about it last week when this announcement came out. Did it live up to the hype?
We have been waiting for this, folks, since February. Did it live up to the hype? Yes and no. Okay, so the Age of Disclosure filmmaker Dan Hara, he says we are, quote, in the middle of a major turning point in human history, end quote. Now, this is one of the clearest images of a UFO included in the file. So look at this. It resembles an 8-pointed star, or I call it a Christmas tree topper. Now, the video footage was taken by an infrared sensor aboard a U.S. military platform in 2013. What do you think? Now, when browsing through files like this one, the Pentagon encourages the public to draw its own conclusions. All right, other video shows a UFO flying through what appears to be a wind farm. Now, this is over the water. We don't know how high we are with this particular video. But there are other videos, some of the most eyebrow-raising videos. Look at this. Go back to the 60s and 70s with the Apollo astronauts capturing images of UFOs in space as viewed from the surface of the moon. And there are also transcripts that I listened to in audio files of astronauts Frank Borman and Jim Lovell describing seeing UFOs from their space capsule Gemini 7 in low Earth orbit. Now, lots of this stuff, well, there's a lot to go through. And I have to say that it's fascinating. And this is huge. Whether I think it's impressive or not doesn't matter. This is a huge move. The government said they would release them. So far, we know more is coming.
Okay. I mean, it's interesting to see, and they're saying draw your own conclusions. May K, what are your thoughts on what you saw?
A lot of this I've seen before. I'm not an expert, but you know I do We Are Not Alone, the episode. I'm a little disappointed, but more is coming. And Ted Burchett, the representative from Tennessee, says that he has seen a lot of the images we haven't seen yet that are coming, and he says they will keep you up at night.
Oh.
I don't like that.
Is there enough in these released files to help answer the question, are we alone? Do aliens exist? Or do you need to see more?
I have to see more.
Yeah.
I mean, there are reports that there were bodies at Roswell in 1947 of aliens. We need to see those.
Right.
Okay.
Right? We need to see those. Were there UFOs, you know, that they saw from the moon? Yeah, those are UFOs, but we don't know if they're from another galaxy. They might be from Russia or China. You know what I mean? We don't know. We need to see more. I am excited about this. I can't wait to see more, and I'm glad that the government started releasing them because they said they would and they did.
Yeah.
So I think that's a big deal.
Yeah, and these are videos that most of we've never seen before, right? We've seen a lot of the ones that they kind of put out there here and there.
We're used
to that, but that one with the star is something I've never seen.
Yeah, that's
before.
crazy
That's
looking.
the
Wow.
clearest
And
thing.
it's so clear. And the New York Times put a statement out saying a lot of these are just blobs that could be anything. That's why the tree topper, I call it the Christmas tree topper, is impressive because it's clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't, I was thinking, well, maybe it's some kind of solar flare. It doesn't look like that. It looks very symmetrical and,
yeah,
but,
we
you know, I don't know.
We don't know. So We Are Not Alone, the latest episode, is out now. You can watch that on our Queen City News YouTube channel and Queen City News Plus. We did a special little segment about this on Friday. It is fascinating. I am excited, a little disappointed. But go to the website for yourself. We want you to look for yourself and see what you think. Yeah, war.gov/UFO.
Real quick, May K, you know a lot of people who are in the community who follow this.
Mm-hmm.
Did they feel vindicated by this, saying, okay, we told you so? Or what does it sense when they kind of feel like you too?
The folks I spoke with feel like me.
Oh, okay.
They go, eh.
It's a start, but we already knew this.
It's a start, but we've already seen this stuff.
Okay.
Bring on the bodies.
Let's dig a little deeper.
Bring on the spacecraft that crashed.
Yeah.
So it's exciting, you have to admit.
Yeah,
It
it's
is.
a start.
All right, stay tuned.
We will. All right,
All right.
okay, thank you.
All right, stay tuned for this as well. Leaders in Washington state are preparing for a new redistricting fight just days after Tennessee decided to redraw their maps. Democrats are looking to pass their own mid-cycle map to protect their seats, and legislative leaders might strip power from the state commission to do so. All eyes are on the state Supreme Court right now. The justice will hear arguments on Thursday. They must decide if a newly drawn map can go into effect. Republicans hope a decision against the map could trigger a domino effect. They want to throw out several Democratic-leaning districts. A final decision will likely come before the end of the month.
These conversations come as Tennessee is poised to get rid of the state's one Democratic-held congressional seat. The NAACP filed an emergency lawsuit after the redistricting plan was signed into law last week. The new map breaks the state's largest black district, which is Memphis, into 3 pieces. Republicans say they have the legal right to redraw lines mid-decade, but people living in the area say the changes just don't make sense.
The weirdest thing is the fact here I sit on one side of my street and my neighbors across the street are in a different district. I mean, my bass player in my band is across the street and he's in a different district than me.
The city is now split into 3 Republican-leaning seats. The move slices up the majority black district and bounds it to majority white rural and conservative communities with the new district lines.
Closer to home, South Carolina is already getting in on that action. House Republicans want to push the June primary back to August. The delay gives them time to finish their new congressional map. The plan targets Congressman Jim Clyburn's district for a total redraw. It's the only Democratic district in the state House, House leaders will present the final map to a committee soon. Senate leaders will decide the bill's final fate this week. Governor Henry McMaster has indicated that he will not call for a special session if lawmakers cannot figure out redistricting before the session ends. An online campaign to bring back Spirit Airlines has now raised $337 million. TikTok creator Hunter Peterson posted a video encouraging people to help save the budget carrier through crowdfunding. That video has been viewed at least 7 million times. He hopes if enough people chip in, the airline can be brought back.
A motorcyclist in Canada is now recovering after a crash left him with serious injuries. My gosh, that doesn't even look possible. Look at this. He left his bike hanging from a traffic light. That was the scene. This is near Vancouver Saturday afternoon. Investigators say the bike hit a car head on, then the rider and the bike went flying into the air. The motorcyclist is expected to be okay. What a miracle, by the way. The driver of the other car also not injured. My gosh, never seen that in my entire life. All right, coming up on 7:20, we know meteorologist Brandon Lawson. Ironic, feeling under the weather since we're talking weather. So Julian, pinch hitting for him. What do we need to know for today, Julian?
Sadly, this is going to be my last one. We have meteorologist Andrew Brightman in the building, so he'll be taking over in just a bit. But here's the story right now. Rain chances on your Monday. Nothing that's going to ruin your Monday plans. We're going to have the Pinpoint weather app handy there to track when those rain showers are going to be coming in. Wednesday, also a chance for rain, but not going to do much for the drought that we're dealing with. Taking a look at radar, this is a cold front that's going to kind of bring in a cooler week than what we saw last week. Let's go ahead and take a look right now at current radar. At 7 a.m. this morning, you can see the rain starting to hit the mountain counties as we take a look right now. Current time right there, Jefferson dealing with some of that rain, Banner Elk as well. Let's put Futurecast in motion for you. As you can see, as we go throughout your Monday, the Charlotte area going to be dealing with some of that rain as we get through noon, 2 p.m. Rock Hill, not ruling out a stray chance for some lightning and some thunder as we go through your Monday. But by the time we get into the evening hours here, we're looking a lot better. 7 p.m., 8 p.m., 9 p.m., 10 p.m. You're going to see the rain kind of move out of the area. Taking a look the next 5 days, again, not going to do much for the drought conditions there. As you can see, the rainfall forecast looking at the week. Current temperatures right now, 63 in Charlotte, 59 in Chester, 61 Rockingham, 53 out there in Boone, 58 in Morganton. Today's highs, 73 in Charlotte, getting a little warmer down there in Lancaster at 79 degrees. degrees, 58 in Jefferson. Lows for tonight getting a little bit chilly. 49 degrees in Charlotte, 49 in Rock Hill, 48 in Monroe, 39 in Boone as they dip into the 30s. Tomorrow's high again, kind of looking at the same thing, mid 70s here for most of the area, 60s in the mountain counties. As you take a look at your mountain forecast for the weekend, again, lightning and thunder today on tap, 90% chance of rain Wednesday. Rain chances return. And taking a look at the 7-day forecast for you, again, dealing with the 70s, but we're going to get a little bit hotter. The heat comes back, 87 on Saturday, 89 on Sunday. We'll have more weather coming up in about 10 minutes. You're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back after the break. Welcome back. Time almost 7:25 as we take you up there to New York City. Market futures right now slightly mixed, really relatively unchanged as we take a look at them right now. Nothing really moving the needle right now. Markets ended last week on a high note yesterday. The Dow Jones up slightly, but the NASDAQ up over 1.5 points. S&P 500 up almost a full point. We're going to talk with Jane King coming up in about an hour. She'll join us live from the New York Stock Exchange with more on the markets at 8:25. All right, get this. Some injured veterans in Georgia got the experience of a lifetime swimming with sharks.
As I was swimming forward, and the next thing you know, I'm going backwards, and I realized whale sharks right below me. And then I looked back and saw that tail coming back and forth. And I thought, well, maybe I better move over.
Yeah, maybe I'll move over. I would move over as fast as I could. The program is part of the Georgia Aquarium's Military Salute program. The initiative, which offers a dive in the 6-million-gallon tank, takes place every Wednesday with different veterans organizations.
Wow. Many of the wounded veterans that take part say it is the first time they've been able to have an adventure like that in years.
It's difficult for me to get out of the house. It's not because my wife can't take me. It's because there's so few places that I can actually go. And in our small town of Greenwood, South Carolina.
And then just watching him go, my heart went like, it was really an emotional moment. So it was awesome to see him in the water and having fun. He didn't want to come out, but it's time to go home.
Yeah, that's emotional. I don't know if I'd be excited for my loved one who's out there or just mortified. Like, I mean, they're within a foot of a shark.
I think those are the good. They're all
the
sharks
good
are good.
sharks?
That's
Those
the
are the
good
good
sharks.
ones.
No,
Yeah.
but the ones that are a little bit like more passive, right? It's not like they're swimming in a tank with a great white shark.
Yeah,
Like
or
nurse
tiger
sharks-
shark or something
Yeah,
like
I think
that.
those are like. I think that's a whale shark, and so they're kind of just a little bit more chill. They're more
Do they have,
Yeah.
do they have shark CBD gummies or something? You know, like you give dogs and stuff.
Pump
They get
those up.
nervous.
Give 'em
I'm
some
just
calming
saying, maybe
treats
you
to make
throw
them just be
some
like, hey.
some
Mix it
CBD
with the
chum out
There
there.
you go. Yeah, make sure they're nice and chilled out before you get in the water with them.
But that's a cool program. I mean,
Wow.
veterans deserve the world, and just getting to go on an adventure, right?
Oh my gosh, yeah.
That's really cool. I've heard the Georgia Aquarium is awesome. I haven't been.
It
yet.
is.
I
It
need to
is
take a
incredible. I've been fortunate to take my girls a couple of times, and I could be wrong on the data, but about 10 years ago, it was the largest single pane glass in the world. Is the front of this aquarium. So to stand there, it's breathtaking. So if you ever get a chance to go, I highly recommend
All
it.
right, on the list.
Yeah, exactly.
Put it on the bucket list.
Okay.
All right, it is almost 7:30. Beautiful start to the day on this Monday. Thank you for watching. We'll be right back.
All right, 7:30 on your Monday morning. Good morning, and thank you so much for kicking your day off here with us. I'm Andy Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Jason Harper. Nice to have you with us. Hope you had a great weekend. Meteorologist Ted Payton off today. Meteorologist, Andrew Brightman is now here, but Brandon Lawson was here this morning, not feeling great. You get the gold star of the day. Andrew.
He took it from Julian, though.
You did.
He took his time to shine.
I was watching
I'm not
Julian.
mad
I've
at
got a
all.
little. I was writing down some feedback for Julian. Next
Oh, I
time.
bet you did.
Okay. Is the list like this long?
I was impressed. We'll work on some of the transitions a little bit here once we get past.
Fair enough.
All right.
Bravo, Julian. But yeah, we have got a little bit of an unsettled Monday morning here across the Carolinas, especially once we get up into the mountains. We'll see a few scattered showers out there, and not nearly as beautiful as what we had here on your Mother's Day across the Carolinas. We got comfortable temperatures this week. It's not going to be getting very toasty until once we get to the weekend. That's when we're tracking temperatures getting back up towards the mid and even upper 80s here across portions of the Carolinas. It's going to be getting dramatically warmer once we get to your Saturday and Sunday. Right now, this morning, 62 degrees, calm conditions, 2 points in the middle 50s here ahead of that front that's going to be moving on through. Pinpoint radar, watching some of these showers off to our north and west as we get near Boone. That is what's going to be moving into the Central Carolinas as we go throughout this morning, really into the afternoon hours for us here in Charlotte. We'll see those showers start to push in and down into the Santas as we go throughout the rest of the day. But going to be more of a nuisance than really a major rainmaker and type of major drought relief that we could see across the region. Likely not going to be in the cards from the system. Temperatures upper 50s to middle 60s out there, low to mid 50s. We head up towards the mountains. Bus stop forecast this morning should be dry here across the region, but we will see some showers as we get towards the middle part of your Monday. I'll be talking more about that along with what we're expecting here as we go throughout the rest of this week and heading into the weekend. Coming up with my full pinpoint forecast in just a few minutes.
Andrew, thank you, sir. Appreciate that. 7:32. Let's step outside and take a look at our pinpoint traffic. Beautiful day on tap, so hopefully your vehicle is set, ready to go. Listen, it is Motorcycle Awareness Month. So even if you don't drive a two-wheeler or a three-wheeler for that matter, just be careful of those that are out there and just make sure you see them and give them the respect on the road that they deserve. As we're looking around the crowd, 5 or 6 different incidents, none of these causing major delays. Volume is picking up, but it's really not too bad what we normally see on a 7:30 half hour. So we will take it this morning as we look around the crowd and look at some of the NCDOT cameras this morning. Drive times coming in from Gastonia, down from Lake Norman, up from Rock Hill. They're not terrible. I mean, they're all under half an hour, which is kind of rare, like I said, at 7:30. This is traffic 77 southbound on the left-hand side. Those lanes, including toll lanes, zooming along, trying to work their way under LaSalle and then closer into Uptown. Here is coming down from Iredell County, Mooresville, Cornelius, down 77. Slow traffic you can see on the left-hand side. Unless you're in the toll lanes, they are just zooming along. A little closer to town, 77 near Sunset. This is not too far from 485 on the north side of the city. All directions looking good this morning. Here's down near the state line, struggling at about 10-15 miles an hour. There's right couple of lanes as people are merging from the right-hand side. Here's drive times from the other side. Concord, Albemarle, Union County coming up from Monroe on 74 this morning, working their way in. Here's 85 outside our studios in West Charlotte, right at the 485-77 split, coming down from Concord Mills. Pretty much every direction is actually looking pretty good. We'll give you another update at the top of the hour.
Breaking this morning, fire crews in Rowan County are investigating a large overnight house fire.
This happened on Saw Road up in China Grove, right near State Road 152.
Here's a live look at the scene right now. We are still waiting on an update from the fire chief. You can see crews are on scene there. No visible flames, just smoke still coming from that home. Savannah Rudisell is checking in with the chief to learn exactly what happened. We will hopefully have more information for you when we check in with her throughout the rest of the morning. Well, from roads to your money, who could also be the next face of the city of Charlotte? Charlotte City Council members certainly have a jam-packed Monday on tap. That's why they're starting their meetings a little bit early tonight, by about 2.5 hours. They'll be holding a special session at 4 p.m. where they will be discussing whether the city should have a moratorium on data centers. Then during their normal 6:30 discussion, they will talk about a resolution calling for a pause on the controversial I-77 South Express Lane project. They'll also hear the city manager's proposed budget for next year, including a property tax increase for public safety. It'll also be the first council meeting since Mayor Vi Lyles announced that she would be resigning in June. No word yet if the council plans to address that announcement. More heated debate among Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board members Friday over the budget for the next school year. Discussions have spanned weeks, and now district leaders have less than a week to send their proposal to the County Commission. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell shares the current obstacles for the $2.1 billion plan.
Board is not asking these questions to put the district in any situation that is not financially sound.
I know that you're
that can't be the soundbite.
I know that
that cannot be the soundbite.
What I am trying to explain to you is there are choices to make. There's going to be trade-offs. There is no extra.
Another heated Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools Board meeting with board members apparently still not happy with the revised budget that Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill has presented to them.
I'm going to say this out loud. Absolutely, you know more than we do. Hopefully, internally and within us, can clearly see that none of us are stupid on this dais. We're saying that you're not changing your recommendation, then I don't know what we're doing here.
Crystal Hill will do anything that the board asks me to do.
Since rejecting Hill's first $2.1 billion budget for the next fiscal year, which includes 3% raises for most teachers, board members have concerns about potential cuts to positions like bus drivers, lunch monitors, and funding for mental health.
There are other areas that the board can cut. They're just as painful or more painful than this.
Another point made by Dr. Hill Friday is that if the North Carolina General Assembly approves teacher pay raises that are bigger than 3%, the district could find itself in a messy situation.
When we are tinkering with staffing and moving staff here and moving staff here, it might go smooth sailing today, but you're either going to pay now or we're going to pay later.
And that was Matt Stell reporting. By the end of the hour of that 4-hour meeting, tempers had cooled a bit, and the board asked Dr. Hill and her staff to work through the past weekend on their lingering concerns before the board has to vote on the budget tomorrow.
A man already serving a life sentence for a Charlotte murder is getting more prison time for 3 additional killings.
To the plea arrangement, a minimum term of 264, a maximum term of 329 months.
That is Superior Court Judge William Bell sentencing Stephen Staples to more than 22 years in prison for 3 counts of second-degree murder, among other charges. He entered the guilty pleas to those counts Friday, all part of a month-and-a-half-long crime spree that started in late 2019. Staples is already serving a sentence of life without parole after his November conviction in the murder of Scott Brooks, a co-owner of Noda's Brooks Sandwich House. The brother of a victim in one of Friday's cases says he has mercy for Staples now, 7 years later.
Like, it gave me closure because I literally got to physically see him, look into his eyes and tell him I love him and I forgive him. I don't know, some people may not be where I'm at spiritually, where they could do that.
Staples' new prison time will run concurrently with the life sentence in the Brooks case and another for the murder of a Hickory man.
A North Carolina appeals court is upholding the conviction of Madalena Kojikari's stepfather. Madalena is the Cornelius girl who hasn't been seen since November of 2022. A jury found Christopher Palmer guilty of failing to report the then 12-year-old's disappearance. Palmer and Madalena's mother, Diana Kojikari, didn't contact authorities about her disappearance until weeks later. Palmer's lawyers argued the law is unconstitutional and certain evidence should not have been excluded from his trial. The appeals court rejected those arguments. Madalena's mother pleaded guilty in the case, and she has since left the country.
Later this week, water restriction enforcement will begin in parts of our area. But one utility says it's trying to avoid the chaos seen during the area's last major drought nearly 20 years ago. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone explains what to expect from fines for violations to how enforcement will actually work.
Even with a good soaking rain these past few days, our historic drought isn't over yet. That's why mandatory water restrictions have taken effect in much of the Charlotte area. And starting May 15th, Gaston County will start enforcing the new rules.
The problem is it's been so long that there's only a few of us, veterans, if you will, that are still involved in it, that remember what it was like.
Ed Cross is the division manager of Two Rivers Utilities, which covers about 40% of the county, some unincorporated areas next to Gastonia and into Clover.
In a word, it was chaos. None of us had ever been here before.
Cross worked here in 2007, the last time water levels were this low, and hit stage 3, mandatory emergency restrictions. He says crews worked around the clock to bring levels back up, enforcing violations along the way. Usually neighbors called them in.
And I hate that it has to happen this way, but honestly, it's hard to get people's attention.
321 is being used as a dividing point. So if you live to the east, you can water your lawn on Wednesday and Sunday. If you live to the west, it's Tuesday and Saturday. Cross says he wishes these systems were in place last time so they would not have gotten to stage 3 of the drought.
It's a big ask for people. People don't think about it. It's such a convenience in our culture.
Now the utility can recycle 900,000 gallons a day using this membrane and has a call center to help cut usage by 5 to 10%. But fines for not cutting back can reach $500 per violation. Cross warns it can get worse.
If we don't, it'll be stage 3. Trust me when I tell you, you ain't gonna like it.
Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
In addition to Gaston County, mandatory water restrictions will also begin in several other areas this Friday. That includes Charlotte, the city of Kannapolis, and Concord. York County leaders also announced mandatory restrictions last week. Officials are asking residents in each of those areas to limit their outdoor water use.
The Charlotte Hornets now know their draft picks in the upcoming NBA draft. The ping pong balls handing Buzz City the number 14 pick during yesterday's lottery selection. They also picked number 18 in the draft. The Washington Wizards secured the number 1 overall pick. Many sports analysts say this year's draft class is one of the deepest in years. The first round will be held on Tuesday, June 23rd at 8 p.m. What a finish in this weekend's Truist Championship at Quail Hollow on Sunday. Former Wake Forest golfer Alex Fitzpatrick started the day up top the leaderboard. Fitzpatrick had an up and down day, a couple of double bogeys, but here drains a pretty big putt. He shot a 73, finishing 4th place. Ricky Fowler turned back the clock a little bit. He won his first PGA Tour event here 14 years ago. He was in contention, shot a 65, finished 2 back, but here is your winner, Christopher Rayton, the rookie from Norway. He earns his first ever PGA Tour win. He shot a 69 to win the Truist. Well, it's an unsettling trend. Cases of domestic violence that correspond with the weather. We're digging into why that is and what can be done to stop it. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. Breaking this morning, fire crews in Rowan County are investigating a large overnight house fire.
This happened on Saw Road in China Grove, right near State Road 152.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell joins us live from the scene. Savannah, what can you tell us this morning?
Yeah, guys, we just got done speaking with the fire chief, who had just a few minutes to come out and talk with us and confirm that yes, 2 people have died in this house fire. They are still working on the building as of right now, and even though this happened close to about 8 hours ago, there is still a lot of smoke still coming from what is left of this home. There is a few different hot spots that fire crews are still working to make sure they are targeting as they are starting to bring things in and out of this home. We have fire crews here that have been here since around 11:45 last night. That's when they say they got the call in. Someone was passing by, saw large flames coming from the house, and they decided to call that in. So as we still have smoke coming up from the house, we can see that through the windows, which are completely free of glass. There's no glass left in these front windows. We can see all the way through to the back of the house, where you can see that most of the walls within the home are just left to just their framing. We're only seeing the studs left, and you can see almost all the way from the front yard into the backyard of the home. The roof is once again completely gone from here, and you can just see as the sun is coming up this morning, more of that morning light shining completely through, and you can see some of the char marks on both the bricks and on the front porch railings that have been completely blackened by this heavy smoke. Once again, fire investigators are still looking into what caused this fire. Once again, 2 people have died. They say the family is notified, but for now, the Rowan County Sheriff's Office and the fire marshal are still investigating. We'll let you know just as soon as we learn more from the scene. Reporting live in Rowan County, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
All right, Savannah, thank you for that update. We'll check back in with you a little bit later on. The weather might be warming up now, but a cold winter could have caused more problems than just uncomfortable temperatures. It actually can lead to domestic violence.
In agricultural communities, that cold weather can mean financial ruin. Bob Buckley found that those communities are the ones that see the highest cases of violence.
He also found what can be done to solve that problem before winter comes back.
For generations, it was only whispered about. Now, the frost within can no longer be ignored. In areas that depend on agriculture and ranching, a silent predator follows the frost.
It matters not just literally how cold it is, but how long it stays cold.
Leah Lakdawala is an economist and researcher at Wake Forest University whose latest paper moves the phenomenon beyond the anecdotal and into the measurable.
Our measure of cold takes into account both how far the temperature drops below some threshold. Let's say we think that -7 degrees Celsius is when crops really start to fail in the field. Then we can measure how much the temperature dropped below -7 and how long it stayed there.
Each very cold day on a farm adds one additional case of domestic violence for every 40 women. And over time, those numbers add up significantly.
But as you get to colder and colder temperatures, that's when we really start to see domestic violence spike and increase in much higher levels.
Professor Lakdawala and her colleagues did their research in the high altitudes of the Peruvian Andes, but the phenomenon applies to any family tethered to the land.
That can be true if you are living in a rural part of the U.S., right? So we have plenty of people here who have agricultural-based jobs or who are, caught inside when the weather takes a turn for the worse. And so both of those things, those stressors, we think can be present even here.
It's not just cold. Any intersection of financial ruin and forced physical proximity doesn't just spark physical violence. It sharpens the blade, as we learned when Hurricane Helene devastated western North Carolina.
Whether we think about natural disasters or whether we think about temperature spikes or temperature drops, these we generally think of just as big shocks that affect a large locality all at the same time and are often just something out of the household's control.
What remains in people's control is how they react to it, and Professor Lakdawala says the choice is often violence, saying that her research shows that 75% of the increase in intimate partner violence is driven by financial stress.
But we want to know more than that. We want to know what is the extent? We want to be able to measure how much domestic violence increases in response to these changes in the weather. And on top of that, we want to know, do these other social programs that are being offered actually help? And our research is able to answer both of those questions.
The definitive answer, her research shows, is softening the bite the cold weather takes on most families' incomes.
There is a clear role for governments and policymakers to help women in these situations, and that is to provide some sort of financial safety net, some stream of income that is not reliant on good weather conditions and can help them through these times when they struggle.
An investment in farm families can plant the seeds of bounty for all of us.
Research shows there is not a similar spike in violence against men in these situations, which is why Peru has had some success by creating women's justice centers, which help shield potential victims in these cases. Coming up on 7:52, let's get back over to meteorologist Andrew Brightman here on your Monday morning, sitting about 62 degrees.
Yeah, 62 degrees, comfortable. A lot more cloud cover here across the Carolinas. Some of the wet weather we're tracking, already seeing a little bit of that as we get up in the mountains here outside on King Street and Boone. Pinpoint radar right now as we go up into the mountains, zoom in a little bit closer. You can see a little bit of pockets of moderate rainfall here, and this is where we're going to find most of the rainfall this morning. Really not moving into Charlotte until we get into the afternoon, early afternoon hours or so. But watching some of these showers for our mountain counties, Avery, Ashe, Watauga, as we go throughout your morning commute here across the higher elevations, all part of a cold front that's moving through. Going to bring us some really comfortable conditions here, though, as we go throughout the middle part of the week. Futurecast in motion, though, today, not a ton of wet weather. Like most of the rain events here this spring, the closer we get, the less and less we tend to see, and that's what's turning out to be here. Might even say completely dry here across the Carolinas. Isolated shower as we go throughout the afternoon into the evening hours, and then we see the dry and clear weather move in as we get to your Tuesday morning with noticeably cooler temperatures. Pinpoint 7-day forecast here. Notice those lows getting down to the upper 40s here on your Tuesday. Could see a couple of showers for the middle part of the week, and then we start to heat back up next weekend. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Queen City News brings you 6 hours of news each and every weekday morning, and we still have 2 hours left to go. Here's a look at what's ahead in our 8 and 9 o'clock hours. We're staying on top of that breaking news out of Rowan County, where crews responded to a devastating house fire overnight near China Grove. And we just got this video of the flames taken overnight. It happened just before midnight, and we do know that a husband and a wife were killed. In our 8 and 9 o'clock hours, Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell will join us after gathering some more details from the scene. Plus, a ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran is on some shaky ground. Iran has rejected the latest peace proposal, and President Trump says the counteroffer is unacceptable. We're taking a closer look at what comes next and the impact that the president's upcoming summit in China could play in the war. And we're learning new details about what happened when a Frontier Airlines plane hit a person on the runway during takeoff at Denver International Airport. The person was killed, several people on the plane taken to the hospital. Chief Transportation Correspondent and pilot May-Kay Beeler will join us to talk about the security concerns surrounding this very unusual accident. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored in local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Queen City News starts now.
Hey, good Monday morning, everyone. It is 8 o'clock. Welcome into Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
And I'm meteorologist Andrew Brentman. Thanks for waking up with us here bright and early on your Monday, tracking a little bit of what weather here as we get started off. But the elephant in the room, I wasn't lying when I said I love joining you guys here in the morning.
You loved it so much last week.
Back.
You wanted to come back on Monday.
I could not get enough on Friday. I was like, I got to, sorry, Brandon. No, but in all seriousness, but yeah.
It's not ominous at all, Andrew.
Sorry.
No, hopefully Brandon feels better soon. We've got a little bit of shower activity up in the mountains here this morning. Otherwise, still kind of a dry comfortable start out there across the Carolinas as we get things rolling here on your Monday. Could see a few showers later on today. Don't think it's going to be a huge factor, though, out there across the Carolinas. More of a nuisance than something that's going to cause major problems out there across the region. But this is part of a cold front that's moving through, going to give us some comfortable temperatures here as we go throughout the middle part of your week. Once we get to next weekend, though, that's when temperatures really start to move back up, mid to upper 80s likely on the way here across the Carolinas. 64 degrees right now, winds out of the west here about 3 to 5 miles an hour as we hit the 8 o'clock hour. Currently, pinpoint radar watching some shower activity really moving in up across the mountains. A lot of wet weather pushing in across portions of Watauga County. I'll put this in motion here over the past 30 or so minutes. You see those showers starting to move in across the higher elevations, and this is going to eventually try to push its way into at least portions of the Piedmont, but going to be more isolated in nature here. The rain chances continue to come down for us in Charlotte as we go throughout your Monday here. This is part of that cold front, so the shower activity off to our north and west. Eventually going to be moving through, though, a lot more wet weather as we look up into portions of Virginia versus what we're going to be seeing down here across the Piedmont in Sandhills as we go throughout your Monday afternoon. Temperatures upper 50s, low to mid 60s out there here across the Carolinas. Comfortable, a little cool, kind of nice out there across the region. Talking more about your forecast and what's ahead for the rest of the week coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, Andrew, thank you. Breaking this morning, fire crews in Rowan County are investigating a large overnight house fire.
This happened on Saul Road in China Grove near State Road 152.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is live from the scene for us. Savannah, what can you tell us?
We know that 2 people have died as a result of this fire. The fire chief tells us now that it was a husband and a wife. You're hearing an ambulance go behind us that is not related here to this case, but we do have quite a few of the emergency trucks here that are on scene. We have Rowan fire officials as well as the county sheriff's department is leading this investigation here as of right now. But we know there were several other fire trucks and crews from neighboring cities who came in late at night to help out. I want to show you back to what is left of this house as of right now. Nearly 8 hours after this was first called in, there is still smoke that is rising from what's left of this home. Closer towards the back of the building is where it seems to be that more of the smoke is still kind of pouring out from. Just within the past half hour or so since we've been on scene, we have seen it starting to lighten just a little bit. But as you can see, there's still some warm spots all throughout what's left of this house. As that morning light is coming in, you can see all the way through as the glass on a lot of the windows has been completely shot out, and the walls within the home have been burnt, and it's just left now to the studs. We have video that we'd like to show you now from one of the passerbys who late at night called this in. The fire chief tells me that the fire crews got a call from someone who saw these flames from a ways away before that they were able to get out and have some help here, as well as trying to fight this flame. Once again, 2 people passed away in this fire. The fire chief tells me that it was a husband and a wife. The family, they say, has now been notified. As for what's next, we are still seeing fire crews that are taking some items out of the home, sifting through some of the rubble, quite literally sifting through some of the ash, looking for clues as to what started this fire, if any foul play may or may not have been involved. So they say that they still have quite a long day ahead of them here. We'll stay on the scene for now and let you know if there are any more updates coming from the investigation. Reporting live in Rowan County, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
Savannah, thank you for that update. President Trump is entering a critical week on the world stage.
Yeah, this comes as efforts to ease tensions in the Middle East appear to be losing momentum.
News Nation Washington correspondent Rashad Hudson joins us live to explain the latest. Rashad?
Hey, good morning to you and good to see you all. The White House says diplomacy is still the goal when it comes to trying to end this conflict with Iran. But President Trump says that military action is on the table if Iran does not come and accept this deal soon. President Trump is signaling frustration with Iran's response to a U.S. peace deal, posting on Sunday he doesn't like it, calling it totally unacceptable, but not explaining why. The U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, Mike Waltz, spoke about the president's plans.
He is giving diplomacy every chance we possibly can before going back to hostilities, but he's absolutely prepared to do that.
The growing conflict is also having a direct impact here at home, pushing gas prices higher across the U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright was pressed about this.
Ending the Iran nuclear program is a tough challenge, as you're rightfully pointing out. Is there short-term dislocation from that? Absolutely. But we need to make that trade-off, or we have a long-term threat to peace in the region.
New Jersey Democratic Senator Cory Booker says President Trump doesn't have a clear end game.
This president has no way out. This is going to go on for months, and that pain is going to continue to be felt by people he promised to lower prices for and keep us out of foreign entanglements.
And some top Trump administration officials are now supporting the idea of suspending the national gas tax. Back to you.
All right, Rashad, thank you. New this morning, former Charlotte Mayor Jennifer Roberts says that she is willing to serve as interim mayor of Charlotte. It comes just days after Mayor Vi Lyles announced her resignation set for the end of June. Roberts said in a statement, quote, "I would not require salary or benefits for this interim position, so I could save a small bit for the city budget." She also went on to say, quote, "I would bring my experience as a former mayor and county commissioner to the job with the promise not to serve beyond the interim period or to seek to run for a full term in 2027. Roberts served on the county commission from 2006 to 2011, then as mayor from 2015 to 2017. So far, an interim mayor has not been chosen, but several city council members are in the conversation. The remains of a U.S. Army soldier with ties to North Carolina have been found. 2 soldiers were reported missing on May 2nd after participating in military exercises in Morocco. 27-year-old First Lieutenant Kendrick Key was one of 2 soldiers who fell off of a cliff during a hike while off duty. He graduated from Methodist University in Fayetteville. Military teams are still searching for the second soldier.
State lawmakers are 3 weeks into their short session in Raleigh, and they still have not reached a deal on the budget. Top Republicans say they do see a path towards a deal, but major disagreements are keeping them from crossing the finish line. State Capitol reporter Shabnam Dinesh explains.
Behind closed doors, House and Senate Republicans are still trying to hash out a state budget.
No agreement yet, but I'll say I think we've made substantial progress.
House Speaker Dustin Hall says disagreements over tax cuts and state employee pay are still holding up a final deal.
All of our proposals have given what we think are really high raises for all state employees and teachers, especially those critical areas like state troopers, where we've fallen behind compared to other states.
The House is also pushing a constitutional amendment to limit property tax increases after county reappraisals. Supporters say it would give homeowners relief from skyrocketing reappraisals, while critics say it could limit funding for schools and local services. Senate Leader Phil Berger says the Senate is reviewing the idea.
We are looking at it. I think there's support for that, or at least that concept.
Democrats say they've been left out of discussions altogether.
We all hear the rumors that come out from behind those closed doors once in a while about what's, there's progress and then there's not progress, and it kind of goes back and forth. But all of it's very much in the hands of very few people.
Berger says a joint agreement is still the goal, but with time running short, the Senate is prepared to move forward on its own.
Because if we don't go ahead and get started on that process and we wait until we get an agreement so that we can get started, there's no way you're going to meet a deadline of the end of June.
Hall says he still believes both chambers can reach a joint agreement.
I don't think it's really constructive for each side to fire off their own bills.
State Senator Lisa Grafstein says working families will pay the consequences if a deal can't be reached.
We don't have a budget, the food banks don't get money. So that kind of thing simply continues on. There's also, obviously in education, teachers are not getting raises, state employees are not getting raises.
Shabnam Dinesh reporting. Lawmakers have less than 2 months before the new fiscal year begins July 1st. If they can't come to an agreement, current spending levels will continue. Senator Grafstein says that Democrats have filed a bill that would strip lawmakers of their pay if they cannot come to an agreement by then.
Let's step outside for this 8 o'clock hour right now, 10 minutes after 8 o'clock. Good looking shot here from NCDOT. This is right in the heart of Uptown. You've got I-77 interstate right in the middle of the screen, and that's traffic. Underneath is I-85. And so 85 traffic is trying to merge onto I-77 right there in the middle. Looks a little bit slow, but there are no accidents. That's just volume trying to move into the Queen City this morning. We are seeing a little bit of slowdowns kind of scattered among Independence, the Plaza, Central Avenue, Albemarle, that kind of stretch that goes from the center to the east side of the city. None of these causing major delays. So I'm grateful that a lot of these are on secondary roads and not the major interstates. Overall drive time is all under half an hour, which is rare in the 8 o'clock hour. Normally this is 30, 45 minutes or longer. Gastonia, Mooresville, Rock Hill, you guys all have a good stretch working your way into the Queen City. Here's another vantage point from 77 southbound traffic. That's the 4 lanes on the right-hand side that are really struggling, trying to work its way inbound. Here is 77 southbound. This is right at Sam Fur near Huntersville, trying to work its way down into the Queen City. A little bit slow there. 77 near Sunset Road. Okay, well, they just moved the camera on us. We've got a vehicle off to the side there. Hopefully there's nothing major going on. South Carolina State Line near Carowinds, those lanes kind of slow as people are emerging from the right-hand side. Here's your drive times. A little bit slow, over 45 minutes coming up 74 from Monroe. We'll give you another pinpoint traffic update coming up at 8:30. Annie?
President Trump is finally making his way to China after the war in Iran put those plans on hold. What we can expect from the meeting between the two world leaders, from war in the Middle East to global security. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
Welcome back. Time almost 8:15. President Trump put a visit to China on hold when the war with Iran started.
Now he's preparing to head there this week.
News Nation's Jackie Copel reports on what the president will be focused on during this trip.
President Trump is expected to travel to China for a 2-day summit taking place Thursday and Friday of this coming week. Now, that trip was originally supposed to take place over a month ago, but it got postponed because of the conflict in Iran. That conflict is likely to be a topic of conversation. China has economic ties to Iran and reportedly offered support to them. supplying Iran with some weapons and weapons parts. The U.S. blockade of the Strait of Hormuz is preventing China from access to Iran's oil. Tariffs and trade are also expected to be on the agenda, with reports of a business delegation accompanying the president on the trip. Remember, the minimum tariff rate on Chinese goods is at least 20%, with that number being higher for specific goods. The Council on Foreign Relations expects the visit to result in some commercial deals, like a Chinese commitment to purchase U.S. soybeans, as well as the possibility of Boeing aircraft. And there's also been talk of creating a board of trade that would determine what products the two countries should buy from one another, tariff reductions, and a way to resolve disputes before they become real problems. Another topic likely to be discussed, China's concern over U.S. arms sales to Taiwan. That'll be of particular importance because, remember, China would like to absorb Taiwan, something the United States is opposed to. Then there's access to the U.S. market for Chinese car makers and rare earth minerals, which are used in everything from your smartphone to defense systems and artificial intelligence. These are of particular importance to the U.S. because China currently controls the majority of the manufacturing supply chain of these minerals. Now, as for the two men, they declared a one-year trade truce back in November of 2025, and Trump has been pretty consistently maintaining that he has a good relationship with China's President Xi. Trump posting on social media recently, "President Xi will give me a big fat hug when I get there in a few weeks. We are working together smartly and very well. Doesn't that beat fighting?" So it'll be a high-stakes trip between the world's two largest economies, and it could have broad impacts, not just on global trade, but on geopolitics and warfare as well. This is Jackie Coppell for News Nation.
A new report shows that the number of nonfiction books banned in the U.S. In schools doubled in the last academic year. PEN America, a nonprofit that advocates for the First Amendment, released this report last week. It found more than 3,700 different titles were removed from school libraries and classrooms between July of 2024 and June of 2025. That includes 1,100 nonfiction books. The topics included focused on activism and social movements, which amounted to 52% of those books banned. PEN America's report comes after the American Library Association found 4,235 unique titles were challenged in 2025. That almost broke a 2023 record, missing only by 5 books. The ALA saw an increase from 72 to 92% of outside groups or officials challenging titles that primarily feature people of color or LGBTQ+ characters. Some libraries in the Carolinas are impacted by those numbers. In North Carolina, state lawmakers are pushing for a bill that gives parents a bigger say on books, banned or otherwise, in schools. The bill would require a public school superintendent to create a community library advisory committee made up of 5 parents and 5 school employees. In South Carolina, the state's Board of Education is one of the only to ban books statewide instead of leaving it up to the school districts. It currently bans more than 20 different titles.
The last class of graduates from Queens University donned their caps and gowns this weekend. The school is merging with Elon. This year, 495 students, 304 undergrads, and 191 graduate students proudly received their diplomas. Shelley Kayette Weston, who serves as president of business operations for Hornet Sports Entertainment, served as the keynote speaker. Several other universities across the Carolinas also held their graduations over the weekend, including UNC Charlotte. Congratulations to the newly graduates.
From uptown Charlotte to the nation's capital, CMPD officers are riding with purpose for the next couple of days. The officers from Charlotte and the surrounding area gathered in uptown at the law enforcement building over the weekend. The 2026 Ride to Honor is underway. It's a 500-mile journey where every mile represents a life lost in the line of duty.
Riding in the memory of our fallen brothers and sisters is really a tremendous thing. It is a treasured and momentous occasion for our great state. It really honors our fallen, but it also inspires those of us who are still standing.
The riders will represent their agencies at this week's events, beginning with the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Candlelight Vigil on Wednesday. 8:20, let's get a check of our pinpoint weather forecast with meteorologist Andrew Brightman. Andrew, not a bad day shaping up here for a Monday.
Yeah, not terrible. I mean, we might see a couple of showers, Andy, but looking less and less likely. We're going to see major rainfall coverage here. Outside of maybe the mountains, I might see a little bit more wet weather. 64 degrees right now. Winds out of the west 3 to 5 miles an hour. Dew points mid to upper 50s here as we get things rolling. King Street in Boone, though, a different story. A lot more wet weather this morning here. This is where we're seeing the lion's share of the rainfall currently here. Pinpoint radar watching up across the higher elevations, drying around Charlotte. It's going to be a fine morning commute here across the Piedmont. Higher elevations, though, a little bit of a different story here. I'll put this in motion over the past 30 or so minutes. You can see these scattered showers continuing to move through across the higher elevations the last 30 minutes or so, and that's going to continue throughout the rest of the mid-morning hours. Zooming out, cold front moving through. Behind it, high pressure moving in from our north and west. That means low humidity and really comfortable temperatures as we go through the middle part of the week here. Could see a few more showers here on your Wednesday. But not going to be seeing anything like what we saw last week here with some of that very heavy and beneficial rainfall. Futurecast heading into the afternoon. This is 2 o'clock. Notice some of these scattered showers moving through. It's more of a nuisance. Not really a huge deal out there across the Carolinas. Pushing through. Might try to linger into the early evening hours from there as we go through the overnight heading into your Tuesday. We cool back down into the upper 40s here across the region. Mostly clear skies. A spectacular day shaping up across the region tomorrow. Sunshine, low humidity, high temperatures about, let's call it about 3 to 5 degrees below average. And then from there, we are tracking more potential wet weather here. A couple more scattered showers as we go through your Wednesday. Weak frontal boundary moving through, and there's some of those scattered showers as we go throughout your Wednesday afternoon and into the evening hours across the region. Could hear a couple of rumbles of thunder, but overall not going to be a huge deal in terms of wet weather. Rainfall forecast, you see what I'm talking about here. Not a lot coming, maybe anywhere from about 1/100 to 1/4 of an inch or so, depending on where you live as we go through this week. Pinpoint 7-day forecast. Jason, tracking temperatures starting to heat back up, and a little preview of summer here once we get to this weekend.
Oh boy, summer's coming early. Andrew, thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Let's take you live as we go to break to New York City. What a gorgeous shot here, high above the Big Apple, looking at the harbor in the background. We are taking a look at our futures this morning. They're all in the red right now. Not majorly, but the Dow's down 46 points. S&P, NASDAQ, still a lot of uncertainty about what's going on with the war in Iran. We will join Jane King live from the New York Stock Exchange right after this break. Time is 8:25. Welcome back, everyone. AI could boost Alphabet to become the world's largest company. And the job market is changing, and it's not working out so well for men. Wow, I'm glad I have a job right now. Jane King is live to the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, good Monday morning.
Happy Monday to you too, Jason. And futures are getting a little bit more active. We're pointing lower this morning for the start, and oil is up about $2 a barrel as the markets digest the latest news about Iran and the fact that President Trump says totally unacceptable their latest peace offer. The stocks, S&P 500, closing at a record on Friday on the heels of that better than expected jobs report. Well, the share of American men in the labor force reached a record low this spring, fueled by baby boomer retirees and young men who are dropping out to study or because they're disabled or sick. The Labor Department said that 1 in 3 American men were not working or looking for a job in April. Most job opportunities have been in areas dominated by women, including healthcare and education. And Alphabet has become a dominant player in AI, and in fact, it has a presence in nearly every aspect of the technology. So investors say Alphabet's diversified businesses, including Google Search, Google Cloud, YouTube, and Waymo, put it in a prime position to be the biggest winner in AI and potentially overtake NVIDIA as the largest company in the world. Jason?
Jane, I just thought I was eating alphabet soup as a kid. I have a feeling they were working on stuff even back then, right? I was already being indoctrinated into Campbell soup.
I first learned what Google was when I was little,
Yeah.
100,000 something, I don't even remember. And then, now they're running the world, basically.
The learning curve is so steep and so fast. All right, Jane, thank you so much. We'll join you at 9:30 when the opening bell goes. Thank you. You're watching Queen City News on this Monday. Traffic almost non-existent on inbound Independence. We will take it. We'll be back right after this.
8:30. Happy Monday. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Jason Harper. Nice to have you with us. Ted Phaeton off today. Meteorologist Andrew Brightman saying a nice stretch coming up before we kind of get warm later on down the road.
Yeah, it's going to start to get hot again here across the Carolinas once we get to this weekend. I mean, some of the best days here, I'm really circling tomorrow in particular. It's going to be a great day, low humidity, kind of mid-70s for highs, lots of sunshine, beautiful weather. Today's not going to be terrible. I mean, we'll see a couple of showers out there, but looking less and less likely it's going to be any type of notable amount of rainfall here across the region. Good morning, everyone. Happy Monday. Hopefully you had a great weekend out there. It was a beautiful Mother's Day out there across the Carolinas. It's going to be an okay day here. Going to see maybe a couple of showers as we go throughout your Monday. What do we got going on? Comfortable temperatures, as I was just saying, as we go throughout this week. Going to be heading up into probably the mid to upper 70s throughout most of this week. And then once we get to this weekend, going to be heating up for the Carolinas, getting toasty out there. Charlotte live cam right now, 64 degrees, winds out of the west at about 5 miles an hour. Dew points in the mid to upper 50s. Pinpoint radar watching some of those scattered showers as we head up towards the foothills and mountains. And we're going to be seeing more shower activity try to push its way into Charlotte as we go throughout your Monday, but more of a nuisance than sort of any type of major rainmaker ahead for the Carolinas. As we zoom out here, this is part of a cold front moving through, kind of a reinforcing shot of comfortable air, comfortable temperatures as we go through this upcoming week. Airport delays here across the lower 48. Not seeing too many problems here if you're going to be taking to the friendly skies, though. Always best to check ahead with your local carrier. Temperatures right now, a lot of upper 50s to middle 60s out there, low to mid 50s as we head up into the mountains here on your Monday morning, where we're also seeing a little bit of that shower activity. Dog walking forecast, a lot of cloud cover. Once we head into the afternoon, that's where we'll see those chances for at least a few showers to move through across the region. Coming up in a few minutes, I'm talking more about what's on the way as we go through this week and heading into this weekend. Jason?
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Andrew. Let's step outside for the 8:30 traffic update. Volume's really been steady. We haven't seen it really picking up. We don't have major slowdowns around the crown this morning, which, you know what, we will take this shot courtesy of NCDOT. Typically, the camera is a 180 degrees different from where it is right now. You can see the 77-85 interchange. Right now, it's swung the other way. We're looking more at some at 85, some of the entrance exit ramps. Kind of a little bit of spaghetti going on right now is what we're looking at, but it all is flowing well. We do have a number of incidents kind of strung along from 277 east along Central and the Plaza, Albemarle Road. None of those, though, causing major issues on 77, 85, 45 loop. This drive time from Gastonia coming down from Lake Norman and up from Rock Hill, crazy that these are not over 30 minutes right now. This is 77 at LaSalle. That's southbound traffic on the left-hand side. Making its way into Uptown, looking good. Here's a look, 77 southbound up near Huntersville. This is right near Sanford Road, really slow, but at least it's trying to get here. We were watching this earlier. Wasn't sure why that Tesla was off on the shoulder, had its hazards on, clearly some kind of car trouble, or the battery ran out. Really, who knows? But it's up on a wrecker, and the camera we have no control over. So we're going to move off that. NCDOT is swinging that around to look for other issues. Here is 77 at Carowinds this morning. Things are looking really good down at the state line. And then here's some drive times. If you're coming in from Albemarle, coming up 74 from Monroe in Union County, or down 85. Just don't get a speeding ticket on this Monday. We'll wrap up your pinpoint traffic at the top of the 9 o'clock hour.
Breaking this morning, fire crews in Rowan County are investigating a large overnight house fire.
It happened on Saul Road in China Grove near State Road 152.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is live for us from the scene. Savannah, what are we learning this morning?
Yeah, we are still seeing that these fire crews and investigators are still working to douse some of the hot spots. As of still right now this morning, we're seeing most of that work kind of focus on this sub-level, kind of the basement entrance area here, as they are just finished taking down some of the framework around that almost garage door opening there, and that doorway just there. They had just brought out the hose to douse it once again, as we were still seeing some bits falling from the ceiling on fire. You know, the trash cans flames are littered here throughout this driveway area that are just, some of them are just blackened, others are mangled to where they don't quite look like trash cans anymore. We're seeing now here at the back of the house. This is a new angle that we haven't shown you here before this morning, getting now to the back side of this house where the back deck is now charred. It is completely blackened. However, it is still standing, which is to say something considering the roof is entirely gone from this building. We have some of the shingles look like they have melted their way back on, and then other parts of the roof just completely collapsed in on top of the house. Now, to give you an idea as to what caused all of this damage, I want to show you some video that witnesses were able to capture here right after these flames broke out. Now, this happened right around 11:45 or so last night, and witnesses tell us that the fire crews shut down the entirety of Saw Road rather. And so there were some of them who were either walking back to their homes or trying to help their neighbors, but they say that they could see the flames just shooting out of the roof. 2 people died in this fire. The interim fire chief tells me that it was a husband and a wife. They have notified the family this morning and are still working to investigate what caused these flames, what sparked this fire that turned deadly. Now here, as of this morning, once again, fire crews are still on scene. Rowan County officials tell me that the sheriff's office and the fire marshal here, they're going to be the ones who are taking control on this investigation. As we know, they had help from a lot of neighboring towns and other agencies. But we'll continue to stay on scene, bring you any updates just as soon as we learn more. Reporting live in China Grove, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
All right, Savannah, thank you. New this morning, former Charlotte Mayor Jennifer Roberts says that she is willing to serve as interim mayor of Charlotte. It comes just days after Mayor Vi Lyles announced her resignation set for the end of June. Roberts said in a statement, quote, "I would not require a salary or benefits for this interim position so I could save a small bit for the city budget." She also went on to say, quote, "I would bring my experience as a former mayor and county commissioner to the job with a promise not to serve beyond the interim period or seek to run for a full term in 2027. Roberts served on the county commission from 2006 to 2011, then as mayor from 2015 to 2017. So far, an interim mayor has not been chosen, but several city council members are in the conversation.
From your roads to your money to who could be the next face of the city of Charlotte. It's a busy day for Charlotte City Council members. That's why they plan to start today's planned meeting even earlier. Their session now begins at 4 p.m. They plan to discuss whether the city should have a moratorium on data centers. During their 6:30 session, the agenda includes a resolution calling for a pause on the controversial I-77 South Express Lane project. They'll also be hearing the city manager's proposed budget for next year, which includes a possible property tax increase for public safety. It will also be the council's first meeting since Mayor Vi Lyles announced her resignation. No word yet on if the council plans to address that announcement.
Police say a suspect who was on the run from police was found hiding in the ceiling of a Gastonia hospital. Officials say 2 people had stolen 2 motorcycles, and then that triggered a license plate reader. A short time later, they crashed at a dead end of Melvin Drive and they ran away. Gastonia police deployed K9 Bo to help find the suspects. They found Peyton Beatty in the bushes, but then Bo tracked Christopher Hooper to Claremont Regional Health Center. The hospital was put into lockdown during that search. Crews found Hooper in a drop-down ceiling of the hospital and he was arrested. That lockdown was lifted a short time later. Charlotte police are investigating a double homicide after 2 people were killed on Roswell's Ferry Road. Officers responded to a call Sunday around 4 a.m. about an assault with a deadly weapon, finding 1 person dead at the scene and another who later died at the hospital. Police have identified the victims as Tiante Morrison and Keith Wallace. No details if there are any suspects in custody, though. Police are asking anyone with information to come forward.
Iranian officials are rejecting the latest U.S. peace proposal, saying that they want full control over the Strait of Hormuz, an end to U.S. sanctions, and the release of seized Iranian assets. On social media, President Trump called Iran's response totally unacceptable, but didn't release any more information. He has said that any peace deal will have to include restrictions on Iran's nuclear program. President Trump has threatened to resume bombing in Iran if a peace deal isn't reached soon. For now, a ceasefire is still in place, but it was tested over the weekend when a drone ignited a small fire on a ship off Qatar. The United Arab Emirates and Kuwait also reported drones entering their airspace. The UAE said they shot down 2 that they believe Iran sent. No deaths were reported.
Dozens of passengers struck by a hantavirus outbreak are being flown back to their home countries or have already arrived. Americans on board the ship will soon arrive at a quarantine center in Nebraska. Planes have arrived in the Netherlands, France, and Spain, all carrying passengers exposed to the virus. More than a dozen Americans are headed to the National Quarantine Unit in Omaha, Nebraska. Nebraska Senator Pete Ricketts says the quarantine unit has dealt with COVID and Ebola and is fully equipped to deal with the hantavirus too. The World Health Organization is recommending people exposed get weeks of active medical follow-up.
Our recommendations are that everyone who goes back to their home country is followed up with active follow-up for 42 days. This would include checks, health checks by authorities, and either be quarantined at home or quarantined in a medical facility.
Flights are expected to continue through today for passengers and crew members still on board. Unlike the coronavirus, CDC officials emphasized that the risk of a widespread pandemic is extremely unlikely. Maykay?
All right, well, a deadly collision between a Frontier Airlines flight and a person on a runway is under investigation. I'm Maykay Buehler. Coming up, I'll tell you what happened and how airlines and airports respond to situations like this. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
Frontier 4345, we're stopping on the runway. We just hit somebody. We have an engine fire.
Radio traffic tells the story of the moments after a deadly collision between a Frontier Airlines flight and a person on the runway Friday night. This happened Friday at Denver International, and officials say the person had hopped a fence and made their way onto the runway before being struck. It called an engine fire, forcing the plane to come to a stop and evacuate.
The Airbus A321 was carrying 224 passengers and 7 crew members. Emergency crews responded to the scene. 12 people on the plane reportedly had minor injuries and 5 were taken to local hospitals.
Our Chief Transportation Correspondent, Pilot Mackay Baylor, here with more on this. Mackay, a tragedy indeed, but this doesn't only happen, right?
So hard to report on this. You know, obviously jumping the fence or gaining access to the secure part of the airport illegally, it's a serious security breach. What if the person had a bomb or had weapons? So, you know, tragic to talk about this, but how does it happen? You know, Denver is a huge airport, miles and miles of perimeter fencing. They do have surveillance cameras. This was at night, like 11:30 at night, and apparently, according to reports, this person jumped the fence, and it was 2 minutes later they were struck. So they were very close to the runway. This is rare, but in the past when this has happened, not being struck and killed, but people being in the secure area, we've heard of them before. Typically they've got mental problems. We've heard of them being naked, forgive me, but they were naked in the past, or just doing crazy things, trying to get up in the wheel well. Some of them doesn't end well. This was just so tragic. So, you know, as far as the security breach, they're going to have to look at the security protocol. Why didn't somebody see this person? Was there any time to stop this person? So what happens in the cockpit is there are certain airspeeds. So once you get on the runway and you're cleared for takeoff, there's certain airspeeds that are respected. You've got the flying pilot looking outside. You've got the non-flying pilot calling out airspeeds. And there's an airspeed, a critical takeoff decision speed called V1. And any abnormality or failure before V1, you can stop the plane and still stop safely with the remaining runway. Anything after V1, you got to go because you don't have enough runway to stop.
Oh, wow.
Right, you could overrun the runway.
Yeah.
So obviously it was before V1, they decided to stop. The captain called for evacuation, decided to evacuate on the runway because there was now smoke apparently in the plane.
Wow.
Oh,
Didn't want to take a chance to get off the runway and whatever, so they have inflatable slides. They deployed the slides. Whenever you do slides, there are some people that get minor injuries.
You've mentioned that before.
Yeah, they'll get a broken arm, wrist, ankle, because it's a little violent going down the slide.
And then you land on a tarmac, right?
Right,
So
right.
that's concrete.
Right, so that's typical that you're going to have a few injuries like that. But you know, thank God they were able to stop the plane. If it's after V1, after the decision speed, they just take off, climb to a safe altitude, assess the emergency, shut down the bad engine that's on fire, and come back and land, because you can fly on one.
How hard is it to see something so small, though, as a pilot? It has to be, and especially at night, too.
Right.
It
I
has to be
agree.
so
That
difficult.
high up?
I agree.
Right.
Well, you can see the runway. I mean,
obviously.
you can see that. But yeah, it's at night and it's dark. And who was the person? God bless her family. It's just such a tragic situation.
And you can have all the safety protocols, cameras, barbed wire fence, and you know, around a massive airport like Denver. If someone is destined to, if they're going to do whatever it can, whether they're, I don't know. I'm not making claims here that they were intoxicated or anything else, but if they're going to get in, they're going to keep working their way to get in, and
what you
sometimes you
say
can't stop
is so
that.
true, because in past incidences, if they don't have a mental emergency, they are under the influence of drugs or something. This is typically what has happened in the past, not where a plane has hit them, but where they're on the tarmac around airplanes. And again, what if they had a bomb, or what if they had a gun? And there are surveillance videos and cameras, but can you get to them in time? So just a tragic ending, and I'm sure very tragic for the pilots.
I'm sure.
You know, to witness that slam on the brakes, and you know, and fortunately they were able to stop the plane, but
Even for the passengers, that'll shake them up. That'll shake them up for their next time to fly.
And let me say this, because there were reports that passengers took their carry-ons with them and their luggage with them. Don't do that, right?
You could damage the slide.
You can damage the slide. That's exactly right. Plus, slow people down. You want to get everybody out. The plane's not going anywhere. You can get your stuff later. I know we want to keep our stuff, but that happened in this situation, and people, flight attendants were not happy.
Got to think about other people.
For sure.
All right. 8:49 the time. Let's get over to meteorologist Andrew Brightman on this Monday morning. Andrew, as far as this week, a little bit cooler than last week.
Yeah, a little bit cooler. That's one of the stories here, and a little bit of wet weather, but not nearly the amount that we need here to make any type of difference in the drought conditions. 64 degrees currently, a little bit of a light breeze, a lot of cloud coverage you can see behind me on Independence Boulevard, though where we have the rainfall this morning is outside on King Street as we head up into the higher elevations in Boone. Pinpoint radar starting to see a little bit more shower activity, trying to push out of portions of the foothills here around Lenore, Morganton. A couple of hit and miss sprinkles out there as we go throughout this morning here and heading into the afternoon. A little bit more shower activity on the way. Zooming out, there's some of those showers off to our north. Really a lot more rainfall across Virginia here as we go throughout your Monday versus what we're going to be seeing in and around Charlotte. But you do notice the clouds moving in, kind of a little bit more of a gloomy day, but that's going to help to keep our temperatures a little bit on the cooler side. It was beautiful on your Mother's Day, though. Starting to get a little bit on the toasty side out there. Temperatures, a little bit of a cooler start out there. 59 in Nashville, 66 in Atlanta, 72 in Tallahassee as we get things rolling. Quick update in your pollen forecast here. Lower levels today, and then we see the pollen levels starting to creep back up as we go throughout the rest of this week here. And rain chances, really the only days we're watching right now are today and then on your Wednesday here across the Carolinas. Let's get right into it here with Futurecast. Watching some of these showers, maybe an isolated thunderstorm as we get to 2 o'clock here on your Monday afternoon, but generally few raindrops on the windshields here, not too dissimilar from maybe what we saw on your Saturday morning with some of those isolated showers. That is going to be about it. Notice the clouds moving northwest to southeast. That's that cold front moving through the cooler, more comfortable air. And you can see these temperatures dipping down here as we get to your Tuesday morning into the upper 40s here across the Carolinas. And then going into your Tuesday afternoon, just a spectacular day shaping up across the region. Your Pinpoint 7-day forecast, watching a couple of those showers here, perhaps on your Wednesday. And then we start to get toasty for next weekend. You're watching Queen City News, the most honor and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
All right, pet lovers, listen up to this. A couple of kittens are getting a new chance at life after being buried in rubble left by a tornado.
I can't imagine what they've been through. The entire trailer park was shattered, just rubble everywhere. So when the first kitten was found, it was in between metal and wood.
We were admiring the pizza oven, but look at these kittens there, aptly named Tornado and Twister. They were found by storm chasers during search and rescue operations last week in Mississippi. Look at that.
Kimberly Gill, a volunteer with the United Cajun Navy, says she found a nearby family looking to adopt the kittens, giving them a second chance at life. Tornado had to have surgery after suffering a leg injury, but both kittens are now in good health.
Wow.
Right.
It's amazing how they can survive like that.
It really is. I remember after
Julian
Hurricane,
wants it.
after Helene came through, I mean, there was a mad amount, like the couple months after, with other counties looking to adopt. You had all these, animals, pets that had no home anymore.
The little cat in
They can always find a way to survive some of those worst events. And you see the trailer park there. Mobile homes are really the most vulnerable type of structure, period, here when it comes to tornadic activity. And that's why even with like a tornado watch, you always want to think, is there just some place, a friend's like sturdy building you can go to versus even if you wait for a tornado warning, it's usually too late at that point.
Yikes. Okay.
Some people evacuate and they leave their pets behind, which
Yeah.
is sad. I mean, I know they're looking out for themselves, but then you end up with stories
I'm
like
just glad
that.
the storm chasers found them. They can
Me
feel good
too.
about that while scarfing down a fresh pizza pie they made in the little pizza oven of theirs.
There you go.
There it is.
Win-win.
All right, 8:56 almost on this Monday. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
Queen City News starts now.
Good morning, everyone. Happy Monday. Welcome into the 9 o'clock and final hour of Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Andy Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
And I'm meteorologist Andrew Brayman. Thank you so much for joining us for the greatest hour in local television, the Power Hour here.
There it is.
Hour. I'm just going to go out and say it, everyone here. Excited to have you guys with us. Excited to be with you guys this morning. I always love joining you. This is a little impromptu, but so glad to be here nonetheless. We are tracking a little bit of wet weather here on your Monday. Not going to be a huge deal, won't be a washout, but a couple of showers on the way. Already seeing that up in the mountains, but not seeing that over at Charlotte Motor Speedway here this morning. Might see, though, a few showers in Concord as we head into the afternoon hours here across the Carolinas. A little bit of wet weather. We still need it, but not really anything like what we saw last week. No real soaking on the way. Someone might pick up a 1/10 of an inch or so of rain. That's going to be kind of the territory we're talking about in terms of rainfall. Comfortable temperatures we go through this week. Going to be comfortable, low humidity, really great weather out there. Once we get to the weekend, though, things will start to heat back up and we'll start to transition from that spring into summer zone here. 65 degrees right now. There's that cloud cover I keep talking about. Northwesterly winds about 5 to 10 miles an hour across the Carolinas. Pinpoint radar here watching some of that shower activity starting to move out of the mountains into portions of the foothills here around Hickory. It's more like a few raindrops on the windshield here than sort of a deluge of rainfall moving in, but this is what we're going to be watching as we go through this morning. And then eventually, once we get to lunchtime and beyond here in and around Charlotte, we'll see some of those showers start to develop. That cold front moving through here, pushing offshore, and then eventually going to be bringing us a little bit cooler and more comfortable conditions as we go through this week. I've got more on that coming up with my pinpoint forecast in just a few minutes. Julian?
All right, Andrew, thank you. Breaking this morning, fire crews in Rowan County are investigating a large overnight house fire.
This happened on Saw Road in China Grove near State Road 152.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is live from the scene. Savannah, what else are we learning this morning?
Yeah, we're watching this investigation as it is happening here with the Rowan County Fire Marshal as well as with the Sheriff's Office. And so far here this morning, one of the biggest jobs that they've been doing is sifting through this rubble. They've got a spot set up here in the front yard of this home, of which they're kind of starting, it looks like it appears to take a bit of a break here as they continue to bring some of the debris and some of the larger pieces of rubble out, sifting through, looking for any sign of a clue as to what possibly lit this home on fire. What we can see from the damage is that it is still smoldering even almost 9 hours after the flames caught. See that most of the roof is completely gone except for just a little part here on the front facing facade, and even then you can see the damage to those shingles that they've just melted off, and a lot of the brick and the exposed wall that we can still see has been blackened by this smoke damage. We want to show you some video that passersby got earlier here this morning. They say, again, this broke out around 11:45 last night, and the road was shut down for several hours. Neighbors here say they were walking up and down Saw Road trying to see who may need help. But again, 2 people died in this fire. Fire officials tell us that it was a husband and a wife and that the family has been identified. Once again, they are still working this investigation. They say they can't tell us just anything more as of right now, as they are still looking through some of the evidence that remains here this morning, as well as trying to figure out exactly how much damage here fully was done. We don't have an estimate on that just yet. But of course, as crews continue their investigation, we will continue to ask for updates and see what else we can learn here from the scene. We'll let you know both on air and online should we learn anything more. Reporting live in Rowan County, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
All right, Savannah, thank you. New this morning, former Charlotte Mayor Jennifer Roberts says that she is willing to serve as interim mayor of Charlotte. It comes just days after Mayor Vi Lyles announced her resignation set for the end of June. Roberts said in a statement, quote, "I would not require a salary or benefits for this interim position so I could save a small bit for the city budget." She also went on to say, quote, "I would bring my experience as a former mayor and county commissioner to the job with the promise not to serve beyond the interim period or seek to run for a full term in 2027. Roberts served on the county commission from 2006 to 2011, then as mayor from 2015 to 2017. So far, an interim mayor has not been chosen, but several city council members are in the conversation.
From your roads to your money to who could be the next face of the city of Charlotte. It is one busy day for Charlotte City Council members. That's why they plan to start today's meeting even earlier. Their session now starts at 4 p.m. They'll be discussing whether the city should have a moratorium on data centers. During their 6:30 session, the agenda includes a resolution calling for a pause on the controversial I-77 South Express Lane project. They'll also be hearing the city manager's proposed budget for next year, including a property tax increase for public safety. It will also be the council's first meeting since Mayor Vi Lyles announced her resignation. No word yet on if the council plans to address that announcement.
More heated debate among Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board members Friday over the budget for the next school year. Discussions have been spanning weeks, and now district leaders have less than a week to send their proposal to the county commission. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell shares the current obstacles for that $2.1 billion plan.
The board is not asking these questions to put the district in any situation that is not financially sound.
I know that you're.
So that can't be the soundbite.
I know that
that cannot be the soundbite.
What I am trying to explain to you is there are choices to make. There's going to be trade-offs. There is no extra.
Another heated Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools Board meeting with board members apparently still not happy with the revised budget that Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill has presented to them.
I'm going to say this out loud. Absolutely, you know more than we do. Hopefully, internally and within us, can clearly see that none of us are stupid on this dais.
We're saying that you're not changing your recommendation, then I don't know what we're doing here.
Crystal Hill will do anything that the board asked me to do.
Since rejecting Hill's first $2.1 billion budget for the next fiscal year, which includes 3% raises for most teachers, board members have concerns about potential cuts to positions like bus drivers, lunch monitors, and funding for mental health.
There are other areas that the board can cut. They're just as painful or more painful than this.
Another point made by Dr. Hill Friday is that if the North Carolina General Assembly approves teacher pay raises that are bigger than 3%, the district could find itself in a messy situation.
When we are tinkering with staffing and moving staff here and moving staff here, it might go smooth sailing today, but you're either going to pay now or we're going to pay later.
Again, that was Matt Stell. Sorry about that.
Thanks, Julian. That was Matt Stell reporting. By the end of the more than 4-hour-long meeting, tempers had cooled down, with the board asking Hill and her staff to work through the past weekend on any lingering concerns before the board had to vote on the budget that is set for tomorrow.
Now it's my turn.
There you go.
All right, later this week, water restriction enforcement will begin in parts of our area, but one utility says it's trying to avoid the chaos seen during the area's last major drought nearly 20 years ago. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone explains what to expect from fines for violations to how enforcement will actually work.
Even with a good soaking rain these past few days, our historic drought isn't over yet. That's why mandatory water restrictions have taken effect in much of the Charlotte area. And starting May 15th, Gaston County will start enforcing the new rules.
The problem is it's been so long that there's only a few of us, veterans, if you will, that are still involved in it, that remember what it was like.
Ed Cross is the division manager of Two Rivers Utilities, which covers about 40% of the county, some unincorporated areas next to Gastonia and into Clover.
In a word, it was chaos. None of us had ever been here before.
Cross worked here in 2007, the last time water levels were this low, and hit stage 3, mandatory emergency restrictions. He says crews worked around the clock to bring levels back up, enforcing violations along the way. Usually neighbors called them in.
And I hate that it has to happen this way, but honestly, it's hard to get people's attention.
321 is being used as a dividing point. So if you live to the east, you can water your lawn on Wednesday and Sunday. If you live to the west, it's Tuesday and Saturday. Cross says he wishes these systems were in place last time so they would not have gotten to stage 3 of the drought.
It's a big ask for people. People don't think about it. It's such a convenience in our culture.
Now the utility can recycle 900,000 gallons a day using this membrane and has a call center to help cut usage by 5 to 10%. But fines for not cutting back can reach $500 per violation. Cross warns it can get worse.
If we don't, it'll be stage 3. Trust me when I tell you, you ain't gonna like it.
Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
In addition to Gaston County, mandatory water restrictions will also begin in several other areas this Friday. That includes Charlotte, the city of Kannapolis, and Concord. York County leaders also announced mandatory restrictions last week. Officials are asking residents in each of the areas to limit outdoor water use. Let's get back over to meteorologist Andrew Brightman. Andrew, what are we seeing on radar?
We're seeing on radar some shower activity this morning. Julian, up across portions of the foothills and mountains. We'll zoom in here around Boone and Hickory. There's some of that scattered wet weather. Jefferson, Boone, Lenore, Morganton. Some light shower activity. Again, as I keep saying, more of a nuisance than really anything that's going to significantly disrupt travel here as we go throughout your Monday. But the heaviest rainfall will be up across the mountains. We'll see how much of this is going to push into portions of the Carolinas as we go into the afternoon. Zooming out, this is part of a cold front. A lot more rainfall, though, off to our north here this morning. Temperatures on upper 50s to middle 60s across the Carolinas, and hour by hour forecast, we're going to be watching these temperatures move up, but not nearly as warm as what we saw yesterday. Rain most likely here up across portions of the mountains, and then we do see those shower chances creeping up as we head towards the middle afternoon hours. I've got more on your forecast here and what we're tracking as we go through the rest of the week coming up in just a few minutes.
Andrew, thank you very much. Let's go ahead and wrap up your pinpoint traffic for the day. It is, things are looking pretty good. This is right outside our studios in West Charlotte. That is I-85 north and south traffic. Looking down on some of the construction that's going to be happening here at the 485-85 interchange probably for the next couple of years, but it is needed. Traffic is moving well, though. So that's the point of that shot right there. Overall, things are starting to improve here on the backside of rush hour. Today really wasn't that bad. We still have a kind of a cluster right in the heart of Uptown. A lot of those are secondary roads, though. The only issue I want to point out is the southeast part of the city. This is 485 inner. We've got a lane blocked between Independence Boulevard and John Street. Boy, that happens often, that little stretch right there. It gets better once you get past John Street, working your way down south towards Providence Road. But just want to give you a heads up if you're in that part of the city. Overall, here's your drive times looking good from Monroe to Uptown in under 40 minutes. I will take that any day of the week. Here's 77 at LaSalle Street, north and south traffic looking really good. Courtesy of our NCDOT camera, another shot further north, 77 near Sunset. That's right near the 485 interchange. That stretch also looking good. If you're headed to the airports, maybe you're taking mom back somewhere or you're heading yourself somewhere else. Drive times all in the green. Just don't be distracted on this Monday morning. May Kay, what's coming up?
All right, have you seen them? The Trump administration released its first batch of declassified UFO files excuse me, on war.gov/UFO. Now, the website received 340 million hits within the first few hours. I'm May Kay Bueller, coming up a peek at some of the videos related to unexplained sightings and encounters. You don't want to miss that. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
Welcome back. Time almost 9:15. Have you seen them? Last Friday, the Trump administration released its first batch of declassified UFO UAP files on war.gov/UFO.
The Pentagon says the website received 340 million hits just in the first 12 hours.
One of those first people who were trying to dig into those files was our chief transportation correspondent, pilot, host of the original program. We are not alone, McKay Beeler. When you pulled back the filing cabinet, right? When you looked at some of these, did it live up to your expectations, McKay?
Well, and I swallowed a bug. I'm just telling everybody.
An actual bug.
My voice sounds weird. I swallowed a bug. The answer is yes and no. Live TV. The answer is yes and no. But let's be clear. This is huge, right? So the Age of Disclosure producer, Dan Farah, says, quote, "We are in the middle of a major turning point in human history," end quote. All right, this is one of the clearest images of a UFO included in the files. Look at this. It kind of resembles an 8-pointed star, or as I call it, a Christmas tree topper. The video footage was taken by an infrared sensor aboard a U.S. military platform in 2013. Now, when browsing through the files like this one, the Pentagon encourages the public to draw its own conclusions. Now, other video shows a UFO appears to be flying over water very quickly. There are other videos you see of them going through a wind farm. Some of the most eyebrow-raising videos that I saw go back to the 60s and 70s. Look at this. Apollo astronauts capturing images of UFOs in space as viewed from the surface of the moon. And there are transcripts and audio files you can listen to. Astronauts Frank Borman and Jim Lovell describing seeing UFOs from their space capsule Gemini 7. That was in low Earth orbit, so there's lots of really neat stuff. Sifting through it all, I think you'll find it fascinating.
All right, McKay, you know, I appreciate them saying draw your own conclusions, but I want to know what the government thinks. Like, what's your best bet on this? Like, tell me what you think. What are your thoughts, McKay?
Some of this stuff is similar to what we've seen, or I've seen before, just because I've studied this for a while.
Yeah.
I was not totally impressed, but I am told the best is coming, will be released in future files. Now, Timber Chat, a representative from Tennessee, says he has seen a lot of files we haven't been privy to yet. He says what he has seen will keep you up at night. I haven't seen anything like that, but that supposedly is coming.
Well, you get up early, McKay. You don't need to be looking at that. That's going to keep you up.
And the New York Times says most of the images are murky at best and can be anything.
Right.
So I'm disappointed, but I'm holding on. I'm delighted that the Trump administration released them, at least this first batch.
Okay, so if you're not overwhelmed by what you saw, what would you want to see to answer the million-dollar question, do aliens exist?
So, you know, back in Roswell in 1947, there were reports of small space people, humanoids that died and crashed, that we have retrieved crashed spaceships. Well, that's what I want to see.
Okay.
Show me the bodies.
What do you want to see? What would convince you?
I think the body, I mean,
I think
that would be very
probably,
yeah. Remnants of a spacecraft,
Yes,
maybe, you know, when we talk about Roswell and all of these things that supposedly crashed. Yeah, I'd like to see that, maybe even some technology from another world.
Well, they say it'll blow us away, and that maybe we're not ready for it.
No, just come on.
Could be.
Annie's ready for it.
I'm ready for it.
I'm ready. Julian is the biggest doubter. He's like, eh.
You know what? I want to see the evidence, but I will say, hearing more of the NASA astronauts, where now it's uncovered, where they can say, this is what I saw, because for a while they weren't allowed to talk about it. So hearing more NASA astronauts, Air Force pilots come out and say, well, I experienced this.
And
evidence is mounting.
Most astronauts have seen something.
Well,
There's got to be something. The space shuttle and Skylab.
Yeah.
Oh, can't wait to hear those tapes. They've seen a lot of stuff.
I'll say they're not going to put their career on the line. So if they're seeing something, they're obviously seeing something.
And people are mad. They say, well, NASA lied to us. Yeah, but if they were told you can't talk about it,
Right.
or this is treason, or we're gonna put you in prison and kill your family.
What would you do?
Well, you got to be quiet.
Exactly.
So it's coming to light. I'll have to have an open mind, as I always say. But I don't want to be disappointed. I want to see the good stuff.
Yeah.
And that
With
maybe coming out as early as Thursday, but they're going to roll it out on a continual basis.
All right.
Okay.
Step one, we're making.
We are not alone.
I was gonna
So, Brian, we
right.
forgot about that.
That's right.
So, streaming on Queen City News Plus and on our YouTube channel, watch the latest episode of We Are Not Alone, because we talk about this.
There you
And
go.
we want you to decide for yourself, and we want you to look at the files. And
love
that is war.gov/UFO.
Boom.
Okay,
Thank you.
Andrew.
There you
Thank
have
you.
it.
Mickey's like, I'm done.
Now you can take it, Andrew.
Mankay, your show is, your show is incredible. It's incredibly popular. You get to plug that whenever you need to, Mankay. Talk about We Are Not Alone. Love that. Just 65 degrees right now. Winds out of the northwest at about 5 to 10 miles an hour. Dew points in the middle 50s here. We'll see that humidity start to come down as we go throughout this week. Boone camera watching some of the shower activity here across the Carolinas. Radar seeing a few of those showers as we get towards the foothills and mountains here in and around Boone. Seeing a little bit of that wet weather. I'll zoom in here a little bit closer as we see some pockets of some more moderate rain, but overall kind of more hit and miss shower activity as we go throughout the day today. Frontal boundary moving through. Temperatures here this morning getting a little bit cooler here, but I was alluding to this. Next weekend and really beyond, things are going to start to crank here across the Carolinas in terms of temperatures, heading well above average as we look towards next week. Futurecast as we go into the afternoon hours on your Monday, some scattered showers, maybe a rumble of thunder out there. This is 5 o'clock here, maybe an isolated shower pushing through, heading into your Monday night. The skies start to clear, temperatures start to drop into the upper 40s here across the region. It's going to be a cooler start on your Tuesday, a spectacular primo A+ Tuesday forecast shaping up across the Carolinas. This is 3 o'clock temperatures, mid to, I won't even say upper 70s, mid 70s out there. And then Tuesday heading into Wednesday, could see another potential round of showers with that frontal boundary moving in. A little bit of scattered shower, isolated thunderstorm here across the Carolinas on your Wednesday with another weak front moving through across the Carolinas. And then we dry out and likely going to be staying dry potentially right through the weekend. How much rainfall are we talking about? And again, not going to be seeing major amounts of rain. We need a lot more than this to really start to make a difference in some of the drought conditions out there. Your pinpoint 7-day forecast, watching a couple of those shower chances. Have dropped their shower chances today down to 30%, and then heating up this weekend. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. As the World Cup quickly approaches, host cities across the country are ramping up their security. However, DHS Secretary Markwayne Mullins says the games are in, quote, jeopardy and puts the blame on Democrats in the recently ended partial government shutdown. While Mullins says they can get the job done, they are facing issues with getting prepared, saying that the mission is, quote, compromised. 5 to 7 million visitors will be coming to the U.S. for these games in 11 U.S. cities. That's why he says the National Guard, TSA, ICE, and Border Patrol are necessary at those events. Mullins claims they're now going to have to work overtime to keep the matches safe because of that partial government shutdown.
They want to prevent ICE from going out and rounding up the criminals and the worst of the worst. And they're willing to shut down all 20 other components throughout the Department of Homeland to do that. That has to change.
Several activist groups are warning World Cup visitors that they could be at risk due to ICE. The first game here in the U.S. is set for June 12th in Los Angeles.
9:26, you're looking live at New York City. We're going to talk Wall Street futures and the opening bell in about 5 minutes with Jane King. She'll join us live from the New York Stock Exchange.
All right, coming up on 9:30 here on your Monday morning. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sidor.
I'm Jason Harper. Meteorologist Ted Payton is out today. Andrew Brightman is here. We're glad to have you, Andrew.
Great to be here.
And you're saying tomorrow could be the best. If you look at the week as a stretch, it could be the best.
That's going to be, just the primo, the grade A prime, to make the meat analogy here, weather-wise, across the Carolinas. I'm hungry this morning. But yeah, that's going to be the best day of the week. Temperatures in the mid-70s, sunshine, low humidity, really just a beautiful day shaping up here across the Carolinas. Today, not terrible. A little bit of kind of a gloomy look out there. We'll see a couple of showers, though. It won't be a total washout across the region here. Good morning. Happy Monday, everyone. Hope you had a great Mother's Day weekend. We are watching a few showers out there across portions of the Carolinas. Get comfortable temperatures as we go through this week. Once we get to the weekend, though, things will start to heat up here across the Carolinas. Charlotte Live Cam, it's a lot of cloud cover in around Charlotte, though not much in the way of wet weather right now. Northwesterly winds here about 5 to 10 miles an hour right now, and yeah, we're going to be seeing a couple of showers as we head into the afternoon. Pinpoint radar as we get up towards Boone and Hickory, seeing some of those scattered showers this morning. That's what's going to try to push in to the Piedmont and down into the Sandals as we go into the afternoon, but this is not going to be a major amount of rainfall. I wouldn't even say cancel your afternoon plans, just kind of hit and miss showers, kind of not too dissimilar from what we saw Saturday morning with a few isolated showers here across the region. Going to be kind of one of those type of shower days here across the Carolinas. This is part of a frontal boundary moving through. I was talking about the low humidity and great weather ahead for tomorrow. Well, that's what this front is going to be ushering in here across the Carolinas. Quick check in the airports here one last time. Seeing some moderate delays in San Francisco, but otherwise no major problems here at the hubs, though always best to check ahead with your local carrier. Temperatures in the mid-60s in Charlotte, 68 in Chirag, middle 50s as we head up into the higher elevations. Dog walking forecast this morning, mostly cloudy skies with a few showers sprinkled in there as we head into your Monday afternoon. I've got more on the rest of the week coming up, my full forecast in just a few minutes.
All right, Andrew, thank you. Well, the step to a new Federal Reserve chair will take a big leap later today.
And President Trump dismissed Iran's peace proposal.
Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories. Jane, little over 1 minute into trading. How are those numbers looking? And how's oil reacting to the latest developments in Iran?
Well, not big movements either way. So stocks are, the Dow's down 42 now. I think that's the biggest move we've had so far today. Oil is up about $1.50 to $2 a barrel. So still some cautiousness as the markets kind of continue to watch for things going on in the Middle East. So President Trump called the Iran proposal totally inadequate. They didn't agree to any of the nuclear demands. They want control over the Strait of Hormuz, which they didn't have before the war. So it seems like a non-starter, but the markets so far just kind of cautiously continuing to watch the situation.
And Jane, we expect to have a new Federal Reserve chair by the end of the week.
Right. The Senate committee expected to approve Kevin Warsh's nomination this evening. That puts into motion a vote in the full Senate, which is expected to pass, and then he will be sworn in as Federal Reserve Chair by Thursday, which is the current chair, Jerome Powell's, last day of his term. So if all goes well, or as expected, we'll be saying Fed Chair Warsh pretty soon.
All right, Jane, Moderna, which became well known for its COVID vaccine, is working on a hantavirus vaccine.
Right, and the stock is soaring, and not just Moderna, but some of the other vaccine makers are up here this morning. Now, Moderna confirmed that it is evaluating potential treatments targeting the hantavirus, describing it as early stage and ongoing within its broader infectious disease development. Currently, there are no vaccines or even antiviral treatments available for hantavirus infections.
All right, Jane, we appreciate that report today, and we will catch up with you early tomorrow morning. Thanks, Jane.
See you tomorrow.
A husband and wife are dead following an overnight house fire in Rowan County. Authorities say someone passing by called 911 around 11:45 last night. You can see just how intense those flames were. This happened on Saw Road near West North Carolina Highway 152 in China Grove. Firefighters were still working to put out hot spots this morning, and the cause of that fire is still under investigation.
New this morning, former Charlotte Mayor Jennifer Roberts says that she is willing to serve as interim mayor of Charlotte. It comes just days after Mayor Vi Lyles announced her resignation set for the end of June. Roberts said in a statement, quote, "I would not require a salary or benefits for this interim position so I could save a small bit for the city budget." She also went on to say, quote, "I would bring my experience as a former mayor and county commissioner to the job with a promise not to serve beyond the interim period or seek to run for a full term in 2027. Roberts served on the county commission from 2006 to 2011, then as mayor from 2015 to 2017. So far, an interim mayor has not been chosen, but several city council members are in the conversation.
From your roads to your money to who could be the next face of the city of Charlotte, it is one busy day for Charlotte City Council members. That's why they plan to start today's meeting even earlier. Their session now starts at 4 p.m. They'll be discussing whether the city should have a moratorium on data centers. During their 6:30 p.m. session, the agenda includes a resolution calling for a pause on the controversial I-77 toll lane project. They'll also be hearing the city manager's proposed budget for next year, which includes a property tax increase for public safety. It will also be the council's first meeting since Mayor Vi Lyles announced her resignation. No word yet on if the council plans to address that announcement.
Well, President Trump is entering a critical week on the world stage.
And it comes with high-stakes talks in China, just as efforts to ease tensions in the Middle East appear to be losing momentum.
News Nation Washington correspondent Rashad Hudson has more.
The White House says diplomacy is still the goal when it comes to trying to end this conflict with Iran. But President Trump says military action is on the table if Iran does not accept this U.S.-backed peace deal soon. President Trump is signaling frustration with Iran's response to a U.S. peace deal, posting on Sunday he doesn't like it, calling it totally unacceptable, but not explaining why. The U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, Mike Waltz, spoke about the president's plans.
He is giving diplomacy every chance we possibly can before going back to hostilities, but he's absolutely prepared to do that.
The growing conflict is also having a direct impact here at home, pushing gas prices higher across the U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright was pressed about this.
Ending the Iran nuclear program is a tough challenge, as you're rightfully pointing out. Is there short-term dislocation from that? Absolutely. But we need to make that trade-off, or we have a long-term threat to peace in the region.
New Jersey Democratic Senator Cory Booker says President Trump doesn't have a clear end game.
This president has no way out. This is going to go on for months, and that pain is going to continue to be felt by people he promised to lower prices for and keep us out of foreign entanglements.
And some top Trump administration officials are now proposing the idea of suspending the national gas tax. Rashad Hudson, News Nation, Washington.
Coming up on 9:37 now, the remains of a U.S. Army soldier with ties to North Carolina have been found. 2 soldiers were reported missing on May 2nd after participating in military exercises in Morocco. 27-year-old First Lieutenant Kendrick Key was one of the 2 soldiers who fell off of a cliff during a hike while off duty. He graduated from Methodist University in Fayetteville. Military teams are still searching for the second soldier.
A man already serving a life sentence for a Charlotte murder is getting more prison time for 3 additional killings.
Pursuant to the plea arrangement, a minimum term of 264, a maximum term of 329 months.
That is Superior Court Judge William Bell sentencing Stephen Staples to more than 22 years in prison for 3 counts of second-degree murder, among other charges. He entered the guilty pleas to those counts on Friday, all part of a month-and-a-half-long crime spree that started back in 2019. Staples is already serving a sentence of life without parole after his November conviction in the murder of Scott Brooks, the co-owner of Noda's Brooks Sandwich House. The brother of the victim in one of Friday's cases says he has mercy for Staples now, 7 years later.
Like, it gave me closure because I literally got to physically see him, look into his eyes and tell him I love him and I forgive him. I don't know, some people may not be where I'm at spiritually, where they could do that.
Staples' new prison time will run concurrently with the life sentence in the Brooks case and another for the murder of a Hickory man. A North Carolina appeals court is upholding the conviction of Madalena Kojikari's stepfather. Madalena is the Cornelius girl who hasn't been seen since November of 2022. A jury found Christopher Palmater guilty of failing to report the then 12-year-old's disappearance. Palmater and Madalena's mother, Diana Kojikari, didn't contact authorities about her disappearance until weeks later. Palmater's lawyers argued that the law is unconstitutional and certain evidence should not have been excluded from his trial. The appeals court rejected those arguments. Madalena's mother pleaded guilty in the case. She has since left the country.
State lawmakers are 3 weeks into their short session in Raleigh, and they still haven't reached a deal on a budget. Top Republicans say they see a path to a deal, but major disagreements are keeping them from crossing the finish line. State Capitol reporter Shabnam Dinesh explains.
Behind closed doors, House and Senate Republicans are still trying to hash out a state budget.
No agreement yet, but I'll say I think we've made substantial progress.
House Speaker Dustin Hall says disagreements over tax cuts and state employee pay are still holding up a final deal.
All of our proposals have given what we think are really high raises for all state employees and teachers, especially those critical areas like state troopers, where we've fallen behind compared to other states.
The House is also pushing a constitutional amendment to limit property tax increases after county reappraisals. Supporters say it would give homeowners relief from skyrocketing reappraisals, while critics say it could limit funding for schools and local services. Senate Leader Phil Berger says the Senate is reviewing the idea.
We are looking at it. I think there's support for that, or at least that concept.
Democrats say they've been left out of discussions altogether.
We all hear the rumors that come out from behind those closed doors once in a while about what's, there's progress and then there's not progress, and it kind of goes back and forth. But all of it's very much in the hands of very few people.
Berger says a joint agreement is still the goal, but with time running short, the Senate is prepared to move forward on its own.
Because if we don't go ahead and get started on that process and we wait until we get an agreement so that we can get started, there's no way you're going to meet a deadline of the end of June.
Hall says he still believes both chambers can reach a joint agreement.
I don't think it's really constructive for each side to fire off their own bills.
State Senator Lisa Grafstein says working families will pay the consequences if a deal can't be reached.
We don't have a budget. The food banks don't get money. So that kind of thing simply continues on. There's also, obviously in education, teachers are not getting raises, state employees are not getting raises.
And that was Shabnam Dinesh reporting. Lawmakers have less than 2 months before the new fiscal year begins July 1st. If they can't come up with an agreement, current spending levels will continue. Senator Grafstein says Democrats have filed a bill that would strip lawmakers of pay if they cannot come to an agreement by then.
The Charlotte Hornets now know where they'll be picking in the NBA draft. The ping pong balls handing Buzz City the number 14 pick during yesterday's lottery. They'll also pick number 18 in the draft. The Washington Wizards secured the number 1 overall pick. Many sports analysts say this year's draft class is one of the deepest in years. The first round will be held on Tuesday, June 23rd at 8 p.m. Well, it's an unsettling trend. Cases of domestic violence that correspond with the weather. We're digging into why that is and what can be done to stop it. Watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
The weather might be warming up now, but a cold winter could have caused more problems than just uncomfortable temperatures. It can actually lead to domestic violence.
In agricultural communities, that cold weather can mean financial ruin. Bob Buckley found that those communities are the ones that see the highest cases of domestic violence.
Now, he also found what can be done to solve that problem before winter comes back.
For generations, it was only whispered about. Now, the frost within can no longer be ignored. In areas that depend on agriculture and ranching, a silent predator follows the frost.
It matters not just literally how cold it is, but how long it stays cold.
Leah Lakdawala is an economist and researcher at Wake Forest University whose latest paper moves the phenomenon beyond the anecdotal and into the measurable.
Our measure of cold takes into account both how far the temperature drops below some threshold. Let's say we think that -7 degrees Celsius is when crops really start to fail in the field. Then we can measure how much the temperature dropped below -7 and how long it stayed there.
Each very cold day on a farm adds one additional case of domestic violence for every 40 women. And over time, those numbers add up significantly.
But as you get to colder and colder temperatures, that's when we really start to see domestic violence spike and increase in much higher levels.
Professor Lakdawala and her colleagues did their research in the high altitudes of the Peruvian Andes, but the phenomenon applies to any family tethered to the land.
That can be true if you are living in a rural part of the U.S., right? So we have plenty of people here who have agricultural-based jobs or who are, caught inside when the weather takes a turn for the worse. And so both of those things, those stressors, we think can be present even here.
It's not just cold. Any intersection of financial ruin and forced physical proximity doesn't just spark physical violence. It sharpens the blade, as we learned when Hurricane Helene devastated western North Carolina.
Whether we think about natural disasters or whether we think about temperature spikes or temperature drops, these we generally think of just as big shocks that affect a large locality all at the same time and are often just something out of the household's control.
What remains in people's control is how they react to it, and Professor Lakdawala says the choice is often violence, saying that her research shows that 75% of the increase in intimate partner violence is driven by financial stress.
But we want to know more than that. We want to know what is the extent. We want to be able to measure how much domestic violence increases in response to these changes in the weather. And on top of that, we want to know, do these other social programs that are being offered actually help? And our research is able to answer both of those questions.
The definitive answer, her research shows, is softening the bite the cold weather takes on those families' incomes.
There is a clear role for governments and policymakers to help women in these situations, and that is to provide some sort of financial safety net, some stream of income that is not reliant on good weather conditions and can help them through these times when they struggle.
An investment in farm families can plant the seeds of bounty for all of us.
Now, research shows there is not a similar spike in violence against men in these situations, which is why Peru has had some success by creating women's justice centers, which help shield potential victims in these cases.
While students go to school to learn, a growing number of doctors want to make sure there's also time for play built into their schedules. The American Academy of Pediatrics is recommending recess for kids of all ages. Roughly 40% of school districts across the country have decreased or canceled recess time since the mid-2000s. Doctors say recess can help build social skills and promote healthier lifestyles.
There's good evidence that you've got to take breaks between concentrated bouts of learning in order for the brain to hold that information and store it.
We know teenagers also have poor dietary quality and also are more sedentary than our younger kids.
Health experts say they hope similar concepts catch up with adults, and they're pushing for the creation of a non-sedentary workplace. Even just getting outside and walking for 10 minutes feels so good.
Come on, recess. I got straight A's in that all
Me
through
too.
school. Man. All right, the Panthers, they are hoping for an easier road to the playoffs this coming season with their schedule release this Thursday. We already know the Panthers will be playing the Arizona Cardinals in the 2026 Pro Football Hall of Fame game. That's Thursday, August 6th in Canton, Ohio. However, that game is just a preseason matchup. Other highlights around the league include the 49ers. You got the Los Angeles Rams meeting in Melbourne, Australia in week 1. Sounds like a road trip to me. Plus a game between the Baltimore Ravens and Dallas Cowboys in Rio de Janeiro in week 3. Man, Panthers football will be here before you know it, guys.
You know it. We've got camp coming up in a little bit.
Yeah.
And then it's going to be here.
The dog days of summer.
Oh, that
Yes,
is.
it does.
That makes
training
it,
camp,
right.
yeah.
It makes it deal with like the the 60s and 70s this week way more enjoyable when you remember what comes in July and August.
I hate the heat and humidity. I'm one of those people, I wish it would snow all year round. I know people,
Oh,
I might
wow.
get dunked on for that, but I love cold and snow. But the type of weather we'll see tomorrow, it's going to make everyone happy here in Western Carolina. 65 degrees right now. A couple of showers on the way for your Monday. Northwesterly winds about 5 to 10 miles an hour here out on King Street in Boone. This is where we've been seeing some of the wet weather this morning here across portions of the Carolinas. Some of these scattered showers already breaking up. We might see a little bit more redevelopment in some of this wet weather as we go throughout the afternoon hours. But overall, this is not going to be a major wet weather day here across the region as this front pushes through the Carolinas. Temperatures mid-60s to low 70s out there. Just talking about the muggy meter here. When we don't even see anything showing up, we got dew points in the 40s. It is perfect outside, and that's exactly what we're going to be getting here across the region. It starts to get toasty and more humid once we get through the weekend and into next week. Pollen forecast here. Also going to see those pollen counts start to rise here as we get a little bit later on in the week. Futurecast in motion heading into the afternoon. There's some of those scattered showers trying to push through here across portions of the Carolinas overnight. Heading into your Tuesday, mostly clear skies here. A picture perfect forecast shaping up across the region. A beautiful Tuesday afternoon with highs in the mid-70s and a whole lot of sunshine on the way. Wednesday, though, could see those showers try to return here across the region. Not so much during the morning hours for the morning commute, but as we head into the afternoon, watching some of these scattered showers, maybe even a rumble of thunder pushing through here as we get to 7 o'clock on your Wednesday night across the Carolinas. I do think, though, for the Charlotte FC match this Wednesday here, should be able to stay dry here. An isolated shower is possible, but things trending dry once we get past about 6 o'clock or so in the evening. Your Pinpoint 7-day forecast here, watching beautiful weather here to wrap up the week, and then we start to get toasty. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. All right, one final check in on your Pinpoint 7-day forecast. A couple of scattered showers today, as well as your Wednesday. Should be dry for the most part for the Charlotte FC match. I will say Tuesday and also potentially Thursday, those are going to be some of the best days of the week. We've got mid-70s, we've got sunshine, we've got low humidity. This is just perfect middle of May weather here across the Carolinas. Then it starts to get a little bit on the hot side as we get into next weekend.
All right, Andrew, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Check this story out. A bilateral amputee climber setting a world record as she climbs the Space Needle stairs in Washington. Mandy Horvath had already broken 7 world records. Why not go for an 8th? Here we go. Climbing all of the towers, 832 stairs.
Wow, the Space Needle hosts a charity event each year called Base to Space, where athletes can register to climb in support of a charity. Horvath couldn't participate alongside the other athletes because of safety risks, but she completed the mission on her own by raising funding for local cancer organizations.
Yeah, Horvath has previously scaled Pikes Peak and managed to incline in Mount Kilimanjaro. Mount Kilimanjaro?
Holy cow!
Come on!
That's incredible.
God, I get winded going up a couple flights.
That's what I'm saying. I go to my mailbox and I got to sit down and rest.
And she got to see a dog at the end, and that's the best
there's a
part.
dog at the end, which always makes it better.
I know, yeah. I'm just like, I'm amazed.
That's incredible. Man,
Very good.
8 world records, so that's great. All right, listen, just enough time to hand it off to these two ladies. A little different. We're moving things around in here.
There we go.
Alicia, hope you had a good Mother's Day yesterday.
Thank you. Had a wonderful Mother's Day. Jason, that's right. We've got a new set, but also, you guys, we've got the Tooth Fairy on our show.
Oh.
So she helps people that cannot afford dental care. She goes and she redoes their teeth for free.
Ooh, upgrade on the Tooth Fairy, I know.
Seriously.
I'm gonna pop out a tooth.
Right.
With inflation right now.
She's here, Jason. Utilize it.
Have a good Monday, y'all.
You don't want to miss what we have coming up today on Positively Charlotte. Gen Z is leaving dating on standby. The reason they're not picking up the romantic struggle, oh, that's coming up.
And the Hornets have just gotten a little bit bigger, the newest heir to the Queen City throne.
And the Tooth Fairy's on a mission, y'all. We speak with Kim Marzielli about her helping endeavor. Good morning, happy Monday. Welcome to Positively Charlotte. A new week, a new set.
That's right. I'm Liza Mahacek.
And I'm Alicia Quarles. You guys, thank you for joining us. We hope you had a phenomenal weekend because we sure did. We were in them streets.
That's
okay,
right.
So I was actually at the lake. So I went to Lake Norman for the first time. That's such a beautiful time. So that's my view right there, waking up to that, going to bed to that. So fantastic. I was out there with the kiddos. We like lake life. I think I need to be living at Lake Norman.
Right?
So yes.
I was thinking this just a few weeks ago. I was like, it's like 25 minutes from Charlotte. So you know what?
Weekend house
What if
life,
I
right?
just did that?
Just do that. It was so good. So yeah, it was just nice to see the kids like in the elements. They were out there eating watermelon. We just cooked out. We just hung out. So it was just super fabulous. Such a fun way to spend Mother's Day weekend. I think we've got a couple other pictures. There's the kids. There's the kids eating some watermelon, enjoying the view, taking it in. And I think we have a video of the actual view so I can show you guys. But the house was just super.
Oh my gosh, look at
It was relaxing, Liza. I felt like I was there for a week and I was only there for.
That is what
You know?
Lake Norman does to you.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, but also the thing is, you're so much more present. I think
Yes.
when you're near a body of water, but B, when you are in nature,
Yep.
days feel longer because you're not involved with any technology. You are just looking out at the
And
water.
that's it. I had my phone
just
down.
vibing.
Yep, just chilling. Okay, what did you do, Miss Mahacek?
Oh, well, I stayed busy, you know, as always. I wish I was at the lake, but so I went to the Carolina Clay Matters Pottery Festival. There were so many people here. So it was
Wow.
over at the Ford building at Camp North End, which also massive building there. But there were over 100 different potters there, and so they had so many cute things, but hundreds and hundreds of visitors who came and customers. So
I love seeing our local talent too. That's
Right?
amazing. Yeah.
It's so cool. So there were so many fun places there. And then also, of course, had to go to Thrift Pony since I was at Camp North.
You've
End.
had to do
So
it. That's right.
Hopped in there, you know, looked for some clothes. And then also, I was just telling you about this before we were talking about the show. So Seemingly Overzealous teamed up with Brew and they did a brunch event. So they had the Accidental Baker that like kind of also came in with this. So they had gluten-free pancakes, waffles, cinnamon rolls, all this stuff.
This was your like paradise.
This was my
Yes.
paradise. And then Brew was there, which I have been trying to track them down forever. You know, a lot of times people will go and try and find them and then they'll be sold out. by
The
time
line is
that
always
they-
long on
Like
social.
Crazy.
Yeah.
And so it was so fun. I got their orange creamsicle matcha.
Is it worth the hype?
It was worth the hype. And by the time that I did get to Seemingly Overzealous, I did go to the wrong location.
It's okay.
Really sad for me.
It's okay.
But so I didn't get a chance to have any of the food, but I'm sure it was amazing.
That's right. It was in
So-
your heart.
It was in
Liza.
my heart. It was in my heart.
Now it's time for our Monday morning talkers, and these are the stories that had Liza and I in a chokehold over the weekend. Mine is all about dating because millennials and Gen Zers might be staying single for a while. That's because, guys, it's just too expensive to date. And this is according to a recently published article in Forbes. The average cost of a date in the U.S., so I'm talking dinner, drinks, transportation, and even pre-date grooming, has climbed to $189. That's up 12.5% from last year to $168. Now, nearly half of Americans, 47% to be exact, say dating is no longer financially worth it. As for us millennials, the cost is even higher. We are spending about $252 per outing on average. You know what? I don't think, Liza and I don't think dating's worth it for a number of reasons.
So real.
But that's so expensive, especially for Gen Zers. You guys are just starting out in the world, making your way. Almost $200.
Okay, well, also, the thing is that I have a lot of guy friends here, and they talk about how whenever, like, if they go through a breakup, they're like, well, it's much cheaper now. And like, I'm like, okay, period. But also, I feel like the issue is that it's like not affordable to do this.
It's not. It's hard.
And I feel for people who are out there really trying to date because
Also, if you go on a first date, you're spending that much. What if you don't even like the person?
I know.
So you know what I'm saying? You just blew $200 on somebody you don't really like.
Exactly. And actually, I was talking about this with a couple of our coworkers last week about like, hey, when you are going places like on a first date, usually you're not going out to eat. You're going to get a cocktail or you're going and getting coffee. And Mike Lissette was talking to me about this. He was like, oh, well, that would be kind of a sign, I would think, that they don't really like you.
Mike Lissette, who's one of our sports reporters, and Mac, one of our photographers, we were talking about this on Friday.
Yeah.
And I think it has to do with your generation. Millennials, you better ask me to dinner. Facts. I don't want
That
to
makes
drink our
sense.
coffee because that means you're not putting in effort.
Yeah, but so I think that Gen Zers, because of kind of like, you know, with Hinge and everything like that, you want things to be more low stakes.
You're right, okay.
And so I think that for a lot of younger people, it seems like when you're going to dinner, first of all, you're tied in at least for an hour.
Oh, yeah.
It's at least
2
an
hours.
hour. And if not 2, because you gotta go, you
Yep.
gotta order the food, you gotta wait for the food to come. But if it's a drink, then you can have 1 drink and then call it good.
See, I need to see you put in the effort.
That's fair.
That's also why I'm single. But no, I just went on a fabulous first date a couple weeks ago. though, and it
She
was-
did.
I did, and
She
you
did.
put in the effort. So there
And
we
10
go.
out of 10.
10 out of 10.
We love it. All right, well, here's the thing that I couldn't stop talking about. Charlotte's own LaMelo Ball just entered a whole new role, dad life. So the Hornets star and his partner model, Anna Montana, just shared that they welcomed their first baby together, a son named LaJuan. So here's the twist. The baby was actually born back in January, but they kept it quiet until now. I'm amazed that they could.
I like how they're moving.
I know,
Yep.
seriously. I'm like,
Mhm.
that's the way to do it. Well, the couple says that becoming parents has completely changed their perspective, calling it a new chapter filled with love, purpose, and a lot more meaning. And they're not just celebrating, they're also giving back. So Anna is launching a new nonprofit called I Am Fertility, inspired by her own IVF journey to help other women navigate the process with support and resources. So yes, between basketball and baby bottles, it's officially a big season for LaMelo.
I think this, first of all, congratulations to the couple.
Congrats!
And I think it's amazing that she started a nonprofit, you know, as being a young mom.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, unpopular opinion. What am I going to say?
What? No, you don't.
Okay,
have to say
I'm
it.
not going to say it.
No,
Okay.
say it. You can't do
Okay,
that.
okay. I love Charlotte. I love Charlotte basketball. I'm happy for their new baby. What kind of name is LaJuan?
You know what? I think everybody's always gonna have something to say about the baby name. You know, the LaJuan's not even 1 year old.
Guess what?
and
LaJuan's
Alicia's
already outside of my
coming
tax
for him.
bracket, so I'm gonna be quiet.
That's real.
LaJuan has more money than me.
LaJuan's probably got LaJuan million.
Yeah, so let me just be quiet. LaJuan, you're cute. Congratulations. All right, guys, and don't go anywhere. Kim Marziali is here to tell us all about her Tooth Fairy project and how it's making big waves in our Queen City.
And after the break, we tell you about a nonprofit that is clearing the path to nature. Stick around to hear from the Tar Heel Trailblazers.
And you're taking a live look at West Charlotte. We'll be right back after this short break. Welcome back. Well, Kim Marziali is a Charlotte-based dental hygienist who is the founder of Tooth Fairy on a Mission. It's an initiative dedicated to restoring smiles of those in need, showing how something as simple as a smile can impact confidence, opportunity, and overall well-being. Welcome to the show. So first of all, you've worked in the dental field since 2012. Tell us a little bit more about your history.
I was a dental assistant prior to being a dental hygienist, so I've seen a lot over the years.
For you, what made you want to start Tooth Fairy on a Mission?
Every day I see people that are hiding their smiles or just, not feeling confident in themselves because of their smile. And it's crazy how much that affects their emotional, mental, social, and just all the opportunities that people are missing because of that. And that's why I was inspired to do something.
Okay, speaking of doing something, specifically, tell us about the work that you're doing with Tooth Fairy on a Mission.
So right now I'm trying to do a fundraiser that is gonna help with a smile makeover, complete restoration from function to health, cosmetics, all of those things that will
help somebody out.
Exactly.
Okay, so how much do you need to raise?
Well, for the first case, somewhere around 40,000.
Oh, wow.
But I want this case, I want this to continue. I want this to be a lasting mission that continues to change lives.
And how can people help? You obviously want to change lives, and we know that your smile does have a big impact.
So people can help by donating, by sharing the mission, by introducing more people who need help, who want to change their smiles. I have a smile submission form application online.
What's your website?
So right now it's just,
or I guess Instagram.
My Instagram, Kim Azen, or Tooth Fairy on a Mission.
Okay,
yes,
perfect.
so either of those. I've also partnered with other dental professionals that are here to help. And so if there's any other dental professionals that want to be a part of this, I'm happy to talk.
Having worked in this industry for so long, give us a specific story of where you saw somebody's mouth transformed and how that changed their life.
Oh, when I was just a dental assistant, my boss at the time, she's actually a really amazing dentist here in Charlotte. She did a smile transformation of someone with just composite bonding on the front teeth, and it seriously, you could tell like everything about the way they walked out of the office, the way they just smiled for the first time. It was an amazing transformation, and that's something that I want to be able to do for a lot more people.
So your call to action is really to get the community involved in helping support you in this situation?
Yes, it's definitely community driven because this is going to take a lot of help. This is a mission that involves a lot of people helping people.
Perfect. And finally, why are teeth your passion?
I mean, think about just our regular conversation. I had so many conversations on the rail trail with doing the little interviews, and the first thing people notice are your teeth.
Yeah.
So first impressions do make a huge difference, and I think that can make or break opportunities for people.
Perfect. Well, we appreciate what you're doing, what you're trying to do for the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, as the country's 250th gets closer, we wanted to take a look at what it means to be American, both across the country as well as right here in the Queen City. This is Sherry's story. Take a look.
This farm, my family and I are living our American dream. Hi, I'm Cherie. I'm an urban farmer, and this is my American story. I got started with urban farming in 2004. My husband and I wanted to make sure our children had connection with environment and that we had a little bit of self-sufficiency and could grow our own food. We got very good at growing. Good to the point where we were growing in abundance and sharing it with our community. We found that the number of farms in our community were decreasing, and so we decided that we wanted to stand in that place as farmers. We actually tapped into our social network of friends and said, hey, if you got some extra land and you'd let us farm it, we'd farm it. We farmed 4 plots all over the city, and then we landed here. What we grow here on our farm is an array of vegetables and herbs, fruit and berries. And then we raise livestock. We do a lot of community work where we do horse riding and tours, farm to table dinners. We even do a summer camp where we allow students to come here and learn about being a farmer. It's been my husband and I's dream and passion to be hopefully leaving a legacy that this family decided to intentionally farm for the community. My family and I are living our American dream.
And join us every Monday and Wednesday leading up to the 4th of July for more stories about community, greatness, and pride. And be sure to check out our QCN Plus exclusive show, Stars of Service, hosted by our very own Brian Christensen.
And coming up, the Tar Heel Trailblazers are making it easy for you to find your way to Mother Nature. We hear how they're continuing to make paths in the Queen City ready for visitors.
And here's a live look at Uptown. You're watching Positively Charlotte. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Well, as we enter into spring and summer months, you might be wanting to get outside and enjoy nature. Well, the Tar Heel Trailblazers are a nonprofit group with the goal of getting more people on the path to the great outdoors. President of Tar Heel Trailblazers, Curtis Storm, and board member and communications chair, Tom Seddon, are here to tell us more. So, I feel like there are so many things that you guys do, but kind of run down the list of what all the Tar Heel Trailblazers entail.
Yeah, so the Tar Heel Trailblazers have been around since 1990. We just celebrated our 35th year as a nonprofit here in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Congrats!
Thank you so much. For the past 35 years, we've built and maintained close to 200 miles of single-use mountain bike trails. Wow. But in addition to mountain bikers, there's also hikers, walkers, dog walkers, bird watchers, people that just like to escape the city and get into nature to use them. And we advocate for mountain bike trails, and then, yeah, build and maintain them.
But especially since, you know, we are growing so much as a city, and Charlotte is just continuing to expand, why is it so important for us to have access to these green spaces and nature?
Well, because if you think about, like, we've got a city of over 2 million people, and it's really quite unique that within like 15 minutes drive of almost anywhere in the city, you can be out in somewhere that you would think you were in the mountains and the woods. It's incredible. And with the increase in the greenway system that Mecklenburg's built, you can often like walk from your house along a greenway and then cut into like a real outdoors experience. And it just, I think it brings a lot of joy to people more than anything else.
It really does, because I think that as humans, we're meant to spend time in nature. We're supposed to go touch grass, you know?
Yeah.
So talk to me a little bit about the process of what it takes to maintain these trails, because you know, when you go along these paths, they're beautiful, they're clean, but that takes a lot of effort.
Oh yeah, we have over 650 members. We have hundreds of volunteers who contribute thousands of hours of their time, money, energy, resources, expertise to go out there, trimming the trail back, blowing leaves off the trail, clearing drains. But we also build bridges, build mountain bike features. There's just a ton of work that goes into it on the maintenance side and also on the planning side.
I mean, also, there are just some really gorgeous paths out there. When I first moved here, I was like, oh, well, I don't know where to go. But then I realized that it's because there's so many places. So do either of you have a favorite trail or like a go-to path that you take? I know, this is hard to ask.
You want to go first? Well, I live not too far from Persa Halsey Park, which is a Matthews park. And it's not the biggest park, not the biggest trail we have, but it's got so much charm. And one of the cool things there is a lot of the families who walk the trail paint little stones and just leave them around as well. So in addition to being an awesome place to biking, it's just a lovely family-oriented place to walk as well.
What about you?
My favorite trail, I'd have to say, is Backyard Trails. I spend a lot of time working on the trails out there. We have a lot of wooden features. I enjoy working with the wood, building bridges and things like that. But it's one of our more rugged trails. But what makes that trail really special is it's actually in Charlotte. It's not too far south of Uptown, which is pretty rare.
Yeah.
And it's also connected by Greenway to Park Road Park and Marion Deal. So there's about 16, 17 miles of trail there, and we're actually building a brand new trail just down the Greenway from there. So we'll be expanding that whole entire network to about 18 miles of trail. Yeah.
Well, I love Park Road Park. They've got turtles and ducks there. Such a win. We love it. Okay, so tell me real quick, how can people get involved with you guys? I know you guys have a number of events coming up.
Number one is becoming a member, because then you'll learn about everything that's going on. And then a lot of members, as Curtis said, love to get out and dig. But some people don't have the time or the energy to want to go and dig, but they can kind of dig in their pockets a little bit because we need money for tools, for gas. We use heavy equipment as well. So there's lots of ways, plus just advocacy. Sometimes we just need to make sure that the need for trails kind of gets on the agenda with the parks and the county, etc. So just showing up for things as well. But number one, become a member, and then you'll learn all about this stuff and get involved.
Done. We love it. Guys, thank you so much for sharing this with us today. Make sure that you go and you check out their website or their Instagram. They'll have more info on events and upcoming activities. Gentlemen, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson had a very Hollywood day that ended in a very not Hollywood way. So he shows up, gives a nice speech at a star-studded Walk of Fame ceremony, looking like $1 million bucks as he always does, and then he gets pulled over just like the rest of us. Yep, the police stopped him right after the event because of his tinted windows, which apparently were just a little too celebrity dark for California law.
No drama though. He was cool, calm, handed over his info, even chatted with the officer like it was just another day. Imagine you pull over
The
someone
Rock.
and this man steps out of the car. It's The Rock.
They're probably still used to it in LA. It's probably
you're
like, you know what I mean?
right.
It's probably
That's
celebrities all over
true.
the place.
Well, in case you were wondering, the penalty, basically a fix-it ticket. So yes, one of the highest paid actors in the world got busted for something that your uncle probably got pulled over for in 2008. So bottom line, The Rock might be above the box office, but he is not above the law of tinted windows.
I'm just impressed he was driving himself.
Yeah.
He's one of us, Liza.
Good for you,
Yeah, right.
Dwayne.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Okay, guys, we're going to switch gears here because Taylor Frankie Paul said it's Mother's Day and she's got things to get off her chest. The reality star from The Secret Lives of Mormon Wives posted a very emotional and, let's be honest, a little spicy message while she's in the middle of a messy legal battle with her ex, Dakota Mortensen. So in her post, she basically said, quote, "It's Mother's Day, I'll say what I want." Then proceeded to call out a friend. That friend is Michaela from the show. Yep, I was in it. For having zero empathy while she's dealing with all this drama. Subtle? Absolutely not. But she also admitted that she's spiraling and made it very clear she's done staying quiet about what's been happening.
Now, the context here is important. This all comes as she and her ex are in a pretty intense custody fight over their 2-year-old son, Ever. A judge just gave them mutual protective orders, aka to stay away from one another, and bumped her visitation time up to about 12 hours a week, including extra time on Mother's Day. So yes, she got a little more time with her son, but also a whole lot of courtroom drama to go with it. And just to make it even messier, the whole situation comes after months of back and forth domestic violence allegations from both sides, with no charges filed in the most recent case.
Okay, so if you're keeping track at home, the vibe is emotional Mother's Day posts, some friend drama sprinkled in, and a very public reminder that the case is far from over. Bottom line, she got her Mother's Day moment, but also used it to air some grievances loud and clear. So she lost primary custody of her children. She got this 12 hours with her son. And people are saying, girl, you used your Mother's Day time to go on social media and crash out? Like, the judge is not going to like that. Yeah,
You know,
Taylor.
and also I think that what people do appreciate about her is that she's always honest. She's always, very blunt with things. But again, especially with legal cases, a lot of lawyers talk about how social media is, kind of a secret weapon where people can bring this into the courtroom and use that as evidence.
1000%, 'cause yesterday,
ugh.
And yesterday she was saying, I can take a beating, I'm used to it. And then ABC, she was supposed to be the next Bachelorette. There was rumors that ABC was going to air it this summer, but now ABC is saying, no, we're not airing this at all. So I think, I've said this before, Taylor, just put the phone down.
We gotta put the phone down. We gotta put the phone down.
I'm invested in you. I want you to win.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right, well, right after the break, we've got a throwback game of I See You, so don't go away. We're gonna identify some eyes.
Or try.
We'll do our best.
You're looking live over Independence Boulevard. We will be right back.
Welcome back to Positively Charlotte on your Monday. It's a new week, so we thought we'd channel our inner nostalgia and play a throwback game of I See You. So as you know, the rules are simple. We're given a celebrity's eyes and have to work together to guess who they are. So Alicia, what's the theme for today?
Okay, Liza, the theme is top artists of the new millennium. So this is going to be interesting. But of course, make sure you play along at home and let us know how you did on our socials at Positively CLT. All right, y'all, let's get started. Well, that's dark.
Beyonce.
Yeah, I see one eye.
Beyonce.
That's Beyonce. Yes, girl.
Is that her at the Met Gala?
That's Beyonce.
Let's see. Oh, these are, okay, it's a throwback.
Okay,
photo.
but Liza,
All
you
right.
caught that with one eye. That was good. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom, boom.
I mean, yeah, I feel like we got to do like,
Yeah.
if it's going to be Beyonce, it needs to be a little bit of a
like,
challenge.
yeah, that was
photo.
okay. That was
Yeah,
okay.
but
That was B.
I know
We
a
got
girl anywhere.
Usher. Usher.
Usher.
Raymond.
Yeah, you're right. You are
He's
right.
coming to Charlotte.
That's right. He's going to be here soon. All
Yes.
right. And this was him at the Hurricane Katrina
He's
cleanup.
got a good heart.
There we
Look
go.
at that.
Giving back.
Giving
Yes,
back
Usher.
people. Okay.
There you go.
Okay, here we go. Usher Raymond. Ooh, Eminem. Ooh.
You know who that looks like to me? Rami Malek.
Rami Malek. No, these are pop stars.
I know,
though.
but doesn't it look like it a
No,
little
not
bit
really.
to you?
That looks like Eminem. Okay, can we get a hint?
It
is Marshall Mathers.
Very nice.
Yes, thank you.
There we go. All right. See,
Okay.
I think we're doing well.
We're doing good. That's Christina Aguilera.
Is it? No, Christina Aguilera doesn't have brown
No,
eyes.
she does not.
Is that? Oh gosh. Some people want diamond rings.
Some people want diamond rings. Alicia Keys.
Okay. Yes.
Yes.
There we go.
Yes.
Okay, Alicia.
Hey, girl.
Yes.
Hey, Alicia sees you.
Yes. Alicia
Okay.
sees Alicia. That's right.
Okay.
Britney Spears.
Britney, yeah.
There
Dang,
we
that's
go.
a bad picture of her we
That-
used. That's
yeah,
wrong.
Oh,
okay.
This is another one where it's like, you know, you can't do one that's like too easy with
Right,
Britney.
right,
'cause,
right,
like,
right.
Britney's very.
She's Britney. She's Britney. She's Britney.
Look at her.
Okay, we're like
pop
100
starring
on
it
this.
up. I know.
Okay.
Kanye West.
Boom.
There we go.
Yep, Liza got that one.
Effective
Look,
immediately.
oh, that was good Kanye.
Yeah,
I
that's
like that era Kanye. Yeah.
in his white suit.
Yeah, I
Look
like
at
that
him.
era. That's
Man.
before the crash outs.
Jennifer Lopez?
No. Okay. Ooh. First of all, the picture's a little blurry. Oh, that looks a little.
Okay, this
Okay,
is a throwback photo.
These are throwbacks. We need a
This is
hint.
where- I'm 5'2". I want to dance with
I don't
you.
know who. Christina Aguilera.
Is it? I'm trying to think of.
I'm 5'2" and I want to. Who says that?
I don't know. I know that.
Can we have another hint?
I know the Nicki Minaj quote of.
She did a song with Sierra, 1 2 step. Let me see you 1 2 step. Nah,
when you
don't
1 2
stop
step.
it.
Everybody.
Oh, Missy.
Okay, Missy.
Oh, misdemeanor.
Yep.
Missy
All
misdemeanor.
right.
Elliott.
Yeah. That makes sense.
But y'all put that blurry photo up, so that was not on us. We can only work with what we have, Liza.
Yeah, you know, I mean,
Okay.
let's see, who is this?
Who's that?
You know what? This is a struggle.
We need a lifeline.
We need, yeah. What's our
Can't,
club?
find me in the club. That's not 50. That is not 50 Cent.
It
What
is
on
50
earth?
Cent.
What? That is like 50 when he was 19. That does not count. That is not what that man looks like.
She said, "Stop it. He does not look like that."
All right, guys. Well, speaking of 50, we got music on the brain, and Melvin Robert is here with today's entertainment report to give us our fix. Check it out.
The American Music Awards announced who will perform during the upcoming ceremony on Memorial Day. Cat's Eye, Keith Urban, Maluma, Riley Green, Somber, Teddy Swims, 21 Pilots, and Hootie and the Blowfish have all been announced as performers at the upcoming 52nd AMA Awards. This is just the first round of acts to be announced. The AMAs will release more within the coming weeks. Taylor Swift, the most nominated artist this year, and Queen Latifah is hosting the show on Memorial Day, May 25th. Live from the MGM Grand Garden Arena in Sin City. You can watch it live starting at 5 p.m. on CBS and Paramount Plus. And now to some new music. Harry Styles just dropped this music video for Dance No More. Check it out. Dance No More is a part of his Kiss All the Time Disco Occasionally album, and the new music video comes about a week before he begins his Together tour in Amsterdam. And Shakira also bringing up some new music. She has released a teaser video for a new World Cup song that she's got with rapper Burna Boy. This song is the official 2026 FIFA World Cup song. It's called Die Die, and it features Nigerian star Burna Boy. Die Die comes out in just about a week. Of course, this isn't Shakira's first World Cup song. She also recorded the iconic Waka Waka in 2010 and La 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 in 2014. Love Shakira. In Hollywood with your entertainment report, I'm Melvin Robert.
Well, continuing on our music route, Dua Lipa is taking on Samsung, and it's a big one. So the pop star has filed a lawsuit claiming the tech giant used her image on TV boxes without her permission. So according to the lawsuit, a photo of Dua taken backstage at a music festival ended up splashed across Samsung television packaging, making it look like she was endorsing the product.
And Dua says she never agreed to that, never got paid, and asked the company to just stop, but they kept using it anyways. Now she's seeking $15 million in damages, saying the move misled consumers and cashed in on her fame. And as of now, Samsung hasn't responded publicly, but this one could turn into a major showdown over celebrity image rights. I'm surprised she's not suing for more.
I know. I mean, honestly, to ignore a cease and desist is
Right,
kind of wild,
right.
especially from two big names like Dua Lipa and Samsung.
They probably do it all the time, though, and gotten away with it, and she's like, hold up, hold up.
But also, it's like, here's the thing. Maybe if you had asked her, she would have said, yeah.
Maybe you got to
and then
pay
you
her.
could have gotten, a good partnership, and something could have come out of that.
Yeah.
But it's kind of like, I think sometimes the phrase like ask now and apologize later, or wait, what's the saying?
Ask for forgiveness later.
Ask for forgiveness later. Yeah, that whole thing.
Yeah.
I think sometimes it works, and in this case, it doesn't.
She said, hold
when
up.
you can get in legal trouble, maybe don't. Maybe you should
But
ask
Samsung has
first.
a lot of money. They probably don't care.
Yeah, that's true. Well, take a listen to this.
I'm standing in the middle of a frozen ocean.
In the Kalahari Desert.
200 miles south of Java. Here in the South American rainforest. And here in Africa.
I've been lucky enough to live through the golden age of natural history filmmaking. I've enjoyed every minute of it.
We can now show life on our planet in entirely new ways.
Well, we would like to wish Sir David Attenborough a happy belated 100th birthday. He's known to many as the voice of nature, who shows us the world through his spectacular lens. To mark his milestone birthday, cinemas are playing his nature films.
And friends and fans are praising his decades of work, illuminating the beauty and fragility of nature. Attenborough's groundbreaking Life on Earth series in 1979 put him on the map. As for his longevity, he's credited his lifestyle of staying active, eating a semi-vegetarian diet, and maintaining a strong sense of purpose in protecting the natural world. A beautiful man in a beautiful world. Happy birthday, Mr. Attenborough. That is so cool. 100 years young.
Sir David.
I'd love to just talk to him. The things that man has probably seen.
Oh my gosh. But especially, we were talking about nature earlier in the show. I feel like also having access to nature, being in nature, I think
good for your soul.
It is good for your soul. It's got to be good for your body. That's what we're meant to do.
Absolutely. All right, guys. Well, on the other side of the break, reality rumors are getting messy. See how LeAnn Rimes is catching fire? Oh, all the smoke from this woman, Brandi Glanville. That's coming up next.
And you're taking a live look at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Might look a little gloomy out there, but we'll have some more sunshine coming up after this short break.
Welcome back. Well, we're always looking for the latest accessories for our phones. And so here's Rich DeMuro with today's Tech Report.
A magnetic ring on the back of your phone makes accessories easy to attach, whether you're charging, using a stand, or snapping on something fun. Here are some unique MagSafe accessories I found. Starting with these commuter earbuds. They're tough to lose thanks to their MagSafe case. They have noise cancellation, Apple Find My, and up to 10 hours of battery life, 30 with the case. The case also doubles as a kickstand for your phone, $130. Next up, UAG's Metropolis magnetic wallet stand. It holds up to 6 cards, has Kevlar fabric, and multiple pockets, including one that fits a credit card size tracker. There's also built-in RFID blocking. It's $60. Who needs a backpack when you can have this? Spiegen's MagSafe Snap Zip is basically a mini backpack for your phone. It has 2 small pockets for things like earbuds, cash, or lip balm, and it magnetically attaches right to the back of your device. There's also a clip so you can attach it to a real bag, plus a hand strap. It's $55. And finally, how about a drink holder? MagHug is a MagSafe compatible koozie that attaches to your phone or any metal surface. It keeps your drink cold and your phone close for photos or videos. It'll definitely be a conversation starter at your next tailgate or party. The koozies come in different sizes and start at around $10.
Man, talk about perpetually online.
Right.
Like, wow.
Wow.
All right, well, here's another story. Brandi Glanville is stirring the pot again, and this time it's over rumors that LeAnn Rimes could join the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. So when the buzz started online, Brandi did not hold back, writing, "I hope it's true. I mean, she got everything else of mine. Husband, kids, boobs, Bronco, random illnesses. She might as well just be a housewife and finish it off once and for all." That is a line that reminds everyone this drama goes way back.
Okay, so let me remind you, Brandi's marriage to actor Eddie Cibrian fell apart in 2009 after his affair with LeAnn, who he later married. And even though the two women have had periods of peace, this latest comment shows old wounds can still reopen. The rumor started when LeAnn, her name began circulating as a possible addition to the next season of The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, which was enough to get fans and Brandi talking. But LeAnn was quick to shut it all down in a lighthearted way, basically saying reality TV is not for her, and that acting brings plenty of drama. As for now, don't expect to see LeAnn holding a diamond, but clearly this long-running feud still knows how to make headlines. So back then, the lore was, which was kind of true. So LeAnn had this affair with Eddie, but she's dyed her hair like Brandi's. She went to Brandi's hairdresser, started dressing exactly like Brandi.
Ooh.
It was creepy. But this is like way back in 2009, so I guess clearly Brandi has not gotten over it.
Yeah, that's true. But also, you know, I feel like when you've got something that triggers that old wound,
she
then
said, "Don't come for my job."
It can bring you right back, and man,
Yeah,
that is.
there it is.
A Real Housewife is going to speak her mind.
And here's the thing about women: we don't forget anything.
No,
men do, but women don't. If you wrong
Like an
me,
elephant, we
you
never
wronged me 20
forget.
years ago, I'm gonna remember. All right. Well, Meg Ryan and Dennis Quaid may have just closed their 25-year chapter thanks to their son's wedding. The former couple, who had a very public and pretty strange split back in 2000, reportedly reunited at son Jack Quaid's wedding in Australia in April. And for decades, their relationship was described as chilly, but sources say the wedding finally brought them into the same space and helped them start healing old wounds.
Now, the two are said to be back on speaking terms and able to be civil with each other, something that once seemed impossible. And insiders also credit Jack for helping make it happen, saying that he never gave up on getting his parents to put the past behind them. So while this isn't a full-blown Hollywood reunion, it is a big step toward peace after decades of distance.
I love how celebrities are just like us. They can have bad breakups as well.
That's true.
But it's always crazy that how somebody you loved, you can end up like.
I know,
disliking.
exactly. But I think that also it's kind of true, especially with a wedding like that. You want your parents to be there together and get along, and you want both of them there. So
just be peaceful. That's right.
That's very true. All right, well, eggs were once thought to be bad for the heart. However, more recent research found that eggs actually reduce bad cholesterol and lower heart disease risk. And now a new study in the Journal of Nutrition finds those who regularly eat eggs are also less likely to be diagnosed with Alzheimer's.
Well, researchers found the most consistent egg eaters, those who've had 5 or more servings per week, showed a 27% lower risk. These studies suggest that eggs may play a beneficial role as part of the balanced diet pattern that supports brain health. Now, the study didn't mention how the eggs in question need to be prepared, so until we hear it back, it looks like 2 eggs over easy can keep a lot at bay. I cannot stand eggs.
Really?
I think it's the consistency. My daughter doesn't like them either. I'll eat an omelet, but it's the consistency.
Yeah, that's fair. I always like to ask people, are you in or out of an egg phase right now?
Right.
Because I think anything can set you off.
Yes.
You know, if I eat one egg bite that gives me a weird vibe, I'm off of them for weeks.
Yeah.
I just can't take them. I can't do it. All right, well, on to some more entertainment news. Robert Downey Jr. is not buying the idea that influencers are the, quote, stars of the future. The actor sounded off on a podcast saying that claim is, quote, absolute nonsense. He said, yes, it's easier than ever for people to become famous just by turning a phone on themselves, but he worries about how authentic that fame really is. Downey hopes younger generations will want to build things, create things, and actually do something meaningful, not just chase clicks.
And it hit home for him personally as well. He shared his teenage son got caught up in the influencer culture, even asking for donations while playing video games. And Downey said that's when it started to feel less like fun and more like a religion. His most memorable line, he compared some influencers to evangelical hucksters of the information age. I love he's a wordsmith. Harsh, but he did say it's met plenty of cool, grounded influencers too. Bottom line, Robert Downey Jr. is all for creativity. He just doesn't want the internet running the show. But I know what he's saying. He is an actor, right? And that's a skill. The byproduct of that for him has been fame, but it's not like he's chased fame. Yeah. A lot of influencers have chased fame.
That's true.
And for what? That you don't have any, there's no art, there's nothing sustaining that.
It's just money, clicks, likes, and attention.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He's got a skill set.
That's very true. All right, well, get this. Hit Me Hard and Soft is showcasing the life of Billie Eilish like we've never seen before. Doug Kolk has the details in your entertainment report.
Well, it turns out Billie is quite the fan of Survivor, so it's only natural that instead of me, we sent our KTLA producer and season 42 Survivor contestant, Romeo Escobar.
We have something in common, Billie.
Wow.
We both love Survivor. I was actually on Survivor, so I did the betraying, I did the suffering.
I did the suffering.
Like your song?
You sure did.
So I have to ask you, would you ever do Survivor if it was a celebrity version? And how do you think you would do?
Hell yes, I would. I have literally no idea. I like to think I would be really good, but I think it's probably really hard.
I think you would do good on the social part.
Did you have to train a lot?
I did. I had to learn how to swim.
You didn't know how to swim before?
No,
that.
I didn't.
That's a big deal. That's pretty amazing.
Let's talk about your movie. How did it feel to see yourself in 3D?
It feels amazing and so surreal, and I look like I'm this big. That's James Cameron.
No one shot a concert film on this scale before. Somebody of her stature on the world stage could be such a diva, and she is not.
Because it's in 3D, it feels like it's right in front of you, so I'm literally like this little hologram of myself. It's gonna be loud. Duh. The most important thing to me about this show, aside from capturing how the show really feels in real life, is the fan experience and the relationship to the fans for me.
Very wise about what she means to them, what they mean to her, and how to convey that visually, because she is a director.
See the scrapes on my hands? That is from the fans. Because they're like the other, it's like 50-50 of me and them. It's like they are really the show, more than me even, to me.
Billie Eilish, Hit Me Hard and Soft, the tour, live in 3D, heads to theaters Friday. With your entertainment report, I'm Doug Kolk.
And coming up, we have more positivity headed your way, so stick around.
You're taking a live look at Gastonia. You're watching Positively Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Thanks for spending an hour of your Monday with us here on Positively Charlotte. Well, we want to wish a happy birthday to Sabrina Carpenter, who is officially 27. The pop star, best known for hits like Espresso, Please, 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 and Taste, is celebrating with a look back just at how far she's come. So from her Disney Channel days on Girl Meets World to sold-out tours, chart-topping songs, and major red carpet moments, she's full-on pop star status right now.
That's right. It feels like she's everywhere lately, and you're not wrong. The past year especially has been huge for her musical career and global success. So whether you've been A1 since day one, a fan, or you just got hooked during her recent hits, safe to say 27 looks darn good on Sabrina. Happy birthday, Sabrina.
Happy birthday, girl.
Yeah,
we
this
love
is
her.
Liza said I'm going to celebrate. This is Liza's holiday.
I know. I'm like, time to go out for drinks. Let's go celebrate Sabrina. Happy birthday, Sabrina.
Okay, well, as always, before we go, we want to share our closing thoughts with you. And here's mine. A girl should be two things, who and what she wants. And that's Coco Chanel. Be who you want, be what you want. Don't let anybody stop you.
That's the truth.
The vibes for the week.
Shout out, Coco. All right, well, since it's Sabrina's birthday, I thought I'd get a quote from her. Mistakes are opportunities for growth, not reasons to give up. Thank you, Sabrina.
Deep thoughts, Sabrina. Deep thoughts,
Thank
girl.
you, Sabrina. But hey, if you've made a mistake, grow from it.
Grow from it.
It's always an opportunity to learn, as Sabrina said.
Wise words from the 27-year-old.
I know.
She knows a lot about life.
She knows it all. Oh, she sure does at 27.
Thank you for sticking with us today on Positively Charlotte. We hope you enjoyed the show and our new set.
Yeah, it's a fun one, but we'll be back here tomorrow with our brand new set. And hopefully you tune in at 10 a.m. right here, same time, same place, here on Queen City News.
Bye.
Welcome into another edition of Morning Edition. Here we go. We got Annie Satowski, the one and only Ted Payton, Jason Harper here, and Julian. A little under the weather today. We're going to be joined by another special guest here in just a second. We wanted to kick off with something huge, right? The last couple of days, really since last week, we've been talking about a couple things, sanctioning certain high school sports for men and women, volleyball for boys, which was just voted yes, and then flag football for girls. This is huge. So yesterday, the North Carolina High School Athletic Association voted to sanction at the varsity level for women, making North Carolina the 22nd state in the U.S. to have flag football for girls. I'm bringing in Riley Fields with the Carolina Panthers, a good friend of ours. Good morning. No one else can rock a sweater vest.
That's true.
Yeah, I'm a little jealous.
Like Riley Fields.
It's the sweater vest of community sincerity.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Put that on a plaque.
Yeah.
For real. All right, Riley, out of the gate, flag football. For girls in North Carolina, first of all, this goes beyond just the cool factor. Why is this such a big deal?
It is a big deal, Jason. I think, what we keep talking about, this is transformative change. And, now you've got an opportunity for girls to have access to the sport of football through flag football in a way that they've never had before. And, what the sanctioning vote does, it establishes flag football as a varsity sport for girls, and they're going to have the opportunity to compete for state championships. And, what we've learned over the past 4.5 years as we've worked on the effort to get us to where we are today is that girls want to play. The energy around it, the desire to compete on the football field is something that is undeniable. And so it's just so exciting to just see this moment in time happen and know that the girls who have kind of blazed the trail the past 3 or 4 years and with all the pilot programs that we partner with across the state and what it means to future generations of girls and the opportunities that they're going to have, it's awe inspiring.
It's really cool. I wish this would have been around when I was in high school, right? The reason we're
Yeah.
having you on, though, is that the David and Nicole Tepper Sports Foundation has announced a $1 million pledge in North and South Carolina,
Yes.
right? Going towards these programs. What exactly will that money help these programs do?
Yeah, just so grateful to the David and Nicole Tepper Foundation. I mean, the support that David and Nicole have given this effort really since jump has been instrumental in the growth that led to the successful vote yesterday. But this new pledge, this new commitment of grant funding is going to provide us with the opportunity to keep providing resources to programs across North and South Carolina. And the grant funding will be used in a variety of ways. One, to assist with schools who are maybe just going to now begin startups of their program. Currently in North Carolina, going into this year, we've got 155 schools committed to play this fall. That number is only going to grow now that we've hit the sanctioning status. In South Carolina, there are currently 55 schools scheduled to play this fall, and that number is skyrocketing, it seems, on a weekly basis. And so we've had the good fortune to be able to support all of those programs up to this point. Now we're able to, now that we're across the goal line with sanctioning in North Carolina, continue to have the resources to support schools in a variety of ways. And I think, each school has different needs. And so the way the grant funding will be used to support schools across the region is really going to be done on a case-by-case basis. We're going to let the schools, when they apply, tell us why they need the money, and it's not always a cookie cutter answer to that. But we enjoy giving schools the flexibility to have the resources that works best for their program, and that's what this amazing gift of $1 million in continued grant funding is going to be able to provide for girls and schools across our region.
Yeah, Riley, in my algorithm on Instagram must have been working in my favorite. Hold on.
Larry's algorithm in a regular sentence. I don't know if I'm good enough for this conversation.
Adjust my glasses a little bit.
right,
Yeah,
right.
but I got to watch some of the clips of the highlights from the girls' flag football, and it is exciting. It is fantastic. The hips don't lie, and neither do the numbers. But
Oh, man.
before you give your point, Riley, I was going to say, like, the sport is exploding from 2023 to 2024. 42,955 girls playing, 105% increase, more than the prior year. And in 2024 to 2025, 68,800 girls and more playing, a 60% increase. So this is really exploding, and the Carolinas are really on the forefront of this, as you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, and I think what's really what's been interesting to see as part of that process, when we started back in 2022, and Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools was the first school district to pilot a district-wide program in the state. And so just we're eternally grateful to Dr. Erica Turner for her vision and willingness to be the first to step forward and make that commitment. Back then, it was just the idea of the girls being out on the field, and it was like, isn't this cool? Isn't this neat? but they were at that point, they didn't even know how to warm up, you know, how to hold the ball, how to throw. To see the progression of the skill development, the rapid progression of the skill development over the past several years. You know, now we're going to host the CMS Flag Championships here at Bank of America Stadium in the next couple of weeks. Now you've got quarterbacks who are throwing their receivers open, like throwing to spots, throwing where there doesn't look like there's going to be a play, literally throwing their teammates open. The advancement in terms of the skill level has been remarkable to see, and that only bodes well for where is it going to go, you know, in the future. An interesting tangent to or other element it's interesting with the sanctioning piece is the explosive growth that's happening at the collegiate level in our region. Conference Carolinas, based out of Greenville, was the first Division II NCAA conference to adopt women's flag at the varsity level. They just completed their first season this past spring. The Big South Conference, which is based out of Charlotte, they're the first Division I conference in the NCAA to announce that they're going to adopt women's flag throughout their conference beginning spring of 28. The CIAA, on the heels of that, has announced that they're going full adoption to begin play in spring of 28. So now what you're talking about, originally it was the access and opportunities for girls at the high school level. Now with the explosive growth at the collegiate level, now you're creating an actual pathway for girls to continue their education just through the sport of flag football and the opportunities that that's going to create. So this dynamic growth at the high school level now is being fueled by what's happening at the collegiate level. So again, I keep using that term. This is a transformative moment in time. It is, and it's just so exciting to be a young girl growing up now that maybe loves football but never had the access or the opportunity to the game or exposure to the game. And so that growth that you're talking about, Ted, just coupled with that is the skill level development and how the game is already becoming much more sophisticated in just the limited time that we've been playing it in a pilot program format for the past several years.
Riley, I'm watching some of these girls just in this video that we're showing. I don't think I would want to, I mean, it's not tackle, obviously, but a lot of these are making it down to the ground. I don't know that I would want to take on some of these ladies that are out there. I mean, they are taking it for real. I want to ask, Annie, I want to ask you a quick question because you're the only, first of all, D1 athlete that's in our group here this morning as a former gymnast, but also a female that had the opportunity to do what you wanted to do because of the sport and passion you had. How can you kind of relate, even though yours was gymnastics, to some of these girls that are, like Riley said, that are now going to have this path open up even through college to be able to do something they love to do?
I think that's great. I mean, when you think about it, women's gymnastics wasn't always a college-sanctioned sport, right? Since I was a kid, it was, so I knew that was a path that I could go towards. But I think for even if we step forward a little bit, the girls coming underneath these high school girls and the ones who maybe play in college can start looking up to them. That's how I got my start, was looking at the people in college, going to college gymnastics meets and saying, hey, and having a coach too who said, this could be your path forward. 5 girls make the Olympics every 4 years out of thousands. This is a path for you to do something else. So I think it's great. It's always hard being a trailblazer, but I'm excited for these girls coming up, and the opportunity means everything because you can have this talent and to be able to showcase that and to have someone else validate that and take you seriously for your talents.
Right.
It means a lot. And we know that sports builds confidence for women. I think there's a statistic about women CEOs, almost like 97%, something like that, played college sports or played sports,
I want
something
to,
like that.
if I could,
Absolutely.
the point you just made, the percentage of participation, data is showing that across the region, anywhere from 25 to 50% of the girls that are playing flag in pilot programs, it's the first time they've ever played a high school sport in their high school career. So now, in addition to just the general access, let's take it another step further. Girls are plugging into high school through flag football and engaging in a way that they never have before. So now they're learning to become part of a team. I had a district AD tell me a couple weeks ago, their first season last fall, he had just whole groups of girls who had never been on a team before. They had to learn how to be a teammate. What did that mean? What did it mean to be on a team? You think about how that translates to the rest of their engagement in school and the discipline, all the things that come out of being part of a team, and how that translates to success in the classroom. It translates to success socially, confidence level, self-esteem levels, all those things that are really interesting byproducts of this, when I don't know that getting into it, we really had that thought about how it's going to engage girls who otherwise have not been plugged into school that way. And so I think to your point, getting girls engaged sets their pathway for future success at a higher ratio.
Absolutely.
Well, this is exciting. Again, we've got Riley Fields on, who's with the Panthers. He's been a friend of Queen City News for many, many years. With this exciting announcement of the David and Nicole Tepper Foundation, $1 million on top of the millions that they've already been given to women's and girls flag football. But now that it is an official sanctioned sport for high schoolers in North Carolina, exciting. Thanks for sharing this news with us.
Thanks, Riley.
Can't wait to see the championship coming up in a few weeks, and how we could all partner in this to get women and girls on this exciting path to flag football. We appreciate you, Riley.
Thank you, brother.
Thanks, Riley.
Thanks, y'all. Appreciate the opportunity to talk about share the good news, and look forward to sharing future successes about it.
Us too.
Sounds good. Thank you, Riley. Take care, my friend. We'll be back with more Morning Edition right after this.
Welcome back to a Morning Edition. We have a new player entering the chat today. Jason Harper had Jason Harper things to do, so we kicked him out of here. Great interview with Riley there. We loved having him. But we're sticking with the sports theme. We have Truist, the first round of the Truist Championship, teeing off at Quill Hollow Club here in Charlotte. And coincidentally, we've had all this time with no rain, and now it has done nothing but rain. Ted's looking off in the distance, looking for somewhere that he wishes he could go. We really need this, though. Honestly, I've been so happy to see this. The timing is just not good. But you know what? The PGA Championship saw weather delays in their Saturday round. And then back when it was Wells Fargo, the first two rounds actually got impacted by weather. So this is kind of, par for the course.
Ooh, I see what you did there. You know what's so funny is Brandon Lawson, our other meteorologist yesterday, was talking about, he's a huge NASCAR guy. And he was like, every time NASCAR goes to these tracks where there's a drought or there hasn't been rain, guess what happens?
Mm-hmm.
It rains. So we're here. But again, by the time people are watching this episode of Morning Edition, I think we're going to be potentially an hour into tee off. That's supposed to start around noon today on Thursday, the 7th.
Oh, so the
Is it 11?
It's 11, unless it got pushed back again. Austin. I should know better than to question a former producer.
Yeah, we try and stay up to date, but who knows?
Yeah. While you look up the latest, I will say we've had the rain overnight.
Tell us.
Radar as of right now still pulling in some light showers. We've eased up on the heaviest rain, so the greens are still going to be saturated. Really no way around it from all the showers that we had overnight, but there's still chances of pop-up showers and isolated storms that can come into play later on this afternoon and evening. I'm thinking around 5 o'clock to dinner time. So if you are watching this and you're also trying to watch round 1 of the Truist Championship, just be on the lookout for the chance of those storms that could roll in. It does get dicey for the rest of the weekend as well. I think we're going to be good on Friday. Friday's looking pretty good.
Yeah.
But early Saturday morning, I'm watching some returns of showing the potential for some rain. And then late Sunday in the afternoon and evening, we could see some isolated storms. So
right at the end.
I know, a dicey weekend. We've gone a stretch of below rain levels pretty much. We're in a deficit of 1 to 2 inches for the past 30 days, over 5 to 10 inches rather for the last year.
Yeah.
So we need the rainfall, but a lot of folks are probably thinking to themselves, does it have to be now?
Right. Does it have to be
Unfortunately.
now?
Yeah.
And to update you all again, the gates open at 10:30. Tea time. First one is 11.
Bring your poncho.
Bring your poncho.
Bring your
But again,
poncho.
like you were saying, Ted, it's tomorrow, round 2, Saturday, probably okay.
Yeah, I think tomorrow for the most part I mean, if you're going to be there spectating, tomorrow's going to be the best day to be out
Okay.
there, right? Friday's going to be the best day to be out there.
Okay.
Saturday, I'm seeing some potential for rain early in the day. And depending how that sets up, could be a quick blast of a shower or a quick storm, or it could be a little bit more of a long, drawn-out morning impact, which would have more impacts on Saturday's play. But I'm thinking Friday's the best day to be out there, and then Sunday should be dry in the first half of the day. It's the afternoon you need to watch out
Right
for storms.
when the round is ending
Yeah.
and crown a champion for
Yeah.
the True
Speaking of that,
Championship.
Annie, is there anyone in particular that you are like a player you might be following?
Normally it's Scotty Scheffler, the boogeyman. He is not playing. I haven't really gotten to dig into as to why. But I'm trying to think who I would like. We know that Cam Young, we said it all yesterday. He's coming off a big win. He's been pretty hot the past couple of tournaments. Rory McIlroy obviously winning his second Masters.
Which, if people are coming off watching the Masters, there's usually a big, I don't want to say revival, but there's a lot of renewed interest in golf for people who are not like diehard followers.
Yeah.
And so maybe people are coming out to see Rory.
Maybe they are. I think he is a fan favorite, and historically, he does play well at Quail Hollow Club. He kind of calls it his second home. When we did host the PGA Championship last year, though, he did not fare so well. A lot of people were. Rory would say, "We don't talk about that. We don't talk about the PGA Championship." But I think. I don't know.
I mean, Xander is one to
Xander
watch.
Schauffele is always one to watch. I have
Legit.
my favorites. Max Homa is one of my personal favorite golfers just because I think he's so funny on social media. He's been doing a little bit better. Colin Morikawa is also having a good season. He's kind of he rode the highs when he was, really, really young, and then he's kind of been like hanging out in the middle, maybe towards the end of the pack, and I've seen him do a lot better this year. So I'm looking forward to seeing who wins. But Cam Young's got the hot hand right now.
I will see. I am not putting actual money because I don't do sports betting, but if I figurative sports betting, Xander.
Xander, okay.
I think so. I mean, look, he's coming in with a bunch of, I think, top fives or 5 consecutive rounds. Excuse me, and like he's been shooting in the 60s. He's been doing really well. Again, he is he's a twice runner-up.
Yeah.
And always a
He's
bridesmaid,
always
never the bride.
Yes, always this close.
Yeah.
And we went to the President's Cup when we hosted a couple of years ago, and he's the one that clinched the title for USA with a massive putt. So I will always think of him in that way as just like a clinch person. So we'll see. But the purse for this, guys, is $20 million.
Oh,
I shouldn't
Not
even
for the
know
winner.
fan
That's for
golf.
like all.
Yeah,
all
gets
encompassing.
split,
Okay, yeah,
but I
yeah,
don't.
yeah, but
I
still.
have to go look and see what the top prize is. But the overall purse is $20 million. So you just got to make the cut. You got to make it past Thursday and Friday, and then you'll be getting some money.
I love that. So one fun fact I actually learned about Quail Hollow today. So I know if people are golfers, they're going to be like, Austin, you just learned about this, but
Okay.
the Green Mile. Are you guys familiar? Okay,
Yes.
the last 3 holes.
Yes.
The toughest 3 finishing holes in the PGA Tour for the last, I mean, like 20 something years, 2 decades.
It's tough.
How many balls do you think have been found in the water on those last
this is like a
3
real one?
holes?
2,456,000.
No.
Wait, in
I'm
just
talking-
in
I'm
a
talking
year
in
or
PG
like?
No, in the since 2003,
Okay.
the 3-hole stretch, 16, 17, 18.
Okay.
PGA Tour.
Okay.
We're not talking
like
through a general
regular
public.
play,
No. We're talking the pros.
I retract my my answer.
100?
More.
More.
Way more. Ted, you got an actual
I
guess?
feel like
Ted?
there's a comma. Yeah, an actual. Well, first I was thinking general public.
There's 1 comma.
I
I'll
think
give you
it's-
that.
Yeah,
I wish I had the Jeopardy theme music.
man, like 3,400.
Little okay.
That was 3
It
seconds.
is
It's fine.
1,888.
Oh,
1,800.
Yeah.
yeah. I
So we'll
overshot it.
see if they can conquer that
Keep those out of the water.
this
Maybe not
weekend.
today.
But
It's raining.
again, like Ted was saying, if you're going today, good luck. Bring a poncho. If you're going tomorrow,
Your
enjoy the beautiful weather. Saturday should be okay, but Sunday, if you're heading for the final round,
we'll see.
We'll see. But guys, we are going to be talking Spirit Airlines after the break. We know Spirit. I know jazz hands. Thank you. There is one guy who wants to turn them into kind of like the Green Bay Packers in a way and bring them back. We'll talk about it on the other side of the break. You're watching Morning Edition. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Morning Edition. We are flying through this episode. Do you guys see what I did there, right? Because what's not flying, unfortunately, Spirit Airlines is grounded. Yeah, suspending operations, shutting down earlier this week. But hold on. Hold on. We're performing CPR. Specifically, Hunter Peterson's performing CPR, launching a TikTok viral post, Let's Buy Spirit campaign with a crowdfunding site. It's exploded. It's got tens of millions in non-binding pledges.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Allegedly. So folks are jumping on, instead of the bandwagon, I guess they're jumping on the Spirit jet, trying to take this thing off.
Trying to
the
revive
tarmac.
it. I had no
Yeah.
idea so many people loved Spirit. So
Well, I know we had one coworker who takes Spirit down to Florida to see his significant other.
Oh,
And
okay.
his concern, and this is some data-driven stuff, where when Spirit or another low-cost airline leaves a market and there's no competition for a route, other airlines will do the thing that they probably will do, which is raise prices. So he's a little concerned. But again, like Ted, you're saying, this guy, Hunter Pearson, setting up a kind of a crowdfunding website. We talked about in the tease, he wants to mirror it kind of like how the Green Bay Packers operates, where, as a group, as a collective, we can all own shares.
Yeah.
Again, I think
I
it's
don't want
like,
shares of Spirit.
Nah, I'm all right. But I think it's was it Let's Buy Spirit or something, the website.
Yeah.
It's like, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say he claims to have raised, as of an audit as of yesterday, Wednesday, May 6th, $214 million by 247,511 pledgers. The average pledge, my little alarm is going off, is $865.
I called BS.
That
on
is like 10
There's no
Spirit
way.
tickets.
There's no way. I think I thought those were only like pledges. Like these are people who are pledging to fund, but you're saying those are actual people who have already given money.
It's what it's saying on there. The average pledge. That's the lingo. it
The
uses.
minimum is $45 because that was like a one-way fare. I just don't believe it.
I don't know.
I just don't see it happening. Obviously, there are so many loopholes, and May Kay, we had her talking about this. They're going to have to reapply for certification, so they're going to have to go through all of that. I don't think people understand. It's always like,
oh, all these companies have so much money. They do, but it costs so much money to run an airline. It costs so much money to run a company. Depending on what your margins are too, you may have really low margins and you're not actually making that much money, but it costs a lot to run these things. So,
Well, it's kind of like
sure, if you get all this money, like how long is that going to last? Are you willing to pledge X amount of dollars for every month consistently in order to keep the airline afloat? My guess is no.
Yeah.
I mean,
They
it's a good idea in theory. I mean, but it's not like remember the Bring Back the Buzz campaign? Were y'all here for this? Oh, I get to school you as a North Carolina native. So when the Hornets became the Bobcats, okay, there was a lot of
Wait, they were the Hornets first, then the Bobcats, and now the Hornets again?
Yes. So in college, I went to App State. We had a guy there who was part of this campaign called Bring Back the Buzz. And again, it was a campaign that went viral, and we're talking in like 2012 viral terms here, back when like the Harlem Shake was like a thing in Plum.
Oh my gosh, I can
Do the
You can hear,
Shake.
yeah. So again, similar to that, you applaud the effort, but like you're saying, there's so many legal issues here. It's so complex compared to just a website where it's like, hey, we want to raise, by the way, they want to raise $1.75 billion.
With a B.
With a B. Capital
With a B.
I mean,
It's
I'm just going to let my face do it here.
I think grassroots efforts are great, and I think that they can obviously do a lot and force change, but this ain't it.
Yeah.
It's not gonna.
To Annie's point, I mean, I think the average number I read a while ago of like how much the airlines make per ticket per passenger is like $7 or $8, right?
Yeah.
Like per ticket. I guess you pay
Margins
a
are
lot, but like they
slim.
make like $8, which is why they're trying to upsell you the liquor on the plane and everything like that.
Do they get liquor on Spirit?
I don't know if they do liquor on
You get
Spirit,
nothing.
but
I was gonna say.
You get a seat,
you
you
gotta
don't
pay
like
for all
it.
your add-ons.
Is
but
it a C?
I shared a stat earlier, and I said, okay, with about 55,000 to 65,000 people paying $45 a month, you could sustain an airline. Correction, you could sustain a single aircraft. One plane.
aircraft.
One plane.
Not even like does that count the fuel?
Probably not. Anyway, no, including crew, fuel,
Okay.
hangar fees,
You get
and
one
insurance.
plane.
One plane. Just one. Now, if you're talking a full airline like Spirit, you need operating expenses of $5 billion. So you need 9.2 million people to pledge
Consistently.
consistently.
Yeah. that is
About
not-
30% of the
And
United
in this room, how many of us are pledging? All right. We'll go back
Crickets.
we'll go back to the full shot.
This many people.
That
Zero
many.
people. I flew Spirit one time. It was a fine experience.
Yeah, it wasn't
But I
bad.
literally have one duffel bag that I bought specifically so I could take it on a Spirit flight because, you know, if I wanted to take a carry-on, roll-on, you know, another like $100 to do it. Like,
Listen, Spirit Airlines is all business, all
Yeah.
right?
Listen, no, I would just say
You're just there
Spirit
sitting.
was appropriately named because you got to travel with your spirit and nothing else. That's all you got to carry with you.
oh, that's a good one, Ted.
You know what?
I think that's it.
I think that's it, guys.
That's it.
I
That's
think
all
we're
we
out of
got.
time. This has been wonderful. Thank you for letting me sit in with you two wonderful people on this another exciting, thrilling episode of Morning Edition.
This is On the Record, a new Queen City News special focusing on the issues, decisions, and conversations that are shaping our communities. I'm Brian Blakely.
And I'm Andy Weber.
It's our first show out of the gate.
It is
here,
our
isn't
first
it?
show. I
Yeah.
can't believe it. It's been a few weeks in the work. I'm happy to get it underway.
Let's get our launch going, right?
Well, we turn our attention this morning to the Palmetto State, where the GOP primary for governor is down to its final weeks. 7 candidates are vying to secure the nomination that will likely guarantee a win come November in a deeply red South Carolina.
Yeah, I got a June 9th primary coming up over the next 30 minutes. We're going to be sitting down one-on-one on 3 of the 7 candidates that are running in that race. Congressman Ralph Norman, Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evette, and State Senator Josh Kimbrell will talk about what's driving their campaigns, where they stand on the issues, and what leadership in South Carolina should look like in the years ahead.
Yeah, Brian, no speeches, no rally stages, just questions and answers. This is On the Record.
Yeah, some talking points thrown in there. We want to start with our discussion right now that I had with Congressman Ralph Norman, who represents parts of the upstate and Midlands regions. Congressman Norman, thanks so much for joining us here on the record. And first up, let's talk about one of these things that has been a really hot topic on the debate circuit for the Republican candidates so far. That is the right to life. Lawmakers in Columbia, they're moving forward with replacing the fetal heartbeat law at 6 weeks with a much stricter law, near total abortion ban, that offers no exceptions for incest. And some of your gubernatorial candidates, they are opposed to signing that. You are not, saying that if you were governor, you would sign it into law. Can you explain?
Yeah, you know, the right to life to me is basic. I've got 17 grandchildren. You know, our Constitution, our freedom starts with life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So, and as I've said on the debate stage, whatever comes across my desk that makes it more pro-life for that child, that innocent child that's getting killed in the womb, I will sign it.
Well, also in this bill, there's some harsh punishments. Women could be sent to prison for up to 2 years and fined $1,000 for getting an abortion or possessing the drugs to cause one. Hypothetically saying, what if a 16-year-old girl is raped in a violent home invasion and becomes pregnant? Should she be forced to have the baby?
Well, and that's the discussion that they're going to have. That's why I rely on those who are getting input from all over the state. And as you know, abortion and is a hot topic. It always has been, and rightfully so. Before that language is passed, they will have to justify that. And I think people will weigh in on both sides. I will leave it up to those who are debating the issue every day until it becomes a final bill. I'll leave the rest for them to decide, and I'll sign it if it's more pro-life.
And by the way, it doesn't go unnoticed, you have 17 grandchildren, so hats off to that. It must be quite the household around Christmas time or during the summer barbecues for sure, right?
a lot of fun, a lot of good times, and expensive, I'll say that.
That's good stuff. Well, Congressman, also when you announced your run for governor, you said the theme of your campaign is cleaning up Columbia. Get rid of the corruption, drain the swamp type of thing, to coin a phrase from President Trump. Can you be any specific about any corruption that you're talking about?
Absolutely. You know, at the heart of any government, the heart of any business, you have to root out anything that is corrupt, anything that is wasteful, anything that is fraudulent. And the same applies to our government here in South Carolina. Let me give you some examples. The budget has increased 45% over the last 3 years, increasing government spending. But as far as the corruption and the fraud, the $1 billion that they found in the budget last year that magically appeared and magically went away, I would classify as waste, fraud, and abuse and corruption. I would also point out that some of the priorities fall into that category, as I mentioned, and I will point out that when you fund an electric car company to the tune of $1.3 billion of hard-earned tax money, that's wasteful. I'm referring to Scout. I'm all for growth, but it's got to be quality growth, and you don't give our taxpayers money away.
When you're talking about Scout Motors, that's a huge manufacturing facility going in the Blythewood area. That is expected to bring a lot of money to the state economy, also provide a lot of jobs. What would you change about that?
Look at the facts. I've heard 2 dates that it rushed through the General Assembly. One was 7 days and one was 17 days. They rushed through it. The legislators didn't know what they were voting for. The next highest bidder, and get this, was, I hear, in the range of $260 million. They paid $1.3 billion. That just points to the fact that politicians can't make business decisions. And so many of the politicians think it's their money just because it's coming from the taxpayers. I disagree with that. If it's really a great deal, then you ought to vet it, let everybody know about it. But I've talked to politicians that have no idea what they voted for.
More in your backyard here, let's talk about Silfab Solar Manufacturing Plant in Fort Mill. When it was announced a few years ago, that was seen as providing a big economic impact to the area. You supported it, the growth, the jobs, but now it's not viewed very favorably by residents who don't want the business there next to the school and neighborhoods. They've had 2 high-profile chemical leaks. As a congressman represented that district, or potentially governor, anything that you would like to see happen? Yeah,
Silfab was supported. I think it took a vacant building 2 years ago. or 3 years ago. And the governor supported it, Commerce supported it. They got whatever incentives that they got from the government. I don't take sides in companies coming. I mean, you have to let each company do its own due diligence. They went through all the processes. Now, it's as they have found leaks and they found problems with it, they ought to suffer the consequences. And I'll let that play out. And I think the lawsuits that are coming their way, I held a lot of them blame me, but it wasn't. I don't get involved in that, and I shouldn't have. You don't pick winners and losers when you're a congressman that represents the whole 5th District. But CILFAB will pay the consequences if they're found to have done something wrong. And it went through all the processes. And again, the governor supported it, Commerce supported it, and we'll see how it turns out.
That is Congressman Ralph Norman. And one of the other key components of his campaign, Andy, is taking care of the roads and bridges in this Palmetto State. That's part of his infrastructure plan going forward.
And one takeaway for me was his position on abortion. Several candidates in this race have said they will not support a bill that doesn't have exceptions for abortion or incest. He won't go that far just yet. But still ahead, 2 more voices in this Republican primary for South Carolina governor, Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evette and State Senator Josh Kimbrell, on why voters should choose them in the June contest.
We're back in a moment. You're watching On the Record. Welcome back to On the Record, where this week we are focusing on the GOP primary for South Carolina governor. And Andy, we got a crowded field here for the GOP. The latest Starboard Communications poll is Attorney General Alan Wilson leading with 20%, but it is tight after that with a surging Ralph Norman, who we just spoke with, at 14%.
And Congressman Nancy Mace is right now at 13%. Right behind them at 12% is former Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evette. She served under current Governor Henry McMaster for the last 8 years, and in our interview, I asked what made her stand out in this quite tight race. This is a Republican primary, so there's lots of issues you and the other people in the race will agree about. So how would you distinguish yourself from the field?
Well, I'm the only person in this field that has started a successful business from scratch and built it into a national company. I'm also the only person in this field that has stood shoulder to shoulder with President Trump. Since long before I was in elected office, I felt that the president was the leader for our time. He had the backbone to actually get things done in a climate where politics was getting a little bit out of control. He's very focused and determined, and so I'm proud to have always had his back.
You mentioned your support for the president. There has been a recent uptick in gas prices because of the ongoing conflict in Iran. What's your view on that, and what should be done to make life more affordable when we're seeing a recent increase, especially in the price of gas?
Well, when you talk about things being affordable, a lot of what I've talked about, I'm an accountant by trade, while being on the trail, is, making people's lives more affordable. And, the biggest driver of inflation is too much government spending. So here in South Carolina, I have pledged that during my very first day in office, we will eliminate state income tax. Florida, Texas, Tennessee has done it. We can do it too. We're going to do it by leaning in on technology and start running efficiently. We're going to do it by getting rid of useless regulations so our businesses can flourish. And we're going to do it by regulating spending, because just like every single one of my constituents here in the state, we have to live within our means and tighten our belts. And that's what we need to do as government.
Could you see yourself bringing in casinos to help fill that void of a loss of revenue?
What I have always said is that I think we can all agree nobody wants, a big square building just jammed with slot machines. That doesn't accomplish anything. It doesn't bring in the right element, and it brings in, people who are vulnerable. And so, but what I do believe we should do is we should allow local areas to weigh in on what they want to see in their communities. And, the president was very deliberate when he even talked about data centers. You have to have local buy-in. In an Abbott administration, I will make sure that the voices of local citizens are heard, and that when it comes to things like data centers, that, local constituents would never pay a dime more for energy costs. The president was very clear, and I've been very clear on this matter all around our state.
So on data centers, should they be allowed in South Carolina? And if they should, then how can we make sure that they are serving their function while not harming folks' way of life in the state?
Well, let me tell you, under an Abbott administration, as I said before, ratepayers will never pay a dime more because a data center is moving into their area. We have to make sure that as we look around the state, that there is local buy-in for whatever industry is coming there. I have talked about a blueprint here in South Carolina, the fact that we have to find out from our local communities what kinds of economic development they're willing to accept. Let's make sure we bring in the right kind of businesses for every region of our state. And it starts with, again, local buy-in and making sure that the ROI on whatever we bring here to South Carolina is good for the people and for the state.
In our region recently, Fort Mill residents have raised concerns after leaks at the Silfab solar plant. I'm curious, you mentioned local buy-in. These were approved. This plant was approved to be in this part of the state. But what can be done to allow folks to, I guess, change their mind if something like a leak were to happen near a school or near their homes?
Well, this is something our Department of DES has taken very seriously. I continue to get briefed on what's going on. Right now, there is no mixing of chemicals. They have enlisted a third-party engineering company to come in and give a complete overview to make sure that they are equipped and everything is what we would feel is safe. I'm hoping that that will at least make people feel better that we have this independent third party. And then again, citizens should always get involved. I think that's why it's really important for people to vote.
That's South Carolina Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evette. And I think what stands out the most, Brian, is that she is definitely interested, like many of the candidates in this race, in an endorsement from President Trump, who has not made one yet.
Yeah, and they're also tapping into that Trump through line of being a business person like Ralph Norman, he says, and also Ron Reddy out of the Isle of Palms is running as well. When we come back, we will wrap our conversation with State Senator Josh Kimbrell, who has represented portions of Spartanburg County since 2020. Stay with us for more On the Record.
Welcome back to On the Record. We continue our series of one-on-one interviews with candidates competing in the Republican primary for South Carolina governor.
And now we turn our final conversation in the series to State Senator Josh Kimbrell, who joins us on the record. Senator, so before we get into your platform on running for governor, I want to talk first about the latest news regarding you and your campaign that's been making headlines across the state over the past couple of weeks. And that's with the social media jabs about a Boiling Springs firefighter. On April 8th, you commented on Facebook about the firefighter saying that, quote, the Boiling Springs FD should not let you near a truck. Now, this is blown up across the state, going viral. Boiling Springs FD, they came out in full defense of that firefighter. You came out with a statement, but you say this is really a personal issue with a long history. Describe it in your words. What's happened here?
Well, for about a year, I mean, and look, I mean, my attorneys are dealing with this young guy and frankly, the fire department. And what I've done for the past year, 9 days after I announced for governor, a couple of folks I used to work with tried to file a very frivolous lawsuit in conjunction with the most corrupt solicitor in South Carolina history, as I call him, Walt Wilkins. And this young guy has been egged on by the former solicitor, who's now in private practice, to try and slander my family, slander me, hurt our businesses. and just been overall just really very nasty. I've tried to handle this very professionally. I've talked to the chief. We've had conversations. I've been a longtime supporter of pay increases for first responders. I have supported Bowling Springs Fire Department as well. But at the same time, I'm not going to let somebody go out there and trash my family, hurt my wife, undermine my personal life to try to gain a political advantage. This has been nothing short of a political hit job. It's lawfare. And this is what happens. I mean, it's all been politics. Had no problems until I decided to run for governor of South Carolina. Then people decided to go crazy.
So let's talk about some of the core issues about why you are running for governor. As senator, you have fought for lower taxes, reduced regulations, the right to life, parental rights. What do you want to do as governor for the people of South Carolina?
Well, look, I mean, everybody's talking about right now how they want to get rid of the income tax. But I'm the only person on the stage in any of these debates that's ever actually introduced a bill that would do that. So you can talk about things theoretically, but I've done these things in reality.
South Carolina has one of the most restrictive abortion laws in the country. You support the fetal heartbeat law. What about the push to make it even more restrictive when it comes to no incest or rape included?
Well, and look, I'm never going to support any kind of abortion law that doesn't provide exemptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I've made that very clear. I made that clear in subcommittee yesterday on medical affairs. I did support the heartbeat bill. I was a early co-sponsor of that legislation. I worked very hard and was one of the leaders to get that across the finish line. Look, the reality is you got to strike a balance. Everything is setting essentially this notion of balancing rights between folks. And I do not support abortion as a means of birth control. I don't think we should have, I don't mean to be flippant in saying it, but recreational abortions. That being said, I also understand there are exigent circumstances like life of the mother, rape, or incest, and I've always supported exceptions for all of that. In fact, in committee this week, I made very clear, while I'm pro-life, personally believe that life begins at conception, that I have never supported any law that would put mama in jail or the electric chair, which I think is insane, and I'm willing to have that conversation. So in my view, any legislation that protects life, and I believe we should protect life, needs to also protect the dignity of individuals and protect exemptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother.
Moving on to gambling right now. South Carolina does not have gambling. North Carolina does with casinos and online gambling. This is an issue that popped up with the debate that you had in Newberry a few weeks ago. Congressman Norman.
I remember.
Yeah, and Alan Wilson. They oppose the casinos and online gambling. But you, on the other hand, are a little bit more lenient about gambling in the Palmetto State. When it comes to casinos, what do you believe in, would you like to see happen here?
Look, I don't want South Carolina to become Atlantic City or Vegas, the Vegas Strip. I mean, I'm not going to support just an opening up of gambling across all 46 counties and having these things everywhere. I'm not for that. I believe there need to be significant guardrails around it. That being said, what I said in the debate in Newberry, and I'll reiterate to you now, is that economically disadvantaged areas like the 95 corridor, particularly Orangeburg, which is where one of the projects has been proposed, they could benefit from that.
That is State Senator Josh Kimbrell, who has quite a bit of ground to make up right now to stay in the race.
We'll take one more break, and when we return, our final thoughts on what we heard from all three candidates in this South Carolina governor's race.
To stay on top of all things election related, head to our website, qcnews.com, and there you can find more stories, polls, and interviews pertaining to the races, including the ones you just saw here. I'm Brian Blakely.
And I'm Andy Weber. Thanks for joining us for the first edition of On the Record.
We'll see you next week.
Queen City News starts now.
First at noon, a couple is dead after a tragic house fire late last night in Rowan County. It happened on Saw Road in China Grove near State Road 152. Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is at the scene with the latest for us.
Investigators are still working to figure out what caused this fire, and one of their primary jobs here after the fact is sifting through some of the evidence that they think may be buried under all of this rubble. As of right now, we have Rowan County fire officials and the sheriff's office together leading this investigation. Earlier this morning, the crews out here just like this in this front yard, sifting through any potential evidence that they may find or any other clues that may tell them what led up to this house catching catching on fire. Now, more than 12 hours after the home really caught flames, still smoking here once the sun has come up. The roof of the home completely gone. All that is left is a few of the peaks there on the front-facing facade, and even what is still left, you can see that the flames were so hot that they were melting some of the shingles and the charred brick and some of the charred wood that we can see from those flames and from all of that smoke damage still lingering here off the top. Then if you look to the back of the building, once again, we don't have it confirmed as of just yet as to where this fire started or how it traveled through the house, but we can see that the back deck, although very heavily blackened, that is still standing. Impressive considering how much of the structure is already gone. For an idea as to how much damage was done, take a look at this video of these flames. Neighbors say that the road was shut down as the fire crews from plenty of different towns and neighboring counties were trying to come help put out this fire. Shut down Saw Road for a couple of hours this morning. They say that 2 people died in this home. Fire officials tell us it was a husband and a wife. The family has been notified. This sparked just a little bit before 11:45 as of last night. And once again, crews are still investigating what led up to this. Now, just as soon as we learn more, either from the fire marshal or from the sheriff's office with Rowan County, we will share that with you both on air and online at QCnews.com. Reporting in China Grove, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
Savannah, thank you. 2 men are dead after a homicide in Northwest Charlotte on early Sunday morning. Officers responded to Rossell's Ferry Road for a call about an assault with a deadly weapon. They found 2 victims with life-threatening injuries. One of the men was pronounced dead at the scene, while the other later died at the hospital. They're identified as Tiante Morrison and Keith Wallace. No details on if any suspects are in custody. Police are asking anyone with information to please come forward. Now for a check outside as we take this live look around the Queen City. It is a cloudy start to the afternoon with a chance for an isolated shower still lingering. Let's get over to Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane in the Pinpoint Weather Center. A cooler start to the afternoon than what we're pretty accustomed to.
Yes, it is. I know, running a little cooler than normal, Matt, for this time of the year. And we're going to stick with those overall, I mean, cooler than average, but still pleasant temperatures for much of the week here. And yes, indeed, we are starting out with a little bit of rain. A lot of you having to pull out your umbrella this morning and heading into the afternoon, heading out where we're tracking some of those scattered showers. Primarily now, more of the widespread activity focused more south and east of the Queen City. You can see areas of eastern York County and just to the south or near Indian Land there, getting some showers rolling in from the west. All this activity pushing off to the east along that Highway 74 corridor. Friends in Pageland and Jefferson getting some of that rain. We see a bit of a break across our northern suburbs and around Lake Norman, and then more just spotty light to moderate showers trickling through parts of the mountains and foothills. So the rain chance is relatively low for the remainder of the afternoon, and heading into early this evening, they'll be dropping off and the sky starts to clear as we head into the overnight. All of this is a cold front is pushing through the region, and yeah, keeping temperatures too on the little bit of a cooler side for this time of the year. We've got some gusty winds staying on the breezy side today with gusts around, say, 20 to 25 miles per hour. Temperatures right now currently only in the 60s over much of the Charlotte metro, but we do have a big time warm up on the way by the end of the week. We'll talk about that and more rain and storm chances ahead by the middle of the week. All the details in a few minutes, Matt.
Looking forward to it, Tara. And even with some good soaking rain these past few days, this historic drought isn't over yet. And starting on Friday, utility officials in Gaston County will begin enforcing water restrictions. Mandatory restrictions will also take effect in several other areas this Friday. That includes Charlotte, the city of Kannapolis, and Concord. York County leaders also announced mandatory restrictions last week. Officials are asking residents to limit non-essential outdoor water use. And remember, you can track current drought conditions right from the palm of your hand by downloading the Pinpoint Weather app. It's still free in the Apple App Store and on Google Play. Our former Charlotte Mayor Jennifer Roberts says she is willing to serve as interim mayor of the Queen City once Mayor Vi Lyles officially steps down at the end of June. In a statement, Roberts says that she will not require a salary or benefits for this interim position, so she could save a small bit for the city budget. She also promised not to serve beyond the interim period or to seek to run for a full term in 2027. Roberts, as you'll remember, served on the county commission from 2006 to 2011, then as mayor from 2015 to 2017. Several current city council members have also expressed interest in the interim mayor position. Lyles announced her resignation last week, saying that she wants to spend more time with her grandchildren. And today is the deadline for South Carolina voters to register to vote for the upcoming primary elections. Online and in-person registration deadlines have already passed. Voters who still need to register must do so by mail with applications postmarked by May 11th. Primary elections are scheduled for June 9th. Voters will select candidates in several different races. Winners, of course, will advance to the November general election. And from your roads to your money, Charlotte City Council members have a packed agenda on tap, and that's why they plan to start their meeting tonight 2.5 hours early. Council will hold a special session at 4 this afternoon where they'll discuss whether the city should pass a moratorium on data centers. Then during their normal 6:30 session, they'll consider a proposed resolution on the controversial I-77 South Express Lane project. Members will also hear the city manager's proposed budget for next year, including a potential property tax increase for public safety. It will be the council's first meeting since Mayor Lyles announced her resignation. No word yet on how council plans to address that announcement. A live look at the White House this afternoon. The man accused of opening fire at the White House Correspondents' Dinner last month is pleading not guilty to charges that he attempted to kill the president. Cole Allen was formally arraigned today. Gabriella Caracciolo has the latest on the ongoing investigation.
The latest accused would-be Trump assassin has 4 charges against him, and his lawyers say the U.S. attorney and others should not be allowed near his case. Cole Allen is charged with attempting to assassinate the president, assaulting a federal officer with a deadly weapon, and 2 weapons offenses. He could face anywhere from a decade to life in prison if convicted. Allen's legal team wants a special prosecutor assigned to the case. They're asking the judge, a Trump appointee, to remove D.C. U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, and other DOJ officials since they were at the April 25th dinner. Allen's attorneys also say their personal relationships with President Trump are a conflict of interest. Pirro firing back in a statement saying the federal government, quote, will not tolerate people who come to the District of Columbia to engage in anti-democratic acts of political violence, and we will prosecute all such acts to the fullest extent of the law. The DOJ says Allen traveled from California to D.C. in order to kill President Trump and cabinet members. Allen can be seen on security video from inside the Washington Hilton, running past a security checkpoint with a 12-gauge shotgun as the dinner was getting underway. The DOJ says these selfies also show Allen had a .38 caliber semi-automatic pistol and several knives. Pirro also says Allen could face additional charges as the investigation continues. In Washington, Gabrielle Caracciolo, News Nation.
A Gastonia hospital is operating as normal today after a wanted suspect was found hiding in the ceiling. It happened yesterday. Officials received an alert from a flock camera regarding 2 stolen motorcycles. Officers found those bikes wrecked and abandoned near New Hope Road. Investigators say one of the suspects, Peyton Beatty, was also located hiding nearby. A police canine was able to track down the other suspect at Caramont Regional Medical Center. Authorities say that suspect, identified as Christopher Hooper, was hiding in the ceiling. He was also taken into custody. Well, CMPD officers are riding with purpose over the next 4 days. The officers from Charlotte and the surrounding area gathered in Uptown at the law enforcement building. The 2026 Ride to Honor is a journey to Washington, D.C. Those close to the event say the 500-mile trek is symbolic because every mile represents a life lost in the line of duty.
Riding in the memory of our fallen brothers and sisters is really a tremendous thing. It is a treasured and momentous occasion for our great state. It really honors our fallen, but it also inspires those of us who are still standing.
The riders will represent their agencies at this week's events in D.C., starting with the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Candlelight Vigil happening on Wednesday. An undocumented family split apart after choosing not to wait for deportation. What this Charlotte father is saying about the decision to instead self-deport. And heated budget discussions continue among the Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board. The issues at the center of the debate as the clock winds down for approval. Tara.
Rainy days and Mondays. That's what we have to kick off this new week. Those of you still seeing some of those scattered showers in the area. I'm tracking another rain chance too coming up. Some good needed rain chances, yes, for later this week. Got your pinpoint weather forecast next.
Live look at Uptown on this beautiful Monday afternoon. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. The clock is ticking for the Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board members to take action on the $2.1 billion budget for the next school year. Discussions have spanned weeks, and district leaders now have less than a week to send their proposal to the county commission.
The board is not asking these questions to put the district in any situation that is not financially sound.
I know that you're.
So that can't be the soundbite.
I know that
that cannot be the soundbite.
What I am trying to explain to you is there are choices to make. There's going to be trade-offs. There is no extra.
Another heated Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools Board meeting with board members apparently still not happy with the revised budget that Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill has presented to them.
I'm going to say this out loud. Absolutely, you know more than we do. Hopefully, internally and within us, can clearly see that none of us are stupid on this dais. We're saying that you're not changing your recommendation, then I don't know what we're doing here.
Crystal Hill will do anything that the board asks me to do.
Since rejecting Hill's first $2.1 billion budget for the next fiscal year, which includes 3% raises for most teachers, board members have concerns about potential cuts to positions like bus drivers, lunch monitors, and funding for mental health.
There are other areas that the board can cut. They're just as painful or more painful than this.
Another point made by Dr. Hill Friday is that if the North Carolina General Assembly approves teacher pay raises that are bigger than 3%, the district could find itself in a messy situation.
When we are tinkering with staffing and moving staff here and moving staff here, it might go smooth sailing today, But you're either going to pay now or we're going to pay later.
And by the end of the more than 4-hour meeting, tempers had cooled, with the board asking Hill and her staff to work through this past weekend on some of their lingering concerns and present new options to members by 3 o'clock this afternoon. The board will vote on the budget tomorrow. A private Christian college in the Midwest is offering degrees that can be completed entirely on a cell phone. Cornerstone University in Michigan has created the self-paced SOAR Mobile Business Degrees program. Students who complete the online curriculum will earn accredited undergraduate and master's degrees. The program launched last August and has about 250 students enrolled. Well, graduating seniors at North Carolina State have one less thing to worry about as they step into the real world. During the College of Textiles graduation on Friday, commencement speaker Anil Kakar announced that he and his wife will pay off all final year student loans for this year's graduates. Kakar's late father is an alum of the school. He and his wife say they want to honor his legacy by helping new graduates pursue their goals and take risks without worrying about any financial barriers. Well, the last class of graduates from Queens University before merging with Elon donned their caps and gowns this weekend. This year, 495 students, 304 undergrads, and 191 grad students proudly received their degrees. Shelley Kayette Weston, who serves as president of business operations for the Charlotte Hornets, served as the ceremony's keynote speaker. Several other universities across the Carolinas also held their graduations over the weekend, including UNC Chapel Hill and UNC Charlotte. Congrats to all of them. Live look over Monroe down in Union County. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane is back with us, and some of us saw a bit of rain over the weekend, Tara, but Lord knows we still need a lot more.
We need it, yes. And we do have obviously some ongoing showers, as I showed you at the beginning of the show, happening out there today. So not adding up to a whole lot, nothing too heavy ongoing out there, and no threat of severe weather today. But we do get a rain chance coming in by the middle of the week on Wednesday as another front moves in. So I would say continue to keep the umbrella handy if you're headed out for the rest of this afternoon, with more areas of rain again still happening out there. And this is going to start to move out later on this evening. Temperatures staying on the cooler side today, certainly compared to yesterday. 73 degrees, our top reading out there, with the clouds starting to maybe lift a little bit, some of those low clouds a little bit later in the day. Notice where we do have still some of the scattered showers, mainly south and east of Charlotte, looking at more widespread coverage, and actually some heavier rain closing in on McBee, right over the heart of that town right now, and moving off to the east. Rockingham getting wet with some scattered areas of light showers, just a few sprinkles around our Union County suburbs from Waxhaw and down into sections of South Carolina, and more of the same around North Wilkesboro, that drive in between there and say Boone area, just seeing a little bit of spotty light rain, all of this advancing off to the east. So again, nothing too heavy out there for the most part. Cold front moving in, so helping to spawn these scattered showers today. But boy, what a beautiful Mother's Day it was. And for the most part, after we got rid of those showers earlier on Saturday and a few storms, for the most part, it was staying nice and dry for any graduation parties and things like that. And yes, Mother's Day festivities and celebrations, and heading out to breakfast or brunch out there yesterday. Beautiful weather and warm. We topped out at 83 degrees, which was above the average high of 79 for this time of the year. But again, keeping it below that number here today. We've got low 70s though in place, even with some of that rain moving in, staying warm, kind of humid outside with all that moisture. Rockingham and Chesterfield County got 64 in the Queen City, low and mid 60s heading up into the foothills, and cooler. Low 50s up in the mountains, and making it feel just a little bit cooler at times today. Some of that wind picking up around 20 to 25 miles per hour, so a little gusty out there today, but the wind will settle as eventually we turn more clear the later we get into the night. So the rain chance is really starting to kind of wind down late this afternoon and heading into this evening. So by 9 p.m. at midnight, as temperatures cool off, start to cool off into the 50s, it will be back to dry conditions. So just continuing with that chance of scattered showers today. We get a beautiful day coming up tomorrow. But then another round with another weak cold front moving in of some scattered showers and maybe a few rumbles of thunder in the mix on Wednesday. Everything clears out by the weekend, and then we're going to be talking about a lot of heat. So here comes that Wednesday front. Early in the morning on Wednesday, still primarily dry. The best chance of rain looks to be a little bit later in the afternoon. We take a little bit of a closer look for you here. Again, you can see the leftover scattered showers for today, clearing out by this evening. Beautiful weather, sunshine as far as the eye can can see just a few scattered clouds coming in for Tuesday afternoon. And then again, Wednesday morning likely starting dry before we could be talking about more scattered downpours and a few storms. Not too worried about severe, though, coming up for Wednesday. So some more much needed rain on the way Thursday, Friday, back to drier conditions. And look at that, boy, heat heading into the weekend. High temperatures close to 90, Matt.
Yep, taking a note of that, Tara. Thank you. New data gives us a snapshot of the job market last month, what experts say is the leading factor in downsizing the U.S. workforce. And a campaign to revive Spirit Airlines gaining traction online, how millions of people are pledging to pitch in to bring the company back to life. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. One of the world's largest cryptocurrency exchange companies is downsizing. Coinbase says it's cutting about 14% of its workforce. That's roughly 700 positions. The CEO informed employees of the decision by email last week. It comes as the company now restructures around artificial intelligence. We're told impacted workers will get significant severance packages. The new data from outplacement firm Challenger & Gray says AI accounted for more than 1 out of every 4 job cuts in April. It's the second straight month that the technology was cited as the leading factor in layoffs. Challenger & Gray says AI has eliminated more than 21,000 jobs. More tech firms are also shifting money away from job personnel in order to focus on investing in AI. Meanwhile, U.S. job growth is beating current forecasts. 115,000 positions were added in April. That's way more than the 65,000 expected, but it's also a lot less than the jobs created in March. The healthcare industry added about 37,000 positions last month. Transportation and warehousing tacked on 30,000 jobs. However, manufacturers slashed positions. The unemployment rate remains at 4.3%. An online campaign to bring back Spirit Airlines and reinstate jobs for thousands of workers has now raised more than $300 million. TikTok creator Hunter Peterson posted a video encouraging people to help save the low-cost carrier through crowdfunding. That video now has 7 million views. The online movement is called Spirit 2.0. Experts say this type of transaction would face a lot of financial and regulatory hurdles if it ever really got serious. The pledges are reportedly non-binding, meaning supporters haven't actually been charged yet. They're just saying that they will donate money to save the airline. Well, 3 weeks into the session, and North Carolina lawmakers still have not reached a deal on a state budget. The major disagreements keeping them from the finish line right now. I look over Gastonia. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Well, just before 12:30, here's our top stories. Fire crews in Rowan County say a husband and wife died in a fire on Mother's Day. It happened late last night on Saw Road in China Grove near State Road 152. Details are pretty limited at this time, but officers say someone passing by called 911 to report that fire. The cause is still under investigation. Well, Charlotte City Council members have a packed agenda on tap. Council will hold a special session at 4 this afternoon where they'll discuss whether the city should pass a moratorium on data centers. Then during their normal 6:30 session, they'll consider a proposed resolution on the controversial I-77 South Express Lane project. Members will also hear the city manager's proposed budget for next year, including a potential property tax increase for public safety. Former Charlotte Mayor Jennifer Roberts says she is willing to serve as interim mayor of the Queen City once Mayor Vi Lyles officially steps down at the end of June. In a statement, Roberts says she will not require a salary or benefits for this interim position, so she could save a small bit for the city budget. She's also promised not to serve beyond the interim period or to seek to run for a full term in 2027. But you'll remember Roberts served on the county commission from 2006 to 2011, then as mayor from 2015 to 2017. Live look over Independence Boulevard during this lunch hour on this Monday afternoon. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane is back at the Pinpoint Weather Center. A pretty nice, cool way to kick off for a week, Tara.
It is. I mean, temperatures only in the 60s right now. Normally, we should be kind of moving on up toward the 80-degree mark and heading into the heart of the afternoon this time of the year. But we're going to stay below that here today. And yes, we do have the low clouds and some of that scattered sprinkles, light rain around here. And actually, in some cases, it's gotten a little heavier as we zoom on down to Chesterfield County, just to the northeast of Matby, along that stretch of Route 1 between there and Patrick right now. We have a heavier batch of rain that's all pushing off to the east, so won't last for too much longer. And really the rain chances overall just lasting for the remainder of the afternoon. Once we move past, say, 5 to 6 o'clock this evening, they'll really start to the majority of the rain and what's left of the scattered showers or sprinkles moving out. And we'll have some drying kicking back in overnight as the sky starts to clear in the wake of this pretty weak cold front moving across the region here. So that's going to take the majority of the moisture with it for the rest of tonight. Beautiful day ahead for tomorrow. We've got 64 only at the airport in Charlotte right now. Cooler low and mid 50s up in the mountains, still some low 70s off to the east. Now coming up, my pinpoint weather forecast. We have a big time warm up on the way by the weekend and more rain and storm chance to talk about as well. All the details in a few minutes, Matt.
Tara, thank you. A man already serving prison time for 2 murders is getting more prison time for 3 additional killings.
Pursuant to the plea arrangement, a minimum term of 264, a maximum term of 329 months.
That's Superior Court Judge William Bell sentencing Stephen Staples to more than 22 years in prison for 3 counts of second-degree murder, among other charges. He entered those guilty pleas to those counts on Friday for his part in a month-and-a-half-long crime spree that started in late 2019. Staples is already serving a sentence of life without parole after his November conviction in the murder of Scott Brooks, the co-owner of the Brooks Sandwich House in Noda. The brother of a victim in one of the cases that Staples pled guilty to on Friday says he has mercy for Staples now, 7 years later.
It gave me closure because I literally got to physically see him, look into his eyes and tell him I love him and I forgive him. I don't know, some people may not be where I'm at spiritually, where they could do that.
Staples' new prison time will run concurrently with the life sentence in the Brooks case and another for the murder of a young Hickory man. Well, North Carolina Appeals Court is upholding the conviction of Madalena Kojikari's stepfather. Madalena is the Cornelius girl who hasn't been seen since November of 2022. A jury found Christopher Palmer guilty of failing to report the then 12-year-old's disappearance. Palmer and Madalena's mother, Diana Kojikari, didn't contact authorities about her disappearance until weeks later. Palmer's lawyers argue that the law is unconstitutional and that certain evidence should not have been excluded from his trial. The appeals court rejected those arguments. Madalena's mother pled guilty in the case. She has since left the country. Well, immigrants living here in Charlotte say federal agents are still detaining people who are here illegally, but some families have chosen not to wait for that to happen. Queen City News reporter David Schumann sat down with a father and husband who has now decided to self-deport.
Andres is alone in Charlotte. His wife and 2 children, ages 9 and 15, self-deported to their home country, Colombia, in March.
It's a very difficult decision because we don't want to leave. We love this nation.
North Carolina has been the family's adopted home since 2015, when they arrived on tourist visas, then chose to stay. They pay taxes, and Andres has built a career as a photographer. He says they never felt unwelcome until President Donald Trump took office last year. It was the worst for his teenage daughter.
Knowing that maybe my dad or my mom are going to be detained, who is going to be taking care of that? So that was her panic attacks. It's very hard to know that your kids are under this pressure.
The Department of Homeland Security claims more than 2 million people self-deported in Trump's first year. DHS offers $2,600 to do so and a free flight out through their CBP Home app. A spokesperson said in a statement to Queen City News, "We encourage every person here illegally to take advantage of this offer and reserve the chance to come back to the U.S. the right legal way to live the American dream. If not, you will be arrested and deported without a chance to return."
A very strong message that this is a unwelcome time to be
non-citizen in the United States.
Emmanuel Gomez Gonzalez with Siembra NC, an organization supporting the state's immigrant community, says they know of about a dozen cases in the last couple months in which people who are detained sign away their right to a trial, choosing to leave the U.S. instead.
Because detention is really that much of a pressure on people to expedite their process.
Andres now faces a different kind of pressure. He says his daughter's having difficulty adjusting to life in Colombia, and they're all struggling being apart. Andres says he'll be joining his family by the end of the year.
This government is attacking us and separating families. Why they just give the promises of picking up the criminals? We are contributing to this country and we are doing very good things for this nation. It is very sad.
In Charlotte, David Schumann, Queen City News.
The remains of a U.S. Army soldier with ties to North Carolina have been found. 2 soldiers were reported missing on May 2nd after participating in military exercises in Morocco. 27-year-old First Lieutenant Kendrick Key was one of the 2 soldiers who fell off a cliff while hiking off duty. He graduated from Methodist University in Fayetteville. Military teams are still searching for that second soldier. Well, Russian President Vladimir Putin says the war between his country is being charged with threatening the life of President Trump. Prosecutors say a photo he posted to social media of seashells reading 8647 was a threat of violence. Comey denies that was his intent. He's scheduled to appear in a New Bern court next month with a trial in July. Well, a new bill in the General Assembly would ask voters to decide whether to keep corporate donations out of North Carolina politics. It would put a constitutional amendment on the November ballot aimed at banning corporations from spending money to influence state elections. Political groups would still be allowed to take money from individuals. The bill's sponsor says it's in response to a Supreme Court decision that expanded corporate political spending. The measure would also require more disclosure of political donors. Well, North Carolina lawmakers are 3 weeks into their short session in Raleigh and still have not reached a deal on a budget. But top Republicans say they see a path to a deal. But major disagreements seem to still be keeping them from a compromise. State Capitol reporter Shabnam Dinesh explains.
Behind closed doors, House and Senate Republicans are still trying to hash out a state budget.
No agreement yet, but I'll say I think we've made substantial progress.
House Speaker Dustin Hall says disagreements over tax cuts and state employee pay are still holding up a final deal.
All of our proposals have given what we think are really high raises for all state employees and teachers, especially those critical areas like state troopers, where we've fallen behind compared to other states.
The House is also pushing a constitutional amendment to limit property tax increases after county reappraisals. Supporters say it would give homeowners relief from skyrocketing reappraisals, while critics say it could limit funding for schools and local services. Senate Leader Phil Berger says the Senate is reviewing the idea.
We are looking at it. I think there's support for that, or at least that concept.
Democrats say they've been left out of discussions altogether.
We all hear the rumors that come out from behind those closed doors once in a while about what's, there's progress and then there's not progress, and it kind of goes back and forth. But all of it's very much in the hands of very few people. Berger says a joint agreement is still the goal, but with time running short, the Senate is prepared to move forward on its own.
Because if we don't go ahead and get started on that process and we wait until we get an agreement so that we can get started, there's no way you're going to meet a deadline of the end of June.
Hall says he still believes both chambers can reach a joint agreement.
I don't think it's really constructive for each side to fire off their own bills.
State Senator Lisa Grafstein says working families will pay the consequences if a deal can't be reached.
We don't have a budget. The food banks don't get money. So that kind of thing simply continues on. There's also, obviously in education, teachers are not getting raises, state employees are not getting raises.
Shabnam Dinesh reporting for us. Lawmakers have less than 2 months before the new fiscal year begins July 1st. If they can't come to an agreement, current spending levels will continue. Senator Grafstein says Democrats have filed a bill that would strip lawmakers of pay if they cannot come to an agreement by then. Well, the Trump administration releasing the first batch of declassified UFO files. A peek at some of the videos possibly related to unexplained sightings and encounters. You're still watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
New numbers show mixed signals for American workers. I'm Mike Vaquera, News Nation Washington Bureau Chief. On Friday, the Department of Labor reporting the U.S. added 115,000 jobs in April, with the unemployment rate remaining steady at 4.3%. While the number of jobs in April is down from the 185,000 jobs added in March, it still beat economists' expectations. It also marks the first back-to-back monthly jobs gains in the U.S. economy since May of last year, when the U.S. added 13,000 jobs. According to the report, labor market growth was fueled by increased employment across industries, including retail trade, transportation, and healthcare, while federal employment continued to decline. At the same time, average hourly earnings came in lower than expected, increasing by 3.6% on a yearly basis. That's 0.2% lower than expected. I'm Mike Vaquera, and this is the News Nation Political Minute.
The Trump administration's first batch of declassified UFO files is now public. Officials posted those documents Friday and says the website received, get this, 340 million hits in the first 12 hours. Wow. Chief Transportation Correspondent, pilot, and host of the original program We Are Not Alone, May K. Beeler, back with us here at the desk. You took a look at some of those files. You joined the masses.
I was one of the millions. I had to see. We have been waiting so long for these, and here they are. So did it live up to my expectations? Yes and no. All right, but let's be clear. This is huge. An Age of Disclosure filmmaker says we are, quote, in the middle of a major turning point in human history, end quote. So let's take a look at this. This is one of the clearest images of a UFO included in the files. It resembles an 8-pointed star, as you can see, or I like to call it a Christmas tree topper. The video footage was taken by an infrared sensor aboard a U.S. military platform back in 2013. When browsing through these files, and we encourage you to look at them, the Pentagon does encourage the public to draw its own conclusions. So other videos show a UFO flying over the water here. We don't have any information on how high it is or how fast it is. They have others flying through a wind farm. But I want to show you this. One of the most eyebrow-raising, impressive videos goes back to the 60s and 70s. Apollo astronauts here capturing images of UFOs in space as viewed from the surface of the moon. And there are also transcripts and audio files of astronauts, Frank Borman and Jim Lovell, describing seeing UFOs from their space capsule, Gemini 7, in low Earth orbit. There's lots of stuff to see and sift through, and I will tell you, Matt, it's all fascinating.
Okay, so what are your thoughts?
Well, because I've been into this a long time, you know, with We Are Not Alone, the episode that I do or program, I've seen a lot of pictures like these.
Sure.
So I'm not impressed yet, all right, but I am delighted that these were distributed now for everybody to see. But I'm going to kind of agree with the New York Times. They describe the images as murky images that can be anything. Now, Representative Tim Burchett of Tennessee had said from what he has seen so far, that are not released here but may be coming, but what he has seen, he says will, quote, keep us up at night, end quote. Wow. Well, we'll have to see. Now, more files will be released on a rolling basis. He says this is just the tip of the iceberg. Experts warn the public may confuse advanced military technology with alien craft.
So do the files answer that big question, though, Maykay? Do aliens exist?
What do you think?
We're not alone, Maykay.
We're not alone, but it doesn't answer that question. Because I'm wanting to see, like Roswell, there claims that there were bodies, there were aliens, and I want to see crashed ships that apparently we have reverse engineered. So apparently there's evidence of this. I'm waiting to see it. Waiting to see it. So for more information, you can watch We Are Not Alone, my latest episode on Queen City News Plus, and free on Queen City News YouTube to learn more about it. And look, really, we encourage you to go to war.gov/UFO and look at the files for yourself. 162 declassified files, 17 pages. Fascinating.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
This is something that, I mean, even if you're not interested in UFOs, I think it's worth it maybe if you have 30 minutes or an hour just peeling through.
If nothing else, it's entertaining. And I wonder what Miss Tara thinks about that.
That's a
our
great
meteorologist,
question.
Tara.
Very interesting. Yes, I can't wait to, for more to be revealed and for us to hear more about that. Yes. All right. Great report, Maykay. And as she said, you can watch her show, We Are Not Alone, on Queen City News Plus. And you know what's fascinating today is as we look around on radar, we actually have some more rain to talk about because it hasn't happened a whole lot lately. Now, lately, yes, and last week we had some of those much needed beneficial rain chances and areas of rain moving on through. And today we have just a little more. It's not adding up to a whole lot as we look around on radar, just showing up a couple of sprinkles there up toward the mountains and down through the foothills, a couple sprinkles redeveloping down around Fort Mill and Rock Hill, South Carolina. Some of the heavier rain has been passing through parts of Chesterfield County. Now it's in the process of weakening and pushing off to the east there along Route 1 up around Patrick and heading up toward the Cheraw area. That's all advancing off to the east with a cold front, and that's what's been helping spawn the activity to kick off a new work and school week for a lot of you here on a Monday. 64 cooler degrees so far today with that northeast breeze at about 10 to 15 miles per hour. So getting a little gusty at times today, but the wind will settle later on tonight in the wake of that front. 72 still showing up there, just a little bit warmer at Cheraw. We've got upper 60s in Gastonia, Shelby's at 69, low and mid 60s up in the foothills, and even cooler, kind of chilly at times feeling, low and mid 50s up in the mountains. And so top temperatures today for more of us will reach the lower 70s and then start to cool back down as the sky starts to clear later on this evening. Rain chances come to an end after, say, 5 to 6 o'clock or so later on this evening, but it's still a pretty low chance for the remainder of the day. And that temperature by 9 p.m. back down to about 60 degrees. We'll settle at 49 early tomorrow morning. Again, just some leftover clouds as the wind settles into the night. And then tomorrow afternoon, gorgeous. Look at this for a Tuesday, 74 degrees, sunshine all around, and just a light and very variable wind. Just a beautiful May day coming up. But rain chances do return as we head into the day on Wednesday, and then that's it. I mean, the remainder of the week and heading into the weekend, it's drier, but it's also going to be feeling a whole lot hotter, especially by the weekend. Wait till you see that 7-day forecast coming up. So let's check out Futurecast. There's the remainder of the leftover scattered showers or sprinkles really for the rest of today. Everything clears out tonight, so we're waking up to just wall-to-wall beautiful blue sky and sunshine like we did yesterday morning for tomorrow morning. At worst, just a few scattered clouds around into tomorrow afternoon, but then clouds are back on the move by, say, Wednesday morning. A dry start to the day on Wednesday, but with that next front moving in, still a relatively weak system. We could be picking up already by lunchtime on Wednesday. Some areas of heavy rain up in the mountains and foothills first, maybe some rumbles of thunder in the mix as well, and then just more of a scattering of showers and potentially a few storms. Notice some lines of activity moving through by mid to late afternoon and heading into the evening as well. Then that pushes on off to the east, and so everything clears out by early Thursday morning. How much rain, though, to expect with this next system? Again, it's just not a whole lot, few hundredths of an inch to maybe around a quarter of an inch in spots from the mountains and areas east of Charlotte. So warming up a little more by the middle of the week. Later in the week, beautiful. And look at that heat with dry weather over the weekend. We go from 70s to highs approaching 90 Saturday and Sunday. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Well, what a finish in this weekend's Truist Championship at Quail Hollow. Former Wake Forest golfer Alex Fitzpatrick started Sunday at the top of the leaderboard. Fitzpatrick had an up and down day, a couple of double bogeys, but here drains a big putt. He shot 73, finishing in fourth place. Ricky Fowler won his first PGA Tour event here 14 years ago in contention. He shot 65, finished 2 shots back, but here's your winner, Christopher Rayton, the rookie from Norway. He earned his first PGA Tour win. He shot 69 to win by 2 shots. Now to Buzz City, the Charlotte Hornets now know where they will pick in the upcoming NBA draft. The ping pong balls handed Buzz City the number 14 pick during yesterday's lottery selection. They will also pick number 18 in the draft. The Wizards from Washington secured the number 1 pick. Analysts say this year's draft class is one of the deepest in years. That first round will happen Tuesday, June 23rd. Well, the Panthers are hoping for an easier road to the playoffs this season. The team is set to release the blue and black schedule this Thursday. Now, we already know the Panthers will play the Arizona Cardinals in the 2026 Pro Football Hall of Fame game in Canton, Ohio, which happens in August. However, that game, of course, is just a preseason matchup. A couple of other highlights from around the league include the San Francisco 49ers and the LA Rams meeting up in Melbourne, Australia in Week 1, plus a game between the Baltimore Ravens and the Dallas Cowboys in Rio de Janeiro in Week 3. Looking forward to that. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Well, boy, after a beautiful day yesterday, the rain is back, and not much, and the clouds back here today, but scattered showers on their way out over the next few hours, and tomorrow's beautiful. Another rain chance Wednesday.
Ooh, make sure you have the umbrella, not for rain, but for heat next weekend.
Yes.
Back at 4.
Coming up on this edition of Pinpoint Weather University, we've got a special guest on the show today. Philip Jackson with the North Carolina Forest Service is joining me on the episode. We're talking about how the burn ban was lifted for 81 counties, but why 19 counties still are under the wildfire restrictions. We'll detail what's different in those counties versus the others. Plus, the drought continues to worsen here in the Carolinas. Now, pretty much all of the Queen City News viewing area is under extreme drought conditions, and even exceptional drought conditions are popping up. Why this latest drought monitor has now entered historic territory. You're watching Pinpoint Weather University, and this latest episode, it starts right now, my friends. Welcome into Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson here at Queen City News Plus. Big welcome to our YouTube viewers too. And if you're following me on IG at WXBrandon9 or following us at Fox 46 Charlotte, our Queen City News Instagram page, thanks so much for all the support. And if you have any suggestions for the show here at Pinpoint Weather University, as always, send those our way. You can also connect with me on Facebook at my meteorologist Brandon Lawson Facebook page or over on X at WXBrandon9. I always love receiving your comments and some of the suggestions you guys have for the show, and I try to incorporate those as much as I can. So I do appreciate the love and support there, and we'll continue to grind on. And we're going to be talking about the drought again. I know the drought has been a big topic here lately, and it's been more of a bigger topic over the last few weeks now that water restrictions have been put in play. I feel like a lot of folks have really started to pay more attention to it now that's impacting everybody. But something else that we've been monitoring over the last several months really has been the wildfire threat. That is a threat that has been there for quite some time with this drought. And I know not everybody burns, not everybody has a fireplace or a fire pit in their backyard, their front yard or whatever, but a lot of people here in the Carolinas do. In North Carolina, due to some of the recent rains that we've had, that has actually helped us out a little bit when it comes to the wildfire threat. So the recent rains aren't necessarily getting us out of the drought, but they are bringing us some temporary relief in some areas. The wildfire threat has been lowered for some. It has washed away some of the pollen as well, which I know a lot of folks are really excited about. And it's also at least slowed down some of the worsening drought. It kept the drought from getting much worse than what it could have been last Thursday with some of the recent rain. So that's how the recent rain has helped. And again, highlighting that, the wildfire threat being lowered. And actually joining me on the show today is Philip Jackson with the North Carolina Forest Service, the Public Information Officer. Philip, I like to call you the voice sometimes of the NC Forest Service because I've texted you, I feel like, a couple of times a week over the last few months, just because wildfire season has been so active and the drought has been a big reason for that. Just talk about this wildfire season so far and just the activity you guys have seen.
Yeah, so going back to early March when we first started creeping up into wildfire season, our activity was pretty much statewide, balanced out from the mountains all the way to eastern North Carolina along the coastline, which is ultimately one of the reasons that we decided to implement a burn ban is our fire activity had just gotten to a point where it was almost too widespread and too frequent. And we needed to do whatever we could to slow down those new wildfire starts. And a burn ban is a method in which we can do that once we reach a point where our forest fire conditions have reached a hazardous level.
And then what are some of those ingredients that you guys use to issue the burn bans? What are some of the indicators that you have in place to help you guys make that call, oh, we need a burn ban for the state?
Yeah, so the main trigger, if you will, would be once our forest fire conditions reach a hazardous level. And what are the contributing factors to that? There's going to be consistent low humidity, windy days. Obviously, prolonged drought was a factor as well. Spring wildfire season, March through May, is typical this in our state anyway, simply because of the green up process with the vegetation as we work towards the summer months. And when you don't have rain to offset the greening up process, if you will, where more moisture and nutrients is required for the green up process, then you can dry out rather quickly. And of course, North Carolina, you go back to September, October of 2025, which is when those rainfall deficits began to build. And so when we got to the later stages of March, we looked at our wildfire activity, how fast those fires, not only how quickly they were igniting, how easily they were igniting, but then how fast they were spreading once they were igniting. Ultimately, the rate of spread of some of these fires was outpacing our containment efforts and our ability to control these wildfires. So when you look at the long-range forecast and you don't see any relief in sight in the form of rainfall or high humidity, you're already dealing with widespread fire activity. The wildfire behavior is acting a little erratic, and then you have to consider resource availability and where you are in terms of stretching resources too thin. And so all of those factors were at play late March when we decided to implement the burn ban.
And I was going to mention, we've got a lot of video from Georgia. They have been dealing with very significant wildfires there, especially over the last week or so. And they've also been experiencing the drought conditions. Was this a concern for you guys as well when it came down to issuing the burn ban? Were you guys worried about the potential for massive wildfires, or was it more of just like a smaller wildfire threat?
Yeah, I mean, the potential was certainly there. You saw several wildfires in South Carolina as well. South Carolina has implemented, lifted, and re-implemented burn bans throughout the spring in the duration in which ours was in effect. And so really the wildfire activity and potential, the risk was pretty much across the Southeast due to the factor of drought and some of these other conditions that we've discussed. And so again, when we were dealing with these situations in late March, we looked at the long-range forecast and do we see any relief in sight over the next couple of weeks? And the answer at that time was no. There was not a whole lot of rain forecast, if any. Temperatures were going to fluctuate between 90 and 50, and with that, you get the frontal systems with wind. And so you pretty much saw textbook fire weather that time of year back in March. And then one extra element that some of your viewers can take to heart is the Hurricane Helene impacts that still remain in western North Carolina. Of course, if a fire were to ignite in some of these areas in western North Carolina where the Helene blowdown and the timber damage is still substantial, well, then a fire can spread quickly, become difficult to contain, and that's going to be a threat moving forward for the next 10, 15, if not 20 years. And so
I was actually going to ask that. Why is that threat just going for so long? We'll get. I know you guys have actually lead the burn ban for some kinds. We'll get that here just momentarily. But the Helene vegetation down threat is going to be around for years, possibly over decades. Why is that? Why does that threat linger for so long?
Yeah, so in terms of volume, roughly 822,000 acres across western North Carolina experienced some form of timber damage. And some of that's partial, but a lot of that's actually still physically on the ground. That are, in some cases, entire mountainsides that still have the entire blowdown present. And so cleanup efforts are going to be slow moving simply because of the magnitude of the timber damage. And so as the timber continues to lay on the ground year in and year out, it's going to further dry out. It's going to die. Most of it is dead, or if not dying, and it's going to become more available. And so each year that we get further removed from Hurricane Helene and that timber is still on the ground, it's going to be more flammable next year than it is this year, and so on and so forth, until it's gradually removed through prescribed burning efforts, if and where that's possible. That might not always be practical, and then just the gradual cleanup efforts over time. And so each year that we're removed from Hurricane Helene, that timber is going to be more kindling for fires to spread.
Definitely something to watch for years to come, for sure. And you guys actually, over this past weekend, have actually released the burn ban for 81 counties in North Carolina. So that means 19 counties are still under the burn ban. This was the map you guys released on your Facebook page. So the burn ban still continues for Gaston, Mecklenburg County, Union, Cabarrus, Iredell, up into Rowan, Stanley, and Anson County. That is the Queen City News viewing area, but also, Rockingham, Stokes, as you're getting up towards Guilford County, Randolph, and a few others more as well included in there, some counties up towards District 11. So why is that area still under the burn ban, but counties around it, the burn ban has been released?
Yeah, so again, going back to those previous conditions and factors that we were talking about just a few minutes ago, over the course of the last couple of weeks, we begin to see temperature somewhat moderate, but we're also seeing higher humidity levels. And so when you go back to March 28th, when The humidity was in the 20 and 30 percentile, even down to the teens in some cases, is now in the 40s, 50s, 60s, and even 70s, if not higher. And so the higher humidity days, even though it's not rainfall, so it's not going to do much for your drought, it indicates that the air is more saturated, and therefore there's a little bit more moisture available that wasn't there before. The overnight recovery, as we call it, when you start waking up in the morning and you find dew on the ground, the grass is wet. So again, those things don't do much they don't do anything for the drought, frankly, but they do help us in terms of reducing wildfire risk. Also, going back to late March, we would look at the forecast and you wouldn't see rain for 2 or 3 weeks. Whereas now you're starting to see the potential for unsettled weather at least every 3 or 4 days. And so the map that you're showing right there indicates last week's rainfall totals. And as you can see, the area basically missed out. The area that remains under the burn ban, those 19 counties, unfortunately just flat out missed that rainfall from last week, and especially on Saturday. And so when you look at the other accumulations being somewhere between nearly an inch to almost 2 inches in some areas, those are the areas that we felt confident that with that rainfall, as well as some of the higher humidity levels, full green up is another thing. Now that we're in later stages of spring, the vegetation, your trees, we've almost reached full green up, if not complete full green up in some areas. And what that does, again, doesn't do anything for the drought, but it is a reduced wildfire risk simply because the vegetation is a little more fire resistant than it was back in March. It's no such thing as fireproof. And so it's definitely green up doesn't mean that we can't have fires. It just means that things tend to be a little bit more fire resistant. So between the higher humidity levels, the full green up that we've seen, additional moisture and a recovery overnight, as well as the recent rainfall statewide over the last 7 days going back to last week, those were all the factors that ultimately put us in a position where the forest fire conditions are no longer hazardous. Therefore, we felt comfortable lifting the burn ban for those 81 counties. But as that map illustrates right there, those 19 counties, unfortunately, when Saturday's rain event moved through, it just flat out missed them.
My next question, it kind of leads into the upcoming rainfall that we have for later this week. I mean, models are still a little spread, but there are some indications that we could see over an inch of rain in the Piedmont of North Carolina for the first time since mid-February. If that rain was to happen for later this week, could that burn ban then be lifted for the rest of our counties here in North Carolina?
That's certainly what we're hoping for. We're hoping that rain produces on forecast, if not maybe gives us a little bit more. It's certainly a welcome sight. And so we will certainly reevaluate and see what rain actually falls and hits the ground and is able to be absorbed. And so we are looking at that now, and we will continue to look at that through the week. And as that rainfall physically hits the ground, and we'll reevaluate. Our hope is that it will be enough for us to remove the burn ban entirely. We're not quite there yet, simply because a forecast is a forecast. So we need to see what actually falls. But those are the intentions. Burn bans are not ideal really for anyone, us included. The same resources with the North Carolina Forest Service, who are responsible for responding to thousands of wildfires across the state every single year, they're also tasked with enforcing the burn ban and extinguishing and writing citations for these illegal fires. So when we have a burn ban in place, it is just another element of responsibility for our initial attack resources that they have to deal with. And so burn bans are not ideal really for anybody, us included. And so the objective is not to hold it in place for as long as possible, to keep it in place for as long as possible. It's until we're no longer seeing hazardous forest fire conditions. That's what's outlined for us in North Carolina General Statute. And so hopefully we'll get the rain this week. That's forecast, and hopefully that will put us in a position for those 19 counties where those hazardous conditions are no longer present, and hopefully we can get back to fully lifting this ban.
And Philip, I do have one more question for you. We're going to take just a quick commercial break, but after the break, I just want to ask you more about what the threat could look like going forward if the drought continues. Details on that coming up next here on Pinpoint. Weather Universe. Welcome back into Pinpoint Weather University. Got my good friend Philip Jackson with me with the North Carolina Forest Service. And Phil, you were talking earlier about how things are greening up. It doesn't completely eliminate the wildfire threat, but it definitely can lower it a good bit. And as we get more towards summer, I actually am seeing grass grow quite a bit. People are starting to mow their grass, and trees continue to green up. So even if the drought were to continue into the summer with extreme drought conditions and even the potential for exceptional drought conditions, would the threat for wildfires still lower due to that green up?
So as we move into the summer and we move out of spring wildfire season, we typically see our wildfire risk reduced because of that green up, but also because of the humidity that the South in general just experiences every year, where we're looking at 80, 90, 100 percentile with the humidity levels. And the South is hot and humid, and so it might be unpleasant to deal with outside, but it does help with our wildfire risk. With that being said, if this drought does continue and we were to find ourselves in a patch of a 2 or 3 week span during the summertime where the temperatures are 90s, 100 plus without any rainfall, then we could very well start seeing extreme wildfire risk again, especially we have summertime thunderstorms become more common throughout June, July, and August, even into September. And so that's when we tend to see some of our lightning wildfires caused by lightning. It's not super common. We do have them. They only account for about 1% of our fires across the state, but that 1% typically is most prevalent during those summer months where we're seeing more thunderstorms. And so ultimately the message is going to remain the same year in, year out when it comes to prevention, is that most of these fires that we have, they are human caused, which means they are avoidable. And so the main culprit of that, of course, is unfortunately debris burning, where folks are just out burning yard debris in their yards. Most counties allow that. It is a legal practice, but you need to make sure that you're doing it on the right day and under the right weather conditions. And one of the biggest issues that we have is folks just not staying with their fire. They will light a debris pile on fire, and then they will walk away and they will continue to do other chores around the house. They will run errands. And when that fire is left unattended, it's going to do what it's going to do, and the weather is going to have a huge impact on that. So ultimately, even if we do find ourselves here the next few days where the burn ban has been lifted for all 100 counties, we are at full green up. We see some unsettled weather. If we get into the summer where the temperatures are high and the moisture and the rainfall is just low and this drought continues, then we could very well be in a position where we start seeing widespread wildfire activity again. So folks need to be extremely careful. And even as you and I talk right now, even though the burn ban has been lifted for 81 counties, right now we are still in spring wildfire season. So folks need to be extremely cautious in those areas where the ban has been lifted.
All right, Philip Jackson with the North Carolina Forest Service. Thank you so much. And, May 4th was International Firefighters Day. So big shout out to all you guys at the Forest Service, all the fire crews that have been working tirelessly over the last few months to put out wildfires and to keep wildfire awareness in our heads as we navigate this drought, and with the wildfire threat being a little bit more higher than usual this year due to the drier conditions that we've been seeing. So, Phil, thank you so much. Always love having you on the show here on Pinpoint Weather University here on Queen City News Plus, and I appreciate you joining me today.
Thanks, Brandon. We appreciate all that you do.
All right, thank you, Phil. Coming up after the break, we're going to talk about April. April is over and May is now here, but April was creating some history here in Charlotte. We detailing for you just how hot it was, and other dry month too, just how dry April was here in Charlotte. Coming up for you on the other side of the break. Welcome back into Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson. We just spoke with Philip Jackson with the North Carolina Forest Service, his public information officer there. Gave us a lot of good information on the wildfire threat we've been experiencing over the last few months, during the spring months in particular, and the drought conditions. Just how greening up might help us out a little bit in the summer, but still, if the drought continues to be as significant as it is, burning still could be an issue coming up this summer. So something we'll have to pay attention to. I enjoy talking to Philip, and hopefully the rain that we're getting from later this week of May 3rd, hopefully later this week we'll be able to see that burn ban lifted for all of our counties here in North Carolina. The Tar Heel State could use it, and we were talking a little bit offline about, the state parks, how you can't really have your campfires at the state park, can't go camping really and enjoy it and grill and stuff on some of the grills they have there in some of the areas where the burn ban is still in effect. So fingers crossed we can get some good rain in here and hopefully at least limit the wildfire threat, but we'll need a lot more rain to get rid of the drought. We need like 2 or 3 inches a week to really help us out, and it's got to be more on a consistent basis. But it looks like we'll get into more of a wetter pattern here starting this week. I do want to talk about April. I know April's kind of long gone now, but there's still some things I didn't get a chance to highlight, and it has to do with our temperatures and precipitation for the month of April. So April in Charlotte was actually the second warmest April we've ever experienced here in the Queen City. We had 2 record highs this month, and we start April off on a bang, right? April 1st, 86 degrees, new record high on April 1st, and then we get into April 15th, just 2 weeks later, and we see another record high of 89 degrees. We got our first 90-degree day of the year this April on April 18th, which is about about a month or so before we tend to see our first 90-degree day. Our average first 90-degree day, I believe, is around May 20th. We saw it on April 18th this year. So yeah, second warmest April on record for Charlotte. It was a very warm month, and you look at all the orange days there. All the days in orange are days where we were above average. So I mean, we look at it, including the red days there. So you've got 86 degrees on April 1st, 89 on April 15th. So if you include those two in there and just kind of count it up, doing a little bit of math for you here offhand, we're talking about 6 plus 7, 13, 17. So it looks like about 18 days of the 30 days of April were above average. That's significant. That is a very significant April here in Charlotte. That's why it's the second warmest on record. And then you look at some of the blue days, which obviously there's a lot less of those. Those are days where we were below average, and we didn't see that quite often. We did get a little bit of a cool down for the second week of April. I guess the first full week of April. But unfortunately, that wasn't enough to cool us down for the rest of the month. We went on a heater ever after that. So I do want to talk about rainfall, too. Rainfall has been the big story here lately, right? We need it, and we don't have it. And when you look at April and look at the rainfall totals here, bringing you full screen, it was the 5th driest April on record for the Queen City. We had 4 days of measurable rain, if you will. So March, we only had 2 days of measurable rain. Might have been 3, but this month we get 4 days of measurable rain. Unfortunately, none of these days got us over 4/10 of an inch of rain. The rainiest day was April 5th, and we only saw 3/10 of an inch of rain that day. April 28th, we saw some recent rains here where we got about 2/10 of an inch of rain. And then April 30th, 1/100th of an inch. That's not going to get you out of a drought. 8/100th of an inch on April 25th. So we need to get a little bit more aggressive with rainfall totals. We obviously don't want to get so aggressive to where we're flooding out, but we need to do a little bit better than this. But it was the 5th driest April on record for Charlotte. And guess what? March was the 8th driest March on record for Charlotte. So we're continuing to stack on these dry, historic months, and we're continuing to add to this historic drought that we're in. So we'll get the latest update on Thursday, March 7th, for the United States Geological Survey. This was the update last week. Obviously, we've got extreme and exceptional drought conditions popping up over the Carolinas. Those exceptional drought conditions that you see there, that little darker shade over Monroe County, Union County, but over Monroe, and even parts of Cabarrus County, Stanley, and eastern Mecklenburg County. That's the first time we've seen exceptional drought conditions since March 2008. So we obviously are now in more of a historic territory when it comes to this drought. Just a matter of how long the recovery is going to be now. In 2007, 2008, we got exceptional drought conditions, I believe, in December of 2007. We did not get out of those exceptional drought conditions until March 2008. So it took about 3 months to get rid of all the exceptional drought conditions. And then it took about another 6 months leading in towards like September, October to get rid of the drought completely, to recover. So it takes months to get out of this. It takes a little bit to get into drought. It takes a lot to get out of it. So definitely something we'll have to continue to work to do over the next several months. I am meteorologist Brandon Lawson. Hopefully you enjoyed this episode. Again, a big shout out to North Carolina Forest Service, Philip Jackson, for coming on the show with us today, breaking down the wildfire threat, what goes into why those burn bans are issued, and what goes into getting rid of some of the burn bans as we get some rain around here, as the green up continues, more as we get into the summer months here. Again, I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson. As we end the show, I always like to say, take care of yourself and each other as we navigate this earth together. Also, as we navigate the drought together. I know it's frustrating saving water. I know it's annoying. I know it's not fun to do. Nobody wants to be told how much water. Nobody really wants to be told anything in life anymore when it comes down to what to do. But please follow some of these water restrictions that are in place. They're for everybody. It's to help everybody out. And again, if it's, using the dishwasher when it's actually full, or watering your lawn less, or washing your car a little less, go to a car wash place where they use recycled water. And that, I know it costs a little bit of money, but again, it's going to help us out a little bit when it comes down to getting out of this drought. Just some ways to help out. And again, let's work together to do this, as we always do here in the Carolinas. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson. We'll see you next time on the new edition of Pinpoint Weather University.
Welcome into Turnkey on Queen City News Plus, your go-to show for everything real estate. We talk about the latest market trends, do's and don'ts of the industry, and provide expert advice on navigating this dynamic landscape that we call home. I'm your host, Morgan Francis, and today we're talking about one of the most talked about listings that's on the market in the Charlotte area, and that is this Butte, this $15 million home. This is on Quail Hollow, and obviously we have the Truist Championship coming up, and this is the time of year that we tend to see any homes that will go on the market in this area do go on the market, because why not when you're watching the PGA players play golf? Also, look at some absolutely beautiful homes. And the listing agent for this home is Liza Caminiti. Liza, thank you for coming on the show.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. It's an honor to be here.
This is, I want to get into the personal aspect of this before we talk about the home itself. Anyone would be so grateful to list a home like this. It's gorgeous. But for you, this is highly personal because of who owns it.
Yes. Yeah, I have a lump in my throat right now, and I told myself I'm not going to cry.
It's okay too. Yeah.
It's Doug and Megan are incredible human beings and probably two of the most special people I've met. And they both of them actually just have a way of touching everyone they meet. And Doug, being who he was, never made anybody feel like they were below him or that he was better than them. And I've said it many times in the past few weeks to people is he had this special quality to find the 2% of good in people and make them believe in themselves and wanted to know what they were doing with their lives and telling them you're going to be the best at it. And it's the same experience I had with him the first night I got to truly hang out with him and Megan and get to know them. And just being with them for 30 minutes, I felt like I knew both of them for my whole life. And Doug had said to me, which I know I shared with David, your news colleague, he said, "Oh, what do you do?" And I said, "Oh, I'm in real estate." And he said, "Well, you're going to be the biggest and best agent in Charlotte, and I'm going to do my damnedest to make sure of it." And I literally, Morgan, I left there, and I thought I was ready to conquer the world. And then, I had the honor to list their previous home in Seven Eagles. And I remember, the first time that when they finally got moved into the Baltusrol Butte, he invited me over, and they were having like a small gathering with, I think everybody that was involved bringing this beautiful home up out of the ground. And I walked through the front door, and I wanted to start crying because that house gives you so much emotion. Because it is so amazing. Just walking up to the front door and the aesthetic and the design and the color scheme of it is so calming. But more than anything, I was just really proud of Doug and
and some people might be wondering who is this Doug who was such an amazing person. He was the CEO of Lending Tree. He recently passed away, suddenly, unexpected. And it sounds like for someone who had such an important job, such a big job, it sounds like, based off of my, few conversations with you, that he truly wanted to make an impact in everyone's lives who he touched, everyone who he met. That's what it sounds like from my perspective.
Yeah. He was definitely one of those people that I feel like probably put himself second and put a lot of other people first, for sure.
So, now, unfortunately, Megan's gonna sell this house. There's been a lot that's happened in their lives in the last 6+ months.
Yeah.
How do you even approach that as someone who is a friend, who was, he was a mentor to you? What is that like, trying to list a home? I know you're going to do the best job that you can possibly do, because it's personal. Not only because you're a professional, but it's personal for you. But how do you grieve and then help them list their home?
Yeah, you know, you have to really kind of compartmentalize everything in your head, as I mean, I do with a lot of my clients, just being that they're high net worth people and very successful. But I think you have to put the professional side first. And, you know, we go into every deal and transaction, you know, with clients, even if they're friends or not friends. My goal is to always make them become very good friends.
Mm-hmm.
And we go into everything with our heart on our sleeves. I mean, I'm probably one of my worst qualities is that I do wear my heart on my sleeve. And so I'm very
I wouldn't put it
passionate.
that way, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm
I
very
get what you mean.
compassionate and passionate about what I do. You know, Megan is a very rare person. She's very strong. Um, I'm very proud of her for how she's handling everything. Because she's, you know, being strong for everyone else and you know, Doug's family and everything. So, you know, we've just tried to be there for her and reassure her that this is a team effort. You know, as far as, you know, getting the house together, getting things packed up, getting Megan comfortably moved out of there. You know, it's been a very tough process, but it's also been a very stress-free process. Um, and Megan's just been amazing to work with all of it. And she, you know, trusts me and my team. So the decisions we've made and the guidance we've given, you know, she's really leaned into. And you know, we're excited. We were excited for the attention that this home is getting,
Mhm.
which I knew. I knew it was going to get a lot of attention. You know, it's a home that if it was placed down in Palm Beach, it'd probably be a $75 million home.
Right.
You know, we have to be realistic. We are in Charlotte, and I wanted
That's
the house
still,
to get a
I
lot of
mean,
attention.
that would still be a record setter, I believe, for the state of North Carolina. I think there's one home on the coast near or in Wilmington that sold for just under 14 million.
Yeah.
So at 15 million, it would still be a record for you all, which it is gorgeous. I mean, you're talking north of 17,000 square feet, closer to 18,000 square feet. 6 beds, 6 full baths, 6 half baths, 5 garage spaces.
Yeah.
So plenty of room for all the toys.
Yeah, and that's actually the 5 isn't including the golf cart garage too. So
Okay, with the simulator, I saw that in the. Hey, I mean, if you're gonna be on Quail Hollow, you kind of have to have
you gotta have
a
a golf
simulator.
Yeah.
Tell me about the marketing aspect of it. We see one of your videos here. What is the time commitment when you have the conversation that okay, I'm going to list your home? How long does it take to get it to market? It just hit the market.
Yeah.
And I believe you've already had a showing and you got another one coming up.
We've actually had 6 showings.
6 showings.
Yeah.
Okay. I
And
thought it was
another-
one and you have another
No,
one.
we've had
6.
6. And
That's
we have
impressive.
another one this Sunday.
Okay, so there's already a lot of interest.
Yeah.
What do you think it is about, you know, a home like this versus something maybe on the waterfront on Lake Norman?
I think it's 2 different types of buyers
Yeah.
that would look on Lake Norman or look on Quail Hollow. I do find that our higher price point buyers that are moving from out of state do tend to look in both places.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I love Lake Norman. Obviously, our company dominates the sales up on that lake. But I just think, you know,
There's Ivester Jackson.
Ivester Jackson, Christie's International Real Estate. Yeah. And I just think that having that, the scenery of Quail Hollow Golf Course behind your home, I mean, when you walk into that home, as you can see from the video and the pictures, it looks like a painting through the windows.
Yeah.
So, and what is so neat about the house when Doug and Megan and Harry Schrader, the architect, and Leighton Campbell, the interior designer, and Arcadia sat down to create the home, it's Doug wanted the house to look very kind of mysterious from the street where you don't really know how big it is. You just see the quality of the finishes that were chosen to build this home.
I mean, and it looks new, but it was built in 2017. It's
Yeah.
not like
way ahead of its
I mean,
time.
it's still new, but it's, you know, coming up on 10 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's but anybody that has gone to either say Truist or one of the PGA tournaments or even the members at Quail Hollow or other non-members playing on that golf course, they are all completely intrigued with the back of this home because that's where you get the magnitude and the size of it. But yet it is still landscaped to give you privacy from the golf course.
Hmm.
So it's very well thought out.
Do you know what hole off the top of your head it's on?
Yeah, so it sits on the 15 and the 16.
I was gonna say,
which is
gotta
the
be
Green Mile.
Yeah.
You got to have a Green Mile hat when you go to one of the golf tournaments.
And that's a great location, even if you're just out watching the Truist Championship. I mean, 16, 17, 18 for sure that's where all the drama happens,
Yep.
and a lot can change in those 3 holes on Sunday. So it's a fun one. You mentioned the architect. It would have been great to have him on the show. I know he's got a lot going on.
He's a very talented guy and very wanted. So
You-
yes,
you
there's
don't-
a lot going on.
You don't happen to have his phone number? See if we could give him a call and
I sure do. I think we definitely should phone in a friend.
see if we can get him on the air.
Yeah, let's do that.
And his name is Harry
Schrader,
Schrader.
very well known. The neat thing about Harry's homes is they're very timeless.
Mm-hmm.
And anybody that walks into one of his homes, they know it's a Harry home
Mm-hmm.
because there's just certain touches that he does.
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Harry,
We got him.
we got you.
Caller, you're on the air.
Hey there, how are you guys?
We are good. We are just talking about this beautiful home that you poured your heart and soul into, and how everybody, as soon as they come through the door, they know it's you because of all the beautiful touches that you like to leave in the homes that you design.
That's super nice to say. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Harry, we would love to hear a little bit more from you about what went into designing this home on Quail Hollow. It's absolutely stunning. But what goes into putting a piece of art, essentially, like this together?
Yeah, that is a great and appropriate question for a house that's that intense, if you will, defined by how big the home is, how many key spaces there are for us to have designed. It's one of these projects that sort of has one of everything. And so I will say one of my favorite parts about the journey was, despite its size, every single space and use was considered. It wasn't like, oh, you got to have one of these, or who cares if we have this extra wing? Every space was really meticulously considered. And as an architect who's driven to craft one of a kind architectural experiences, the answer to that question is it took everything I had, right? It took
Mm-hmm.
3 years of a client believing in the process to get special architecture, but then what do we do to put it on paper and then ultimately challenge the builder to execute? And that house speaks of that, in my opinion. And I couldn't be more proud of it.
I mean, you'd have to have a lot of patience to wait 3 years to get everything right and then to execute it on the building side. That's a long project for someone who's, excited to get into their brand new home. Uh, how do you approach a project of this magnitude? Where do you start as an architect? And walk me through, obviously a little more briefly than 3 years, but walk me through that process of where you start and how you get to the end product.
Yeah, I think the greatest gift we're given by our clients is this fully immersive opportunity, right? We're not hired to draw a set of plans that fits some sense of, what the market is telling or what the stylistic, hot buttons are. You get the chance to start with a blank piece of paper and to work with a client who puts a lot of faith in our abilities. And we don't take that for granted. I mean, no matter how many years I work and how many projects I author, I always am driven by the next one being our best. And so this was one of those cases where, I knew the opportunity that this client was giving us. And so it starts with making sure we're very much a steward of their vision, not our own, but then pushing the ball forward and challenging ourselves to do dynamic, timeless, dramatic, embracing architecture. And what I mean by that is, we're not looking for anything to be a monument as much as a living, breathing, comforting place for them to live their life. And Liza and I have spent time in that house together, and I hope that's the exact message that comes across is when somebody is careful to think through enough of the decisions, then it's far less about simply the opulence of the space, but also about the concert of materials and scales of spaces. And I just that's for other people to judge, right? I can say those words, but I really rely on all the occupants, starting with the people who live there, to say, gosh, this is special. And there's something about it that makes it unique. And that's what drives me.
How many aspects, Harry, of this home changed from start to finish? I mean, the home itself is almost 18,000 square feet. Was there anything that you felt like a big change throughout the project just to make sure you got it right?
I think that what I've learned about our process is that we do our very best to work our way through a very vetted, creative process, offering the client all these, times in the process to say, oh my gosh, that's amazing, or hey, let's go in a different direction. We always say we're not giving them one idea, we're giving them all of our ideas, right? So we really work hard so that by the time we're done with the creative phase of the project, they're bought in, they know it, they can see it. And then it becomes the challenge to technically detail a house of this magnitude so that it is able to be constructed, that the 100 people that it requires to build it can look at me and say, sure, we can do this, or Harry, we need to pivot here. And so to answer that question for you, in the course of a project like this, our boots on the ground, like our daily involvement in the construction is an evolutionary journey where I can't say, oh no, we decided to move a room to the other side of the house, but we very much worked in concert to make things better as it went and to tighten up specifications. And when we're an architect that designs so much of the project, next thing you know, you've got a project that is singing, right? It's just all the pieces are coming together.
I can hear your passion. And Liza, I think you know him quite well through listing this home and everything. And it's a beautiful home. You clearly have an incredible talent, Harry. And I appreciate you picking up the phone and joining us today. This was great. Unexpected surprise.
Well, that's awesome. Thanks for caring what I have to say. And I enjoyed chatting with you guys too.
Thank you so much, Harry. I hope you have a great rest of your day.
All right, take care, ladies. Bye.
Okay, bye.
All right, so that's the first time we've taken a caller on air.
Hey,
but
it's always a first for
fun. It's
everything.
fun. And you can hear his passion for sure.
Yeah, and he, like myself, really wears his heart on his sleeve.
Mm-hmm.
I think I shared with you over the phone when I first called him about this house and that, I really wanted him to be a part of this process.
Mm-hmm.
And we started talking about Doug, and Harry started crying on the phone, and then I started crying.
Yeah.
And he was like, "Oh my gosh, I'm so embarrassed, Harry. I'm a grown man, crying on the phone." But
Yeah.
that's just the emotion that, Doug brings out in people.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's been an amazing journey. It really has.
Mhm. We didn't get a chance to talk really about kind of the we did a little bit, but we didn't go into detail about kind of the marketing aspect of it.
Yeah, the process from A to Z.
Yeah, because I mean, so you create a website for the home itself, which it's not like uncommon, right? I think a lot of agents are starting to do that nowadays. Is a one-stop shop, so people can really take a look at the home. It's a beautifully designed website, though.
Thank you.
But walk me through, how long all of this takes to get a project like this up and running.
Absolutely. So I'm very much a person that is, let's get things done yesterday.
We have that in common.
Yep. I eat, sleep, and live real estate pretty much 8 days a week and 36 hours a day. So, my team and I have everything very streamlined. First phone call, I am already planning everything that I know we're going to need to get done. So when we show up at that first meeting with homeowners of this magnitude.
You're talking about the pitch meeting?
Yeah.
Okay.
Talking about like the pitch meeting, full on listing appointment. We've already kind of set in stone like bullet points of letting them know what we do. And so that's what I think is obviously very enticing to any seller owning a home of this magnitude, because it can become overwhelming getting your house on the market. And if there's things that need to be done, like as far as pressure washing and deep cleaning and landscaping and windows and packing up and moving things, staging.
It's a lot.
It's a lot. So my background's interior design. So for me, all of that stuff is very easy. I've got a great wheelhouse of people. I come with a very large team. And so we really are a one-stop shop concierge service. And that's what I, stressed to Megan. And that's what I think was very relieving to her. Because, we came in, we had the stagers there. I had Leighton, the interior designer. We had, the builder. We had Harry involved. And it was just, I like to have one big powwow. So we all get on the same page right out of the gate. Everyone's on a group text. And I'm like, here's what we need to execute. And here's the time period that we have to do it in.
I mean, because it doesn't matter if it's a $15 million house or it's a $500,000 house.
It really
There
doesn't.
are a lot of things that can get, confusing throughout the process. And it's real easy for, especially, a buyer or seller when they don't do this every day to get lost in the shuffle of, okay, like what's going on, what's next.
Yeah.
So to your point, getting everyone in the same room on the same page is just smart.
Yeah.
What was I going to ask you next, though? Oh, the staging.
Leading into
The staging.
yes.
If you don't mind me asking, how much range, what kind of range would staging be for a house like this? I mean, this is a lot.
So,
It's a significant investment.
there's not many
Yeah.
staging companies in Charlotte that I knew would be able to handle the magnitude and quality and style of this home.
Right.
And No So
Not
Design.
just throwing a couch down.
Exactly. No So Design did such a killer job matching everything in the home and the quality of furniture and the materials and the accessories and the paintings that they brought in just accentuated all of the design aesthetics that both Leighton and Harry put into this home. Leighton walked the home with the interior design team or with the staging team because I wanted to make sure that they were on the same page. There were a few items that the seller was leaving behind. So we knew that we had to kind of stay in line also with some of those materials.
Right. Kind of work them into the staging or work the
Exactly.
staging into the,
Yeah. And
So-
it came out, I mean,
Yeah.
perfection.
So are they
Perfection.
based, you said there aren't many in Charlotte. Are they based in Charlotte? Or
They are based in
Okay.
Charlotte, yes, and they just happen to be best friends of mine too, so that makes it even better.
Well, you get to hire someone who you care about and pay it forward that way. Is there any question that I missed or anything that you would like to say either about the process or the property?
I guess I would just say that I truly do feel that, the extensive amount of thought and process that went into us planning the photos, the video. I mean, I wanted to make sure that this video was like a movie. That's just another thing you have to become in real estate as a movie producer. So I'm
A
okay.
confident, well, and a confident person on air,
Thank you.
which it's not your forte. Like this is obviously what I do and what we do, but to go from someone who, yeah, I know how to list properties, I know how to show them, I know how to get everyone to the closing table to it's an extension of real estate now.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh.
It's I strive for perfection. I'm not perfect. I'm extremely OCD. And so when I list someone's home, I'm treating it as if it's my own. And I will stay up all night long packing boxes, cleaning things over at that house.
The things that
because-
people don't realize
Yes,
is
because
involved.
it's my name on it.
Yeah.
And so I have to make sure that all of my listings showcase the same exact way, no matter the price point, as you
Right.
mentioned.
Yeah.
So I do feel that, the extensive amount of work that we put in planning in a very short amount of time really shines through with the pictures, the video, everything. And we still have some more videos to come that are going to be pretty big.
Well, I know those will probably be well planned out as we get closer to the Truist Championship. I know a lot of people there will be a lot of eyes, not only on the golf course, but also on this beautiful house.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Liza, thank you so much for joining us on Turnkey. I know you're extremely busy right now.
Oh, it's fun.
Well, it was an enjoyable episode, and good luck with the home and selling it, and good luck to the family involved as well.
Thank you. We really appreciate it. And we were just honored to be here.
Yeah. To everyone else out there, thank you so much for watching this latest episode of Turnkey on Queen City News Plus. We'll see you next time.
Hey, welcome to Queen City News Plus. We got order in the court today. I'm Brian Blakely.
And I'm Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rhodes.
Khalif, all right, good to see you. We got three good topics as we always do. Court is in session right now. We're going to be talking about Spirit Airlines, their demise over the weekend, and what's passengers going to be able to do, their legal rights that they have if they've been stranded. And then also NASCAR's got some more feuding back and forth. What's NASCAR? That little feuding with some lawsuits. So we'll break that down. But the first one we want to talk about is SCOTUS jumped in today is about mifepristone. As people can order that, they're restored access to the abortion pill. Let's go ahead and talk about what happened here.
Brian, you're talking about mifepristone, you're talking about abortion. So we started at the beginning, Roe v. Wade, constitutional right implemented in this country, 50 plus years of court's precedent, was struck down by the Dobbs decision. At the time, legal experts said that this Dobbs decision would open the floodgates to having litigation, back-to-back types of litigation, and they were accurate. I mean, once you decide that there is no constitutional right and the states can make a determination on an individual basis, who and when and what type of abortion you can have, if any, in their individual states, then you knew that there would be litigation, and that's what we've had. Any type of legislation that's been implemented has been challenged. Any type of rulings that have been implemented has been challenged, and this is nothing different. The Court of Appeals for the 5th District decided to strike down the use of telehealth type of mail-in distribution, and it's worth noting that this case directly impacts drugs used in two-thirds of all abortions in this country. And so limiting telehealth prescriptions and mail-in delivery of mifepristone was major. This wasn't something that was, on the fringe of abortion, 1 or 2%. You're talking about 75% of all U.S. abortions are using that type of drug. And so it sent a crater into that industry, and then you had a number of folks challenge it to the Supreme Court. So the standard when you are attempting to do an injunction is 4 things. It's irreparable harm, it's likelihood of success on the merits, it's the public policy, and it's the swaying of the public interest. And so the court will look at those 4 factors. The biggest one is irreparable harm. If money can fix it, the court is not likely to grant an injunction. And so you can't fix it with an abortion. You can't say, hey, you didn't get the abortion pills that you wanted. You end up having the child that you didn't want to have, and so now we'll pay you money for that. That's the easiest, elementary school breakdown of that standard. But that's something that the court would look at, and I can guarantee that's what they did here. And remember, this is on the shadow docket. This isn't a full-fledged hearing. This is an emergency.
Let's talk about that. Shadow docket, real quick. Just explain that process when a Supreme Court jumps in on these emergency type of situations.
Well,
like
it's supposed to be where they're taking things that are on an emergency basis and they're making determinations that are temporary. Now, there has been a number of pushback from, Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson and Sotomayor and Kagan that have said, hey, this rendition of the Supreme Court is using the shadow docket for things that it's not supposed to. But historically, the shadow docket has been for emergency basis. You have something that can't wait, can't be delayed, has to be heard right now. The court takes action and then kicks it back to the lower court. That's historically what has occurred. The last few rulings off the shadow docket, because it's not really going to be an order. It's going to say, hey, we rule like this and go back and wait or do something. In this regard, we ruled that we're going to overturn or stay, I should say, the Court of Appeals decision. And because we're staying the Court of Appeals decision, we'll have a full-fledged hearing. It goes back to if nothing occurred with the Court of Appeals until they have a full-fledged hearing. There have been instances with the shadow docket where it hasn't done that, where they have taken action without writing a court of appeals.
This is a temporary ruling here. This is not a permanent ruling. So there's a lot that's going to have to be hashed out before this can go forward in any way.
It will. And this is going to probably be less about abortion, even though it's an abortion case, and more about administrative law, like who makes the determination of rules. So because obviously you have the FDA versus the courts. This is going to be federal preemptive. Does the federal government have an ability to preempt state law? And you would assume that the court wouldn't rule that way, because in the Dobbs decision, they're saying the courts don't want to make this determination, and the states should make that determination. So if they're consistent with their previous rulings, they will say, hey, the states have the ability to do this. So now we have to determine what insight does the FDA prove and provide into this, and what guidance and or regulatory authority do they have. And so this may be an opportunity for this court to weaken another agency's ability to render rulemaking, policy making, and pull that back a step as well.
One of the things, too, you have differing laws in states right now when it comes to abortion. Specifically, I mean, North Carolina and South Carolina. South Carolina right now is moving to go to even a more extreme law where it's almost
a near permanent ban.
Permanent ban.
Yep.
Right. So if someone is ordering this in South Carolina, ordering mifepristone by mail in South Carolina, what could happen with that person? What do they need to know?
Well, it depends. I mean, if you're ordering it from a doctor in another state and it's being sent to you in South Carolina, there are a number of states that are attempting to criminalize that action of it coming from a state that is legal to a state that is illegal. And there is a older law called the Comstock law that hasn't been used, Comstock Act, I should say, that hasn't been used and is rarely used, but that could be used to ban mail abortion drugs nationwide. For being able, that's more of an obscenity type of law that was used in place with adult material years ago, and that's what people are pushing to say, listen, courts, if you want to take it from the states, again, states' rights versus federal preemptive rights, and you want to make sure that we can stop the mail-in aspect of it, you could use this Comstock Act to prevent that. So there are a number of ways that you can get there, but this is big time litigation. Let me put it in perspective. This is like big tobacco coming to the table. Because what do you have? Big pharmacy. Pharmacy companies are warning of regulatory chaos. They're warning of undermining the FDA's scientific authority. And so they're saying, hey, court, step back and allow the states to handle this, and don't allow the Fifth Circuit to do what it did, because now you're stepping on a lot of people's toes.
What kind of time frame are we looking at here?
It depends on how fast they're able to hear an argument. I mean, the fasting already happened. That was the emergency shadow docket. So it could be pushed to the next term, or they could move it up as soon as possible. It really will just depend on the court's decision. I mean, but Justice Alito, who we're looking at there, this is another Louisiana case, right? Hot off the heels of him, authoring the Louisiana decision in the Voting Rights Act. And so this court is wanting to address these types of decisions sooner than later.
Yeah, they definitely want to hit on the hot button issues for sure.
They have not strayed away from it.
Yeah, they definitely do not want to do that. Another hot topic we want to talk about coming up in our next segment before we take a break here. Spirit Airlines folded over the weekend, just went away. A lot of it was rising jet fuel costs. The administration was trying to get something done there with a deal. That didn't happen. So let's talk about passengers' rights and what they have coming up after the break. You're watching Queen City News Plus with Order in the Court. Khalif and Brian. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Order in the Court with Khalif and Brian here, and we are going to be talking about the next segment here. A big story over the weekend, Khalif, and that was Spirit Airlines folded, just went under, trying to come out of their second bankruptcy. And, within hours, thousands of flights have just been canceled, leaving passengers just stranded mid-trip, trying to scramble to rebook. Very little notice here. Let's talk a little bit about the Spirit operations, how this happened, and also what can passengers do?
The writing was on the wall for something like this, obviously, for years. I mean, there was a number of mergers that attempted to occur. I remember most recently with Elizabeth Warren cheering the fact that the Spirit Airlines last merger that they tried was not successful.
With JetBlue, right.
With JetBlue specifically, because she argued at the time that it would raise prices, the merger would raise prices for consumers needing to have a lower tier option. Of Spirit came back at the time saying, hey, well, if we don't have a merger, we're not going to be existing. You talked about 2 different bankruptcies that have occurred over the years, and this was, again, the writing on the wall with the increase in fuel and other things that were costing them. They haven't made a profit since 2019. And so that was almost 7 years of not being a profitable company. And so you'd have to be blind or had your head under a rock, not looking at what was happening to see that this was something that was coming. In terms of the process, you're talking about they had 4,000 flights scheduled through May 15th, but they also said most recently, as of today, that most of the refunds for those flights have been sent back to customers. But so I think the cause of action would be, I mean, first of all, you can't get what is it, juice from a turnip, right?
Right.
If there's nothing there to squeeze, you can get a judgment in hand. It's meaningless. And so even if a person was able to find a cause of action to bring against Spirit, are you going to be able to recover if a court rules in your favor against a company that is insolvent? They're in this liquidation, not restructuring. So they're not trying to go through and, sell off items so that they can rebrand. They're selling off items so they can pay other debtors that are the other creditors, I should say, would have priority over you as a customer, stepping up, not having any type of priority in terms of recovering and recouping some type of debt that's owed to you. And this is straight law school 101. If you're a holder of debt, you want to be a priority holder of debt. So you want to be someone like the federal government having a tax lien, for instance, top tier priority. You want to be someone that has a judgment that's filed, top tier priority. You want to be someone that has it in order in front of someone else so that your priority can be higher. But a person that wins a judgment after all those other folks have already filed their claims, you'll be so far down the loop that it won't be even worth attempting to spend the resources on filing a claim. I mean, but does my heart go out to folks that were stranded over the weekends? It does.
Yeah.
But it also is going to be hard.
And for the employees, thousands of employees who just all of a sudden were told not to come to work, that's your last day.
And then that's the other issue that I would have with something like this. When you talk about bringing a claim, it's not just was the action something that we didn't recognize was going to happen, right? And so did you cause me injury by a reasonably foreseeable incident? So if as I'm saying that the writing was on the wall and you have flights that were scheduled through May 15th, but you just announced this immediate shutdown, how soon did you know? And again, if someone wanted to go through the process of trying to become successful in litigation, how soon they knew, how soon could they have cut it off to and mitigate the damages? Should you have been taking flights to locations where hey, there wasn't a return flight going to be available? Those are some of the questions that would be asked in a potential claim. But yeah, in the bankruptcy claim, they're going to have the weakest argument. They, as in a consumer ticket holder, would have the weakest argument to getting recovery. If, for instance, okay, they caused you to not be able to make your flight back or miss your honeymoon or something like that, it's not going to be recoverable. And even if they weren't insolvent, most of the time, they had the common carrier protections, which would say, you didn't contract with me to get you there at a specific time. You contracted with me as the airline to get you there, period. And so I get you from point A to point B, and if I happen to delay it by 10 hours or 2 days, I fulfilled my end of the contract. And that's always been the airline's argument when people say, hey, well, I want to sue because they didn't get me there at 5 o'clock like the ticket said. Well, the ticket's fine print says we're obligated to get you there, not at that time listed.
Yeah, we knew about this from Spirit Airlines because they were hinting about what was going on. They were hoping the Trump administration was going to step in, and the deal was over the weekend. It gave some a little bit ample time there for people that were flying with Spirit.
Yep.
But still, if you kind of already got it booked, you got it booked. But the deal, apparently, the government was going to try to take over 90% of the company going forward, which is just it was just too much for the people at Spirit to swallow, and so they took the official announcement to go ahead and go to end everything. Refunds, those are for people that purchased directly. If you did have a ticket that was purchased by a third-party travel agency like an Expedia or something like that, you'll have to contact them. Compensation for customers who used vouchers or credits or loyalty points will be determined later as part of the bankruptcy process.
And that's why I say those folks are so far down the line. If you had a voucher and it was connected to credit, you can pretty much count that as not going to occur. Because remember, in the bankruptcy process, the individual or company that has priority to their debt is going to be the one that takes priority.
Yeah, and the loyalty,
it's in the name.
it's just the way it is. And then loyalty points, those are worthless right now. So
Yeah, I mean, and it's even a step further. I mean, in law school, the course for this type of thing would be secure transactions. So when you're looking and taking a class like secure transactions, you want to ensure that you have secured your debt, right? And so if I have a debt to you, have I secured it by filing it, by giving proper notice? Okay, a secured debt is going to be even more priority than an unsecured debt. The folks that we're talking about, those are unsecured debts. You purchased it, but it's just money owed to give back to you, not secured by anything else. And so because of that, the priority is so far down the list. And I mean, yes, a person could ultimately go through the process of attempting to recover vouchers that were credited and now lost, but the cost of doing that would be far exceeding what you would recover.
you talked a little bit about obviously the passengers. We mentioned some of the employees, the thousands of employees are pretty much just left without a job, left without benefits or that sort of thing. They're just kind of high and dry right now. What can they do, if anything, legally going forward?
I mean, it depends on the state. I mean, if they are at-will employees, a company would have the ability to terminate you for no cause needed at all. And then if the company is no longer in existence, any type of severance packages that were secured previously, hopefully they were ironclad, and they also would not fall under a secured protected debt that you'd be able to collect. And so you'd fall in after all of the secured folks, you'd be able to jump in line there as well. And so it's going to be a complete problem for employees that were recently terminated to try to be made whole from a company that's just insolvent. This isn't the first company to go out of business. It is definitely one of the first major airlines to be put in a situation where just a perfect storm occurred. And as you mentioned, the bailout was something that folks thought was going to at least save the company for flights and for employees, but it just was unable to occur.
All right, we're going to leave that one there for Spirit Airlines. Hopefully those passengers will get things worked out, and also those employees too. Coming up next, Order in the Court, that guy right there, Joe Gibbs Racing, JGR, they're involved in some trade secrets, a lawsuit with that. We'll have more on that coming up after the break. You're watching Queen City News Plus with Order in the Court with Khalif and Brian. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Order in the Court with Khalif and Brian. Right now, we are going to have our last segment. We're going to be talking about NASCAR. Trade secrets being stolen, possibly. And this is a case really here with Joe Gibbs Racing out of Huntersville, JGR, suing former competitor, competition director Chris Gabehart and Mooresville-based Spire Motorsports here in late February for trying to steal some trade secrets impacting the NASCAR results here. What do we know about this? What goes on?
Oh, this is like ripped right out of a movie headlines. They're talking about, look at this. They say this case is really about protecting competitive intelligence in a data-driven sport. And I'm laughing when I read this because it was so many instances where like, hey, that sounds like a movie. That sounds like a movie. The individual recognized, hey, I got to this company and they promised me a number of things. And this was said in the hearings. They promised me creative control and a number of opportunities to lead and be in charge. He said, ultimately what happens is Gibbs and the team was basically lurking over his shoulder the entire time. And it wasn't any control. It was micromanaged to the point where he believed the relationship started to deteriorate. So he leaves, right? In the process of leaving, and that's what they're saying is they're alleging the trade secrets. He connected his personal email to the company laptops. Additionally, they said that he created a folder on the computer named Spire and did a number of tests on that computer and then took those tests in that folder with him. He argues that, hey, I created this folder because I recognized the relationship was deteriorating and I was weighing my options of why I should go and leave here at Gibbs Racing and go to Spire. The other thing I think was interesting is that part of their complaint, they included from the telecast of a race that one of the announcers saying that, hey, Spire seems like they have been, becoming extremely successful since this individual got to their company, and hinting at, the likelihood that it's because of something that he acquired while at Joe Gibbs Racing.
Yeah, Carson Hocevar winning Talladega 1 week before the lawsuit was filed. And they're pointing to that race specifically where they got the information and Gabehart's information help one of the racers help win.
That's the allegation. But I mean, the fact that they're in Joe Gibbs' team in their complaint and their reason for citing a preliminary injunction is saying that, hey, right on the telecast, they're saying the only reason they're winning the race is because this guy came from our team and is in essence
saying the quiet part out loud.
Right. That is definitely the quiet part out loud. So just like in our other case that we talked about earlier, the judge went through the preliminary injunctive standards already. Likelihood of success from the mirrors, irreparable harm, the balance of the equities in the public policy. And it goes back to irreparable harm. Joe Gibbs is saying, okay, and this is why the court didn't grant it fully. They denied the injunction against Spire. Why did they deny it? Well, because money could fix it. If you're saying they're stealing our information and they're using it against us to win races, and these races are going to come with purses, right? Well, you can fix that by getting the money back that they got from you or by properly acquiring or winning these races by using your information. However, the court did partially grant Joe Gibbs Racing's relief with must stop using trade secrets, must return all materials, and cannot perform the same role or functions that Gabehart had while at Joe Gibbs Racing. So they're saying even after the judge granted that preliminary injunction, he's already violating. Why? Because he's circumventing the restrictions, observing live races from the pit areas, potentially real-time advertising. And those are the types of things that they're saying, hey, judge, you granted this, but now they're not even doing what you said that they should.
Mm-hmm.
So this one is going to be a lot of back and forth. But for me, the most damaging part is going to be the folder, because that forensic trail of evidence is going to be hard to defeat, right? If you create a folder with the new name of the company that you're going to on your old work computer, and then you've done these simulations and these tests on the work computer, and if you're taking these files from the company, the trail of breadcrumbs will be there for them to say, hey.
Well, what happens then? What's the penalty?
Well, I mean, if you're if they can point to use of their trade secrets, their data that they've created over years to make their vehicles perform faster, and now this other company is now utilizing it to win, i.e. in that most recent race that you talked about, I mean, there could be a number of things that the court can implement for sure, return. I mean, you can point to any profits that they gained from that, and you could say, hey, from the day he got here If they were finishing dead last and now they're finishing 15th, I want to be able to recover all of those amounts, and I can directly connect it to his, taking of our trade secrets. That is going to be hard to prove. It will. But there are a number of things, at least from this early reading of this, that seems that it's going to be easier to prove than I suspected when I first started reading this, which is, again, spy type of drama, that there's proprietary data and if you're using these simulated models to create and take information to another company and using Joe Gibbs Racing's data to do it, that's going to be the nail in the coffin. If they can point to multiple instances of that, unless he has a reason for it, other than
is it a big monetary fine?
it won't be a big monetary fine. I think it's not just a fine; it's going to be a return of those proceeds. And so, if they can put a
Take
dollar,
the win away?
I don't know about taking the win because that would be more NASCAR.
Yeah.
But it would definitely be more money. On the court's perspective, it would say if you can point to a date in time where he arrived and a connection to the winning, right? So go back as long as they've been around. Have they been winning these types of races, right? And then part of it will be, in his argument, well, this is what I bring to the table. Me, my mindset. I didn't take proprietary information. It's they're winning because of what I brought to the table. Not your trade secrets, but yet my own abilities that I wanted to use when I was working for Joe Gibbs Racing, but you guys didn't let me. So there will be multiple arguments. They're seeking $8 million in damages, misappropriation of trade secrets, breach of contract, misconduct. These claims are definitely nothing to laugh about. But again, reading it ripped straight from a novel.
I love it. And maybe a movie someday. Always good stuff with NASCAR and always good stuff with you, Khalif. Especially appreciate it. That's going to wrap it up here for Order of the Court. Court is out of session right now. We're going to send you back to Queen City News Plus.
Yeah, that's one way to lose your baby teeth. Put your kids in sports, and they'll be gone. Welcome in for another episode of Tired Parents Club. I am your host, Kevin Pinto. We have...
And I'm Sierra Langford.
Perfect. This is a place we can share, laugh, vent, talk about the ups and downs of raising the littlest versions of ourselves. Today, what are we talking about, Sierra?
Well, it's springtime, and many parents are getting their children, whether you have elementary, middle school, high school, even college, they're getting them into spring sports.
Woo, sports.
Yes, and we're specifically talking about the dark side of sports.
Bum, bum, bum.
Injuries.
It's injuries. So we grew up playing sports. I grew up probably playing sports longer than you. What sports did you end up playing when you were growing up?
So growing up, I actually played softball. I did it in elementary school and I did it in middle school, and I kind of had to stop around 8th grade because the ball got too fast for me, Kevin.
And I think that happens to us eventually. I played baseball, right? So I was able to keep up until about college. I played like maybe a little bit of a year.
Okay, much farther than I got.
But it hits us eventually, I think, unless you're as dedicated as some of those other guys were. We probably weren't as dedicated. I think that's the biggest problem.
No, I think there's like a wall, like especially I don't know. I feel like you either have it or you don't in baseball or softball. And I definitely got to a point where I'm like, the ball just right by me, could barely see it. It was already in the catcher's mitt. I didn't even realize it was passing me. I was like, it's time for me to step away.
That's it. Yeah, no, I mean, I followed it pretty well. Yeah, it definitely just slowed down. And it's time to retire. And mine was college.
What kind of injuries did you see?
The injuries that I see, man. So mine were usually ankles. We had ankles getting twisted up or whatever, and then I played basketball a lot too.
Oh,
terrible basketball player. Obviously, I was center. Now I'm 5'8", guys, and back then I was not 5'8". I was like 1'2" or something. Anyway, so but trying to go for rebounds, I would jam my middle finger all the time. And there was one time where I got shoved underneath, and the ball hit my mouth. My teeth came out. Yeah, so I lost a couple of teeth.
How many teeth we talking?
I don't know. There was on the ground. I was on the ground. Teeth were everywhere. I don't remember.
goodness.
Yeah, I don't think it hurt that much.
Was this your baby teeth?
Yeah,
or...
baby teeth.
Oh, thank goodness. That
Yeah.
okay.
No, all of my other teeth came back just fine. So yeah, that's one way to lose your baby teeth. Put your kids in sports,
gosh.
and they'll be gone.
Oh gosh, stop. I'm just picturing it. It's ooh.
So most of my injuries weren't bad. I never had broken bones. Just like small, like little tendon stuff or whatever. I guess I'm not a doctor. I don't know what it all means, but we have a doctor on in a little bit to talk about it.
Yes.
Is there a sport that you really don't? Because we don't have. We have what 3-year-old and a 1-year-old.
Yes.
What sport don't you want your kid to play because you're so concerned about injuries?
Well, don't come for me, guys. Football. I'm very worried about football. Now, if he comes to me
Why?
and he's like, "Mom, please, I really want to play football," it's going to be such a difficult conversation because I'm going to be that mom that's so worried. I'm going to be so worried about
But
him
you learn so many good lessons from. There's family.
because it's
and
such a
there's
contact
building
sport.
things.
It's such a contact sport. So that's probably the number one. The number one as a mom of a boy.
Mhm.
That's probably the number one sport that if he really wanted to do, I would be worried about. I'm worried about him.
What do you want him to play then?
What do I want to play? Well, my husband grew up playing soccer. So we're not going to force him into soccer. I definitely don't want to force him into anything he doesn't want to do. But we're hoping he expressed interest in soccer and likes it. Because that's my husband was a soccer player growing up. So we're gonna try that and see where it goes. But baseball maybe, basketball. There's various sports out there.
Yes. Well, I have a little girl, so
Yeah.
if she wants to play football, I guess she can play football. She can do whatever
She
she
be the
wants.
kicker.
That's right. Lila, I support. No, I want her to be the quarterback, or a lineman or something. No, I think softball would be great. I would love for her to play softball. I also want to be entertained. I want her to be in a sport that I'm gonna be able to
Oh,
get
it's about
into.
you, huh?
It is a little bit about me for sure. This is mainly about me, Lila. And we're gonna train you to be a star. I wanted to name her Shaq actually, because every Shaq has become famous and a great sports player of some sort.
Oh, okay.
You haven't. There's no Shaq that I've met that does like that works at a library or something. No, Shaq is a name that plays sports. Uh, but anyways, no. Softball would be great. Gymnastics is cool. I've covered gymnastics.
Okay.
The vibe is fun. Everyone's clapping and cheering.
Yes.
There's probably a lot of injuries that come with gymnastics.
Yes, I would imagine so.
Yeah, because there's
It
this
looks
spinning
very
stuff.
difficult. You have to be very strong.
Yeah, but that's her problem.
Good
So I want to make
coordination,
sure
good
she's not hurt.
balance.
Exactly. All the things that my wife did not give in the traits, in the genes, if you will. But I was more balanced. Yes, I'm gonna talk about Jenna. She also knows that she is
Jenna, she's not here to defend herself.
that's what this show is about. To pick on our spouses as well. Tired husband. No, my wife is amazing. Shout out to her. I
Did
think-
she? Do you know if she experienced any injuries
What
growing
did
up?
she do? I think she did a little bit of softball and some basketball. I imagine she got hurt a lot. Again, this whole lack of balance thing. She's definitely probably got hurt.
Killing me.
No. Well, all right. So softball, gymnastics, that's kind of what I'm looking for. I'm not really concerned about injuries. She already falls a lot, so we're just toughening her up.
Yeah, we definitely got lucky in the injury department in the sports we played growing up. The teeth, though, I think you win with that one, Kevin.
Losing teeth, big deal. Whatever. They grow back. They grow back. All right. So we're gonna take a quick break. When we come back, we're gonna have Dr. Tallarico tell us about sports injuries, how to prevent them, why they hurt so bad, I don't know, stuff like that. So we'll be right back.
everyone. Welcome back to the Tired Parents Club. And today we have with us a very special guest, Dr. Brian Tallarico from Orthopedic Specialist of Piedmont with Piedmont Medical Center. Hopefully I got all that correct. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Very well. You did. Yeah, good job. That's perfect.
Nice. So today we're talking all about injuries in sports, and with it being, we're full into spring at this point, right? There's so many kiddos out there, elementary, middle school, high school kids, even college kids, right? They're all getting into sports. Out of all the sports, what sports do you see? I'm so curious to get your take on this. What sports do you see kind of bringing the most injuries right now?
Most injuries, and I know it's not the right season for it, but football would probably be far and away the highest. But we do have spring practices thing. And, the thing that I can lead with is that with children now, they tend to be doing sports longer and almost year round. They get from one sports to another. When I was younger, I won't say what decade that was, you played one or two sports and that was it. And there weren't really any travel teams or the camps and things, very, very minimal. And now it seems like every kid's involved in those. So they're actually training and playing almost 12 months a year sometimes. So the injuries never really go away, but they do peak a lot with the football practices when they begin. And the older kids, obviously, especially high school and college, they do start earlier and earlier. But overall, for the spring, since that's where we are, soccer injuries are very prevalent. The baseball and softball injuries, especially with throwing sports, since those are also spring and summer sports, we see a lot of those. But there you go. Yeah, soccer is very common.
There we go. Illustration.
Excellent point. There really is no break nowadays, huh?
That's correct.
Kids just have a full calendar.
Yeah, that leads us to a lot of the other questions you have for me about, how do these injuries present and things.
Yeah. Could you get into that? What are like the biggest injuries you're seeing right now?
Sure. So it's a lot of the overuse. Again, back to the kids not really getting a break, and they've been cooped up maybe all winter, and the weather's nice, so they get out playing with their friends and at the team sports, and so they go from maybe a little relaxed to a high level of practice and competition quickly. So we can see a lot of soft tissue overuse, injuries, sprains, and strains, and also the stress fractures, especially with the amount of running that some of the kids are doing in the sports for conditioning, track and things like that. If they weren't running all year round, they go suddenly to intensity of the running or duration of the running, and we worry about foot and other types of stress fractures. So, but a lot of the musculoskeletal stuff is the soft tissue injuries from a sudden increase in the amount of exposure or practice.
So yeah, no, when I was younger, I played a lot of baseball. I played basketball around this time because basketball you could play on both seasons, which was nice. So yeah, I used to like twist my ankle all the time. It's just common
All the
injuries like
time.
that.
Wow.
All the time because I used to like to steal, and I would do a slide actually the worst one was I slid my foot under a bag. I got caught into the bag and I kept rolling over it. And then I was a catcher too, so I still had to catch.
Right. Yeah, those base running, base sliding injuries are some of the more common ones with baseball and softball for sure.
Yeah, I started to slide in head first after a while. And I liked getting dirty, so as a catcher, that was just kind of the thing.
Yeah. Start using your head. That's smart.
Exactly. See, there you go.
Do you guys see when families come in with their children with these injuries, do you find that parents are taking their kids in right away, or sometimes maybe they're waiting a bit to see like, is this serious? And then they're coming in maybe a few days later and realizing, oh gosh, this is worse than we thought.
I think that in the last few years, there's been an uptick in amount of urgent evaluations by orthopedic surgeons in general with athletes. Just because I think of the social media, the exposure. Let's be honest, WebMD, everybody has a doctor in their pocket with their phone. So if a kid is limping or he has a swollen knee, they automatically get in. So there's a little bit of a panic. I'm a parent too. I have 3 kids, all of them played sports. So I get it. I was more of the just put some ice on, rub some dirt in, it'll be fine. Or it's just because of how I was raised and being an orthopedic surgeon. But there was a little bit of anxiety sometimes when your kid's hurt. And so they just wanted to get it looked at. So we do see a lot of injuries. I saw probably 3 or 4 young kids this morning already, under 12 for injuries, some of which due to sports. So they do get in pretty quick because they're worried about whether you'll be able to practice, whether you want to play, or everybody's the next Nolan Ryan or the next Kobe Bryant. So they're worried about their competition level. So they want to make sure nothing's wrong, which is totally fine. I get it. So we're more than happy to see them.
That's good to hear. That's a relief.
Gotcha. I guess if kids are getting hurt, right, at this young age or whatever, are they more susceptible to long-term effects, I guess, because they're still continuing to grow, right? So obviously, like in football, concussions could probably hurt development, or what are some other injuries that could be
Absolutely.
worse?
It's an excellent question. And, I try to convey my advice, my thoughts to parents that come in about the overwhelming amount of sports that some of these kids are playing. And the frequent flyers I see, the ones that come in with injuries almost every year, I really do worry about that because there is a downstream effect of chronic injury, even if it's sprain, strain, soft tissue stuff. And then, of course, you're a baseball player talking about the little leaguer's elbow and the pitcher's shoulder and things like that. Those can be very bad actors. The league menace injury, the elbow for these kids that are pitching. I don't know what the pitch counts are up to now for a game, but they're trying to do a better job now than even 10 or 15 years ago, eliminating these kids, especially with the throwing. But you're right, multiple concussions at a young age, those kids, obviously, you need to really look long and hard at keeping them out of contact sports. It's a very unfortunate thing, but it is very scary, especially with CTE development later on in life, things like that.
And that's something that kids aren't thinking about. I didn't think about that, obviously, my pitch count. I just wanted to throw if I could. I guess I never really thought about that. When we were younger, they probably didn't care about pitch counts.
I was just such saying, no, it wasn't. That wasn't a thing probably till the 2000s, maybe even later. It's just you threw, and if your elbow is sore, you got a bad ice on it. So, but the good news is that they are looking at that more closely than ever before. So it does. I would say the amount of those types of throwing injuries that I see are actually going down compared to even 10, 15 years ago.
Crazy, yeah. Because we were talking about also like, what would we have young kids? So where I have a 1-year-old,
3-year-old.
3-year-old, so they're not very involved yet. But I'm like, what sport do I want them to play in? I don't know. Is that them? They're probably gonna choose what sport they want to play. I'm hoping it's
I've been asked that before, and I like all sports, and I've played a lot of them. And but boy, baseball's tough to beat as far as it's just a great sport all around. Basketball too. Basketball you can play with 1 person or 10 people. That's what I've told my son all along. So those sports are great. You do have physicality, but it's not as contact. Now, if the kid loves football, it's really hard to keep him out of it. But there are certain inherent risks you take with hockey and football, especially with the contact and the head injuries and higher energy stuff, the knee ligament injuries and ankle, and there's some bad things that can happen. We all know that. You just hope that there's a little bit of luck involved too. I think to make it through a whole adolescent career without an injury playing the contact sports.
Yeah, and I have a little girl, so I don't know what we're gonna get into. Hopefully it's softball or some gymnastics or something. I really don't want to do dancing or anything like that.
Hey.
Gymnastics. I had a gymnast in gymnastics. That's underrated for a contact sport. That's a serious sport, and what those kids go through with the training and the overuse injuries, that is a real sport. Don't kid yourself about that.
No, for sure. But at least as an adult having to watch it, I'd be entertained a little bit more. And plus, the vibe is actually really cool. I've covered gymnastics before. Everyone's so supportive and lots of cheering and stuff, and it's great.
No, it is. It's in a great environment. It really is. I didn't know much about it until my one daughter started doing it.
Surprising.
We always joke around in my family because we have a little boy, and I've always said if he comes home and wants to play football, I'm always gonna hate me because I'm going to be like, no, please don't play football for just like the concerns that come with it. But yeah, we'll tackle that when the
When we get
time
there.
comes. Yeah, when we get there, right?
Unintended.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly, right? I totally
you
meant
can
to do
pick up on
that.
your
I
own.
totally meant to do that. When it comes to recovery from injuries, I'm sure depending on the extent of the injury and where the injury is located, it may take longer to recover than others. In your profession, what do you see? What are some of the most difficult injuries that, take a really long time to recover from?
A lot of the fractures, we do see fractures from the actual sports, but we also see them outside of sports, and then they'll come in and ask how long we have to wait to send my kid back to practice. And it's a really tough sell. You can see it in their eyes. You tell them this is probably 6 to 8 weeks, and they blink. Well, he's a really fast healer. What if 3, 4 weeks he doesn't have any pain? So it's a bit of a struggle sometimes with the family, trying to convince them that these bodies need to heal, and they do heal faster than us old people, but they still need appropriate amount of time to. Mother Nature's Mother Nature, physiology's physiology. So to heal fractures or with torn ligaments or pulled muscles, it does take some time, and it's common sense. If you go back before you're healed, you're probably gonna have a recurrence of the same injury or start from square one. Because that's how I try to sell it. That you can go back. I can't force you to do anything. You're asking my opinion as an orthopedic surgeon. If you go back too soon, you're probably gonna be back again, and now you're starting from day one, basically.
Yeah, because I was the kind of person that I would still play. I wanted to play, and so if I was injured, I don't know. I wouldn't. I didn't want to show it because I wanted to play catcher. I really wanted to play. I didn't want to prove that I was hurt.
You
I
would
imagine
re-injure yourself, Kevin, huh?
I would, yeah, and I didn't mind it. But
Terrible.
and I think that's how a lot of kids are. And a lot of parents kind of are like that, right? They just kind of want to push their kid until, yeah, it becomes a worse injury, I guess.
Importance of listening to your doctor and being patient.
I guess. All right, thanks for joining us. We're gonna take a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Tired Parents Club. We were talking about sports injuries. So one thing we haven't talked about is how can you prevent these injuries?
Well, there's two types of injuries in sports, orthopedically speaking. You have the traumatic ones that are just really hard to prevent. They're usually bad luck, a misstep or a tackle or a deceleration. You're with the soccer clip there, the deceleration injury, changing directions, rupturing ACL, things like that. It's just, like I said, sometimes some bad luck. So, but overall, to prevent injuries, it's preparation, and that's why the training is so important, and the warm up is so important, and the conditioning is. The healthier the soft tissues are, the better the bones are. Obviously, the more resistant they are to injury. So you just sometimes can't predict a freak injury or a bad accident. The accidents happen. That's what keeps orthopedic surgeons in business. So, but a lot of kids now are way more in tune with the nutrition, and that's not just them; it's their parents too, and coaches and staff. So there was no such thing when I was a kid, when I was a young athlete. It's just basically maybe Gatorade was out back then, so we would drink Gatorade. But I think the dietary, just the whole thing about sports nutrition is a relatively new thing over the last 10, 20 years that's really helped. I believe that I'm a real proponent of proper nutrition for these athletes. You figure how many calories these kids are burning when they're practicing 2-3 hours a day, especially like the wrestlers and the runners and the football players, the ones that are out in the heat during practice for 3 hours. It's ridiculous how much they burn, and also the fluids. I think that the coaching staff and the athletic staff, they're much better now than back when we were younger. So I think that that's a good thing, and it does help prevent a lot of injuries. But the other thing is just the signs we'll see in these kids if they're starting to limp or if they're favoring a shoulder. I think the parents really have to keep an eye on them because, as you said, the kids will just keep their mouth shut because they want to keep playing. They don't want to let their team down. They don't want their coaches down. But if there's something wrong with your kid, you gotta pick up on it. You gotta pay attention. If he's limping, if he's asking for Motrin, or kids don't take Motrin or Advil or Aleve or Tylenol like adults do. They just don't. They never ask for it. They're asking for it because their knee hurts or the foot hurts or the shoulder hurts or the back hurts. You really gotta have an open eye for that. You have to get them evaluated because that's not normal. Sprains and strains are one thing. Just being sore from lifting weights or working out with the team is different. But when they're actually hurting, you can see it in their eyes or in the way they carry their body. You really need to intervene and see what's going on.
We were told to do lots of stretching beforehand. Is that something we should really do? But as a kid, I was like, I'm not going to stretch. I don't need to do that. I don't know.
What's interesting about that, I don't think there's ever been any scientific data to show that stretching for 5 minutes or 10 or 20 minutes actually does anything. Again, hard science and data, but I think it does help to warm up for sure. I think
it doesn't hurt.
It's part of the stretching is part of warming up, but warming up I think is vital to avoid the pulled muscles and tendons and things like that. And it's just to get your joints moving and get ready for the arduous practice.
Yeah, that makes me think of like the swimmers or whatever, like Phelps, when he did the arm thing. It's like slap his back, and the lactic acid going or whatever it was. Yeah, I mean, I did that only seeing him do that, and I would play baseball, and I'm like, does that really do anything for me as a baseball player? Whatever, I'll still do it. It made me feel loose. That's all that mattered.
I think as a pitcher, for sure, obviously throwing that hard, I think warming up slowly and warming up the joints and ligaments and muscles for sure.
Okay. I have a random question. When a hyperextension happens, what can you explain what exactly that is and how that can occur when kids are playing sports? Because growing up, I had several classmates and friends that
Hyperextension, yeah.
hyperextended their foot or their leg. And can you just explain to our viewers what exactly that is and
Sure.
how it could
Typically, the two joints that would be prone to hyperextension injury the most would be the knee and the elbow. Because the elbow is more of a true hinge joint than the knee. The knee is not a true hinge joint, but as we know, it goes straight and it flexes. Flexion is when you bend your knee. So straightening your knee out to 0 degrees, a hyperextension would be going plus, 5, 10, 20 degrees. That's hyperextension, where the knee actually goes further than 0 degrees. We usually flex between, say, 125 and 145, 125 to 145 degrees, depending on your age and flexibility. So, but you can injure the knee and the elbow in both directions, hyperflexion and hyperextension. The knee hyperflexion injury, you can tear ligaments and tendons. But the hyperextension injuries are pretty common. Those will also in the knee tear your important ligaments and maybe meniscus cartilage and things like that. And actually fractures can occur and cartilage injuries. And in the elbow, that would be more of a fracture, especially in the pediatric population. Hyperextension injury to the elbow, fall from height, things like that. You can get injuries about the elbow. Supracondylar is one that's the most common, right above the elbow joint. So those are pretty nasty sometimes and need surgery. But in sports, the knee being hyperextended, most of the time, especially in the younger, if it's a lower energy, the younger population will just have swelling and sprain strain, as we call it. But obviously, the more it extends or hyperextends and the higher the energy, you can certainly tear your ligaments.
Oh, sweet. So we have maybe a minute left or so. What's a 30-second takeaway for parents for this episode?
I would say that with the kids participating in sports this spring, it's important to have them go back into it slowly, properly, warm-ups, conditioning before going full bore into competition and high-level play. That'd be number one. Number two would be proper nutrition, hydration, as always, very paramount. And number three would be watching for signs and symptoms in your kid about injuries that are starting, whether like hyper or overuse injuries and things like that. So we want to just keep an eye on those. And if something looks out of place with your kid after a couple of weeks, then you really should get them evaluated.
Wait, thank you so much for your time. That was super educational.
Yes.
I'm going to replay this episode back for me in about 4 or 5 years. So I appreciate it. Thank you again for your time. And thank you, everybody, for watching Tired Parents Club. We'll be back next time with another episode.
Welcome into Queen City News Plus Live. It is Monday, May 11th, and welcome into what we affectionately call the Blue Room here on Queen City News Plus. I'm Morgan Francis, joined by Derek Dellinger, Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane, and a new guy behind the helm. Not new to us, but new to this room, Matt Deeren. Matt is not nervous at all. It's his first show. Good. We'll see if he gets if he gets confident and chimes in throughout the show. But Derek, we gotta start with some serious news here. Obviously, I feel like every show we start with the latest out of Iran.
Yes.
But every show there's something new to talk about.
Yes, and President Trump saying today that the ceasefire is, and I quote here, on life support. The latest proposal from Iran has been rejected by the Trump administration, and we should mention this is coming as gas prices are still high. And in regards to that, there is the potential of Trump, or President Trump, or at least Congress, suspending the federal gas tax as well. But still, there's still a lot of developments that's still happening out in the Middle East that could be affecting all of this in the long run.
Yeah, so let's start with that. You mentioned the ceasefire is on life support. So they rejected Iran's proposal. And more than rejected it. I mean, Trump called it totally unacceptable on Truth Social. Per CNBC, Iran demanded to end sanctions. They wanted total control of the Strait of Hormuz, war reparations, and the release of frozen assets. And then the Iranian president went on to say, we will never bow our heads before the enemy. So when it looked like these two sides were coming together, now it looks like they couldn't be farther apart.
Yes, President Trump's proposal, at least the Trump administration proposal, would have included a deal to end the war, reopen the strait, and also scale back Iran's nuclear program. So this is kind of showing basically where things are right now. It's this disconnect. There's no sense of agreement in a lot of things right now that they've got going on. But we were mentioning the gas prices as well just a moment ago, the possible suspension of the federal gas tax. That accounts for around 18 cents to the gallon of what you pay at the pump. Now, the potential of that still, again, needs to be approved by Congress, and it would be for an indefinite period of time, according to President Trump. So that's something that we may all need to be watching out for, at least in the next little bit, and that could be affecting what you pay at the pump.
Well, and it could be impacting the funding for highway and infrastructure programs as well. So there is a trade-off there. It'll help everyday Americans who are who are getting squeezed by these gas prices that seem to, keep going up, essentially. Trump said that he's for it. Obviously, this has to go through Congress to be a done deal. So there are multiple people who have to kind of have their say in whether or not they would suspend the federal gas tax. But I think it goes without saying that it would help the everyday American in the short term.
Yes.
But as we've seen with COVID, when you lessen the financial burden, sometimes people get used to that, and then it's hard to go back.
Yes, and there's even been talk, well, at least I remember like a couple of weeks ago, South Carolina, there was talk about this possible suspension of the gas tax there.
Right.
And Governor McMaster was totally against it because of that road funding issue, because state maintained roads do still need to be maintained, and that basically that tax money is a lot of money that goes basically into maintaining the state roads.
Yeah.
So
let's get to the latest out of this hantavirus disaster that has turned into, finally, after it's been a month?
Yes.
These passengers were able to
more than a month
get off the infected cruise ship and fly home. But even then, it's really not the end to their nightmare.
Yeah, a lot of them are having to quarantine. And in addition to that, there are 2 more confirmed cases. One involves a French woman, another involves an American. And we do know, at least in this circumstance involving the American who is tested positive, they are right now in a biocontainment unit in Nebraska, doing well, not necessarily showing any symptoms per se, but they have tested positive for hantavirus. Now, there's also 2 other Americans that have landed actually just today in Atlanta. One of them has mild symptoms, but we should mention here they have mild symptoms for something that has not been confirmed to be hantavirus yet. It could be mild symptoms of something else, but they are being tested today as well. All this is coming as health officials, national and international, are basically saying, hey, there is not a worry out here for any potential human spread, nothing like COVID.
Right. I mean, COVID spread, it was so much quicker and easier. Hantavirus is something that usually only spreads from rodent droppings.
Yes.
Very rare that it spreads human to human, although in this circumstance, this strain has been spreading human to human. There, 16 American passengers were taken to this University of Nebraska Medical Center. I didn't know this. Very interesting. They have a federally funded quarantine facility and biocontaminant unit for treating people with highly infectious disease. So this is kind of the place to go for these people. So I bet they didn't anticipate their vacation ending in Nebraska, but that's where they find themselves today.
Yes, and we should mention again, stressing the risk to the public is low. If authorities have said that often, on and on and on. So far with this hantavirus outbreak, because there has been that worry. And I think a lot of
3 people have died, 6 others confirmed or suspected to have the virus.
And I think a lot of people are probably just nervous, and I think a lot of people might have PTSD as a result of COVID, like all the worries that were there.
And unlike COVID, this is a 50-50 survival shot. So this, if the people who do have it, is a very serious thing.
Yes.
But thankfully, it's not doesn't spread as fast as COVID did.
Yes.
Let's get to the latest out of the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting. The suspect has pleaded not guilty. Cole Allen, he's a 31-year-old who prosecutors say planned what they're calling a political violence attack to assassinate the president and others.
Yes, and in federal court, he has pled not guilty to the charges against him. He entered that plea this morning. He was surrounded by at least 2 or if not 3 public defenders. And this is on top of a motion that Cole Allen filed last week, basically to disqualify Jeanine Pirro, who's basically the attorney, the district attorney over Washington, D.C., as well as acting attorney general Todd Blanche, because they were in attendance at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. And they're still, and this a judge is basically reached out to the government to basically clarify whether or not they are victims or not, because this could be potentially a disqualifying thing, and this could be potentially ordering a move, at least of some sort, possibly out of D.C. to actually get this case tried.
Right, and the judge made a point to say this would just be highly unusual. But it is still a motion that they'll have to wait and see what the decision on that. Prosecutors also added that new charge of assault on an officer of the United States. They haven't been quick to confirm if the suspect shot the Secret Service agent.
Yes.
But we do know that Secret Service agent has been shot, and now there's this new charge of assault on an officer of the United States.
Yeah. Allen, by the way, if he does get convicted of the charges he's ultimately accused of, he does face a possibility of life in prison. Let's get back here to the Charlotte area and a little bit more locally right now with a house fire, a deadly house fire that happened in Rowan County last night, just before midnight on Saul Road in China Grove. And as you can see, the flames coming from that home, I had a chance to listen to broadcast audio in the last little bit. That was a massive fire, even when they got to the scene there last night.
It's devastating. A husband and wife died. It started on Mother's Day and it consumed their home. As you mentioned, someone who was just passing by saw the flames and called 911. And this was, again, 11:45, just before midnight. And they're still working to figure out, exactly what caused the fire. But, I mean, they had a foam trailer to help with extinguishing the flames and just trying to knock out any hot spots, still this morning. So just a horrible incident that happened.
Yes, and going back to the broadcastify audio that we got real quick, there was that initial call, and then there were a bunch of other people that started calling right after that, and they had multiple calls of flames, just like what you see right there on your screen. And once firefighters got on scene, the firefighters that were on scene, they basically told any other firefighter that was coming to the scene, under no circumstances do you go into that home because everything was that bad.
There's essentially nothing left to this home. Just horrible.
Will Lewis, by the way, was on the scene there. It's Savannah Rudisill this morning. Will Lewis this afternoon. We will have a story coming up on Queen City News at 4. Here on Queen City News Plus app. But the latest information on that will be coming up then, because we will have an update on that story as we get it. Another story, another fire to tell you about. This one actually in the Everglades around the Miami-Fort Lauderdale area. It's led to some park closures there. That right there, you see the flames there. That is a 7,000-acre fire that is currently in that area. There's another 300 acres that's south of Miami that's also burning up too. But as you can see from the satellite image too, as much as that is basically consuming that area, it's still quite a bit.
Well, and there are drivers in the area who are also stopping to look at the fire, which... it doesn't change, but they're backing up traffic too. So you've got visibility issues. You have people who there are air quality issues. People might struggle to breathe. One of the fires that you mentioned west of US 27, that's the largest one. It's only 20% contained as of late last night. The other one burning near Florida City, that one's 30% contained. But both of them have consumed thousands of acres. So this is a serious one that they're battling out there near Miami-Dade.
Yeah, the rain is expected tomorrow and Wednesday in that area, which could help the situation. But just as well as I do from having to be around some brush fires near the Everglades, because we both worked in Florida at different points. As much as not only the smell, as much as it permeates the area, as much as you're going to be smelling it too for at least a few days afterwards.
It's hard to get out. For sure. Let's get back to our local weather as we take a live look outside at the city of Charlotte. Nice. You notice there it says cooler to start the week. 69 degrees out there right now, noticeably cooler. I mean, I'll tell you, for all the rain that we were trying to dodge throughout the weekend with the Truist Championship, it ended up being just a gorgeous weekend out on the golf course.
Especially yesterday. Oh my goodness. And great for Mother's Day too.
Yes,
it was.
Yeah, by the way, happy Mother's Day, Morgan, to you.
Likewise.
Belated Mother's Day.
To all the mothers out there.
But yeah, we do have some showers to talk about out there today. It didn't add up to much. I mean, most of that's over and done with here. Just a few hundredths of an inch, according to radar estimates. You can see anywhere from York County down through especially southern Mecklenburg County, up in the mountains and points east. We had some more substantial rain in, say, the noon hour over parts of Chesterfield County. Again, most of that has moved on out. We've got a weak cold front moving through, just a few leftover isolated showers showing up here at this point in time. Lancaster County, parts of Chesterfield County. It's still possible through the rest of this evening, over another few hours, that we could see that isolated shower getting going here. But hey, a lot of us back to some sunshine. So clearing out, and we have breaks in the cloud deck, and you can see some of that showing up on the visible satellite imagery. And again, all that moisture will be pushing east. We've got high pressure building in for tomorrow. It's going to be a gorgeous weather day coming up for Tuesday. And temperature right now, we said cooler than yesterday. I mean, yesterday's high up into the low 80s. We had a few spots, mid 80s, only 70 thus far. It is gusty. We've had that wind picking up, gusting as high as 20 to even close to 30 miles per hour at times with that wind will settle later on tonight. Temperatures up in the mountains a little bit cooler. We've got low and mid 50s and still some lower 70s off to the east. Tomorrow, wall-to-wall sun. Again, as I said, gorgeous Tuesday, less wind, high temperatures reach the mid 70s until we do have another chance of some scattered showers and a few storms coming in for Wednesday. Not so much in the morning if you have plans out and about in the morning, but by the afternoon, we fast forward it here, future radar in time, we could start to see, and this is due to another cold front moving in, a couple of isolated, even heavier showers moving into the mountains and foothills first, and then overspreading more of the Piedmont as we head through later in the day. However, we're still not expecting this rain to add up to a whole lot, maybe a couple tenths of an inch or so, closer to half inch off to the east of Charlotte. So tonight, going to get a little cooler out there, down 49 in the morning, but a little warmer with more sunshine tomorrow afternoon, just by a few degrees, mid 70s, some 60s in the mountains. And check this out. So we go from 70s, I mean, real nice, pleasant weather most of this week. That's not a typo. Look at the heat coming up for the weekend and early next week. Back in the 90s, we shall go, guys.
77 on Friday to 90 on Sunday.
Summer.
Okay.
So, Tara, tomorrow, though, we get the numbers from all the rain that we've had, and we'll figure out where we stand with the drought situation.
Yeah, so they're going to, for the drought monitor, which doesn't come out until Thursday morning, that will factor in the rain through tomorrow. So even with some of that rain coming in on Wednesday, the drought update coming up on Thursday, it won't include that. But yes, it will include the beneficial rain that we had from last week.
Cool.
Yeah,
Cool. Thank you.
Okay, so coming up, there is this really wild motorcycle crash that we need to tell you about. And it's not necessarily like how everything happened, it's where the motorcycle actually landed.
Mm-hmm.
It's a story, and we got to tell you about it. It's coming up next. This is Queen City News Plus Live. 3:17. This is Queen City News Plus live on a Monday. So we take a look at Independence Boulevard. You see traffic moving smoothly, as well as a relatively clear picture of the uptown skyline. Yeah, it's really nice. Want to log on to QCNews.com. You can get your forecast. Also, if you're watching on the Queen City News Plus app, we also have the weather available there. One of the tabs just right below this video window. Let's talk about that. This is just a wild story that's out of Denver involving this flight that hit a person last night as was taking off. Not last night, but Friday night. Frontier flight that was headed from Denver to LA. They were basically on the way for takeoff. You see that person who was on the runway there, and video stops right before it all happened. Apparently, whatever happened there, it led to an engine fire. Had to lead to the evacuations. You can see right there.
12 people were injured
Yes.
during the incident, aside from the person who
Yeah.
passed away.
Yeah. And this is investigators still trying to figure out exactly how it all happened, but they do say that there was apparently a cut in one of the fences there around where it all was, and that is part of the reason that happened. But as far as the reasoning for it,
Trying to figure out what was the intent here
Mhm.
for someone who can't answer those questions. And,
Yes.
and you know, it's just horrible that it happened. I think, you know, a lot of the news that's coming out now is how could this have been prevented?
Mhm.
You know, it's a lot on the airport.
Yeah.
When this person seemingly cut through a fence and walked onto the runway.
and they were just strolling there, as you can see them walking very casually in that
yeah,
video.
I mean, you have to wonder, they must have known the plane was coming. It's weird because an airport spokesperson said for this particular airport, it's a big one. It's a huge airport.
Double the size of
twice the
Manhattan.
size. There you go.
Yeah.
Twice the size of Manhattan. A lot of people don't realize they're on airport property because it looks like a farmland. And this was coming from an airport spokesperson. And apparently, in a roughly 10-year span between 2004 and 2015, 8 people breached the fence at Denver International Airport. So this is somewhat of an issue that they're dealing with. You know, it's not quite one person a year to breach the perimeter fence.
Yeah, and what's interesting though is they did say they did get that person on camera, basically going through the fence.
Right, right.
And so there were at least some surveillance up there, which at least shows that there may have been at least some signage or at least something to that effect of basically say, hey, don't go past here. Not only if you have the fence,
Right,
but also
right.
everything else. And there's also been a little bit of fallout as a result of this as well. Not only is that the National Transportation Safety Board doing an investigation. There were also concerns about passengers taking their carry-ons off as they were doing an emergency evacuation, which is something you're not supposed to do. But there were also these reports of panic on the flight, despite the fact that the flight attendant was basically telling people to remain calm.
Mhm.
And there is that security challenge that's on the runway too. There's been a lot of talk about that as far as how to maintain the patrols over that, which is
Right,
something that
right.
might have to be upped as a result.
And there are going to be obviously things that they reevaluate and see how they can do better. But just a wild thing for the pilot to say to ATC, we just hit somebody, we have an engine fire. That is just crazy, a crazy experience. Similar to our next story, which is just insane. Take a look at this picture.
We need to stress that the person who
That's
was on that motorcycle, he was injured. He did not die.
Somehow, serious injuries, somehow okay. We do have the video, so keep your
gonna
eyes peeled on this video because it's going to update to the actual street cam video of the crash.
You want to know how this
Look
happened?
At this, look at this.
Here.
So the driver of the motorcycle skids across the pavement. The motorcycle itself just flips up
and just stays there
and just gets stuck onto the light. This was in Vancouver, Canada.
Yes, it happened on Saturday. Motorcycle rider had serious injuries, but again, we need to stress here, did survive what happened to him. The driver, by the way, was not injured, but that is some wild video.
Driver of the vehicle wasn't injured.
I'm just wondering how they got the thing down.
A ladder, maybe?
I mean,
bucket truck?
Probably a bucket truck. It probably have to be some sort of
I mean,
crane type of
that
thing,
is just kind
because you can't necessarily bring that down with a ladder unless you're very strong.
No,
At
and
least in
you
that
have to think though that the driver. It's hard to tell with this video. You have to think that they had full protective gear on, because I mean I can't imagine
T-boning
It- I think it
a
would have been a
vehicle
lot
like
worse.
that and
Yeah.
not having more than
And especially at
serious
the speed that they
injuries.
were going at too, at least at the
Mhm.
time.
It looked fast.
Yeah.
Do you know what the actuals? I didn't see any notes
That's-
about the actual
That
speed.
is still under.
Okay.
We don't know that yet.
Yeah,
I can-
that's
I
what
can
I
say that.
was trying to find that, but I don't think they had that just yet. But
Yeah.
just incredible that the motorcyclist is okay. Let's talk about sports.
Yes, NBA draft.
Hornets.
Yes.
I know it didn't end how we all wanted, but looking ahead to next season, they are going to have the 14th pick in the 2026 NBA draft. I don't think that was a surprise to anyone.
Mhm.
Their chances of getting the number 14 pick was like 97.6%.
Yes.
So that would have been weird if they didn't get it.
And I think they're also getting the 18th pick too, if I'm not mistaken, too. right?
Yes.
Yes.
14th and 18th, they don't have a second round pick,
Mhm.
but they've got almost back to backs.
Yes.
Uh,
And this was all revealed in the draft lottery, which was last night in Chicago.
Mhm.
And I mean, this is, I mean, realistically speaking, it's actually pretty good news for the Hornets, right?
mhm.
Yeah.
I mean, I think so. I don't think it was a surprise that they were going to have the 14th pick. It's always kind of, I think it's odd how the
Mhm.
NBA does it, that because the Washington Wizards had a 14% chance at getting the number 1 pick, and they got it.
Mhm.
There were other teams that were probably higher up on the probability chance. So I think it's kind of interesting, odd the way the NBA does it. PGA, I still have the Truist Championship stuck in my head. But yeah,
Golf,
so I mean,
basketball.
it's interesting. Con Knippel, the
Yes.
rookie from
Yeah.
last year, was there as a team's player representative,
Mhm.
and so I think again with how they did at the end of last season and the hope that fans have, and almost getting into the playoffs after 10 years, more than that,
Yeah.
10 years.
It's been a while.
I think that left fans with something to hold on to for next season.
Yeah. The draft combine, by the way, it does start today. Started today. The draft itself is going to be on June 23rd. And so we'll be watching for that and see exactly what happens.
We will see.
Yes, we will.
Interesting story coming up.
It's a cool story. It's a scientific
If
story.
you had to choose between 24/7 darkness or 24/7 light, which one would you choose?
Well, you have an option in one part of the world.
One part of the world, you're going to get both for a very long time.
Well, two parts of the world, actually.
Yeah.
Because if you count
We'll show you the really cool video coming up
Oh,
in
yeah.
just a little bit. More Queen City News Plus Live after this. So it's called the land of the midnight sun for a reason. If you go up to Alaska, and if you're in the northernmost part of Alaska, you're probably, at least during the summer, and well, at least starting as of this past weekend and for the next little bit, you will not be seeing any darkness per se.
Especially in Utqiagvik. Can everyone give me a round of applause for pronouncing that accurately?
Yes.
Thank you very much for that unprompted applause. This is crazy, though. So they had their final sunrise of the year.
This is at midnight, 1 a.m.,
Yeah.
2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m. Sun does not set once, and that will be happening for the next 84 days. Yes.
So August 2nd is when they can expect to see the first, little bit of darkness.
Yes.
You know what is also crazy is they have the nonstop sunshine followed by weeks of darkness in the winter, like 65 to 67 days. So
it's a relative
like
darkness,
us
so
with our
yes.
temperatures. We
Yes.
get really sick of the cold, and then it's really humid and 90, and we get really mad at that too.
Yeah. So yeah, they do get some light during that potential darkness time. It's relative darkness, but it can get really, 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 really dark. And if you ever watched True Detective Night Country on HBO,
oh yeah,
that it basically is fairly representative. Like in the winter,
Writing it down.
Yeah, in the winter, it's like it can be 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and it can be relatively. It can be dark as night.
Oh, here's the thing. The temperature? What do you think the high would be, unless you've looked it up? If you looked it up,
I would probably say 25.
25 during the summer?
Yeah.
Austin, what do you think
I think
the
it might get
temperature
to
is?
50,
The high
maybe.
temperature.
Because I know it can get up to 50.
I wanted to be a smart aleck, but I'll say 15.
15? Okay. I thought it would at least hit the 70s. The average
Probably 50s.
highs are only roughly 49 degrees.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Cool. By the way,
Says the guy.
yes.
It's always the guy who says
the only other place that this has a chance of sun for extended periods of time is Antarctica from November to February. They also have this similar thing kind of going on too, but they also have a lot of dark for 6 months out of the year.
And 5,000 people live there.
5,000 people live
5,000
there.
people are going to live with that light for 80 some
Hey,
days.
it's paradise for some people.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Because we like the warmer weather.
We do. Thank you so much for watching Queen City News Plus Live, everyone.
See you tomorrow.
So he's on his phone talking to me, being so loud with the doors open.
I mean, he's the multitasker, though. On the plus side.
You know, that's true. That's what
Savannah,
you
he's
could say.
a multitasker.
Oh my god, I don't know if these are icks or if this is.
It's wrong.
Welcome back into Unhinged. If you've been following along with any of our previous podcasts, you know that us three, we're really trying to put ourselves out there a little bit more, all on our own journeys. And Alicia, you said that you had a little bit of some nails interaction.
I pulled a little of both of your energy, and I actually, hell broke over. I approached a man, you guys. Kind of.
I am stunned and thrilled to hear this news. Tell us all about it.
I
How
can't
did you
believe
do
I did it. Okay, so I was out at Barcelona with my girlfriends on Friday, and no, so it was Saturday. And I walk in, and we're sitting at the bar, and I see this guy sitting directly across from me, and I went, and I don't do that.
Alicia.
No, I don't do that.
That is like a cartoonish flirting.
I love that. And then he smiled back and waved, and I was with my friend Val, who y'all met. And so she's like, "Ooh," and I was like, "Tone it down. Don't scare him off." I was like, "Don't scare him off."
Cut it out, Val.
So we're making eye contact. I wave at him again. I'm like, "Who am I?"
Oh my gosh, you're so
So
bold.
eventually we both get up, we meet in the middle, and I was like, "I never ever wave at men." And he goes, "Well, it's our energy. It's energy." And I was like, "Yes, boy." So
was he right?
Did
you just feel like
it was
just kind of
an energy thing. It was a total energy thing. Like, I don't have it in me. You guys know I don't approach guys. But it was just an energy thing. We had the best conversation. We've been texting.
Oh my gosh,
all
shut up,
weekend.
Alicia.
Yeah, so he's from New York. Yeah, listen. I don't know what this could be, but it was really good. And I told him, did you guys know I'm always leery, what will a guy think dating a mom? off the bat, I was like, I moved here because, I have kids, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, well, do you want more? And I was like, yeah. And he's like, but they're quick. I told you, like, I'll probably marry this guy. We fall out all in 2 seconds. Yeah, that's so, you know what I mean. So it was, but either way, it felt really good to have a flirt. It felt really good to be confident enough to like, it just felt good. It felt good, girls.
Okay, so he lives in Charlotte.
He lives in Charlotte. He's from New York. He's lived here for 8 years. He does not have kids, but he wants kids.
This is perfect.
Yeah. It was a good vibe. 6'4", nice and tall. 6'4". So far, we'll see, girls. We'll see. It was just baby steps.
Happy again that you it felt right.
You girls were rubbing off on me. It felt right.
It's not even about the result.
No,
It's
so
just
true.
about
It was just, it was about the act. And I was like, okay, I can do this. I can actually not like be shy and socially weird. I can approach somebody. And that felt good.
Which it's so funny because you're the least shy, socially weird person that I know.
Right.
So,
So
like
easy to
when
talk
it
to.
comes to like these romantic situations, it's always so surprising to me that you feel that way. But also it's so true because I feel like the first few times that you do it, the worst possible thing is when you have those memories where you're like, I want to, and I said something, and now it replays in my mind for the rest of my life when I'm trying to fall asleep. I'm like, I can't believe I said that. Like, there's things like that.
Oh yeah,
this was a success.
This was
If
a
that
success.
didn't happen.
This was like a little god now. The universe feeling like there's stuff out there, girl. So thanks, girls, for all the talk. I think it's rubbed off on me.
I like that. I like that. See, I have over the weekend found new reasons to not approach people.
Why?
I got kind of like into a rabbit hole of like more icks that people are going through. And of course there's the traditional ones, but the latest one that I saw, and as summer's coming up, is she was filming like a group snorkeling or whatever, snorkeling, and I think her boyfriend had a little, like not like a floaty, but just like holding on to it like a little light vest. And then she panned down underwater and his feet were just kicking. He just had like little pointed toes kicking under the water. Now, granted, if we're talking form, very pointed feet.
I love that.
I think it's cute.
I think it's really cute. But here's my question also. Do you think when people get these icks, do you think that just means you're starting to not like them? And this is just manifesting in another way and you're trying to find an excuse for why you don't like them?
You gotta hit on something deep. Yes, I think so. Like any little thing's gonna start to annoy you about that person. Can you maybe subconsciously want out?
Sure.
So-
Some of it's that. Some of it, when we talk about icks specifically, for me, that's just like, I don't even know the person necessarily, but I like see them from afar and I go, it's like, that's like kind of an ick. But definitely if it's like someone you're dating or seeing or talking with, and then you're starting to notice, like I definitely get bothered by smaller things.
Sure. Yes, that you usually let slide.
If you
So
don't
isn't
even.
that just like,
Right.
you're moving into a different phase of your relationship and maybe they're just bugging you?
No, because if you're really locked in and you love that person, those little things won't even annoy you. You'll be like, oh my God, but he's so great.
Now, Alicia, I got a question about this.
What?
You were married.
Yes.
Did you, and you were in love.
Yes, I was.
Were there things that he was doing that you were like, this is bugging me, and you were like, I'm just going to choose to not let it bug me because I love you? Or, you know what I'm saying?
where's that
Or
balance?
clearly you like deeply loved this person, but
Not in my marriage. Like I never caught the ick with him ever. I did date somebody for 4 years, the artist, and I distinctly remember this when I caught the ick. My parents were visiting, and he was like sitting in my hallway eating Chinese food out of the, and he, like I guess he was at the bottom of the bowl, and he started scraping the fork against the bowl, and I was like,
that's
I
so
like
funny.
snapped at him, and I was like, oh, this is really short.
You said, oh,
I was like, oh, and then that was the beginning of the end, 'cause I started noticing everything. I mean, beginning of the end was also he was sleeping with somebody else, but I didn't know that then. But when you catch the icks, then you start noticing every little thing, where you're like, oh,
There are icks and then there are world-shattering behaviors.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Very wide
you.
range.
Yeah.
in
really
between.
major ick getting cheated on.
That's right. I am curious though as to all right, where you would stop a date at this point, because I had a date that was full of so many icks. I didn't know what to do.
Yeah.
So I had been seeing this guy for a couple times, and it was like a Sunday night. And at this point, I'm still not sure if I like him, if he likes me. Like I don't really know if he cares if I live or die. Like it's kind of one of those.
You've told me about this guy. Have you?
I might have.
Okay.
So we had like watched a movie at his place one time, and that was fine. And I noticed though, like when we were there, he put on a sweatshirt that had like a little like toothpaste stain on it. I was like, okay, like just throwing on your dirty clothes. I guess we're casual. I'm not that prissy. That's fine.
But then one Sunday night, he texts me and he's like, "What are you doing?" And I was just like, "Oh, I'm watching TV, watching football, like with my cat, that kind of thing." He's like, "Without me?" You know, one of those.
Yeah.
So he promised to bring over sushi and wine, and we watched scary
Okay,
movies.
that sounds great.
Nice. That's fun.
That's ideal night.
Yeah, that
That
sounds
sounds
great.
great.
night.
But he shows up to my apartment with the same dirty sweatshirt on,
Yeah.
with the same toothpaste stain.
No. No.
So he's walking up to my apartment, and I'm already like, "No,
No.
you said I need you to turn around."
Yeah.
And a bag, and with the backpack.
With
Oh,
the bag.
no.
Okay.
No, no, no.
You
You're
was
not
prepared for it. You
staying.
just will ring your
You're not
bag.
staying,
You
sir.
promised me
He said,
dinner.
"We're having a slumber party."
Yeah, did he bring the sushi and the wine?
Shows up empty-handed. Nope. But I'm like, okay, maybe he'll
Maybe
order
he'll
it.
Grubhub it.
That's
Maybe
fine.
he'll Uber Eats it.
Yeah, or maybe he'll ask me what I want. You know,
Yeah,
that's
okay.
sure.
Did he do
fine.
that?
Yes.
Okay.
But
Okay,
he
that's
comes into my house and gives me like a, "You live here?" Almost like he couldn't believe I lived there. Like,
Wait, what do you mean?
Like, does she live nicely?
Yeah.
Like,
And,
that this is a nice apartment?
It's a nice apartment. Like, I love my apartment. It's not anything crazy, but my ceilings are kind of tall. And so it gives like a pretty big impression when you walk in. Other than that, nothing shockworthy.
You're like, I washed my clothes, sir.
I wash my
washed
yeah,
clothes.
you said
I wash my clothes just
wash
like
my
everybody
clothes.
else.
there's a candle lit over there.
Right.
I don't know. So I was off put by that too, right? So he's already done like 3 things before he has walked into my apartment that I'm like upset with. But it's like a straight shot down the hallway, and then you go in the little living room area, and I bring him in. I was like, "Oh yeah, no, here's the place, yada yada." And you have to like walk by the bedroom and bathroom, but like, you know, no reason to stop. And he goes, "Oh, gotta see the bedroom."
Oh, no, you don't.
And I turn around, he's walking himself into my bedroom.
Yeah.
Starts opening doors. Oh, in there.
You know what? That's like what I would do when I was in middle school and I would go over to my best friend's house. I would go straight to her pantry.
Right.
I was walking in there. But guess what? I was in middle school and it
We're
worked.
wrapped our yeah.
Raised in a barn? Jeez.
Well, she didn't have sugar in her household.
Okay.
No.
All right.
Yeah,
That's
true.
different.
That's
true.
true.
That's different. I don't have any Pop-Tarts in my bedroom, so I have no idea.
No,
what he's
exactly.
doing
There was no
there.
excuse. You had no Pop-Tarts and he was like,
No. He has no home training, as we say.
Right.
Mhm.
So I shout after him. I'm like, "By all means, give yourself the tour." And he's like, "It's really nice in here."
Yeah, get out.
Then he goes into my bathroom, right? And it's not like you have to ask permission to use my bathroom,
Sure.
but like, I'm nowhere near you. And then there's like 2 doors to it, like 2 entrances. He starts peeing in the bathroom with both doors open so loudly.
You said, "Hey, we're not that close."
So loud.
We're not that close.
So loud. And then starts talking to me.
As he's
Wow.
peeing?
And he goes, "Hey, it looks like there's a lot of places that will deliver sushi around here."
Oh,
So he's on his phone talking to me, peeing so loud with the doors open.
I mean, he's the multitasker, though. On the plus side.
You know, that's true. That's what
Savannah,
you
he's
could
a
say.
multitasker.
Oh my God. I don't know if these are icks or if this is.
It's wrong.
I didn't know what to do. And I felt bad because if none of those reasons felt like reason enough to be
Sure.
like, go home.
As Liza was
It
saying, her
was.
13th reason. That
No, like,
It was. I realize now it probably
No, it
was. But I felt, again, like I was like, oh, I don't want to be too.
rude.
Yeah.
Why do they always feel like that? Guys don't feel like that. Like, if they need to get out of something, they get out.
I get out.
Yeah.
And then we do end up, he does order sushi. So we eat and then we start a movie. And he's kind of doing one of those things where he's just like sitting there next to you on the couch going, and I know the minute I make eye contact, like he's going to try to pull a move. And I'm just not wanting that. Because again, I am so off of this guy at this point.
Yeah.
I just pretend to fall asleep
Mhm.
during the movie.
Yeah.
I just kind of give one of the, oh, because I don't know how to kick him out.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
You should have said your stomach hurt from the sushi.
Maybe. I didn't really know what to do.
I know, but that's what's tough is like when it's your place, it's like, what you can't just be like, "Hey, you can
Because it's your place.
That's your right.
to go.
But it's uncomfortable to be like,
That's that nice Midwestern
you to
girl
leave.
that's in
That's
you.
true. You're right.
The New Yorker in me is like, here we go.
Get out.
Get out. Said, don't come back. Don't pass go. And I would
Don't pass go.
I'd be like, listen, I got to work early tomorrow. So
Yeah, she said, "Let's wrap it up."
Yeah, so I was like, I fell asleep and then pretended to wake back up. And I was like, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry I fell asleep. And I asked him what happened and he explained the end of the movie. And he was wrong, by the way, because I was still listening to it. And he was was wrong. And I was
I'm
like,
surprised
man.
that you didn't actually fall asleep. I feel like if I have my eyes closed for a certain period of time, I'm
Well,
gonna.
she didn't know this guy.
Yeah,
That's
my fight
true,
or
you're
flight
right.
was activated.
Your fight or
Yeah,
flight.
yeah. Or freeze. Shit, fight, flight, freeze.
I am
Froze.
a freezer.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. Are those icks? Are those?
Yes, he came into your house with a dirty sweatshirt on and gave himself a tour.
Yeah.
Peed with both doors open while he had a phone in his hand and was talking to you. It is icky.
I love that summary, Alicia. That was really good. That
you.
was
Thank
really.
you about
I
that.
think that is true. And now the question is like, is it icks or is it just dating etiquette? You know,
Right.
things like that. Where is it these things that are standards and are important to you? Like, you know what I mean? Where is it? What warrants the difference between an ick and an etiquette rule?
I think we can go through some of the most common ones when we come back. Welcome back into Unhinged. We are talking about the icks. Getting the ick. Is it good? Is it bad? Is it overcomable? These are really personal to a lot of people, but there are also some that are very common. As you've got the list right there
Yes.
about some of the most common icks.
On Reddit right
and
now.
this is typically with straight women and straight men.
Yeah, I'm
who
on the
write
dating
this list.
threads,
On the dating
and
threads.
somebody asked, ladies, what are your biggest icks from dating experiences? Curious to know what were some of the worst or maybe niche things that you've experienced. One of the first things that people mention is bad hygiene.
Oh, yeah.
That will always, I mean, that's across the board. I don't even think you can call it an ick.
That's
Yeah,
deal
It's
breakers.
like that's deal breaker. That is also again etiquette, where
Mhm.
it's like, you know, hey, maybe we brush our teeth, maybe we go a little crazy, use a little mouthwash,
Take a shower.
you know, like and here's the thing is that the majority of the time, I think people are doing that before they're going on a date.
Yeah.
They're making sure of that. But
Mhm.
if you're maybe falling out of that habit a little bit later
Those
into the
stinky apples that ruin it for everybody else. Yeah,
true.
one bad hygiene date, you're just like, ah.
That's true.
Yeah.
So that's one of them. Let's see. Here we've got also. Oh, I won't date smokers. I can't stand the smell of cigarettes. And my last date had this gross smoker laugh.
Oh.
Yeah.
See, I feel like the smoker laugh is more of an ick versus smoking. Because again, smoking, that's like also part of a lifestyle.
I think do you want to kiss a smoker? I don't want to kiss a smoker.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But like, oh, they had a weird laugh.
Yeah.
That's an ick.
Yeah, that's an ick.
Mhm.
But also, again, this is the same thing where it's like, oh, if you have young kids, maybe you're like, I don't want somebody who smokes.
Yeah.
Like
around
them or something like that. So
Yeah.
again, might be preference. But also now I feel like we're in a time where it's less cigarettes and more Juul vape, you know, like all of those things.
Mine is table manners. I'm really big on that. So if somebody is chewing with their mouth open or talking, somebody doesn't know how to hold their fork, like all elbows on the table, like that drives me crazy. Like, let's be adults here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some etiquette.
I'll let the most ridiculous things slide, and then on the opposite side of the coin, like the smallest thing will just set me off and go no.
You have a list of icks.
Okay, what are your icks?
This is a list.
We have
And they're they're all really weird.
So we've got a button. We've got a button for it.
Okay, we're gonna tell. Last night I type if we agree. Go.
Yeah. When they tie their sweatshirt around their waist.
Oh, I don't mind that. It's kind of girly, but
That's funny.
I'm not defending myself. I'm just
I get it. I get it. But I think, you know, I'm gonna let you have that.
Okay. Yeah, you can have it.
Yeah, you can have it.
Go ahead.
When they hold something small or like a cup that doesn't need two hands, but they hold it like here.
That's so funny to me. I think it's so funny.
Like someone's
Who notices this stuff, Savannah?
Okay, just go.
Okay,
So if they're drinking and they're like really thirsty, and you can hear them breathe into the glass like a little kid.
Okay, now what's interesting is that I can understand how it would be an ick to you, but I've had this in previous relationships, and it's so funny to me. I'm like, wait, do that again. Like, let me take a picture. That was
I've
so
never even noticed it.
Like,
is that what I should do to get over it? Just like film them and be like, hey, you're being weird.
Yeah, I think that, and that's the question: is how do you overcome an ick?
You
I think
can't.
But
I was dating a guy, and he started talking to me in a baby voice, and I was like, "How's your day?" He'd be like,
hit the
I can't even do it.
Hit the button.
Yeah.
No, or on the same side that when they like won't cuss, but they use something close to it. Like I had on here, there's a quote, "What the Fuddruckers?"
Oh, that's so corny.
Get
That's
outta
just
here.
corny. Get out of here.
that would, you know what? A very unique pick. Very unique pick of Fuddruckers. That's
just
really
corny now.
Hate that one.
No.
Hate that one. Oh, this one I know. This is so on me, right?
Okay.
When they go to the bathroom in the middle of a movie, like in the theater.
Oh, well, sometimes you gotta pee.
Sometimes you can't help that.
That is not an ick, Savannah. You don't know their bladders.
Plan better.
You don't know their bladders. Also, last go to the bathroom 3 times in a movie. So these are
me and Elise were talking about this, and I was like, I think that they should have an intermission in a movie so I can go to the bathroom in the middle and I don't have to miss anything.
And this is why this is like the difference between like an ick and like a deal breaker.
Right. Yes.
Obviously, that's not a deal breaker for me, but this weird stuff will just make me side eye you a little bit.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean,
I'm
if
not gonna come back.
you're rude to servers,
Yeah.
if you're like, that is huge. And also that was on Reddit as well, where a lot of people were saying that. But it's also just like that, I think, is indicative of how you treat many people in your life. You know?
If you're cheap, it's a deal breaker. I'm not expecting to be a sugar baby over here, but don't be cheap. I can't stand a cheap person.
That's fair.
Absolutely not. Oh, you ever have somebody bad freestyle rap at you?
No. No.
Yeah.
When did that happen to you?
Why?
When
did that happen to you?
Yeah, who's freestyling rapping to you, Savannah?
Where they'll just be like, it's like someone's got a beat going, or they got.
Where are you hanging out? Who has beats going? Who's in a cipher?
It's just.
She said, I can't name names. I can't name names.
I'm not naming names because I'm sure he thought he was very good, right? Or like they'll like make up songs that are like songs or raps that are just really bad, like bad freestyling.
And unironically, like he's being serious.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
Like, you want to check this out?
No.
You know what? That. Yeah, that's right. Hit that button.
Yeah.
Hit that button.
This is one I've seen online a lot too, and one is it's typically with younger guys. This was mostly in my early 20s, but it's something where they make a weird face before they go in for a kiss.
Oh, I've seen, that was like a thing on social media where like people were making these videos of like parodies of that.
You guys are very observant. I don't look at these men like that.
I'm watching
She said, I don't pay attention to you.
I don't look at you.
Where it's like they like take a deep breath in, but like through their mouth. And so it feels like a Dementor is coming at you as they go in.
Breath coming out. Oh,
yeah, where it's like,
no.
I mean, like, choo choo, here comes the plane. Like, it's that. And it's so bad. And it's so bad. And it makes me never want to kiss anyone again.
Now, here's what I will say is that I think that I see this also on social media where guys are commenting. They're like, I don't even know what I can do that won't be an ick. And and it's true. Like,
I feel for him.
I'm
sorry.
Exhibit A.
Yeah.
Savannah busted out a list. She's like, "Oh, you guys want to know icks?"
She's
like,
like,
"I'm going to run my weirdest one."
Right, let me scroll through
the list. Yes.
There's so many more
Before
to
break,
it.
Savannah, give us one more before we go for break.
No, right.
That's all
She's like,
unrealistic.
okay, thanking people with their hands like clasped and like a short bow, like if it's not part of their culture, where they go, "Thank you," but like it's not. It has nothing to do with their culture. It's just something they choose to
At
do.
least they're saying thank you.
That's true.
It doesn't have to be that serious.
That's a baby ick. No, it's not. That's not an ick. I think it's
She
nice.
said
to
it
say.
doesn't warn the Lisa.
No, it doesn't.
warn
You're
the
not
bunny.
about saying thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you
thank
for joining
you.
us today on Unhinged. Appreciate you and your time.
Yeah.
We'll be right back after this short break.
Welcome back to Unhinged. We're still talking about icks because we just started going off the topic too, where again, well, first of all, let me apologize to anybody who I personally offended by my very, very hyper specific list.
I don't think anybody, Savannah, very few people are holding little things with their little hands. What'd you say? Like,
Holding two things with their hands, like if it's like a Cheeto
very few people
or
are
a
walking on their tiptoes. Your list is very specific.
Yes.
Yeah. But we were talking also about, where there are these icks, but I don't think that icks really apply to friends.
I think they 1,000% do.
Really?
Yes. The difference is you'll dump a boy, you won't dump your friend.
That's
You'll just be
true.
annoyed with them. Yeah, I've
Yeah,
caught
okay.
the icks with friends. I have a friend that holds her fork or knife like this.
No.
And like
when
yeah, she's like cutting
like
her
that?
steak like this, and I'm like,
Oh,
what the hell? Who taught you to cut a steak? That I caught the ick.
okay. That
freaks
is
me out.
so interesting.
I have a friend who puts her towel over the door instead of hanging it on the hook, and I'm like, do animals raise you? I caught the ick. But
Yeah, that
But
is.
here's also my question. Do you tell your friends these things? Do you tell them?
yeah, well, you know me. Like, yeah.
Alicia, yes.
And then they catch the ick.
She will.
I do, but I say it with love because I want everybody to be
Yes.
at their best, and I
Now-
want them to put me at my best.
But this is my other question is when you are dating somebody, do you tell them about the ick? Because I think with friends, I think you feel more like you're more capable of sharing that with a friend because also friend breakups don't happen as often.
Right.
But then when you say like, I don't like that you did that,
no, because how can you
you
sanely
know?
look at a person and say, I don't want to see you anymore because I watched you chase a ping pong ball across the room and that was bad for me.
That you can't say it.
You go more vague.
Yeah.
So it's hard to say when you're in a relationship.
So if it's reverse, if you do something to ick someone else,
Should they tell
do
you?
you want?
Do you want to know?
Do you want to
Yes,
know?
I wanna
it-
know.
or do you want the? I don't think we're a match.
I want to know why we're not a match.
No, I think a candid conversation is always going to be better. Because if someone's like, "Yeah, I watched you trip," and like, I just can't come back from that. And you know what? And then at that point, you're like, "Well, fair enough."
Yeah. But it's hard to be honest. I once broke up with a guy because he ate like Dave's hot chicken and tried to kiss me. I'm like, I don't want to kiss you.
I don't want your hot chicken mouth.
No, like no. Then I was like, we're just not aligned.
That is
Like,
so funny because, like, again, these are such hyper specific things.
Yes.
And like, but I again keep going back to the fact that it's like, you know what? You probably didn't like
Yeah,
them
you're
that
right.
much
Didn't
anyway.
like them that
You
much
were really
anyways.
just looking for something for a way out.
Yep.
Like,
I'm just gonna call it a night.
that's
Yeah,
really
yeah,
it.
that's it, guys.
really it.
I don't know. That's hard out here.
I feel bad for these people who I'm putting this on, but listen, if you're swinging your feet weird on the bar stool, like,
But then think about it. When you're hyper in love, we're not thinking about icks.
No,
So
it's
these are more
true.
for, you know, just the generalness of it all.
this is why dating is weird and hard.
Yeah.
This is where I admit I am part of the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'd also like to be part of the solution.
There we go. There we go. Okay, we gotta have some like closing words. Ladies, what has been your biggest ick in a relationship and how did you deal with it?
My biggest ick was someone being mean and making comments about other people's physical appearance.
Oh, well, that's just nasty.
Yeah. Which I was like,
That's really bad.
we don't need to do that.
We don't
need
need
to
to
do
do
that. And then I was like, yeah, let's wrap it up. Like, I don't need to be in a relationship with
Good
somebody
for
who's
you.
like that.
Yeah, nasty person.
Yeah.
No, not good.
No, I'm double checking my list here.
You know, like Savannah's like me where she loves a list.
I love too, but now I just set my ick list.
As a journalist, I document these things. I got to know what's happening to me. I would have to say the bad freestyle rapping is the
That's
worst
good
of
on
it.
multiple occasions.
Yeah. Well, no, there's multiple people who have tried to freestyle.
You've had multiple people
What kind of people
freestyle
are you
rapping
dating?
You guys,
Savannah.
you guys.
Savannah.
I know.
I think
Are
you might need to
dating?
you might need to send these to people to vet them for you before you
That
go on
part.
the date.
That
A questionnaire. Have you? I will. I'm gonna make an it questionnaire.
questionnaire.
Oh, do you do these things?
Actually, I know. So one of my friends went on a date with a girl and didn't go well. He ended things. She sent him a Google Doc saying,
Ooh.
"Hey, could you give me feedback on what I could have done better?"
Good for her.
And I'm like, you know what? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's mature. I like that. I
that.
like
You
that.
appear to have ghosted.
That's mature dating. I like that.
And
Good
it's
for her.
also like, you know what? Now this is helping her be more
Yeah.
self-aware.
Yeah.
And this is also giving closure in the most corporate sense.
Yeah, I like it.
And she knows now better what to do on her next date.
A closure dot.
Love it.
All right, guys. Well, with that wraps up this episode of Unhinged. What are your icks? We're wondering. We'll see you next episode. Bye-bye.
News, a late-night house fire in Rowan County leaves a husband and wife dead. What we are learning from investigators at the scene.
A lot of us seeing a little bit of sunshine here late on this Monday afternoon after a lot of clouds and some areas of rain earlier today. Just a few lingering showers south and east for now, but I'm tracking another rain chance toward the middle of the week. Details on that in my Pinpoint Weather Forecast.
I'm at Silfab Solar, and I have someone in here throwing up blood.
Reported medical emergencies at the controversial Silfab solar facility in Fort Bill. What we are learning through 911 calls made at the site. Good afternoon. I'm Brian Blakely. Queen City News at 4 starts with breaking news out of Catawba County. A large police investigation is underway right now at the Newton gas station and the Loves there. You're looking live at the scene on South Fork Drive, just off of Highway 321. The Loves is now closed to the public due to the investigation. It's not known exactly what happened, but we know one person was taken to the hospital. We have reached out to investigators for details about the nature of the response and are waiting to hear back. An investigation is underway into what sparked a massive house fire that killed 2 people in Rowan County. Several people called 911 to report the late-night fire on Mother's Day. Investigators tell Queen City News anchor Will Lewis they are still trying to prevent hotspots from flaring up again.
Structure fire
multiple callers advising in the area of West NC 152 Highway and Millbridge Road.
This was the scene when a person drove by a home on Saw Road in China Grove late Sunday night. Crews and tanker trucks from across Rowan County responded to the massive fire.
Defensive strategy. Do not make entry into this structure under any circumstances.
When the fire department arrived, they did have a house that was fully involved. Unfortunately, we did find 2 deceased individuals, presumed to be husband and wife of the home.
Hours later, crews were still monitoring hot spots
This one was a little different.
when a fire started back up.
Unfortunately, once the wind speed picked up, then we had the hot spots begin to flare off, and then we had a little bit bigger of a fire, and we ended up having to basically begin another structure fire response.
Crews plan to spread a foam material over the area to hopefully prevent another fire from breaking out. But the concern is all the wind.
The foam will help to maintain and control the fire a little better than water would.
It's still not clear what sparked the fire. Authorities have not released the identities of the victims. The Rowan County Fire Marshal and the Rowan County Sheriff's Office are conducting the investigation. In China Grove, Will Lewis, Queen City News.
To the weather now as we take a live look over King Street in Boone. It has been, for the most part, a dreary Monday with rain popping up throughout the day. Looks pretty dry on the streets of Boone right now. Let's send it over to Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane as we are still seeing some wet weather around the area.
Yeah, just a few leftover spotty showers, but the trend is overall a drier and less windy one, too, as we progress into the rest of this evening coming up. How much rain did some of you pick up earlier today? Really, it didn't add up to a whole lot. As expected, just a few hundredths of an inch from the mountain communities, including around the Boone area, about 0.05 of an inch there and down through parts of Avery County. And same type of setup there for Piedmont and the Charlotte Metro and points south and east, where we still do have a couple of leftover light isolated showers, mainly scattered over parts of Chesterfield County right now, but those are all pushing off to the east. And so, yes, it's still possible a leftover stray shower could develop or move through the area over the next couple of hours or so. But visible satellites still showing plenty of breaks in the cloud deck, allowing some blue sky and sunshine to shine on down here. So again, it's just going to be a drier trend overall in the wake of this front as we go into the night. Temperatures today have been on the cooler side, certainly compared to the nice warm finish to the weekend that we had yesterday. 71 degrees in the Queen City. I'm tracking another rain chance and some heat to talk about, a return of that summer-like heat. When to expect that in my pinpoint weather forecast that's ahead in a few minutes.
Tara, thank you. Gaston County police say an hours-long standoff ended peacefully. Officers responded to a call about a man trespassing at a home on Florham Drive near Dallas. They say when they attempted to arrest the suspect, he barricaded himself inside the home. Officials say Alexander Fisher has a history of violent threats, weapons, and mental health issues. After hours of negotiations, officers entered the home and took him into custody safely. He has been booked into the Gaston County Jail on multiple charges. CMPD is investigating a hit and run in South Charlotte near the Quail Hollow Club. According to the police report, an 8-year-old boy was seriously injured Saturday when he was hit by a car on Smithfield Church Road near Quail Hollow Middle School. No word yet on if any arrests have been made. A man is accused of pretending to be a law enforcement officer during road rage incidents in Monroe. Officials say they received multiple calls last Thursday about a vehicle driving recklessly through traffic while displaying blue lights. The suspect is accused of trying to unplug the lights while he was being pulled over by officers. Sean Alexander is now facing multiple charges, including impersonating a law enforcement officer. Newly obtained 911 calls are raising new concerns about Silfab Solar's manufacturing facility in Fort Mill. Questions about the facility's safety has been a hot-button issue in the community for years. Queen City News reporter David Schumann tells us about the pattern of medical emergencies at the controversial site.
York County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
I'm at Silfab Solar, and I have someone in here throwing up blood.
Hi, I'm here at Silfab Solar in Fort Mill, South Carolina. I have an operator of mine saying her chest is tight, she's having hard breathing, she's lightheaded.
What's going on? Silfab Solar. We have a 29-year-old male who's having difficulty breathing. It says he has chest pains, bad headache.
These are the concerned voices of people on the phone with 911 from inside the Silfab Solar manufacturing facility in Fort Mill.
In a less than 3-month period from January to March, first responders were called here to Silfab 11 times for medical emergencies, for issues ranging from abdominal pain and nausea and vomiting to trouble breathing and chest pain.
The volume of 911 calls has gotten the attention of Move Silfab, a community group that doesn't want the plant in Fort Mill, particularly next to an elementary school.
If there's people in their 20s vomiting blood in the factory, what is it potentially doing to the children on the playground?
In March, during the same time frame as the medical calls, the plant facilities director called 911 about the first of 2 chemical leaks in a week.
And this is like a chemical spill?
Yes, ma'am. So it's high. It's high pH water. So it's water that was mixed with potassium hydroxide.
Silfab has always maintained the safety of its facility, and following the leaks, it reached an agreement with state regulators to continue operating with conditions. A lawsuit concerning Silfab's zoning compliance has a hearing scheduled later this month.
So we're hopeful that the judge might issue a cease and desist.
York County says it acted legally in permitting Silfab to operate. A spokesperson also says the county determined there's no indication the medical emergency calls involve hazardous chemicals that would affect the health or safety of employees or the public. In Fort Mill, David Schumann, Queen City News.
We have reached out to representatives for Silfab Solar today asking about the pattern of medical emergencies, but did not hear back. Charlotte City leaders have a packed agenda for today's business meetings. In the first meeting happening right now, members are receiving an update on data centers across the city ahead of possibly considering a moratorium for new facilities. They're also set to get an update on the transition of the Charlotte area transit system to the Metropolitan Public Transportation Authority. At tonight's full meeting, a public hearing is scheduled for the city's next operating budget, as well as a possible vote regarding I-77. We'll have the newest details tonight on Queen City News at 10. City leaders continue discussions this afternoon about possibly bringing back red light cameras. Charlotte ended that program 20 years ago after a judge ruled that 90% of its revenue must go to public schools. Today, Charlotte transportation officials identified 10 intersections that could benefit from red light cameras to cut down on serious or deadly crashes. They laid out how much money tickets could generate at those locations.
We were estimating that around $4.5 million annual revenue, and if we were to use the 90% of that revenue going to Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools, and 10% of that being the city share to run the program, the administrative, it breaks down as $4.05 million to CMS and $450,000 to run the city program.
Officials say there have been 1,800 crashes at those 10 locations over a 5-year span, including 26 that were deadly. City leaders voted to launch a pilot program for the cameras for 1 year, while they also work with the State General Assembly to try and change how the revenue is used. It now goes to the full City Council for discussion. Former Charlotte Mayor Jennifer Roberts is throwing her hat in the ring to fill in as the interim mayor once Vi Lyles resigns next month. In a statement, Roberts says she would be willing to fill the role for free and would not run for a full term in 2027. She was the one-term mayor from 2015 to 2017. Roberts tells Queen City News that she would bring transparency to the office.
I think a lot of folks don't feel like they're being heard. They don't feel like they're being brought into the conversation before decisions are already made. I'm connected to a lot of the community groups that are meeting about different issues, and what I could bring to the table is that accessibility, that ability to listen, and to be in the community to help them feel heard.
Mayor Lyles announced last week that she will be stepping down in June. Charlotte City leaders are now on the clock to decide who will fill the interim role. Our Andy Weber will have more from Roberts tonight on Queen City News at 10.
We had some showers around earlier to kick off this new work and school week here. The cold front moving in. A lot of that rain has moved out or just fallen apart for now. Seeing a little bit of sunshine and feeling still some gusty wind out there at times as well. How long that rain chance will last into this evening, and I'm tracking another round of showers and storms later on this week. Pinpoint weather forecast is next.
A Gaston County gynecologist accused of sexually assaulting his patients. Chief Legal Analyst Collie Froge weighs in on the claims in a newly filed lawsuit. And increasing funding to North Carolina public schools with the help of the state's wealthiest residents. A look at the newly filed legislation to make that happen. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. A Gaston County gynecologist is at the center of a new lawsuit. A patient is accusing Dr. Shawn Lynch of being inappropriate and making her feel uncomfortable during her annual exam in June of 2023. The woman says a nurse chaperone wasn't present in the room, and Lynch immediately ended the exam when she questioned his behavior. This is the second lawsuit against Lynch. He is also accused of making lewd comments while alone in an exam room with a patient in November 2023. Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rhodes weighed in on these cases.
Within a complaint, you'll have, numbered, obviously having an opportunity to look at the number of these complaints. I have this one right in front of me. When you look at it, there'll be the first claim, second claim, third claim. There's a claim for a battery, a claim for an assault, a claim for negligence, and then going through the standards for intentional infliction of emotional distress. Those are all against the doctor. Then you have claims against the facility that he worked for.
Full chat with Khalif is on our website, qcnews.com. Gastonia police say their canine found a suspect hiding in the ceiling of a hospital. Happened yesterday. Officials say the investigation started with a search for 2 stolen motorcycles that were found wrecked and abandoned. Authorities found a suspect identified as Peyton Beatty hiding in the bushes nearby. Police canine tracked down the other suspect, identified as Christopher Hooper, at Caramont Regional Medical Center. The hospital was put on lockdown during the search. Investigators say they found Hooper in a drop-down ceiling, leading to his arrest. The lockdown was lifted. A new bill would ask the richest North Carolinians to contribute more to fund public schools. State Capitol reporter Shabnan Dinesh has a closer look at the legislation and how it affects a small slice of North Carolinians.
Less than 1%, actually. Supporters say public schools have been underfunded for years, while the wealthiest have enjoyed giant tax breaks. They say this bill will help level the playing field.
It's time for wealthy North Carolinians to step up. Asking them to contribute more is not extreme, it's fair. It's what it takes to build the state that we want, a state that works for everyone.
The Fair Share for Public Schools Act would create a 7% tax on income above $1 million.
It's only going to impact 0.59% of North Carolinians in this state.
The money would go to the state's public school fund. North Carolina ranks 50th in the nation in per pupil spending and 46th in teacher pay, according to the North Carolina Association of Educators.
Teacher salaries are some of the lowest in the country. There have been multiple tax packages that have already benefited the rich here in North Carolina.
Monica Lavery is a member of the Patriotic Millionaires, a group of high net worth individuals advocating for what they call a fair tax system.
Paying my fair share is a civic duty, one that would have a positive rippling impact across the state as we rescue our public schools from the dire straits we all know they are in. In the end, there's no justifiable reason why a millionaire like me should get a tax break.
Republicans have previously said that lower taxes help keep North Carolina competitive for businesses and job growth. I have reached out to the John Locke Foundation and Speaker Hall's office for comment on this legislation. I'll let you know when I hear back. In downtown Raleigh, Shabnam Dinesh, Queen City News.
To the weather now, as we are looking live at Freedom Boat Club on Lake Norman on this Monday. Today's wet weather clearing out and making room for a little bit of sunshine to return tomorrow. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane here with me now, and we could see probably more rainfall later this week.
Yeah, we have one more day, so that's midweek on Wednesday. Some scattered showers and storms with a fairly weak cold front, so we're not counting on too much rain again with this next system, kind of like earlier today, really just a few hundredths of an inch.
Just a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, but we will. I mean, tomorrow's going to be gorgeous, beautiful day. Temperatures nice and pleasant for the next little while here before they heat.
No humidity?
Yeah, no humidity, at least for a few more days. But yeah, by the weekend, that's going to be changing. We have a summer-like stretch that's going to be returning once again with some high temperatures up around that 90-degree mark. But boy, we're around 20 degrees cooler than 90 out there today. Only 71 degrees outside of our studios. Still a little bit of a shaky camera, maybe trying to get going from time to time with some leftover wind. But you can see a certainly bright picture as we look down over Independence Boulevard after some spotty areas of rain earlier today. And we look back at radar. The only thing left out there right now is mainly headed off the screen there and south and east of you all in Chesterfield County. Just a few leftover sprinkles, and that is it. Rain chances will continue to just wind down as we get deeper into the evening. So looking pretty good if you do have some outside plans, kids sports and things going on maybe after school out there today. As we look around the region, cold fronts sliding off to the south and east and taking that scattered shower and storm chance along with it. We have a brief period of high pressure building in, giving us just beautiful sunshine out there tomorrow with the front that has been advancing through the area. Again, that wind getting pretty gusty at times. We saw with Will's report and trying to contain that fire at the beginning of the show there. Yeah, wind gusts still cranking around 20 to 25 plus miles per hour, but they will be settling as we go into later into tonight. A little bit cooler. Salisbury is only at 63 right now in this 4 o'clock hour. That number's matched in Hickory, 66 checking in Wadesboro, and even cooler, low and mid 50s up into the North Carolina high country. Beautiful weather, wall-to-wall sunshine, blue sky on the way for Tuesday. So just a gorgeous day to head outside, soak up some of that sun, and pleasant temperatures too. 4 p.m. Number rising only into the mid 70s. We'll start kind of cool, kind of chilly in the morning. Lows dropping into the 40s to only near 50 degrees. But clearing conditions will continue through the night. At worst tomorrow, only a few scattered clouds showing up later in the day before the next front approaches and moves through by Wednesday afternoon, Wednesday evening. So in the morning, we're still looking at plenty of dry time, but as we get closer to lunchtime, start to see a few showers and maybe a few storms in the mix there, moving into the mountains and foothills and then overspreading a little more of the area by mid to late afternoon and evening. Not too much worried about any severe damaging thunderstorms, but certainly a few general, just basic thunderstorms could be in the mix with that system. But like I told Brian, just not adding up to a whole lot of rain here. Over the next 5 days, we're only looking at the possibility of a few hundredths of an inch, maybe closer to a quarter to half inch of rain for those areas east of Charlotte and up toward the mountains as well. And then here comes the heat. Big ridge of high pressure building in across much of the eastern half of the country as we advance into the weekend and going into early next week. So after really a week of these comfortable, pleasant temperatures, highs only in the mid upper 70s, close to 80, right on through Friday, we get a big jump into the mid 80s on Saturday. And then by the end of the weekend, Sunday, early next week. Those top readings up into the lower 90s. Hey, if you're headed up to Dover, Delaware for the NASCAR All-Star race firing up at 1 p.m. on Sunday, it's going to be hot up there too. Yeah, 87 degrees, lots of sunshine with a west-southwest wind at about 5 to 12 miles per hour. So yes, heating up out there on the track. Low temperatures tonight, though, doing the opposite, cooling back down to the mid to upper 40s, a little closer to 50 there off to the south and east of Charlotte, only around 40 degrees up in the high country. Tomorrow afternoon, again, beautiful day, 76 and sunshine, close to 80, but with some scattered showers and storms Wednesday. Another breezy day on Thursday, but dry to finish up the week before it heats up for the weekend.
Tara, thank you. Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board members are racing the clock. The vote set for tomorrow after weeks of heated meetings over the proposed budget. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board members will vote on the budget for the upcoming school year. That vote comes after weeks of discussions and heated meetings. Members of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board have not been satisfied with the budget Dr. Crystal Hill presented for next year. After tomorrow's vote, district leaders will have until Friday to send their proposal to the County Commission. If you still need to register to vote for the South Carolina primary election, today is your last day to do so, and you can only do it by mail. If you do register to vote by mail, it must be postmarked by today. Voters do not need to register by political party. Online and in-person registration deadlines have already passed. Primary elections are scheduled for June 9th. Tonight at 10, a local equestrian team made quite a jump and made history in the progress. The team representing Waters Edge Farm won the Interscholastic Equestrian Association National Finals. They're the first Charlotte area champs to win, led by a stable of talented riders.
Most fun's probably just getting to make music. I mean, we have a lot of fun kind of learning these pieces together and getting through it and everything, and it's special to get a group of 50 kids to do something together.
We'll have more on tonight's Faces of the Carolinas tonight on Queen City News at 10. Our award-winning Hometown series continuing through this spring. We have plenty more stories to tell you about. This Wednesday in our 9 a.m. hour, we are exploring the theme Shaped by the Land. We will be live in communities throughout the Queen City. If you miss any of our hometown stories, you can always catch them online at our website, qcnews.com. Red light cameras could soon be returning to the Queen City. That proposal will be up for discussion with city leaders and where the first cameras could be installed. And the suspension of the federal gas tax is officially a possibility. And amid higher prices, what comes next as the president gives his his support. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We are following breaking news out of Catawba County at this hour. A large police investigation is underway at a Newton gas station. This is looking live at the scene on South Fork Drive, just off Highway 321. This is at the Love's gas station. It is now closed to the public due to the investigation. Still don't know exactly what happened, but we do know one person was taken to the hospital. We have reached out to investigators for details about this response and are waiting to hear back about also the nature of that red sedan as well. An investigation is underway at what sparked a massive house fire that killed 2 people in Rowan County. Several people called 911 to report the late night fire on Mother's Day. Investigators tell Queen City News anchor Will Lewis they're still trying to prevent hotspots from flaring up again.
Structure fire. Multiple callers advising in the area of West NC 152 Highway and Millbridge Road.
This was the scene when a person drove by a home on Saw Road in China Grove late Sunday night. Crews and tanker trucks from across Rowan County responded to the massive fire.
Defensive strategy. Do not make entry into this structure under any circumstances.
When the fire department arrived, they did have a house that was fully involved. Unfortunately, we did find 2 deceased individuals, presumed to be husband and wife of the home.
Hours later, crews were still monitoring hot spots.
This one was a little different.
When a fire started back up.
Unfortunately, once the wind speed picked up, then we had the hot spots begin to flare off, and then we had a little bit bigger of a fire, and we ended up having to basically begin another structure fire response.
Crews plan to spread a foam material over the area to hopefully prevent another fire from breaking out. But the concern is all the wind.
The foam will help to maintain and control the fire a little better than water would.
It's still not clear what sparked the fire. Authorities have not released the identities of the victims. The Rowan County Fire Marshal and the Rowan County Sheriff's Office are conducting the investigation. In China Grove, Will Lewis, Queen City News.
To the weather now on this Monday as we look live over King Street in Boone. It's kind of been a dreary, overcast day with a little bit of rain popping up throughout the day. Got dry streets in Boone right now. Let's talk to Tara a little bit more about what we are seeing as we go into the night side.
Yeah, Brian, overall it's going to get drier as we get deeper into the night. We're going to get more clearing taking place too, and the cloud cover moving out a little more. I know we've had the clouds breaking apart, allowing some sunshine over parts of the area and the Piedmont and even off to the south and east here, and peaks of blue sky, but we'll see a lot more of that tomorrow. Rainfall totals, as expected, it really hasn't added up to a whole lot from the mountains and down through the foothills, Piedmont, south and east, only really for the most part a few hundredths of an inch. We actually, with some heavier bouts of rain, had about 1,500s reported, kind of not too far from the McBee area there in that part of Chesterfield County. Mostly just a dry scan as we look around on the radar right now. Rain chances will continue to decrease, dwindling as we get later into the evening and certainly overnight as this cold front continues to push off to the south and east. And so the trend, again, a drier one and eventually more clear one as we get later into the night. Temperatures have been running a little bit on the cooler side for this time of the year today, only topping out around the lower side of the 70s by 8 to 9 o'clock. We're backing off into the lower 60s, even some upper 50s prior to midnight. So a cooler start tomorrow morning. We have more rain chances ahead for later on this week. We'll check it out, my pinpoint weather forecast in a few minutes.
Tara, thank you. Gaston County Police say an hours-long standoff ended peacefully. Officers responded to a call about a man trespassing at a home on Florham Drive near Dallas. That's when they attempted to arrest the suspect. He barricaded himself inside the home. Officials say Alexander Fisher has a history of violent threats, weapons, and mental health issues. After hours of negotiations, officers entered the home and took him into custody safely. He has been booked into the Gaston County Jail on multiple charges. Charlotte-Mecklenburg police are investigating a shooting that killed 2 men over the weekend. Early Sunday morning, officers responded to Roswell's Ferry Road. They found 2 victims who had been shot. One of the men was pronounced dead at the scene, while the other later died at the hospital. They're identified as Tiante Morrison and Keith Wallace. No details on if any suspects are in custody. Newly obtained 911 calls are raising new concerns about Silfab Solar's manufacturing facility in Fort Mill. Questions about the facility's safety have been a hot-button issue in the community for years. Queen City News reporter David Schuman tells us about the pattern of medical emergencies at the controversial site.
York County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
I'm at Silfab Solar, and I have someone in here throwing up blood.
Hi, I'm here at Silfab Solar in Fort Mill, South Carolina. I have an operator of mine saying her chest is tight, she's having hard breathing, she's lightheaded.
What's going on?
Silfab Solar. We have a 29-year-old male who's having difficulty breathing. He says he has chest pains, bad headache.
These are the concerned voices of people on the phone with 911 from inside the Silfab Solar manufacturing facility in Fort Mill. In a less than 3-month period from January to March, first responders were called here to Silfab 11 times for medical emergencies, for issues ranging from abdominal pain and nausea and vomiting to trouble breathing and chest pain. The volume of 911 calls has gotten the attention of Move Silfab, a community group that doesn't want the plant in Fort Mill, particularly next to an elementary school.
If there's people in their 20s vomiting blood in the factory, what is it potentially doing to the children on the playground?
In March, during the same time frame as the medical calls, the plant facilities director called 911 about the first of 2 chemical leaks in a week.
And this is like a chemical spill?
Yes, ma'am. So it's high. It's high pH water. So it's water that was mixed with potassium hydroxide.
Silfab has always maintained the safety of its facility, and following the leaks, it reached an agreement with state regulators to continue operating with conditions. A lawsuit concerning Silfab's zoning compliance has a hearing scheduled later this month.
So we're hopeful that the judge might issue a cease and desist.
York County says it acted legally in permitting Silfab to operate. A spokesperson also says the county determined there's no indication the medical emergency calls involve hazardous chemicals that would affect the health or safety of employees or the public. In Fort Mill, David Schuman, Queen City News.
We have reached out to SilFab representatives today asking about the pattern of medical emergencies, but did not hear back. Charlotte City leaders have a packed agenda for tonight's business meetings. In the first meeting that is happening right now, members are receiving an update on data centers in the city ahead of possibly considering a moratorium for new facilities. Are also set to get an update on the transition of the Charlotte area transit system to the Metropolitan Public Transportation Authority. Also, tonight's full meeting, a public hearing is scheduled for the city's next operating budget, as well as a possible vote on regarding I-77. And we will have the newest details tonight on Queen City News at 10 for you. City leaders continue discussions this afternoon about possibly bringing back red light cameras. Charlotte ended the program 20 years ago after a judge ruled that 90% of its revenue must go to public schools. Today, Charlotte transportation officials identified 10 intersections around the city that you can see in those red dots that could benefit from red light cameras to cut down on serious or deadly crashes. They laid out how much money tickets could generate at those locations.
We were estimating that around $4.5 million annual revenue, and if we were to use the 90% of that revenue going to Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools, and 10% of that being the city share to run the program, the administrative, it breaks down as $4.05 million to CMS and $450,000 to run the city program.
Officials say there have been 1,800 crashes at those 10 locations over a 5-year span, including 26 that were deadly. City leaders voted to launch a pilot program for the cameras for 1 year, while they also work with the State General Assembly to try to change how the revenue is used. It now goes to the full City Council for discussion. Former Charlotte Mayor Jennifer Roberts is throwing her hat in the ring to fill in as interim mayor once Vi Lyles resigns next month. In a statement, Roberts says she would be willing to fill the role for free and would not run for a full term in 2027. She was a one-term mayor from 2015 to 2017. Roberts tells us she would bring transparency to the office.
I think a lot of folks don't feel like they're being heard. They don't feel like they're being brought into the conversation before decisions are already made. I'm connected to a lot of the community groups that are meeting about different issues, and what I could bring to the table is that accessibility, that ability to listen, and to be in the community to help them feel heard.
Mayor Lyles announced last week that she will be stepping down in June. Charlotte city leaders are now on the clock to decide who will fill the interim role. Our Andy Weber will have more from Roberts tonight on Queen City News at 10. President Trump says he wants to suspend the federal gas tax amid high gas prices sparked by his war with Iran. During an interview with CBS News, the president said he would support the pause until prices drop again. In response, Missouri Senator Josh Hawley says he will introduce legislation to suspend the tax. If passed and signed by the president, it would lower prices by a little more than 18 cents a gallon. In about 5 minutes, we'll have more details about gas prices and the president's remarks on a weakening ceasefire with Iran. NFL releasing its schedule this week, but we already have some details about some of the games. And the first Sunday night football game of the year will be between the New York Giants and Dallas Cowboys in New Jersey. A game in Australia between the San Francisco 49ers and Los Angeles Rams will also be played in week 1. Baltimore Ravens and Dallas Cowboys face off in Brazil week 3. And we already know that the Carolina Panthers are playing this year, and where, then that can be found on our website, qcnews.com. Full schedule release is Thursday at 8 p.m. Charlotte Hornets have gone we're one game away from making the NBA playoffs to landing a lottery pick in this year's draft. The team will be picking 14th on June 23rd when the first round is held. This is the 9th straight year that the Hornets' first rounder has landed in the lottery. Last year's 4th overall pick landed their star rookie, Con Knippel. The Hornets are also on the pick at 18, which was obtained from Phoenix and Orlando in a series of trades.
Well, some of you picked up a little bit of rain earlier today. Most of us are dry right now. Rain chance is gradually coming to an end, but I'm tracking another opportunity for some of that needed rain, some scattered storms as well in my pinpoint weather forecast next.
You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. President Trump is rejecting the latest peace proposal from Iran, calling it unacceptable. The president will meet later this week with Chinese President Xi Jinping. China urged both the U.S. and Iran to make a deal to end the war. Vinay Simlat explains the status of those peace talks.
The U.S. and Iran are in the middle of a ceasefire, but both countries have traded strikes. And after the latest proposal for a deal from Iran, President Donald Trump says the ceasefire is threatened.
I would say the ceasefire is on massive life support, where the doctor walks in and says, "Sir, your loved one has approximately a 1% chance of living."
4 weeks into a ceasefire with Iran and without an acceptable peace proposal, President Donald Trump says that ceasefire is at its weakest.
They come back and they want to negotiate, and they give us it's a stupid proposal.
President Trump says he launched a military operation in late February to make sure Iran never gets a nuclear weapon. In the latest negotiations, he says Iran agreed to give up its nuclear material, but then went back on the offer.
They did 2 days ago. They said, "You're going to have to take it." We were going to go with them, but they changed their mind because they didn't put it in the paper.
Another area of disagreement is the Strait of Hormuz. It's a key shipping route for the world's energy economy. Iran wants the U.S. to recognize its control of the waterway. That's against international law. The strait was open to international traffic before the U.S. and Israel launched the military operation in Iran. China is the largest purchaser of Iranian oil and pressured Iran to agree to the fragile ceasefire. President Trump will travel to China to meet with President Xi Jinping later this week as he tries to negotiate a peace deal.
I have a great relationship with President Xi.
Also on Monday, the U.S. Navy announced the location of a nuclear-armed submarine. The Navy says it's off the coast of Gibraltar in Europe. Now, the location of those submarines are usually classified. In Washington, I'm Vinay Simlat, News Nation.
Gas prices are high nationwide due to the war in Iran. AAA reports the average price for a gallon now $4.52 nationwide, 7 cents higher than a week ago. North Carolina, that average sitting at $4.16. Charlotte Metro $4.19, while South Carolina just a little bit lower, $4.13 a gallon. President Trump is telling Congress to get a DHS funding bill to his desk as soon as possible, but Republicans are still figuring out the finer details with some infighting. The White House is pushing a June 1st deadline for the legislation that would fund ICE and Border Patrol following a record-breaking shutdown. Republicans had been united behind that bill, but late last week, the Senate Judiciary Committee added $1 billion to funding for the new White House ballroom. That could cause problems in the House, which passed a standalone bill. There could be big consequences if the funding bill fails.
Lack of job security continues to be an issue for our TSA personnel, particularly when we've experienced our third shutdown now within this fiscal year.
Lawmakers only have 2 more weeks before the Memorial Day recess. If they don't pass a bill by then, they will miss the president's deadline. North Carolina Forest Service has officially lifted the statewide burn ban, but state forestry officials warn everyone still needs to be extra careful, especially in the Tar Heel State. North Carolina ranks #1 in the nation for wildland-urban interface. That is the term used for neighborhoods built in the woods. State forestry officials say fires threaten our infrastructure since so many homes are in heavily wooded areas. More than 2,600 wildfires have popped up in the state so far this year. Officials say the majority of the fires were started by people.
Folks need to be aware that what they're doing, be it smoking, be it mowing the grass, be it burning that pile of leaves or sticks in the backyard, all contribute to the fire situation we have in North Carolina.
The lifting of the burn ban does not apply to fires started within 100 feet of an occupied dwelling. What about our weather right now on this Monday night? Looking at uptown from our Arlington camera, the work week getting off to some of a dreary start. The wet weather has kind of moved on out of here. What are we looking at the rest of this week? Tara, are you tracking any more rain?
Really, overall, it's looking like a pleasant week, and especially temperature-wise. Highs mostly in the 70s. We do have another rain chance coming in exactly middle of the week on Wednesday.
We still need it, right?
We do still need it. I mean, we still are looking at widespread extreme drought conditions. We'll get the updated drought monitor come Thursday, so that will consider some of that beneficial rain that we had last week, and we'll get some improvement, hopefully, a little bit in that, a little bit of a dent in that drought situation. But yeah, as you said, most of the rain moving out for now, and looking live here from our West Charlotte Tower camera. Yes, a few possible showers could be returning to parts of the area into Wednesday, mainly in the afternoon and evening, not so much in the morning, and bringing maybe some gusty wind whipping up too, like we have been feeling out and about here today. Some wind gusts as a cold front is moving by. You can still see a little bit of a shaky camera and a bit of a breeze with the tree blowing a little bit in the foreground there, but seeing more of that sunshine now that most of the showers are over and done with here. As we scan around the region, nothing really too much showing up at all on the radar imagery. A couple of little tiny isolated showers pushing east of you all in Chesterfield County along with that front, and now we've got high pressure that's going to be gradually taking over for tomorrow. Beautiful, beautiful Tuesday ahead, but we are running cooler certainly compared to yesterday. What a warm and sunny, beautiful Mother's Day and wrap to the Truist Championship that it was yesterday. And temperatures, though, compared to 24 hours ago, running some 15 to even close to 20 degrees cooler at 71 degrees. The high temperature out there today. We hit 83 yesterday, by the way. 79 is the typical late afternoon high this time of the year, and we'll get closer to that by the end of the week. 60 was a low this morning. It's going to be a cooler start come tomorrow morning. We've got 70 degrees right now in Gastonia, Monroe. A little bit cooler, though, along that I-40 corridor and east into Salisbury there in Rowan County. Only 62. It's 64 in Hickory and around Taylorsville, and even cooler conditions with those low and mid 50s up in the mountains. So as the sky continues to gradually clear tonight while we're sleeping and the wind lightens up a little bit, that will allow temperatures to cool down even more. We'll start at about 49 degrees, and some of you cooler than that early tomorrow morning. So tomorrow is just a totally dry day, wall-to-wall sunshine, kind of like yesterday, before that next system, a front, rolls in with more scattered showers and a few thunderstorms possible into Wednesday, and then we'll be drying out again to wrap up the week, and it looks like kind of a drier stretch overall with more heat on the way as we head into the weekend and early next week. So tomorrow, again, lovely for Tuesday, heading out, just kind of cool in the morning, so you may still need the longer sleeves or the jacket or sweater or something, but you can probably peel it off in the afternoon with the sunshine and high temperatures warming into the mid 70s. There's the rain chance returning for Wednesday. Thursday and Friday looking drier, maybe a minor pop-up shower or storm chance as we head into the weekend, but not looking like too much, and not the rain that we could still use, of course. Futurecast depicts not much happening throughout the day tomorrow, just a few of those scattered clouds developing with that little bit of warming during the day, especially up in the mountains and foothills. Then the clouds start to increase again by Wednesday morning. We're still primarily rain and storm free, but then as we hit late afternoon, mid to late afternoon, we'll start to see that chance of showers and storms returning. It will likely develop in the mountains and foothills first, with the cold front, of course, sliding in from that direction. And then by 4 p.m., Could be tracking more areas of rain, possibly a strip here of some heavy rain and a couple of storms going into the evening, advancing in from the west. Mountain forecast beautiful for you all tomorrow and warmer during the day, 68 degrees. Still in the 60s on Wednesday with the scattered showers and storms Thursday and Friday. We've got the warmer, slightly warmer weather returning by Friday, but lots of sunshine and then closer to 80 heading into the weekend up there in the high country on Saturday. So you know down the mountain it's going to be warmer than that. I'm going 85 on Saturday before the 90s return late in the weekend and early next week.
Tara, thanks. Americans returning home their virus-stricken cruise vacation, while health officials say there's no need to panic as more passengers test positive for the hantavirus. You are watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Passengers from the cruise ship at the center of the deadly hantavirus outbreak are returning to their home countries, and we're learning one of them is from North Carolina. More than a dozen Americans evacuated from the MV Hondias and arrived at the National Quarantine Unit in Nebraska this morning. Doctors are not releasing specific information on any of the passengers. Health officials say one of the passengers tested positive for the hantavirus without symptoms, while another had mild symptoms. Authorities say those two passengers traveled in biocontainment units aboard a repatriation flight from the Canary Islands.
Being very, very liberal in how we're framing symptoms. It doesn't necessarily mean just because someone has symptoms that they're going to end up having this illness.
Hantavirus is usually spread from rodent droppings and is not easily transmitted between people. 3 cruise passengers have died, but public health officials say the risk to the public remains low. On Queen City News Plus, when it comes to dating, sometimes the one thing you need is a bit of confidence. The host of Unhinged talks with an expert who is helping people find their spark before getting back out there.
What about that confidence when you've been on a lot of bad dates online? The confidence to get back out there and be like, okay, I'm going to keep trying, because I think we've all been there where you're just like, I'm good right now.
I am there and I still remain positive because I'm good with me. And I think that when you have that energy that's positive, literally like everything amazing will happen at the right time. And I don't know, I just feel like free right now. I just feel like I'm not concerned about men not necessarily biting at the chance to go out with me because I am glowing. And literally, that's what it comes down to. Taking care of yourself, respecting yourself, valuing yourself, and then the guys will flock.
On Queen City News at 5, the suspension of the federal gas tax is officially a possibility and amid higher prices. What comes next as the president gives the idea his support? And red light cameras could soon be returning to the Queen City, the proposal that would soon be up for discussion with city leaders and where the first cameras could be installed. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
Now on Queen City News, a late-night house fire in Rowan County leaves a husband and wife dead. What we've learned from investigators at the scene.
A rainy start to the day and this new work and school week for some of you earlier today. Most of that is over and done with for now, but I'm tracking another much-needed rain chance for later on this week. I've got your pinpoint weather forecast.
I'm at SilFab Solar, and I have someone in here throwing up blood.
And newly released 911 calls from reported medical emergencies at the controversial SilFab Solar facility in Fort Mill. Thanks for being with us again. I'm Matt Still. Queen City News at 5 starts now.
Queen City News starts now.
An investigation is underway into what sparked a massive house fire that killed 2 people in Rowan County. Several people called 911 to report the late-night fire on Mother's Day. Investigators tell Queen City News anchor Will Lewis that they're still trying to prevent hotspots from flaring up again.
Structure fire, multiple callers advising in the area of West NC 152 Highway and Millbridge Road.
This was the scene when a person drove by a home on Saw Road in China Grove late Sunday night. Crews and tanker trucks from across Rowan County responded to the massive fire.
Defensive strategy. Do not make entry into this structure under any circumstances.
When the fire department arrived, they did have a house that was fully involved. Unfortunately, we did find 2 deceased individuals, presumed to be husband and wife of the home.
Hours later, crews were still monitoring hot spots.
This one was a little different.
When a fire started back up.
Unfortunately, once the wind speed picked up, then we had the hot spots begin to flare off, and then we had a little bit bigger of a fire, and we ended up having to basically begin another structure fire response.
Crews plan to spread a foam material over the area to hopefully prevent another fire from breaking out. But the concern is all the wind.
The foam will help to maintain and control the fire a little better than water would.
It's still not clear what sparked the fire. Authorities have not released the identities of the victims. The Rowan County Fire Marshal and the Rowan County Sheriff's Office are conducting the investigation. In China Grove, Will Lewis, Queen City News.
A large police investigation is underway at a Newton gas station. This is a live look at the scene on South Fork Drive near Highway 321. That Love's gas station that you see there is now closed to the public due to the investigation. We're still waiting to find out what exactly happened, but we know that at least one person was taken to the hospital. We have reached out to investigators for more details, and we're still waiting to hear back. Let's send it over to Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane. Tara, we're still seeing some of that wet weather in the area.
Yeah, some lingering wet conditions after some of those showers that we're pushing through, especially earlier today. And as expected, the rainfall, not as much as we would like to see here with the ongoing, of course, drought situation here, but we'll take what we can get. And it was really just a few hundredths of an inch from the mountains down through a good part of the Piedmont. We actually had some higher totals there and just over a tenth of an inch or so out toward parts of southern Chesterfield County, but a few hundreds from especially uptown and down into sections of South Carolina up toward the mountains as well. Now, as we look around on radar, most of that pretty much over and done with, and we continue to see at times some breaks in the cloud deck and some peaks of blue sky and sunshine. We have a lot more of that coming in for tomorrow as a cold front moves out and high pressure takes over, so making for just a lovely Tuesday ahead. So the trend as we get deeper into the evening and overnight is a drier and eventually more clear one, and cooler too. After high temperatures today stayed on the cooler side, only in the low 70s. We should be up close to 80 this time of the year. We'll drop it down eventually into the upper 50s by 10 p.m. Chilly start in the morning, and I'll show you those temperatures for tomorrow afternoon. That's ahead in a few minutes.
Thank you very much. Gaston County Police say an hours-long standoff ended peacefully. Hours responded to a call about a man trespassing on a home on Florham Drive near Dallas. They say when they attempted to arrest that suspect, he barricaded himself inside the home. Officials say Alexander Fisher has a history of violent threats, weapons, and mental health issues. After hours of negotiations, officers entered the home and took him into custody safely. He has now been booked into the Gaston County Jail on multiple charges. Well, CMPD is investigating a hit and run in South Charlotte near the Quail Hollow Club. According to a police report, an 8-year-old boy was seriously injured Saturday when he was hit by a car on Smithfield Church Road. This is near Quail Hollow Middle School. No word yet on if any arrests have been made. Well, a man is accused of pretending to be a law enforcement officer during road rage incidents in Monroe. Officials say they received multiple calls last Thursday about a vehicle driving recklessly through traffic while displaying blue lights. The suspect is accused of trying to unplug the lights while he was being pulled over by officers. Sean Alexander is now facing multiple charges, including impersonating a member of law enforcement. Well, newly obtained 911 calls are raising new concerns about Silfab Solar's manufacturing facility in Fort Mill. Questions about the facility's safety have been a hot-button issue in that community for years now. Queen City News reporter David Schumann tells us about the pattern of medical emergencies reported at the site just this year.
York County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
I'm at Silfab Solar, and I have someone in here throwing up blood.
Hi, I'm here at SilFab Solar in Fort Mill, South Carolina. I have an operator of mine saying her chest is tight, she's having hard breathing, she's lightheaded.
What's going on? SilFab Solar. We have a 29-year-old male who's having difficulty breathing. He says he has chest pains, a bad headache.
These are the concerned voices of people on the phone with 911 from inside the SilFab Solar manufacturing facility in Fort Mill. In a less than 3-month period from January to March, first responders were called here to SilFab 11 times for medical emergencies, for issues ranging from abdominal pain and nausea and vomiting to trouble breathing and chest pain. The volume of 911 calls has gotten the attention of Move SilFab, a community group that doesn't want the plant in Fort Mill, particularly next to an elementary school.
If there's people in their 20s vomiting blood in the factory, what is it potentially doing to the children on the playground?
In March, during the same time frame as the medical calls, the plant facilities director called 911 about the first of 2 chemical leaks in a week.
And this is like a chemical spill?
Yes, ma'am. So it's high. It's high pH water. So it's water that was mixed with potassium hydroxide.
SilFab has always maintained the safety of its facility, and following the leaks, it reached an agreement with state regulators to continue operating with conditions. A lawsuit concerning SilFab's zoning compliance has a hearing scheduled later this month.
So we're hopeful that the judge might issue a cease and desist.
York County says it acted legally in permitting SilFab to operate. A spokesperson also says the county determined there's no indication the medical emergency calls involve hazardous chemicals that would affect the health or safety of employees or the public. In Fort Mill, David Schuman, Queen City News.
And we have reached out to representatives for SilFab Solar today asking about that pattern of medical emergencies, but we did not hear back. Well, Charlotte City leaders have a packed agenda for tonight's business meetings. In the first meeting happening right now, members are receiving an update on data centers here in the Queen City ahead of possibly considering a moratorium on new facilities. They're also set to get an update on the transition of the Charlotte Area Transit System, or CATS, to the Metropolitan Public Transportation Authority. At tonight's full meeting, a public hearing is scheduled for the city's next operating budget, as well as a possible vote regarding I-77 South express lanes. We'll have what's new tonight on Queen City News at 10. City leaders continue discussions this afternoon about possibly bringing back red light cameras. Charlotte ended that program 20 years ago after a judge ruled that 90% of its revenue must go to public schools. Today, Charlotte transportation officials identified 10 intersections that could benefit from red light cameras to cut down on serious or deadly crashes. They laid out how much money tickets could generate at those locations.
We were estimating that around $4.5 million annual revenue, and if we were to use the 90% of that revenue going to Charlotte Mecklenburg schools, and 10% of that being the city share to run the program, the administrative, it breaks down as $4.05 million to CMS and $450,000 to run the city program.
Officials say there have been 1,800 crashes at those 10 locations over a 5-year span, including 26 that were deadly. City leaders voted to launch a pilot program for the cameras for 1 year, while they also work with the General Assembly to try and change how that revenue is used. It now goes to the full City Council for consideration. Well, former Charlotte Mayor Jennifer Roberts is throwing her hat in the ring to fill in as interim mayor once Vi Lyles resigns next month. In a statement, Roberts says that she would be willing to fill in the role for free and would not run for a full term in 2027. She was a one-term mayor from 2015 to 2017. Roberts tells us she would bring transparency to the office.
I think a lot of folks don't feel like they're being heard. They don't feel like they're being brought into the conversation before decisions are already made. I'm connected to a lot of the community groups that are meeting about different issues, and what I could bring to the table is that accessibility, that ability to listen, and to be in the community to help them feel heard.
Mayor Lyles announced last week that she will be stepping down in June to spend more time with her grandkids. Charlotte City leaders are now on the clock to decide who will fill that interim role and if that person will be someone on council or an outsider. Our chief political correspondent, Andy Weber, will have a lot more from Roberts tonight on Queen City News at 10. Well, President Trump says he wants to suspend the federal gas tax amid high gas prices sparked by the war with Iran. During an interview with CBS News, the president said that he would support the pause until prices drop again. In response, Missouri Senator Josh Hawley says he will introduce legislation to suspend the tax. If passed and signed by the president, it will lower prices by a little more than 18 cents a gallon. The next half hour, we'll have more details about gas prices and the president's remarks on a weakening ceasefire with Iran.
From 80 degrees and sunshine yesterday to clouds, rain for parts of our area, and certainly much cooler feeling temperatures out there today. Well, I'm tracking another rain chance for later this week, and then the return of some summer-like heat coming up by the weekend. We'll check that out. My Pinpoint weather forecast next.
A Gaston County gynecologist accused of sexually assaulting his patients. Chief Legal Analyst Cleve Rhodes weighs in on the claims in a newly filed lawsuit. And increasing funding to North Carolina public schools with the help of the state's wealthiest residents. A look at the newly filed legislation to make it happen. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll break now. A Gaston County gynecologist is at the center of a new lawsuit tonight. A patient is accusing Dr. Shawn Lynch of being inappropriate and making her feel uncomfortable during her annual exam back in June of 2023. The woman says a nurse chaperone wasn't present in the room and Lynch immediately ended the exam when she questioned his behavior. This is the second lawsuit against Lynch. He is also accused of making lewd comments while alone in an exam room with another patient in November of 2023. Chief Legal Analyst Cleve Rhodes weighed in on these suits for us.
Within a complaint, you'll have, numbered, obviously having an opportunity to look at the number of these complaints. I have this one right in front of me. When you look at it, there'll be the first claim, second claim, third claim. There's a claim for a battery, a claim for an assault, a claim for negligence, and then going through the standards for intentional infliction of emotional distress. Those are all against the doctor. Then you have claims against the facility that he worked for.
That full conversation with Cleve is on our website, QCNews.com. Well, Gastonia police say their canine officer tracked down a suspect hiding in the ceiling of a hospital. It happened yesterday. Officials say it all started with a search for 2 stolen motorcycles that were found wrecked and abandoned. Authorities found a suspect identified as Peyton Beatty hiding in some bushes nearby. The Gastonia Police K-9 tracked down the other suspect, identified as Christopher Hooper, at Caramont Regional Medical Center. The hospital was put on lockdown during the search. Investigators say they found Hooper hiding in a drop-down ceiling. That lockdown was eventually lifted, and Hooper is now in custody. Well, a new bill would ask the richest North Carolinians to contribute more to fund public schools. State Capitol reporter Shabnam Dinesh has a deeper look at the legislation and how it could affect this specific group of taxpayers.
Less than 1%, actually. Supporters say public schools have been underfunded for years, while the wealthiest have enjoyed giant tax breaks. They say this bill will help level the playing field.
It's time for wealthy North Carolinians to step up. Asking them to contribute more is not extreme, it's fair. It's what it takes to build the state that we want, a state that works for everyone.
The Fair Share for Public Schools Act would create a 7% tax on income above $1 million.
It's only going to impact 0.59% of North Carolinians in this state.
The money would go to the state's public school fund. North Carolina ranks 50th in the nation in per pupil spending and 46th in teacher pay, according to the North Carolina Association of Educators.
Teacher salaries are some of the lowest in the country. There have been multiple tax packages that have already benefited the rich here in North Carolina.
Monica Lavery is a member of the Patriotic Millionaires, a group of high net worth individuals advocating for what they call a fair tax system.
Paying my fair share is a civic duty, one that would have a positive rippling impact across the state as we rescue our public schools from the dire straits we all know they are in. In the end, there's no justifiable reason why a millionaire like me should get a tax break.
Republicans have previously said that lower taxes help keep North Carolina competitive for businesses and job growth. I have reached out to the John Locke Foundation and Speaker Hall's office for comment on this legislation. I'll let you know when I hear back. In downtown Raleigh, Shabnam Dinesh, Queen City News.
Well, you're looking live at the Freedom Boat Club on Lake Norman. Today's rain clearing out and making room for sunshine to return tomorrow. And Tara, with this ongoing drought, though, anything still helps.
Yes, and so we do have another rain chance middle of the week on Wednesday. So some scattered showers and a few storms around. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to add up to a ton of rain and not the type of activity we would like to see. But like you said, any little bit helps here. And we'll get that latest look at the drought monitor coming up on Thursday morning here. And that will include some of the beneficial rain we have had of late, and especially going into last week. So yes, possible showers returning into Wednesday, maybe a few storms too. For now, though, look at that. Some nice clearing as we were looking live over Independence Boulevard there and heading into the East Charlotte area and over uptown. We've seen some breaks in that widespread cloud cover from time to time here throughout the afternoon. So the sign, the cold front is pressing off to the east, and it's back to dry conditions as we look around, scanning around on radar here today. Rain chances dwindling all the way down to 0 as we get deeper into the evening and overnight. So don't count too much on any additional rain here. Still quite a bit of cloud cover off to the south and west, and so we'll still be, as I said, in and out of those clouds here for another few hours until it clears out more significantly by late tonight and tomorrow morning. 69 degrees right now, cooler degrees today in the Queen City with that northeast wind getting pretty blustery at times, around 15 miles per hour sustained. We're still clocking in some occasional gusts around 20 to 25 or so miles per hour, but as a front starts to clear the area a little more, the wind will settle as we get later into the night here. But temperatures, yes, widespread 60s and 70s for the most part. You can see some slightly warmer conditions, low 70s down to South Carolina, 72 at Cheraw there, 72 in Rock Hill. But then we're cooler, Salisbury only at about 62 degrees, and then mid-50s showing up in the higher elevations in the mountains. But looking ahead to just a gorgeous Tuesday, it will be kind of a chilly start in the morning with lows dropping into the 40s or 50s. So you may need to just bundle up a little more, grab the jacket briefly before we start to warm up close to 70 if you're headed out to lunch, and mid-70s tomorrow afternoon. Grab the sunglasses too. We'll be waking up to just wall-to-wall sunshine, kind of like yesterday, similar look to the sky. Futurecast shows 9 a.m. All the The clouds will have cleared out by that point in time. Looking at just a few scattered clouds developing once again, especially up toward the mountains and foothills later in the day. And then here comes the next front. So by Wednesday morning, clouds are back on the increase once again. Still starting out mostly dry here. The best chance of rain doesn't really arrive until the afternoon, but even around lunchtime and a couple of hours just past lunchtime near the I-40 corridor, mountains and foothills there, we could be tracking some of those heavier showers or a storm in the mix there. And that will continue, that rain and storm chance right through 5 to 7 o'clock and maybe up until 8, 9 o'clock or so Wednesday evening. But like I was telling Matt, it looks like the rainfall amounts here just not adding up to a whole lot, a few hundredths of an inch to maybe a couple tenths or about a third of an inch in places, especially east of Charlotte, maybe close to half of an inch where we see some of those heavier bouts of rain, and up toward the mountains too, about a quarter of an inch of rain expected. And then after that moves out, even though we're talking about a cold front, it's not going to cool down anytime soon. In fact, we're going to do the opposite. We have a ridge of high pressure taking over much of the eastern half of the country going into the weekend and early next week. So we are going to be heating up big time. We'll feel nice and comfortable for the remainder of this week, 70s to near 80. Then we jump into the mid 80s on Saturday, lower 90s for Sunday to wrap up the weekend. And look at that, 92 by next Monday. So enjoying the more pleasant and near normal 70s for the rest of this week. Again, after the rain chance on Wednesday, rest of the week is dry. Maybe a low chance of a pop-up shower thunderstorm for the weekend, but the big story is the heat by then, Matt.
You got that right, Tara. Thank you. Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board members racing against the clock. The vote set for tomorrow after weeks of heated meetings over the proposed $2 billion budget. Live look over Union County down in Monroe. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Well, the Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board members will soon vote on a budget for the upcoming school year. That vote comes after weeks of discussions and heated meetings. Members of the CMS board have not been satisfied with the $2.1 billion budget that Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill presented to them for next year. After tomorrow's vote, district leaders will have until Friday to send their proposal to the County Commission. Well, tonight at 10, a Belmont teacher always knew that music was in his future. Connor Settlemeyer is wrapping up his first year as band director at South Point High School. Gaston County Schools named him the new Teacher of the Year.
Most fun's probably just getting to make music. I mean, we have a lot of fun kind of learning these pieces together and getting through it and everything, and it's special to get a group of 50 kids to do something together.
Music runs deep in the Settlemeyer family. Connor is approachable, but isn't afraid to push his young musicians to be their best. Storyteller John Lee has that story in tonight's Faces of the Carolinas on Queen City News at 10. Our award-winning Hometown series continues this spring, and we will still have plenty of more stories to tell you. This Wednesday in our 9 a.m. hour, we're exploring the theme, Shaped by the Land. We'll be live in communities throughout the Queen City. And if you miss any of our hometown stories, you can always catch them online on our website, qcnews.com. Red light cameras could soon be returning to the Queen City, the proposal that will soon be up for discussion with city leaders and where the first cameras could be installed. And the suspension of the federal gas tax officially a possibility. Amid higher prices, what comes next as the president gives the idea his support? Live look above Independence Boulevard during that afternoon rush. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll bring it. An investigation is underway into what sparked a massive house fire that killed 2 people in Rowan County. Several people called 911 to report the late-night fire on Mother's Day. Investigators tell Queen City News anchor Will Lewis they're still trying to prevent hot spots from flaring up again.
Structure fire
multiple callers advising in the area of West NC 152 Highway and Millbridge Road.
This was the scene when a person drove by a home on Saw Road in China Grove late Sunday night. Crews and tanker trucks from across Rowan County responded to the massive fire.
Defensive strategy. Do not make entry into this structure under any circumstances.
When the fire department arrived, they did have a house that was fully involved. Unfortunately, we did find 2 deceased individuals, presumed to be husband and wife of the home.
Hours later, crews were still monitoring hot spots
This one was a little different.
when a fire started back up.
Unfortunately, once the wind speed picked up, then we had the hot spots begin to flare off, and then we had a little bit bigger of a fire, and we ended up having to basically begin another structure fire response.
Crews plan to spread a foam material over the area to hopefully prevent another fire from breaking out. But the concern is all the wind.
The foam will help to maintain and control the fire a little better than water would.
It's still not clear what sparked the fire. Authorities have not released the identities of the victims. The Rowan County Fire Marshal and the Rowan County Sheriff's Office are conducting the investigation. In China Grove, Will Lewis, Queen City News.
We are following some breaking news out of Catawba County. A large police investigation is underway at a Newton gas station. This is the scene on South Fork Drive. A Love's gas station is now closed to the public due to that investigation. We're still waiting to find out what exactly happened, but we know at least one person was taken to the hospital. We have reached out to investigators for details about the nature of that response, and we're still waiting to hear back. Taking a live look over King Street in Boone. It has been a dreary Monday with rain popping up throughout the region and throughout the day. Let's send it over to Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane. Tara, we're still seeing some of that wet weather, some of those wet conditions here, but we need it though.
We do need it, I know. It didn't add up to a whole lot, and from earlier today, as expected, only about a few hundredths of an inch and just over a tenth of an inch in parts of the area. But we saw a little bit of that rain earlier. Now definitely a brighter picture looking live over King Street there in Boone. That's what we're seeing. Had about 5/100ths of an inch around parts of Ashe County down through Watauga County. Again, only about a few hundredths across sections of Mecklenburg County down to South Carolina. We picked up closer to, say, 2/10ths of an inch down there in that part of Chesterfield County, and it continues to be a clean sweep as we look around the region. So for the most part, rain chances just kind of dwindling down here and ending for the remainder of the evening. And as we've seen, you look outside your window, maybe some breaks or peaks of blue sky and sunshine. Visible satellite is showing that to us as well, with some of the breaks in the cloud deck as high pressure starts to build in later tonight and in the wake of this front that brought us some of that scattered rain from earlier today. So the trend is a drier and eventually more clear one moving through the night, and cooler too come tomorrow morning. And see, by 8, 9, 10 o'clock, temperatures getting a little coolish feeling out there, upper 50s prior to midnight. I'll show you what we'll be waking up to in the morning, and big warm up on the way by the weekend. We're talking about return of some summer-like heat. All the details ahead in a few minutes.
Looking forward to it, Tara. Thank you. Gaston County police say an hours-long standoff thankfully ended peacefully. Officers responded to a call about a man trespassing at a home on Florham Drive near Dallas. They say when they attempted to arrest that suspect, he barricaded himself inside the home. Officials say Alexander Fisher has a history of violent threats, weapons, and mental health issues. After hours of negotiations, officers entered the home and took him into custody safely. He has since been booked into the Gaston County Jail on multiple charges. Well, CMPD is investigating a shooting that killed 2 men over the weekend. It happened early Sunday morning when officers responded to an area on Rossell's Ferry Road. They found 2 victims who had been shot. One of the men was pronounced dead on the scene, while the other later died at the hospital. They're now identified as Tiante Morrison and Keith Wallace. No details yet on if any suspects are in custody. The CMPD is also investigating a hit and run in South Charlotte near the Quail Hollow Club. According to a police report, an 8-year-old boy was seriously injured on Saturday when he was hit by a car on Smithfield Church Road. This is near Quail Hollow Middle School. No word yet on if any arrests have been made. A man is accused of pretending to be a law enforcement officer during road rage incidents in Monroe. Officials say they received multiple calls last Thursday about a vehicle driving recklessly through traffic while displaying blue lights. That suspect is accused of trying to unplug those lights while he was being pulled over by officers. Sean Alexander is now facing multiple charges, including impersonating a member of law enforcement. Newly obtained 911 calls are raising new concerns about Silfab Solar's manufacturing facility in Fort Mill. Questions about the facility's safety have been a hot button issue in that community for years now. Queen City News reporter David Schumann tells us about the pattern of medical emergencies reported at the site just this year.
York County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
I'm at Silfab Solar, and I have someone in here throwing up blood.
Hi, I'm here at Silfab Solar in Fort Mill, South Carolina. I have an operator of mine saying her chest is tight, she's having hard breathing, she's lightheaded.
What's going on?
Silfab Solar. We have a 29-year-old male who's having difficulty breathing. He says he has chest pains, a bad headache.
These are the concerned voices of people on the phone with 911 from inside the Silfab Solar manufacturing facility in Fort Mill.
In a less than 3-month period from January to March, first responders were called here to Silfab 11 times for medical emergencies, for issues ranging from abdominal pain and nausea and vomiting to trouble breathing and chest pain.
The volume of 911 calls has gotten the attention of Move Silfab, a community group that doesn't want the plant in Fort Mill, particularly next to an elementary school.
If there's people in their 20s vomiting blood in the factory, what is it potentially doing to the children on the playground?
In March, during the same time frame as the medical calls, the plant facilities director called 911 about the first of 2 chemical leaks in a week.
And this is like a chemical spill?
Yes, ma'am. So it's high. It's high pH water. So it's water that was mixed with potassium hydroxide.
Silfab has always maintained the safety of its facility, and following the leaks, it reached an agreement with state regulators to continue operating with conditions. A lawsuit concerning Silfab's zoning compliance has a hearing scheduled later this month.
So we're hopeful that the judge might issue a cease and desist.
York County says it acted legally in permitting Silfab to operate. A spokesperson also says the county determined there's no indication the medical emergency calls involve hazardous chemicals that would affect the health or safety of employees or the public. In Fort Mill, David Schumann, Queen City News.
Now, we have reached out to representatives for Silfab Solar today asking about the pattern of medical emergencies, but we have not heard back yet. Well, Charlotte City leaders have a packed agenda for tonight's business meetings, and the first meeting happening right now. Members are receiving an update on data centers here in the Queen City ahead of possibly considering a moratorium for new facilities. They're also set to get an update on the transition of the Charlotte Area Transit System, or CATS, to the Metropolitan Public Transportation Authority. At tonight's full meeting, a public hearing is scheduled for the city's next operating budget, as well as a possible vote regarding those I-77 South express lanes. We'll have what's new tonight on Queen City News at 10. Well, city leaders continue discussions this afternoon about possibly bringing back red light cameras. Charlotte ended that program 20 years ago after a judge ruled that 90% of its revenue must go to public schools. Well, today, Charlotte transportation officials identified 10 intersections that could benefit from red light cameras to cut down on serious or deadly crashes. They laid out how much money tickets could generate at those locations.
So we were estimating that around $4.5 million annual revenue, and if we were to use the 90% of that revenue going to Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools, and 10% of that being the city share to run the program, the administrative, it breaks down as $4.05 million to CMS and $450,000 to run the city program.
Officials say there have been 1,800 crashes at those 10 locations over a 5-year span, including 26 that were deadly or caused serious injuries. City leaders voted to launch a pilot program for the cameras for 1 year, while they also work with the General Assembly to try to change how that revenue is used. It now goes to the full City Council for discussion. Well, former Charlotte Mayor Jennifer Roberts is throwing her hat in the ring to fill in as interim mayor once Vi Lyles resigns next month. In a statement, Roberts says that she'd be willing to fill in the role for free. It would not run for a full term in 2027. She was one-term mayor from 2015 to 2017. Roberts tells us she would bring transparency to the office.
I think a lot of folks don't feel like they're being heard. They don't feel like they're being brought into the conversation before decisions are already made. I'm connected to a lot of the community groups that are meeting about different issues. And what I could bring to the table is that accessibility, that ability to listen, and to be in the community to help them feel heard.
Mayor Lyles announced last week that she'll be stepping down in June. Charlotte city leaders are now on the clock to decide who will fill that interim role. Our chief political correspondent, Andy Weber, will have more from Roberts tonight on Queen City News at 10. Well, President Trump says he wants to suspend the federal gas tax amid high gas prices sparked by the war with Iran. During an interview with CBS News, the president said that he would support the pause until prices drop again. In response, Missouri Senator Josh Hawley says he'll introduce legislation to suspend the tax. If passed and signed by the president, it would lower prices by a little more than 18 cents a gallon. In about 5 minutes, we'll have more details about gas prices and the president's remarks on a weakening ceasefire with Iran.
After a rainy start for some of you earlier today, well, conditions are drying out across the region, seeing some breaks of sunshine. At times, we're going to see more of that tomorrow before I'm tracking another needed rain and storm chance, too, coming up for the middle of the week. I'll show you a timeline on that, my pinpoint weather forecast next.
Live look at beautiful Uptown on this Monday afternoon. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Well, President Trump is rejecting the latest peace proposal from Iran, calling it unacceptable. The president will meet later this week with Chinese President Xi Jinping. China urged both the U.S. and Iran to make a deal to end the war, though. Our correspondent Vinay Simlot explains the status of those peace talks.
The U.S. and Iran are in the middle of a ceasefire, but both countries have traded strikes. And after the latest proposal for a deal from Iran, President Donald Trump says the ceasefire is threatened.
I would say the ceasefire is on massive life support, where the doctor walks in and says, "Sir, your loved one has approximately a 1% chance of living."
4 weeks into a ceasefire with Iran and without an acceptable peace proposal, President Donald Trump says that ceasefire is at its weakest.
They come back and they want to negotiate, and they give us it's a stupid proposal.
President Trump says he launched a military operation in late February to make sure Iran never gets a nuclear weapon. In the latest negotiations, he says Iran agreed to give up its nuclear material, but then went back on the offer.
They did 2 days ago, They said, you're going to have to take it. We were going to go with them, but they changed their mind because they didn't put it in the paper.
Another area of disagreement is the Strait of Hormuz. It's a key shipping route for the world's energy economy. Iran wants the U.S. to recognize its control of the waterway. That's against international law. The strait was open to international traffic before the U.S. and Israel launched the military operation in Iran. China is the largest purchaser of Iranian oil and pressured Iran to agree to the fragile ceasefire. President Trump will travel to China to meet with President Xi Jinping later this week as he tries to negotiate a peace deal.
I have a great relationship with President Xi.
Also on Monday, the U.S. Navy announced the location of a nuclear-armed submarine. The Navy says it's off the coast of Gibraltar in Europe. Now, the location of those submarines are usually classified. In Washington, I'm Vinay Simlat, News Nation.
Gas prices are still high nationwide due to the ongoing conflict. AAA reports that the average price for a regular gallon of gas is now $4.52. That's 7 cents higher than a week ago. North Carolina's average is $4.16, while the average price in the Charlotte metro is $4.19. Prices in South Carolina remain lower at about $4.13 per gallon. Well, President Trump is telling Congress to get a DHS funding bill to his desk as soon as possible, but Republicans are still trying to figure out those final details. The White House is pushing for a June 1st deadline for the legislation that would fund ICE and Border Patrol after that ongoing shutdown. Republicans had been behind the bill, or they've been very united behind it, but late last week, the Senate Judiciary Committee added $1 billion in funding for the new White House ballroom. That could cause problems in the House, which passed a standalone bill. And there could be big consequences if the funding bill fails.
Lack of job security continues to be an issue for our TSA personnel, particularly when we've experienced our third shutdown now within this fiscal year.
Lawmakers only have 2 weeks before the Memorial Day recess. If they don't pass a bill by then, they'll miss the president's deadline. Well, the North Carolina Forest Service has officially lifted the statewide burn ban, but state forestry officials warn everyone here in the Tar Heel State still needs to be extra careful. North Carolina ranks #1 in the nation for wildland-urban interface. That's the term to describe neighborhoods built in the woods. State forestry officials say fires threaten our infrastructure since so many homes are in heavily wooded areas. So far this year, more than 2,600 wildfires have burned here in North Carolina, and officials say the majority of these fires were started by people.
Folks need to be aware that what they're doing, be it smoking, be it mowing the grass, be it burning that pile of leaves or sticks in the backyard, all contribute to the fire situation we have in North Carolina.
The lifting of that burn ban does not apply to fires started within 100 feet of an occupied dwelling. Live look at Uptown from the Arlington camera. The work week sort of got off to a dreary start, but today's wet weather is moving out. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane is back with us. And Tara, you and the Pinpoint Weather team are tracking the potential for more rain later this week, right?
We've got another chance, another good opportunity. It looks like Wednesday in the afternoon and evening of some spotty, even heavier showers possible, maybe a couple of thunderstorms as well. Otherwise, I'll tell you what, it's going to be a pretty decent stretch here coming up this week when it comes to comfortable temperatures, not feeling too hot yet, and many days featuring a lot of sunshine. Hey, we're looking at a brighter picture right now as we look live from our West Charlotte tower camera. Look at those perfect little rows here of some scattered cumulus clouds. Yes, in the wake of the cold front pushing off to the east, and just a pretty picture out there looking over the skyscrapers in the distance, uptown Charlotte. As we look around on radar, nothing too much showing up at all right now. Most of the rain pretty much over and done with. In the wake of the front pushing off to the east, taking some scattered storms, some pretty hefty storms that were moving along the coast. Parts of coastal sections of the Carolinas earlier today. That's now for the most part moving offshore, and now we've got a brief period of high pressure taking over and giving us just a beautiful Tuesday ahead. But feeling cooler out there today, and not just today, it's going to get kind of chilly in a lot of our neighborhoods tonight. Here in this 5 o'clock hour, we're running some 10 to even close to 20 degrees cooler compared to the low and mid 80s that we had yesterday, wrapping up the weekend. The typical high this time of the year should be up close to 80 degrees, but pretty well below that. Only 71 the top temperature in the Queen City. 60 was the low this morning, but it will be well, about 10 degrees cooler at least compared to that early tomorrow morning coming up. We've got 68 degrees in Concord, but we head just to the north along that stretch of I-85, and we hit Salisbury, Spencer, East Spencer areas, and down toward China Grove, and it's only about 61 degrees there. 66 in Hickory. We still have some lower 70s down into South Carolina, and mid-50s. Good evening to you all up there in the mountains. But as I said, getting even cooler tonight. We'll settle into the mid and upper 40s early tomorrow morning, but drier. Just some leftover clouds that we'll be seeing up there in the sky for another few hours, and the wind will be lightening up as well. I know today has been kind of gusty at times with that front blowing through. So a drier night ahead with more clearing. We will see another round of showers and storms after tomorrow. So that comes on Wednesday, and then everything clears out for the most part as we head into the weekend. But boy, we are going to be feeling a return of that summer-like heat with top temperatures back up around 90 at least going into next week as well. So tomorrow, just a lovely day for doing anything outside. If you want to just head out and soak up some of that sunshine on your lunch break. Temperatures by that time already approaching 70 degrees, and we'll settle into the slightly warmer mid and few spots in the upper 70s later in the day before, again, that rain and storm chance returns on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. It's back to some drier conditions, and then low rain and storm chances coming up for the weekend with those hotter temperatures. Let's check out Futurecast. Not too much happening besides more of the cloud cover clearing out by early tomorrow morning. So we are all waking up to abundant sunshine. Grab the sunglasses. No need to grab the umbrella before heading out the door tomorrow, right on through 7 o'clock and beyond. At worst, we'll see just a few scattered clouds around. And even Wednesday morning, starting dry for the most part. The best chance of rain early on will be for you all up in the mountains as the cold front gets a little closer. And then you can see by mid to late afternoon, likely tracking some streaks of some heavy rain that will be possible. Maybe a few thunderstorms out there through about 6 to 7 o'clock. And then that all pushes off to the east later on at night. But I know it looked like a lot of rain in a lot of those neighborhoods there, but really only looking at a few hundredths to maybe a couple tenths of an inch of rain. We could see close to half of an inch with some of those heavier showers, but that's about it. That's all that's expected really over the next few days. And the mountain forecast for tomorrow, beautiful, a little bit warmer as well, close to 70 degrees. Will be around 67 on Wednesday with those showers and storms around. Drying out to wrap up the week with temperatures warming up. There we go by the weekend, 77 degrees up in the mountains there. All right, so lows tonight, well, we're not heating up, we're cooling down, obviously. A chilly start in the morning, and even a few spots in the higher elevations dropping into the upper 30s, about 49 in the Queen City, 76 degrees tomorrow afternoon. Again, a lovely Tuesday coming up before some showers and storms return for Wednesday. Drier later in the week, and look at those hot temperatures by 7 days from now, 92 next Monday, Matt.
Scorcher, Tara. Thank you. A group of Americans returning home after their virus-stricken cruise finally ends. Why health officials say there's no need to panic even as more passengers test positive for coronavirus. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.